Prologue. She could be heard long before she was seen on that foggy Tuesday morning, May 11th, 1943. Through the mist-swaddling lower New York Bay sounded a deep bass A, 2 octaves and 2 notes below middle C, not so much blown as exhaled from the twin 7-foot whistles on the forward funnel, specially tuned to be audible 10 miles away, without discomfiting passengers at the promenade rail. Her peacetime paints, red, white, and black, had vanished beneath coats of pewter gray, although only after a spirited protest by camouflage experts who preferred a dappled pattern of blues and greens called the Western Approaches Scheme to better befuddle enemy U-boats trying to fix her speed, bearing, and identity. Not that anyone glimpsing the famous triple stacks, the 1,000-foot hull, or the familiar jut of her regal prow could doubt who she was. Gray paint had also been slathered over her name, but she remained, in war as in peace, the Queen Mary. She slid past Ambrose Light at 8:30 a.m., precisely 5 days, 20 hours, and 50 minutes after leaving Gourock, Scotland. Escorting U.S. Navy destroyers peeled away to seaward. Like her antebellum colors, the Queen's pre-war finery was long gone, stripped and stored in a New York warehouse. The 6 miles of Wilton carpet, the 200 cases of bone, china, and crystal, the wine cabinets and humidors that had provided 14,000 bottles and 5,000 cigars on a typical crossing in the palmy days of peace. For this voyage, designated WW number 21W, she had been transformed into a prison ship. Carpenters had removed any below-decks fittings that could be used as a weapon, while installing alarm bells, locks, sandbag machine gun redoubts, and coiled barbed wire around dining and exercise areas. Now from deep in the hold came the drone of 5,000 German prisoners, bagged in the North African campaign just ending, and held in Scottish cages before being tendered to the Queen in Gourock. 300 British soldiers stood watch below. Any guard inclined to befriend the enemy was advised, remember their barbarities. But it was on the upper decks that the Queen Mary's larger purpose on this voyage could be found. The secret passenger manifest listed the United Kingdom's most senior war chiefs, including commanders of the British Army, Navy, and Air Force, as well as a certain Air Commodore Spencer, bound for Washington, D.C., and Trident, the code name for a 2-week Anglo-American conference on war strategy. To mislead potential spies lurking in Scottish ports, great pains had been taken to obscure the details of this voyage. The ship's print shop in Gourock had engraved menus in Dutch to suggest that the mysterious traveler to New York was Wilhelmina, exiled Queen of the Netherlands. But all pretense ended shortly after 9 a.m. The ship's great screws turned a final turn, the iron anchor sank with a rattle and a mighty splash, and Air Commodore Spencer strolled on deck, looking well and fat and pink, and eager to get on with the war. Like the Queen Mary, Winston S. Churchill was simply too obtrusive to disguise. The largest human being of our time, as one contemporary concluded. There was the Havana cigar, of course, said to be long as a trombone, and one of the 8 he typically smoked in a day. The familiar moon face glowered beneath the furrowed pate he had taken to rubbing with a scented handkerchief. "We are all worms," Churchill once intoned, "but I do believe I am a glowworm." Who could dispute it? For 3 years he had fought the good fight, at first alone, and then with the mighty alliance he had helped construct. 3 anonymous launches wallowed across the gray harbor toward the Queen Mary from Tompkinsville on Staten Island. Waiting on the docks was Harry Hopkins, the president's closest counselor, with the Ferdinand Magellan, a 7-car presidential train pointed toward Washington. As Churchill stepped into the lead launch, the Queen's entire company stood at the rails and cheered him off, their huzzahs trailing him to shore, where he disembarked and tossed a farewell wave before clambering onto the waiting train. They also knew, as they stood baying into the fog, that there was no defeat in his heart. Packed into the Magellan baggage car with the suitcases and document crates was a thick sheaf of maps that had covered the walls of a makeshift war room next to Churchill's cabin on the Queen Mary. Replicating the campaign maps in the subterranean cabinet war rooms beneath Great George Street in London, the sheets depicted, with pushpins and lengths of colored yarn, the battle lines on a dozen combat fronts around the globe on this Tuesday, the 1,349th day of the Second World War. The struggle that had begun in September 1939 was more than half over. Yet if both commanders and commanded intuited that they were nearer the end than the beginning, they also sensed that less than half the butcher's bill had been paid in a bloodletting that ultimately would claim 60 million lives, one life every 3 seconds for 6 years. They also knew that if the Allied powers, led by the United States, Britain, and the Soviet Union, now possessed the strategic initiative, the Axis powers of Germany, Italy, and Japan still held the real estate, including 6,000 miles of European coastline and the entire eastern littoral of Asia. This the maps made all too clear. The exception to Axis territorial hegemony was Africa, a campaign now in its final hours. 7 months earlier, in November 1942, Anglo-American troops had landed in Morocco and Algeria, sweeping aside weak forces of the collaborationist Vichy French government, then wheeling east for a forced march into Tunisia through the wintry Atlas Mountains. There they joined cause with the British Eighth Army, which, after a hard-won victory at El Alamein in Egypt, had pushed west across the crown of Africa. A succession of battles lost and won against 2 German-Italian armies raged across Tunisia, a country the size of the state of Georgia. Particularly galling was the drubbing at Kasserine Pass in February 1943, which had cost 6,000 U.S. casualties, and, in terms of yardage lost, would remain the worst American defeat of the war. Yet superior air power, naval forces, artillery, and the combined weight of the Allied armies had trapped and crushed the Axis forces, which would formally surrender on Thursday, May 13th. The booty included 250,000 Axis prisoners, among them the scruffy vanguard now queued up in the Queen Mary's hold for delousing. Victory in North Africa, exhilarating, unqualified victory, also gave the Allies control of the fine ports and airfields from Casablanca to Alexandria. It forestalled Axis threats to Middle East oil fields, reopened the Suez Canal for the first time since 1941, saving 2 months sailing time for convoys going out to India from Britain, since they no longer had to circumnavigate Africa, and exposed the wide southern flank of occupied Europe to further Allied attack. The triumph in North Africa also coincided with victory in the North Atlantic. Ferocious depredations by German submarine wolf packs had abruptly declined, thanks to improved electronic surveillance and because cryptologists had cracked German naval radio codes, allowing Allied warplanes and ships to pinpoint and destroy the marauders. Elsewhere in this global war, the ebb and flow of battle was less decisive. On the Eastern Front, the war retained the immensely sanguinary character that had prevailed since Adolf Hitler invaded the Soviet Union in June 1941. The Germans had lost 30 divisions since January, most of them at Stalingrad or in Tunisia, a loss equivalent to 1/8 of Hitler's total order of battle. The Soviet counteroffensive recaptured Kursk, Rostov, and the entire eastern shore of the Sea of Azov. Joseph Goebbels, propaganda minister for the Third Reich, described the Führer's despair in his diary on May 9th. He is absolutely sick of the generals. All generals lie, he says. All generals are disloyal. All generals are opposed to National Socialism. And yet, the Red Army remained more than 300 miles from Germany's eastern border, facing 2/3 of the Wehrmacht's combat strength. Hitler still commanded 300 German divisions, plus 90 more from satellite armies. All of continental Europe, except for neutral Spain, Portugal, Switzerland, and Sweden, remained under the Axis boot, from the Bay of Biscay to the River Donets, and from the North Cape to Sicily. The next Anglo-American blow, after victory in North Africa, had been decided 5 months earlier in Casablanca at the last big strategy conference. Operation Husky was summarized in 21 words by the combined chiefs of staff, the amalgamation of American and British commanders who directed the war for Roosevelt and Churchill. An attack against Sicily will be launched in 1943, with the target date as the period of the favorable July moon. The largest island in the Mediterranean lay only 100 miles from Tunis, off the toe of the Italian boot, and its invasion would provide a postscript to the African campaign. The American High Command at Casablanca agreed to support Husky because the capture of Sicily would further safeguard Mediterranean shipping and perhaps divert Axis strength from the Soviet front. It would also provide air bases for bombing Italy and other targets in occupied Europe, and might cause weak-kneed Rome to abandon the war by abrogating its Pact of Steel with Berlin, formalized in May 1939. Beyond Sicily, however, there was no plan, no grand strategy, no consensus on what to do with the immense Allied army now concentrating in the Mediterranean. For this reason, the Trident Conference had been convened in Washington. Churchill had harbored ambitions of a campaign on mainland Italy for nearly a year. In early April, he petitioned Roosevelt to go beyond Sicily, which he decried as a modest and even petty objective for our armies. Great possibilities are open in this theater. Sensing Yankee reluctance, he had warned Harry Hopkins on May 2nd of serious divergences beneath the surface of Allied comity. Privately, he told King George VI of his determination to battle the Pacific First advocates in Washington, where many demanded a stronger American effort against Tokyo. "We did not come here with closed minds or rigid plans," Churchill had dictated during the passage from Gorak in preparing his opening argument for the Trident talks. His musings, pecked on a silent Remington across 10 Downing Street stationery, included Objective 1, get Italy out of the war, and never forget there are 185 German divisions against the Russians. We are not at present in contact with any. And the heart of the matter, if Sicily fell by the end of August, what should these Anglo-American troops do in the 7 or 8 months between this and a first possible Operation Bolero, the staging in Britain for a cross-channel invasion of Western Europe? We cannot afford to have idle armies while the Russians are bearing such a disproportionate weight. Beneath his brass lay a supplication. 45 months of war had stretched Britain as far as she would stretch. British battle deaths already exceeded 100,000, with thousands more missing, 20,000 merchant mariners lost, and another 45,000 dead in the United Kingdom from German air raids. Salvation lay here, in America. The green and feeble U.S. Army of just a few years earlier now exceeded 6 million, led by 1,000 generals, 7,000 colonels, and 343,000 lieutenants. The Army Air Forces, since mid-1941, had grown 3,500%. The Army Corps of Engineers 4,000%. A Navy that counted 8 aircraft carriers after Pearl Harbor would have 50, large and small, by the end of 1943. More cargo vessels would be built this year in the United States than existed in the entire British merchant fleet. The first 18 months of war for the United States had been characterized by inexperience, insufficiency, and all too often, ineptitude. A long seasoning, still unfinished, was required, a sorting out of strong from weak, effective from ineffective, and, as always, lucky from unlucky. All the warships and planes and troops would pay off only if they were flung into the proper battles, in the proper campaigns, guided by a proper war-winning strategy. And such a strategy did not yet exist. No place in America had been more transformed by war than Washington, which the Ferdinand Magellan entered from the northeast with a hypnotic clack-clack-clacking shortly after 6 p.m. The once sleepy southern city of charm and grace on the Potomac has burgeoned into the frenzied capital of the world, fumed the Washington Times-Herald. Lobbyists, propagandists, experts of every species, wealthy industrialists, social climbers, inventors, ladies of uneasy virtue, and pickpockets infest the city. To this panoply now were added a prime minister and his retinue of more than 100 generals, admirals, clerks, bodyguard detectives, and Royal Marines. At 6:45 p.m., a convoy of limousines rolled from the White House grounds and turned south. 7 Secret Service agents sat in squad cars along the route, including an agent posted at the top of an inconspicuous ramp on 14th Street, which sloped to a subterranean rail spur under the Bureau of Engraving and Printing. As the train lurched to a stop in a squeal of brakes, the limousines pulled onto the platform. Lifted from the lead vehicle and placed in a waiting wheelchair, Franklin Roosevelt scanned the Magellan's rear passenger compartment. His gray pallor, the waddled neck, the bagged and hazy eyes, all the fretful symptoms of stress and age seemed to vanish at the sight of Churchill clumping forward in his improbable yacht squadron uniform. The President beamed, the Prime Minister beamed, and the conclave that would search for that war-winning strategy to save the world was underway. They got to work at 2:30 p.m. on Wednesday, May 12th, in Roosevelt's oval study, a snug hideaway above the Blue Room. Nautical paintings and etchings decorated the walls, and a bearskin covered the floor. The President sat in his armless wheelchair, greeting Churchill and the 10 other men, mostly from the combined chiefs, who joined that first session. 5 months earlier, American strategists had left the Casablanca Conference convinced they had been outfoxed by the British, who were better prepared and had been unified in their determination to continue the Mediterranean strategy begun with the invasion of North Africa. To avoid another humiliation, the Yanks before Trident had bombarded the British with position papers. They also drafted more than 30 studies on various war policies and doubled the size of the U.S. delegation. In searching for a grand design by which to reach the heartland of Europe in decisive battle, American planners scrutinized potential portals to the continent, from the Iberian Peninsula and southern France to Italy, Greece, and Turkey. Still, almost to a man, they favored the most direct route across the English Channel. The President's brain trust also worked hard to overcome what many considered the biggest obstacle to American strategic hegemony, Roosevelt himself, and his evident willingness to be swayed by Churchill's honeyed oratory. The U.S. Joint Chiefs had conferred with Roosevelt at the White House 3 days earlier and had wrung from him a vow to press the British for commitment to a cross-channel invasion of Europe. In this charged milieu, the man from London spoke. North Africa was done, Operation Husky in Sicily was near. What should come next, Churchill asked. The Allies had the authority and prestige of victory and must grasp the fruits of our success. Following his typed notes, he laid out his arguments. Russia fighting 185 German divisions, Allies currently fighting none, Italy ripe for the plucking. There it was, the British strategy in a Mediterranean nutshell. Roosevelt replied immediately. Churchill's argument was vivid but unpersuasive. "Where do we go from Sicily?" the President asked. Some 25 Allied divisions, with roughly 15,000 men each, would muster in the Mediterranean by the end of Operation Husky, and these must be kept employed. But he had always shrunk from the thought of putting large armies in Italy, a diversion that could result in attrition for the United Nations and play into Germany's hands. Better to continue staging a mighty host in Britain. The subsequent invasion, a knockout punch aimed at the German homeland, should be decided upon definitely as an operation for the spring of 1944. Finishing, the President smiled and gave the casual toss of the head that one admirer called his cigarette-holder gesture. This impasse persisted the next morning when the combined chiefs, the half-dozen heads of the American and British armies, navies, and air forces, met without Roosevelt and Churchill in the Federal Reserve Building. Here the U.S. delegation presented an 11-paragraph memo entitled Global Strategy of the War. Point 3 held the crux. It is the opinion of the United States Chiefs of Staff that a cross-channel invasion of Europe is necessary to an early conclusion of the war with Germany. A tall, austere man with sandy hair gone gray carried forward the American argument. General George C. Marshall, the Army Chief of Staff, knew his mind on this issue even as he fretted over the President's susceptibility to British blandishments. Marshall was a clean desk man, famously convinced that no one ever had an original idea after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and he disdained orthodoxy, sycophants, and the telephone. To Churchill he was the greatest Roman of them all. A British general described him as a little aloof, dignified, above the battle, unbuyable. I never saw him show his feelings in any way. In fact, Marshall possessed a molten temper. He demanded that subordinates expunge the bunk, complications, and ponderosities from the nation's war effort, and his signature query, accompanied by the unblinking gaze of those ice-blue eyes, could terrify lieutenants and lieutenant generals alike. Are you confident that you've thought this through? Invading Italy, Marshall said, would establish a vacuum in the Mediterranean that would suck troops and materiel away from a cross-channel attack. Operations after Sicily should be limited to the air offensive, or risk a prolonged struggle in the Mediterranean, which was not acceptable to the United States. Listening attentively was General Sir Alan Brooke, Chief of the Imperial General Staff, whose sharp-featured countenance did not betray his private assessment of Marshall. A big man, and a very great gentleman who inspired trust, but did not impress me by the ability of his brain. Brooke's brain was able enough, though he tended to dismiss as purblind those uncommitted to his own vision. At 59, with round shoulders and dark pomaded hair, he could be petulant, very liverish in his phrase. This state was perhaps the handmaiden to exhaustion after 4 years of war with the Germans, and not infrequently with Churchill. On the Queen Mary he had noted in his diary, "Running a war seems to consist in making plans and then ensuring that all those destined to carry them out don't quarrel with each other instead of the enemy." Now he quarreled with Marshall, albeit without raising his voice. The 11-paragraph U.S. strategic memo was answered with a 31-paragraph British counter-salvo. Point 5 encapsulated Britain's thesis. The main task which lies before us this year in the European theater is the elimination of Italy. If we could achieve this, it is our opinion that we should have gone a very long way towards defeating Germany. Brooke pressed the point with staccato precision. Germany currently kept 35 divisions in France and the Low Countries, with another 10, available as reinforcements, in the fatherland. Attacking Italy would divert some of those German troops and weaken defenses against an eventual Allied cross-channel attack, which might not be feasible until 1945 or 1946 anyway. If Italy collapsed, German soldiers would have to replace the 43 Italian divisions occupying the Balkans and the 7 others bivouacked in southern France. Without Italian allies, Berlin was unlikely to fight south of the Po Valley in northern Italy. Our total commitment on the Italian mainland in the event of a collapse, a British staff memo estimated, will not exceed 9 divisions. The Mediterranean offered such enticing opportunities that we shall have every chance of breaking the Axis and of bringing the war with Germany to a successful conclusion in 1944. Momentary silence fell on the room as the session ended. The Allies were miles apart still, and mutually suspicious. "Your people have no intention of ever crossing the Channel," one American planner had told his British counterpart. Admiral Ernest J. King, the irascible U.S. Chief of Naval Operations, subsequently advised his fellow chiefs, "We ought to divert our forces to the Pacific." At Marshall's suggestion, they adjourned with a scraping of chairs and ambled next door to the Public Health Building. Lunch awaited them in the map room, where strategic thrust and parry momentarily yielded to small talk and the benign clink of cutlery. That night, Brooke confided to his diary, "I am thoroughly depressed." Washington lacked the isolated tranquility that had distinguished Casablanca 5 months earlier. Endless meetings, often 3 or more a day, were followed by endless social obligations, including 4 consecutive nights of black tie affairs. For all its sophisticated war paint, the capital remained a provincially convivial place, eager to please and a twitter at hosting such distinguished battle captains. To escape both official Washington and social Washington, Marshall bundled the combined chiefs onto a pair of transport planes for a weekend in southeast Virginia. Landing at Langley Field, the men squeezed into 8 waiting Army staff cars and motored up Route 17 for a tour of the Yorktown battlefield, where the British professed, amid guffaws, not to recall the name of that chap who did so badly here in 1781. Then it was on to Williamsburg, the meticulously restored former colonial capital. While the chiefs went south, Roosevelt and Churchill headed north. With Eleanor Roosevelt and Harry Hopkins also in the limousine, the motorcade rolled up Massachusetts Avenue before angling out of the Capitol on Wisconsin Avenue toward the presidential retreat called Shangri-La, later renamed Camp David, in the Catoctin Mountains of central Maryland. For 3 days they unbent in the serene glades of Shangri-La, napping in the log cabins, angling for brook trout, discussing the hot tramp of Confederate troops through these hills towards Gettysburg 80 years earlier. Often the president sat by a window with his beloved stamp collection. When Churchill's pleas grew too insistent for more tanks or more planes, more this or more that, Roosevelt would cut him short by holding a stamp specimen to the light and murmuring, "Isn't this a beauty from Newfoundland?" On other occasions, to relieve the president from the Winston hours, an aide would summon Roosevelt to an imaginary phone call. They had much in common besides their ultimate responsibility for saving the world. They shared passions for secrecy, skullduggery, and military history. Despite his current resistance to Churchill's Italian gambit, the president had his own diversionist tendencies and harbored a fascination for the Mediterranean nearly as lurid as the prime minister's. Neither ever forgot, or tried to forget, the agony that war brought to so many. Certainly the president's admiration and affection for Churchill ran deep. "Isn't he a wonderful old Tory to have on our side?" he once asked. And yet Churchill could draw near and no nearer. Convivial and charming, Roosevelt at his core remained opaque, mysterious, unknowable. Trying to follow his thought process, Henry Stimson said, was very much like chasing a vagrant beam of sunshine around an empty room. Months earlier, Roosevelt had begun to dream about the post-war world, and if he kept Churchill at arm's length, it was partly because his vision did not include the restoration of colonial empires. Surely he had spoken from the heart in telling the Prime Minister, "It is fun to be in the same decade with you." Yet there was also cold conviction in Roosevelt's observation to his son Eliot, "Britain is on the decline." America was ascendant, and Roosevelt had every reason to hope that his countrymen possessed the stamina to remake a better world. A forthcoming Roper opinion poll revealed that more than 3/4 of those surveyed agreed that the United States should play a larger global role after the war. But if Britain was on the decline, so was Roosevelt personally, as he no doubt realized. Those who had seen him at Casablanca were dismayed at how frail he now looked, and all the pretty stamps in Newfoundland could not fully restore him. Something at once attractive and pathetic in this man, a British diplomat wrote in his diary. The great torso, the huge and splendid head, The magnificent frame, immobile, anchored to a sofa or a chair, carried from room to room. Roosevelt said little about his health, other than to grouse over a recurrent sinus condition. It was just another secret to keep. Negotiations resumed at 10:30 a.m. on Monday. Camaraderie and good fun promptly popped like soap bubbles, and for 3 days the deadlock persisted as the military chiefs haggled. By 4:30 on Wednesday afternoon, Marshall had reached his limit. The chiefs were scheduled to meet Roosevelt and Churchill at the White House in 2 hours. To confess that the high command remained at loggerheads would likely mean ceding strategic planning to the President and Prime Minister, a prospect horrifying to every man in epaulets. Marshall proposed that the room be cleared except for the chiefs. The supernumeraries filed out. 90 minutes later, the door reopened, and on the mahogany table lay an agreement. It was a curious compromise, because compromise it was. A cross-channel attack would be launched. The target date was 50 weeks away, on May 1st, 1944, to secure a lodgment on the continent from which further offensive operations can be carried out. To help assemble the 29 divisions required for such an invasion, soon to be codenamed Overlord, 4 American and 3 British divisions would be transferred from the Mediterranean after the Sicilian campaign to staging bases in Britain. As for the Med, the Allied Commander-in-Chief in North Africa, General Dwight D. Eisenhower, was instructed to plan whatever operations following the conquest of Sicily seemed best calculated to eliminate Italy from the war and to contain the maximum number of German forces. The baby had been cut in half, a solution perhaps satisfying to the disputants, but rarely auspicious for the baby. As the officers collected their papers and snapped shut their briefcases, a grumble of thunder rolled across Washington. Rain soon lashed the city from the west, breaking the heat. Part 1, Chapter 1, Across the Middle Sea, Forcing the World Back to Reason. The sun beat down on the stained white city, the July sun that hurt the eyes and turned the sea from wine dark to silver. Soldiers crowded the shade beneath the vendors' awnings and hugged the lee of the alabaster buildings spilling down to the port. Sweat darkened their collars and cuffs, particularly those of the combat troops wearing heavy herringbone twill. Some had stripped off their neckties, but kept them folded and tucked in their belts for quick retrieval. The commanding general had been spotted along the wharves, and every man knew that George S. Patton, Jr. would levy a $25 fine on any GI not wearing his helmet or tie. Algiers seethed with soldiers after 8 months of Allied occupation. Yanks and Brits, Kiwis and Gurkhas, Swabs and Tars and merchant mariners, who at night walked with their pistols drawn against the bandits infesting the port. Troops swaggered down the boulevards and through the souks, whistling at girls on the balconies, or pawing through shop displays in search of a few final souvenirs. "Sand in your shoes," they called to one another, the North African equivalent of good luck, and with knowing looks they flashed their index fingers to signal I for invasion. Above it all, at high noon on July 4th, 1943, on the Rue Michelet, in the city's most fashionable neighborhood, a French military band tooted its way through the unfamiliar strains of the Star-Spangled Banner. Behind the woodwinds and the tubas rose the lime-washed Moorish arches and crenellated tile roofs of the Hotel Saint-Georges, headquarters for Allied forces in North Africa. Vice Admiral Henry Kent Hewitt held his salute as the anthem dragged to a ragged finish. Eisenhower, also frozen in salute on Hewitt's right, had discouraged all national celebrations as a distraction from the momentous work at hand, but the British had insisted on honoring their American cousins with a short ceremony. With the ceremony at an end, Hewitt hurried through the courtyard and across the lobby's mosaic floor to his office, down the corridor from Eisenhower's corner suite. Every nook of the St. George was jammed with staff officers and communications equipment. The military messages pouring in and out of Algiers via 7 undersea cables were equivalent to 2/3 of the total War Department communications traffic. No message was more momentous than the secret order issued this morning: carry out Operation Husky. Hewitt had never been busier, not even before Operation Torch, the assault on North Africa. Then he had commanded the naval task force ferrying Patton's 30,000 troops from Virginia to Morocco, a feat of such extraordinary success, not a man had been lost in the hazardous crossing, that Hewitt received his 3rd star and command of the U.S. Navy's 8th Fleet in the Mediterranean. After 4 months at home, he had arrived in Algiers on March 15th, and every waking moment since had been devoted to scheming how to again deposit Patton and his legions onto a hostile shore. He was a fighting admiral who did not look the part, notwithstanding the Navy Cross on his summer whites, awarded for heroism as a destroyer captain in World War I. Sea duty made Hewitt plump, or plumper. In Algiers he tried to stay fit by riding at dawn with native Spahi cavalrymen. Despite these efforts, his frame remained, as one observer acknowledged, well upholstered. At the age of 56, his virtues included a keen memory, a willingness to make decisions, and the ability to get along with George Patton. 2 other attributes served his country well. He was lucky, and he had an exceptional sense of direction, which on a ship's bridge translated into a gift for navigation. Kent Hewitt always knew where he was. He called for his staff car and drove from the St. George through the twisting alleyways leading to the port. At every pier around the grand crescent of the bay, ships were moored 2 and 3 deep, freighters and frigates, tankers and transports, minesweepers and landing craft. Others rode at anchor beyond the harbor submarine nets, protected by patrol planes and destroyers tacking along the coastline. Stevedores swarmed across the decks. Booms swung from dock to hold and back to dock again. Gantry cranes hoisted pallet after pallet from the wharves onto the vessels. Hewitt's flagship, the attack transport USS Monrovia, lay moored on the port side of berth 39, on the Mole de Passageurs in the harbor's Bassin de Vue. 10 to 20 officers packed each cabin on many ships, with enlisted bunks stacked 4 high, and Monrovia was more jammed than most. With Hewitt's staff, Patton's staff, and her own crew, she now carried 1,400 men, more than double her normal company. She would also carry, in some of those cargo nets being manhandled into the hold, 200,000 rounds of high-explosive ammunition and 134 tons of gasoline. The Admiral climbed from his car and strode up the gangplank, greeted with a boatswain's piping and a flurry of salutes. In the crowded operations room below, staff officers pored over Naval Operations Order Husky, a tome 4 inches thick. Nothing was simple about the operation except the basic concept. In 6 days, on July 10th, 2 armies, 1 American and 1 British, would land on the southeast coast of Sicily, reclaiming for the Allied cause the first significant acreage in Europe since the war began. An estimated 300,000 Axis troops defended the island, including a pair of capable German divisions, and many others lurked nearby on the Italian mainland. More than 3,000 Allied ships and boats, large and small, were gathering for the invasion from one end of the Mediterranean to the other, the most gigantic fleet in the world's history, as Hewitt observed. About half would sail under his command from 6 ports in Algeria and Tunisia. The rest would sail with the British from Libya and Egypt, but for a Canadian division coming directly from Britain. Patton's 7th Army would land 80,000 troops in the assault. The British 8th Army would land about the same, with more legions subsequently reinforcing both armies. The vast expedition would rendezvous at sea near Malta on July 9th. A preliminary effort to capture the tiny fortified island of Pantelleria, 60 miles southwest of Sicily, had succeeded admirably, giving the Allies both a good airfield and the illusion that even the stoutest defenses could be reduced from the air. A map of the Mediterranean stretched across a bulkhead in the operations room. Hewitt had become the U.S. Navy's foremost amphibious expert. One inviolable rule in assaults from the open sea, he already recognized, was that the forces to be landed always exceeded the means to transport them, even with an armada as enormous as this one. From hard experience, he also knew that two variables remained outside his control: the strength of the enemy defending the hostile shore and the caprice of the sea itself. In Husky, not only did he have 3 times more soldiers to put ashore than in Operation Torch, he also commanded a flotilla of vessels seeing combat for the first time, 9 new variations of landing craft, and 5 new types of landing ship, including the promising LST, an abbreviation for Landing Ship Tank, but which sailors insisted meant Large, Slow Target. Some captains and crews had never been to sea before, and little was known about the seaworthiness of the new vessels, or how best to beach them, or what draft they would draw under various loads, or even how many troops and vehicles could be packed inside. Secrecy was paramount. Hewitt doubted that 3,000 vessels could sneak up on Sicily, but Husky's success relied on surprise. All documents that disclosed the invasion destination were stamped with the classified code word bigot, and sentries at the Husky planning headquarters in Algiers determined whether visitors held appropriate security clearances by asking if they were bigoted. More than 500,000 American troops now occupied North Africa. Fewer than 1 in 5 were combat veterans from the 4 U.S. divisions that had fought extensively in Tunisia: the 1st, 9th, and 34th Infantry Divisions, and the 1st Armored Division, each of which was earmarked for Sicily or, later, for mainland Italy. "The frontline soldier I knew," wrote the correspondent Ernie Pyle, who trudged with them across Tunisia, "had lived for months like an animal and was a veteran in the fierce world of death. Everything was abnormal and unstable in his life." Even among the combat veterans, few considered themselves professional soldiers either by training or by temperament. Samuel Hines, a fighter pilot who later became a university professor, described a prevalent civilianness, the sense of the soldiering self as a kind of imposter. They were young, of course, 26 on average, and they shared a sense that our youth had at last reached the place to spend itself, in the words of a bomber pilot, John Muirhead. They had been shoveled up in what Hines called our most democratic war, the only American war in which a universal draft really worked, and men from every social class went to fight. Pyle wrote, "Everything in this world had stopped except war, and we were all men of a new profession out in a strange night." Military life inflamed their ironic sensibilities and their skepticism. A single crude acronym that captured the soldiers' lowered expectations, SNAFU, for situation normal, all fucked up, had expanded into a vocabulary of GI cynicism. SUSFU, situation unchanged, still fucked up. SAFU, self-adjusting fuck up. TARFU, things are really fucked up. FUMTU, fucked up more than usual. JANFU, joint Army-Navy fuck up. JAFU, joint Anglo-American fuck up. FUAFUP, fucked up and fucked up proper. And FUBAR, fucked up beyond all recognition. Yet they held personal convictions that were practical and profound. "We were prepared to make all sacrifices. There was nothing else for us to do," wrote John Mason Brown, a Navy Reserve lieutenant headed to Sicily. "The leaving of our families was part of our loving them." The combat artist George Biddle observed, "They want to win the war so they can get home, 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 and never leave it." And no one doubted that come the day of battle, they would fight to the death for the greatest cause, one another. "We did it because we could not bear the shame of being less than the man beside us," John Muirhead wrote. "We fought because he fought. We died because he died." The Monrovia singled up her lines shortly after 10 a.m. on Tuesday, July 6th, heaved in the starboard anchor, and with the help of 2 tugs edged from the Bassin de Vieux to the 12-fathom line outside the Algiers port. To Kent Hewitt's chagrin, as the French harbor pilot stepped over Monrovia's side to return to shore, he yelled, "Have a good trip to Sicily." Counterintelligence officers ordered the pilot and his tug crews arrested and held incommunicado until the landings had begun. At 5 p.m., Monrovia signaled anchors away and moved into the swept channel, surrounded by warships and landing craft of every description. The white vision of Algiers fell behind. Hewitt studied the African mountains to starboard. Iron oxide in the scree was fired blood-red by the setting sun as it plunged into the purple sea. He had done everything he could, and now he would hope for the best. Behind the bridge, in Monrovia's spacious flag cabin, George Patton felt the ship's screws gnaw the sea as she picked up speed. The Navy had tried to make him feel like a wanted guest, greeting him with incessant piping when he came aboard and assigning 2 mess boys as his personal attendants. The cabin, opulent by warship standards, measured 18 by 15 feet, with a desk, bunk, table, and shower. Still, Patton harbored private reservations about both the sister service — the Navy is our weak spot, he told his diary — and Kent Hewitt, very affable and in his usual mental fog. He was ready for battle and looked the part, immaculate in his whipcord breeches and tailored blouse, the famous pistols holstered and near at hand. He had lost weight in the last few months by running and swimming, and improved his fighting trim by cutting back on both liquor and tobacco. For 6 weeks, Patton had commanded American forces in Tunisia, following the debacle at Kasserine Pass and the sacking of the Second Corps commander. Since resuming his preparations for Husky in mid-April, he had pondered the checkered performance of U.S. troops and their officers. In a memo to his commanders in June, Patton offered 27 tactical adages distilled from the campaign experiences in Africa and 36 years in uniform. Number 7, always fire low. Number 13, in mountain warfare, capture the heights and work downhill. Number 22, in case of doubt, attack. And his personal maxim, number 18, never take counsel of your fears. Yet fears possessed him, of failure, of flinching under fire. The sickly California infant had grown into a shy and sensitive boy, and then a timid man by nature, one of his oldest friends had noted on June 26th after seeing Patton in Mostaganem. Flamboyance compensated for his inner doubts and provided the mask he believed a confident commander should wear. In recent weeks he had traveled from camp to camp, preaching violence and transcendent duty. At a large outdoor amphitheater in Algiers, he strode on stage to ruffles and flourishes, his tunic ablaze with decorations. "There is no better death than to die in battle for a noble and glorious cause," he told the troops. As for the Army's policy against fraternization, he added, "That's bullshit. An army that can't fuck can't fight." The soldiers howled, stamped their feet, and whistled with approval, one medic reported. Such profane performances, an observer said, were intended to toughen them, to blood them with language. In a letter on June 19th, Patton's aide wrote, "He is a great hate builder, and believe me, when the time comes, the Axis boys are going to be very sorry to meet him." In late May, during a profane tirade against a squad of 1st Division infantrymen at Arzew, all within earshot of Eisenhower and the visiting George Marshall, one general whispered, "That temper of his is going to finish him yet." But the caricature of a raging martinet failed to capture Patton's nuances. Few officers had studied the art of war with greater care. If he had virtually memorized G.F.R. Henderson's biography of Stonewall Jackson, it was to answer the inner interrogatory, what would Jackson do? Patton had earned his pilot's license to better understand air attacks, and he had mastered enough navigation to sail to Hawaii for a better comprehension of movement on the open sea, which resembled the open desert. Patton had designed the last cavalry saber adopted by the Army, a straight, double-edged weapon of thrust. The blade embodied the man. "If you charge hard enough at death," he claimed, "it will get out of your way." Shortly before boarding the Monrovia, he summoned his generals to a final conference. At the end, with tears streaming down his cheeks, He dismissed them with a slash of his swagger stick. "I never want to see you bastards again," he roared, "unless it's at your post on the shores of Sicily." The Horses of the Sun. The convoys hugged the African coast on July 8th, wallowing like treasure-laden galleons on the Spanish Main. The American convoys alone carried more than 100,000 tons of supplies, 5,000 tons of crated airplanes, 7,000 tons of coal, 19,000 tons of signal equipment. The expedition manifest was Homeric in scale and variety. 6.6 million rations, 27 miles of quarter-inch steel cable, rat traps, chewing gum, 162 tons of occupation scrip, and even 144,000 condoms, also known as the soldier's friend. Half the tonnage comprised munitions. The capture of Sicily was expected to take less than 2 months, but requisitions for ammunition and ordnance had overwhelmed the War Department without anyone knowing quite how to sort them out. Huge depots in Oran and Casablanca held a 9-month supply of munitions, triple the authorized stocks, because no one could say precisely what types of bullets and bombs had already been received. The inventory cards were kept by Algerian and Moroccan clerks, who often spoke poor English. Much had been learned through hard experience in Tunisia about caring for casualties, and the fleet was provisioned on the assumption that the assault force would suffer 15% wounded and sick in the first week. A chart distributed to medics helped assess what proportion of a man's body surface had been burned. 4.5% if both hands were burned, 13.5% for both arms, and so forth. 500 cc's of blood plasma would be administered for each 10%. For those beyond such ministrations, the convoys carried 6 tons of grave markers, as well as stamp pads to fingerprint the dead. A 13-page graves registration directive showed how to build a cemetery. Care should be taken so that graves are in line with one another both laterally and longitudinally. A memo on the disposition of a dead soldier's effects advised, removal should be made of any article that would prove embarrassing to his family. Not least important, because invading armies under international law bore responsibility for the welfare of civilians, were the vast stocks meant for the Sicilians. 14,000 tons of flour, evaporated milk, and sugar to feed 500,000 people for a month, 94 tons of soap, 750,000 cc's of tetanus, typhus, and smallpox vaccines. Kent Hewitt spent the passage on the flag bridge or in his cabin, reading and working crossword puzzles. When topside, he often trained his field glasses on the amphibious vessels, an eccentric fleet within the fleet. The 150-foot LCT, landing craft tank, carried 5 Sherman tanks and still drew barely 3 feet, earning the nickname Sea-Going Bedpan. The bigger LSTs, originally designed by the British, had caught the fancy of U.S. military logisticians who had seen flat bottoms used to good effect by rum runners along the Gulf of Mexico in the 1920s. The square bow with 14-foot hinged doors made the vessel slow and ungainly, and the lack of a keel caused it to roll even in dry dock, or so the sailors claimed. But each one could haul 20 tanks. Hewitt knew that despite their shallow draft, the LSTs could be snagged on the sandbars protecting much of Sicily's south coast. The Army had proposed shoving tanks and vehicles overboard, dragging them with heavy chains through the runnel to shore, and then drying them on the beach. Navy engineers, aghast, countered with Project Gold Rush, a floating pontoon that could be towed or carried in sections on the LSTs, then bolted together to form an articulated bridge across the water gap from sandbar to beach. Tests in Narragansett Bay had proved the bridge could bear a Sherman tank. But, as with so much of Husky, the scheme had yet to be tested in combat. Among Hewitt's disagreements with the Army, none had been more heated than whether to soften the beach defenses with naval gunfire before the landings. To catch the enemy by surprise, Patton insisted that the guns not open up until the assault boats were 15 minutes from shore. He wanted, one naval officer reported, to take his chances on his own fighting. Hewitt considered surprise illusory. He listed 11 reasons why the enemy would likely be alert, including the frequent Allied photo reconnaissance flights over the island, and the sad fact that of 14 officers clandestinely dispatched from submarines to survey Sicilian beaches that spring, all 14 had been lost, along with a number of enlisted scouts. Patton waved away Hewitt's arguments. The guns would remain silent. In his own cabin, Patton read, paced, napped, and paced some more. "I have the usual shortness of breath I always have before a polo game," he noted in his diary on July 8th. Then added an epigram from Napoleon: "Attack, and then look." He's simply no longer worried about the enemy defenders. "Hell, they've been there for 4 years," he told one of Hewitt's officers. "They can't keep alert all the time. We're going to land, and all of a sudden we'll be on their necks." In a letter to his brother-in-law, he wrote, "The horses of the sun have always been celebrated. Whoop-ho, for a kill in the open." In Field Order No. 1, Patton had advised his commanders, "Attack both by day and night to the limit of human endurance, and then continue to attack." For the troops, he composed a gassy exhortation that now was read from quarterdecks across the fleet. "When we land, we will meet German and Italian soldiers whom it is our honor and privilege to attack and destroy. The glory of American arms, the honor of our country, the future of the whole world rests in your individual hands. See to it that you are worthy of this great trust. God is with us. We shall win." In his slashing hand he scribbled to his wife B, "I doubt that I will be killed or even wounded, but one can never tell. It is all a question of destiny. I love you." Since leaving Algiers, Hewitt's chief aerologist had been sketching weather maps and taking the wind's pulse with his anemometer. Lieutenant Commander Richard C. Steer was a 1931 Naval Academy graduate who had fenced on the U.S. foil team that won the gold medal in the 1932 Olympics by beating a storied French squad. Steer loved fencing, which he considered a complex puzzle. He loved weather for the same reason, and had earned his master's degree in meteorology at MIT in 1940. During Operation Torch, when a ferocious Atlantic storm flung waves 18 feet high onto the Moroccan coast, Steer's accurate prediction that the tempest would abruptly subside had convinced Hewitt to proceed with the landings. Patton had nicknamed the aerologist Commander Houdini. Now his skills would be tested again. On Monrovia's bridge, Steer showed his calculations to Hewitt and Patton on Thursday afternoon, July 8th. Normally, few shores were more benign than those of southern Sicily in midsummer, but a polar maritime air mass flowing across western Europe from the northwest was merging with a secondary cold front stretching from Sardinia across Italy to a low over Yugoslavia. That had tightened the pressure gradient in the central Mediterranean. High northwesterly winds and steep seas, Steer said, could be expected by Friday afternoon. The landings were scheduled for early Saturday. Pressure gradients and barometric millibars interested Patton not at all. "How long will the storm last?" he demanded. "Summer blows in the Med typically were short-lived," Steer replied, "and the fleet would be sheltered in Sicily's lee. It will calm down," he added, "by D-Day." "It better," Patton said. By noon on Friday, as the fleet drew near Malta, the wind had freshened from the west, turning the sea a forbidding hue and sculpting crests from the wavelets. Soon the halyards and the railings moaned, the nasty lop grew heavy with foam. By late afternoon the wind reached a gale force 30 knots, force 7 on the Beaufort scale. With green seas piled so high the smaller craft could no longer see one another, and helmsmen struggled to avoid collisions. Gloomy, fearful soldiers clung to stanchions and ladders. "We could barely stand on deck," Ernie Pyle wrote aboard Biscayne, "and our far-spread convoy was a wallowing, convulsive thing." Never had the amphibious vessels been tested in such seas. The LCTs, reduced to 3 knots, danced like corks on the spindrift. Huge chunks of green water cascaded back over the flat open decks, one Navy lieutenant recorded. Many LCTs, he added, had at least one engine out, so when they lost steerage way, they had to fall off to leeward and come around 180 degrees to get back on course. The square-bowed LSTs lurched up from the sea, then dropped into the next wave with a thud and a heavy shudder. Several of the Gold Rush pontoons broke loose from their tow ships. 2 tugs lumbered through the gale to fetch them back. 20-ton landing craft swung on their davits like charms on a watch chain. You probably enjoy the slow rise and fall of the deck, or even its more violent heaving if you happen to be in a storm, advised a paperback book for soldiers titled What to Do Aboard the Transport. Even the sickest landlubber, the book added, soon laughs at some other fellow with a green look about the gills. No one was laughing. All of us are miserable, anxious, jam-packed, overloaded, and wet, a soldier in the 26th Infantry wrote. No place to be sick except on one another. There are no heroes, just misery. A soldier in the 18th Infantry noted, First I'm afraid that I shall die, then afraid that I won't. Soldiers had been issued a chemical concoction called motion sickness preventative, but most still resorted to the items officially labeled bags, vomit for the use of, or hung their heads over the side, moaning softly as if it were a secret shame. A private first class wrote his girlfriend in Brooklyn that these were the most miserable moments I ever spent in my life. Late on Friday afternoon, Hewitt summoned Commander Houdini to Monrovia's bridge. Steer that morning had predicted winds of 27 knots. They now had reached 37, with 12-foot seas. Though nervous, the aerologist stuck to his forecast. The whole wind structure would ease after nightfall, he explained, even if strong winds persisted aloft. Steer had scribbled his H-hour forecast in longhand, like a racetrack tout posting odds. Northwest winds 10 to 15 knots decreasing, with inshore breakers 3 to 4 feet or less. Hewitt took the bet, nodding without a hint of emotion or even concern. They would continue toward Sicily unless ordered to the contrary. By 6 p.m., the sea had grown so nasty, one naval commander observed, that even the destroyers were taking it green. As daylight ebbed, the wind intensified. Officers of the deck throughout the fleet ordered smoking lamps extinguished. At 6:52 p.m., Monrovia's log recorded the sighting of the tiny island of Gozo, 9 miles off the starboard beam. Just beyond, through the gloom and flying spray, lookouts spied the sheer cliffs of Malta. The fleet beat on. Death or glory? Patton woke to a loud crash against his cabin porthole. He lurched from the bed, fully uniformed, momentarily convinced that a bomb had struck Monrovia. Cocking an ear topside to the clank of tackle being loosened, he soon realized that a broken davit had let a landing craft slip from its pulley and smack against the ship's hull. One man had pitched overboard, but soon was fished out. As the commotion subsided, 2 other sounds were conspicuous by their absence. The wind had died, and the flagship's engines had stopped. An odd, portentous hush settled over Monrovia. Patton hitched up his whipcord breeches and straightened his blouse. He had dozed off after inviting the ship's chaplain in for a final prayer. Strange dreams had troubled his sleep, of a black kitten and then of many cats spitting at him. "We may feel anxious," he scribbled in his diary, "but I trust the Italians are scared to death. God has again helped me. I hope he keeps on." He found Hewitt on the bridge. The quarter moon had set shortly after midnight, but stars threw down spears of light, and the fleet stood in black silhouette against the gray horizon. Commander Steer had been right, again. The wind had ebbed to below 10 knots. There was good visibility and a moderate swell. Monrovia's radar had detected the Sicilian coast at 22,000 yards, 13 miles. Then several destroyers knifed forward until they spotted blue lights flashing seaward from a scattered school of British submarines. With doughty Rule Britannia names like Unruffled and Unseen and Unrivaled, The subs had been lurking off the coast for 2 days to serve as beacons, guiding the invasion convoys to their proper beaches. The skipper of the submarine HMS Seraph later recalled, "As far as my night glasses could carry, I saw hundreds of ships following in orderly fashion, each keeping its appointed station." Monrovia and her sisters dropped anchor in 50 fathoms, 6 miles from the coast, on station and on time. Hewitt also had been right, again. The Husky commanders intended to land the equivalent of 67 assault battalions, each with approximately 800 men, on 26 beaches along 105 miles of coastline. The British beaches chosen for General Bernard L. Montgomery's 8th Army lay to the east, from Cape Passero on the island's southeast tip, up through the Gulf of Noto almost to Syracuse. Hewitt's armada had split near Malta into 3 prongs, which would land the 3 assault divisions in Patton's 7th Army along a 40-mile crescent on the Gulf of Gela. Farthest west, the 3rd Division now lay off Licata. Farthest east, and closest to the British, the 45th Division lay off Scogliti. In the center, with Monrovia, the 1st Division prepared to seize Gela. The objective for each division was the Yellow Line, a notional demarcation 10 to 30 miles inland that would push enemy artillery beyond range of captured coastal airfields. Patton estimated it would take 5 days for his army to reach the Yellow Line. Beyond that, he had no orders. "You will find the Mediterranean still choppy," a lieutenant advised over the ANCON's PA system, "but compared to what it was only a short time back, as quiet as if God had put his hand on it." Lights below burned blue or red to enhance night vision. GIs wrapped their dog tags in black friction tape to prevent rattling. Some prayed or hurriedly scratched the letters they had meant to write earlier. They had reached the victim coast of Sicily, a soldier in the 45th Division told his father. A naval officer transporting the same unit described wild Indians still playing poker and sharpening knives, betting on who'll get the 1st Battalion. One officer on the Biscayne weather deck later wrote, "The fellow standing next to me was breathing so hard I couldn't hear the anchor go down. Then I realized there wasn't anybody standing next to me." "Land the landing force." The order echoed down the chains of command east and west. "Aye, aye, land the landing force." Soldiers in the British 50th Division shuffled single file, company by company, from the dim hold to the assembly deck on Winchester Castle. "Do you hear there? Serial 1, to your boat stations, move now," an amplified voice called on Derbyshire. "Serial 2, stand by." A soldier in the Canadian 1st Division, Farley Mowat, heard clattering steam winches lower the landing craft. On deck, each man gripped the web belt of the man ahead. The dim glow of blue-hooded flashlights gave a brief and charnel illumination. The swell in the American sector was more exposed to the westerly wind. Helmsmen maneuvered their ships to form a lee, lowering boats first on the sheltered side, then coming about to shelter and lower the other side. Troughs swallowed the vessels anyway. The rocking of the small landing craft was totally unlike anything we had experienced on the ship, wrote the journalist Jack Belden, who had shipped aboard the Barnett. It pitched, rolled, swayed, bucked, jerked from side to side, spanked up and down. Confused coxswains, no less seasick than the soldiers, shouted to one another, "Are you the second wave?" Most craft lacked seats or thwarts, forcing troops to sit on metal decks awash in seawater and vomit. Somehow the cockleshell flotillas took shape. Boat crews stood ready with mallets to hammer wooden plugs into any bullet holes. Minesweepers worked the approaches, but no one knew whether the shallows would be clear. Coxswains were advised that if the boat in front blew up, they should steer through the water rather than shy off, because the blown boat has made that water safe. By 2 a.m., the first waves had turned toward shore, using the burning wheat straw as a beacon or following compass headings. Gunboats with blue lights stood in toward shore, hailing the first waves. "Straight ahead, look out for mines. Good luck." Now the Navy guns opened up, their concussive booms and smoke rings carrying on the wind. Shells glowed cherry red against the starlight. In graceful arcs they floated over the puttering boats before splattering in sprays of white and gold on the distant shore. Coxswains steered by the shells, but soldiers instinctively slumped in their vessels, peering over the gunwales. Major General John P. Lucas, dispatched by Eisenhower as an observer of Husky, watched the spectacle from Monrovia's bridge with Hewitt and Patton, then confided a small, filthy secret to his diary. War, with all its terror and dirt and destruction, is at times the most beautiful phenomenon in the world. Chapter 2. The Burning Shore. Land of the Cyclops. Few Sicilian towns claim greater antiquity than Gela, where the center of the American assault was to fall. Founded on a limestone hillock by Greek colonists from Rhodes and Crete in 688 BC, Gela had since endured the usual Mediterranean calamities, including betrayal, pillage, and, in 311 BC, the butchery of 5,000 citizens by a rival warlord. The ruins of sanctuaries and shrines dotted the modern town of 32,000, along with tombs ranging in vintage from Bronze Age to Hellenistic and Byzantine. The fecund Geloan fields, as Virgil called them in the Aeneid, grew oleanders, palms, and Saracen olives. Aeschylus, the father of Attic drama, had spent his last years in Gela writing about fate, revenge, and love gone bad in the Oresteia. Legend held that the playwright had been killed here when an eagle dropped a tortoise on his bald skull. Patton planned a different sort of airborne attack by his invasion vanguard. On the night of July 9th and 10th, more than 3,000 paratroopers in 4 battalions were to parachute onto several vital road junctions outside Gela to forestall Axis counterattacks against the 1st Division landing beaches. Leading this assault was the dashing Colonel James Maurice Gavin, who at 36 was on his way to becoming the Army's youngest major general since the Civil War. Born in Brooklyn to Irish immigrants and orphaned as a child, Gavin had been raised hard-scrabble by foster parents in the Pennsylvania coalfields. Joining the Army at 17, he wangled an appointment to West Point, where his cadetship was undistinguished. As a young officer, he washed out of flight school. The superior's evaluation as recently as 1941 concluded, "This officer does not seem especially fitted to be a paratrooper." Ascetic and fearless, with a magnetism for attractive women, Jim Gavin was in fact born to go to the sound of the guns. He could jump higher, shout louder, spit farther, and fight harder than any man I ever saw, one subordinate said. His 505th Parachute Infantry Regiment, part of the 82nd Airborne Division, had staged in central Tunisia. Gavin harbored private misgivings about the Sicilian mission. "Many lives will be lost in a few hours," he wrote, "and with good reason. The amateurish Allied parachute operations in North Africa had been marred by misfortune and miscalculation. No large-scale night combat jump had ever been attempted, and so many injuries had plagued the division in Tunisia that training was curtailed. Much of the Husky planning had been done by officers who had no airborne expertise and whose notions were suffused with fantasy. Transport pilots had little experience at night navigation, but to avoid flying over trigger-happy gunners in the Allied fleets, the planes, staying low to evade Axis radar, would have to make 3 dogleg turns over open water in the dark. Airborne units had yet to figure out how to drop a load heavier than 300 pounds, much less a howitzer or a jeep. Still, the ranks generally agreed that training proficiency had reached the stage where the mission was in the bag, wrote one Army Air Forces officer, who later acknowledged possible over-optimism. At about the time that Hewitt's fleet neared Malta, Gavin and his men had clambered aboard 226 C-47 Dakotas near Kairouan. Faces blackened with burnt cork, each soldier wore a U.S. flag on the right sleeve and a white cloth knotted on the left as a nighttime recognition signal. Parachutes occupied the C-47 seats. The 16 troopers in each stick sat on the fuselage floor, practicing the invasion challenge and password, George, Marshall. Dysentery tormented the regiment, and men struggled with their gear and Mae West life vests to squat over honeypots placed around the aircraft bays. Medics distributed Benzedrine to the officers, morphine syrettes to everyone. As the first planes began to taxi, churning up dust clouds so thick that some pilots had to take off by instrument, a weatherman appeared at Gavin's aircraft to affirm Commander Steer's prediction of lingering high winds aloft. "Colonel Gavin? Is Colonel Gavin here? I was told to tell you that the wind is going to be 35 miles an hour, west to east," he said. "They thought you'd want to know." 15 was considered the maximum velocity for safe jumping. The slivered moon cast little light, and at 500 feet, salt spray on the cockpit windows further cut visibility. Men dozed in the blacked-out planes during the 3-hour flight, unaware that the gale had quickly deranged the formations. Some pilots found the critical turn to the north at Malta. Most did not. Soon the central Mediterranean was swarming with lost aircraft as crews tried to dead-reckon their way north. Nearly all found Sicily, or at least some corner of it. Pilot Willis Mitchell spied Malta and turned accordingly, only to approach the drop zone north of Gela without 30 of the 39 planes that were supposed to be behind him. Leveling off at 800 feet, Mitchell flipped on the green jump light. More than 100 paratroopers from the bob-tailed formation landed within 2 miles of the drop zone, but badly scattered and hobbled with jump injuries. Smoke and dust from earlier bombing obscured key landmarks and further befuddled the navigators. Some mistook Syracuse for Gela, 50 miles to the west. Machine gun and anti-aircraft fire ripped through the formations and the descending paratroopers, killing some before they hit the ground. Plane number 4232922 collided with its flight leader above the beach. With his right elevator gone, the pilot, George Mertz, wobbled back out to sea and ditched 500 yards off Scoliti. Crewmen and soldiers lashed their life rafts together and paddled ashore to hide in the dunes. Jim Gavin's Dakota also tacked north after missing Malta, eventually crossing an unidentified coast on an unidentified landmass shortly after midnight. A red light flashed in the bay. "Stand up and hook up," Gavin ordered. Braced in the open doorway, he recognized nothing in the dark terrain below. A pearly stream of machine gun tracers drifted up. The green light flashed, and Gavin leaped into the slipstream. After landing hard and slipping off his harness, he managed to round up 5 comrades. For hours they stumbled through the darkness, whispering "George" and straining for "Marshall," until the distant grumble of naval gunfire just before dawn confirmed that they were at least on the proper island. Gavin eventually discerned that he was south of Vittoria, 30 miles from Gela. Although Troop Carrier Command claimed that 80% of the paratroopers had jumped onto the proper drop zones, even the Army Air Forces disputed that as a prodigious overestimate. In fact, fewer than 1 in 6 had landed anywhere close to where they were supposed to land. More than 3,400 paratroopers were scattered across southeastern Sicily, as much as 65 miles off target. Some had jumped into the British sector, where, because no one had thought to impose identical passwords on the entire invasion force, they were greeted with gunfire. 8 planes were lost, none apparently to enemy fire, and the regiment's 3-day casualty total would reach 350, a literal decimation. Certainly they wreaked havoc, slashing telephone wires, ambushing couriers, and causing the panicky Italians to inflate their numbers. They improvised, as paratroopers must. Captain Edwin M. Sayre, a company commander, mustered 45 men to attack pillboxes near Nishemi, with mortar, bazooka, and rifle grenade fire. 50 enemy soldiers were captured, along with 20 machine guns and 500,000 rounds of ammunition. The operation, in Gavin's assessment, was self-adjusting, a SAFU, as well as a TARFU, things are really fucked up, and a JAFU, joint Anglo-American fuck-up. Still, only 425 paratroopers had landed in front of the 1st Division, and only 200 now occupied the vital high ground at Piano Lupo, as a screen for the vulnerable units landing at Gela. As paratroopers blundered hither and yon, the force they were intended to shield swept into the shallows off Gela. The 1st Division, bolstered by 2 Ranger battalions, closed on 6 beaches along a 5-mile front shortly after 3 a.m. Their objective beyond seizing the town was the capture of Ponte Olivo airfield on Virgil's Geloan Plain. Calamity struck quickly. Hardly had the strains of American Patrol faded when a Ranger lieutenant and 16 of his men vaulted from their landing craft as it ground with a gritty jolt onto a sandbar. Unaware of the runnel and dead-weighted with 82 pounds of kit each, they sank to the bottom of the Mediterranean. Other men from the 1st Division dropped their life preservers into the forward hold, as instructed by a landing craft skipper, who assured them the water was only hip-deep. Scurrying down the dropped ramp, they too sank and drowned. The first Americans waded onto the beaches at 3:35 a.m. on Saturday, July 10th, 50 minutes behind Patton's schedule. With a vicious pop, a mine tore open the chest of a Ranger company commander. "I could see his heart beating," said his first sergeant, Randall Harris. He turned to me and said, "I've had it, Harry," then collapsed and died. Harris dashed forward only to have another mine shred his abdomen and legs. After flicking grenades into a line of pillboxes, he sprinkled sulfa powder on his protruding intestines, cinched his web belt to keep the innards in, and wandered down to the beach to find a medic. Harris would win a battlefield commission and the Distinguished Service Cross for gallantry. If stunned by the Allied invasion, the defenders appeared unsurprised. With a great roar and a shower of masonry, Italian demolitionists blew up a long segment of the 1,000-foot Gela pier. Italian gunners trained their fire on the 26th Infantry as the first wave closed to within 100 yards of shore. The water jumped and heaved under the lashing bullets. Soldiers sheltered behind the LCT splinter plates and anchor winches, narrowing their shoulders and elbowing one another as rounds sang overhead or pinged off the hull. Shouts and curses swept the beaches, swallowed by gunfire. Sappers chopped at the barbed wire with long-handled snips, and soldiers fell flat as trip flares bathed the Sicilian shingle in magnesium brilliance. Searchlights swept the waterline, only to draw salvo after salvo from destroyers racing parallel to the shore like angry dogs along a fence. An Italian soldier crept from a pillbox on all fours and ran down the hill, screaming and sobbing. Dawn sluiced the eastern sky before 5 a.m., but daylight only enhanced the chaos. The heavy swell jammed several LST bow ramps, breaking ramp chains and flooding the tank decks. Seamen struggled against the current to assemble the cumbersome pontoon bridges, and a 16th Infantry Battalion, stranded aboard several landing craft that had been snagged on sandbars 30 yards from shore, began to ferry men and weapons to the beach in rubber boats. Nothing in the arsenal of democracy now proved more providential than another new amphibian, a 2.5-ton truck with flotation tanks and twin propellers. Built by General Motors and called the Duck, it was difficult to load, slow in the water, and susceptible to brake damage from salt and sand, but it could carry a rifle platoon or a howitzer and its gun crew from ship to shore, and then make 50 miles per hour on roads. Eisenhower had been issued 1,100 Ducks for Husky. They scuttled through the Gela surf like a flotilla of horseshoe crabs. Mines proved more galling than enemy guns. Rather than miles of good beach frontage, as intelligence reports had suggested, only a few hundred yards proved suitable, and exits through the dunes were sown with teller mines planted a yard apart. Ducks blew up, trucks blew up, 5 Navy bulldozers blew up. With no firefighting equipment at hand, they burned to the axles and blocked the beach exits. Many mine detectors remained buried in cargo holds. Salt spray quickly shorted out those that made it to shore. "Everything on them goes bad," a signal officer complained. Drivers ignored the engineer tape laid to mark cleared lanes. More vehicles blew up. Past the charred ducks and discarded mine detectors, 2 regiments from the 1st Division bulled through the dunes east of Gela. Succeeding waves followed the spoor of abandoned gas masks, blankets, lifebelts, snarled signal wire, and artillery shells packed in black cardboard clover leaves. Gray stone houses with tile roofs stood beside the parched fields beyond the beach. Wheat and barley sheaves lay on threshing floors in the side yards, where beanstalks had been stacked for winter fuel. Grapevines snaked between olive groves, and peach trees were heavy with fruit that hung like red and yellow lamps. The tintinnabulation of sheep bells sounded above the pock, pock, pock of rifle fire. Force X, two of Lieutenant Colonel William O. Darby's Ranger battalions, pushed into Jayla town. Darby, a rugged 32-year-old West Pointer from Arkansas, had proved his worth and that of his 1st Ranger Battalion in Algeria and Tunisia. They were the best damn combat soldiers in Africa, according to Patton, and in consequence the force that spring had tripled in size. El Darbo, as the men called him, would twice reject promotion to full colonel in order to stay with his Rangers. They returned his devotion with a Jody call. "We'll fight an army on a dare. We'll follow Darby anywhere. Darby's Rangers, fightin' Rangers." The fightin' Rangers now fought their way through Jayla. Naval gunfire had shattered houses along the Corniche and ranged through the town, tearing roofs off or blowing in whole streets, a 1st Division soldier recorded. Blue-uniformed Italians from the Livorno Division made a stand at the cathedral. Gunfire echoed through the nave and up the winding tower steps, punctuated by the burst of grenades in the sacristy. Soon bloody bodies carpeted the altar and the front steps, where Sicilian women in black keened over their dead. 2 other redoubts fell quickly: a naval battery on the northwest edge of town, which surrendered after thunderous salvos from the cruiser Savannah, and a barricaded schoolhouse from which 52 Italians surrendered after a brief firefight. A blue column of Livorno prisoners tramped toward the beach, where without evident dismay they wolfed down sea rations and awaited the LST that would carry them away from the war. On Highway 117, 24 tanks from Ponte Olivo airfield clanked toward town through 5-inch fire from the destroyer Shubrick. Several burning hulks soon littered the road, but 10 Italian Renaults reached Jayla. Rangers scampered behind stone walls and along rooftops, firing bazookas, flinging grenades, and dropping blocks of TNT from the ramparts. With a .30 caliber machine gun mounted on his Jeep, Darby hammered away as his driver darted through narrow alleys around the piazza. Seeing his slugs bounce like marbles off the armor plates, Darby raced to the beach, commandeered a 37mm anti-tank gun, split open a box of ammo with an axe, then hurried back into town. His second shot halted a Renault, and he flushed the surviving crew with a thermite grenade laid atop the hatch. As the remaining Italian tanks retreated, Italian infantrymen arrived in parade ground formation west of Jayla. Bracketed with mortar fire, they were cut to ribbons. Survivors fled in disorder. By late morning, Jayla, the town of Aeschylus and Saracen olives, had fallen. Darby pulled an American flag from his pack and tacked it to the front wall of the Fascist Party headquarters. A sergeant from the Bronx strolled the streets, quoting Thomas Paine in Italian. An angry crone cursed from her balcony, but other townfolk, perhaps sensing the strategic direction of the young campaign, huzzaed the invaders with "Viva America!" Civil affairs officers eventually counted 1,300 demolished houses of Jayla's 14,000. They also counted 170 corpses. Jayloans refused to touch the bodies, and prisoners were press-ganged to haul the dead on donkey carts to the cemetery. By noon on July 10th, U.S. patrols were 4 miles inland, well toward the Yellow Line objective. Still, the ranks felt unsettled. The assault, they agreed, had been too easy. The real enemy, those with panzers and coal scuttle helmets, had not yet been met. 15 miles west, it was easier still. The 3rd Infantry Division, bolstered by another Ranger battalion and tanks from the 2nd Armored Division, had appeared in the early morning off the coast at Licata, where the stink of sulfur, asphalt, and fish implied the local delicacies. As the flagship Biscayne dropped anchor just 4 miles off the town breakwater, 5 searchlights from shore swept the sea, quickly fixing the vessel in their beams. All 5 of them, wrote Ernie Pyle, who stood on deck, pinioned us in their white shafts as we sat there. Then one by one the lights blinked out until a single beam still burned, lingering for a moment like the ghost light in a theater, until it, too, was extinguished. Not a shot had been fired. No one was more relieved than the craggy officer standing near Pyle aboard Biscayne. He wore a russet leather jacket, cavalry breeches, high brown boots, a lacquered 2-star helmet, and an expression that married a squint with a scowl. His front incisors were gapped and tobacco-stained. One admirer wrote that his heavy, boned face had been hewn directly out of hard rock. The large, protruding eyes are the outstanding feature. Around his neck he had knotted a paratrooper's white silk escape map of Sicily, which soon would become his much-mimicked trademark. He had a blacksmith's hands and the iron shoulders of a man with a 4-goal polo handicap. His rock-crusher voice derived, so it was said, from swallowing carbolic acid as a child. For the past month he had been painting his vocal cords, inflamed from smoking, with silver nitrate. Many considered him the finest combat commander in the U.S. Army. Major General Lucian K. Truscott, Jr. led the 3rd Division and was charged with protecting 7th Army's far left flank. Now 48, he was embarking on his 2nd invasion, for he had also commanded Patton's left flank in Morocco. Born into a country doctor's family in Texas, Truscott for 6 years had taught in 1- and 2-room schoolhouses in Oklahoma and attended Cleveland Teachers Institute before enlisting in the cavalry. A stern disciplinarian, he had imposed 50-year sentences on soldiers who maimed themselves in North Africa to avoid combat. Lesser miscreants got an application of corncob and turpentine, an aide said. Truscott had learned much in Morocco about the loneliness of the battlefield and the need for physical vigor. Each 3rd Division battalion was required to master the Truscott trot, marching 5 miles in the first hour and 4 miles an hour thereafter for as long as necessary. Nothing revealed more of him than his letters home to Sarah Randolph Truscott, which began, invariably, "Beloved wife." Aboard Biscayne on July 7th, he had written, "Do you remember how you used to get after me for working so hard, and how I answered that I had to be ready, prepare myself, for any responsibility that came to me? I am only sorry that my limitations were such that I could not accomplish more, because responsibilities are certainly falling on me. Your calm confidence in me is always with me, and when doubt falls upon me, as it must on all, that thought soon restores that confidence. I can do only the best I can." At Licata, his best was good enough. A few desultory Italian artillery shells greeted the invaders, who found the beaches unmined. Booby traps on the docks were still in their packing crates. Air attacks proved less intense here than elsewhere on the Husky front. Infantrymen drowned or were gunned down without ever setting foot in Europe, but not many. Biscayne's sisters poured shells into the town. Scorched wadding came raining down on the deck, Pyle reported, and destroyers screened the landing craft with heavy smoke. 10 battalions made shore in an hour with tanks. They soon captured 2,000 Italian soldiers, while many others bolted for the hills in what the Italian High Command called self-demobilization. Dry grass used to camouflage gun batteries caught fire, smoking out the gunners. Others ran from German shepherds trained in Virginia to clear pillboxes and lunge for the throat. Dawn revealed a U.S. flag flapping on a hill above Licata. Troops in olive drab scuttled through town, drawing only smiles from children who made V for victory signs with their upraised arms. At 9:18 a.m., the fleet signaled, "Hold all gunfire. Objective taken." Truscott came ashore by launch at noon. Staff officers scurried about, settling a division command post in the Palazzo La Lumia and cleaning up a new bivouac. No amount of scrubbing could eradicate the reek of sulfur or the millennial grit. Truscott recorded his impressions in another letter to Sarah. "I find this country interesting but distasteful to me," he wrote. "I certainly do not like the accumulated poverty and filth of the ages. Responsibilities are falling on me," he had told her. Licata was but the beginning. Across the Gulf of Gela, the third and final prong of Seventh Army's invasion found the sea on Patton's right flank a more ferocious adversary than enemy soldiers. 12-foot swells and 6-foot surf still bedeviled the convoys bearing the 45th Division to Sicily, where westerly winds chewed at the exposed bight. The destroyers Knight and Tillman laid down white phosphorus naval shells for the first time in combat. The blinding flashes and dense smoke terrified Italian defenders in their pillboxes and gun batteries. Big cruiser shells followed, on a flatter trajectory, 3 at a time, and fires soon danced along the shoreline. The first assault wave hit the wrong beach. From that point, the invasion deteriorated. An 11th-hour transfer to the Pacific of coxswains who had trained on the Chesapeake with the 45th Division now haunted the division. Their callow replacements, overmatched by rough surf, sandbars, and sporadic gunfire, veered this way and that along the coast, shouting across the water for directions to Blue Beach or Yellow 2. At Punta Braccetto, 2 boats in the second wave collided while sheering away from the rocks. 4 sputtering GIs struggled to shore. 38 others drowned. Companies landed far from their designated beaches, and soon battalions, and then finally an entire regiment, the 180th Infantry, had been scattered across a 12-mile swatch of Sicilian shingle. Dozens of landing craft broached or flooded, a most deplorable picture throughout D-Day, the official Army history observed, and soon 200 boats stood stranded on beaches or offshore bars. Landing and unloading operations were as inept as they had been in Morocco, where a sad standard for amphibious incompetence had been set 8 months earlier. Among those coming ashore with the 180th Infantry was a puckish left-hander from New Mexico who had a knack for cartooning and whose impious characters Willie and Joe would soon become the unshaven, bleary-eyed icons of 1,000,000 infantrymen. "My first practical lesson about war came at Sicily," Sergeant Bill Malden later said. "Nobody really knows what he's doing." Still, as D-Day drew to a close, the Americans were ashore on their narrow, littoral crescent. From Licata to Sicily, more than 50,000 U.S. troops and 5,000 vehicles had landed, with more of each waiting offshore for first light on Sunday. Casualties had been modest, and the enemy seemed befuddled. Italian coastal defense units had surrendered in such numbers that Sicilian women lined the sidewalks, jeering as their men shuffled into captivity. Yet neither the prisoner columns nor the stacks of enemy dead awaiting mass burial included many men wearing German field gray. And every GI on Sicily expected that soon the invaders would encounter a more formidable foe. That left the British. Except for the saving grace of calmer seas, all the confusion that bedeviled the Americans in the Gulf of Gela also plagued the 8th Army landings 35 miles away on the island's eastern flank. Commandos came ashore first, crossing the beach where some speculated that Odysseus would have made landfall in Sicily, the land of the high and mighty Cyclops. The Canadian 1st Division anchored the Army's left wing on a 10,000-yard front of the Pachino Peninsula, while the British 51st, 50th, and 5th Divisions beat for the beaches east and north. Landing craft ground ashore in the early light. Voices sang out, "Down door," then, "Sicily, everybody out." Fire from shore batteries proved modest, except, of course, for those it actually struck. 8th Army had prepared for up to 10,000 casualties during the first week of combat on Sicily. In the event, they would sustain only 1,517. But even those who escaped without so much as a sunburn shared a Royal Engineer Corporal's view. We had learned our first lesson, mainly that fate, not the Germans or Italians, was our undiscriminating enemy. With the same callousness as army orders, without fairness or judgment, you and you, dead. The rest of you, on the truck. the loss of irrecoverable hours. If much had gone wrong for the Allies during Husky's first 12 hours, almost nothing had gone right for the Axis defenders. Miscalculation and mischance, those handmaidens of military misfortune, dominated the initial response to the invasion, and irrecoverable hours were thus lost, as a German commander later acknowledged. The Anglo-Americans had a toehold, which soon became a foothold, and dislodging them from the island became more difficult with the arrival of every duck and LST. For weeks, Axis reconnaissance had detected hints of invasion, including the presence of half a dozen hospital ships at Gibraltar on July 1st. Italian pilots eventually counted 16 in the Mediterranean, and the massing of landing craft and gliders in Tunisia. Yet Allied deception efforts for months had kept Axis intelligence off balance and befuddled. The British, for example, had created a fictional 12th Army, supposedly based in Cairo, with the notional mission of invading the Balkans through Greece in the early summer of 1943. 6 immobile and badly armed Italian coastal divisions now guarded the Sicilian shore, backed by 4 Italian infantry divisions positioned inland with 2 capable German units, the 15th Panzer Grenadier Division in western Sicily and the Hermann Göring Panzer Division in the east. The first unequivocal alert had been issued on Sicily at 6:40 on Friday evening, July 9th. Allied bombs had shattered the rudimentary Sicilian telephone system, so some units got the word, but others did not. A few Italian commanders, presuming that no fool would attack in such foul weather, went to bed. Little was expected from the Sicilian coastal divisions, and that expectation was fully met. Training had recently been reduced because of footwear shortages, and Italian coast artillery was limited to the pea-shooter range of 9,000 yards, further impaired by morning glare that blinded defenders facing south and east. The Syracuse garrison commander was killed in the invasion's first minutes, and his skittish counterpart in Augusta spiked his guns without a fight. Italian foot soldiers surrendered by the thousands, or peeled off their uniforms and melted into the refugee hordes streaming inland. The German response in those first hours, if less timid, was hardly impressive. Sicilian communications were so crude that the commander of the Hermann Göring Division first learned that he was under attack in a radio alert from Frascati, the German headquarters near Rome. Orders to subordinate commanders proved tardy or contradictory. Efforts to fling 17 big Tiger tanks into the fight near Gela on Saturday were beset by mechanical breakdowns, poor leadership, naval gunfire, and the difficulty of picking a path through the olive groves. Fantasy prevailed over hard fact. Comando Supremo, the Italian High Command in Rome, announced at noon on July 10th that the Gela and Licata landings were almost cleaned up. Some Anglo-American troops were even said to have re-embarked in their amphibious contrivances. A subsequent dispatch from Rome asserted that the enemy is still actively landing, but he is constantly in crisis. Such fairy tales did not deceive the man who would ultimately direct the defense of Sicily. For now he remained at his Frascati headquarters, sifting through the fragmentary reports, rumors, and mendacities arriving from the island. But his tactical influence could already be felt on the young campaign, as well as his unquenchable optimism and a gift for battlefield improvisation. The Allies knew Field Marshal Albert Kesselring all too well. As the senior German commander in the Mediterranean, in effect Eisenhower's counterpart, Kesselring had thwarted a quick Allied victory in Tunisia, fought the Anglo-Americans to a bloody draw for months, then dodged both capture and recrimination when Hitler's no-retreat decree consigned Axis forces in Africa to destruction. Kesselring was loyal to Hitler as Germany's savior from chaos, and he had long found it possible to ignore the less pleasing things in the Nazi regime. Hitler repaid the loyalty with a field marshal's baton, which an aide carried in a zippered leather case. Now 57, he had a face full of flashing teeth, which expressed both his Bavarian bonhomie and the nickname, Smiling Albert, coined by his soldiers. Kesselring is a colossal optimist, Hitler had said on May 20th, and we must take care that this optimism does not blind him. An artilleryman who in mid-career had learned to fly and transferred to the Luftwaffe, he had a knack for the narrow escape, demonstrated most recently during an Allied bombing raid on Marsala in May that killed 2 staff officers. Kesselring fled the upper floor of a shattered building by rappelling down a rope to the street, badly skinning his palms. For 6 months he had pondered how to defend southern Europe, and for 6 weeks he had believed that the next Allied blow would likely fall on Sicily. Kesselring's overarching strategic concept involved keeping the war as far from the fatherland as possible for as long as possible. As an airman, he had a vivid understanding of what Allied possession of bomber bases in Italy would mean for Munich, Vienna, and Berlin. Unlike many German generals, including his rival, Erwin Rommel, he considered all of Italy defensible if the Italians would fight. Kesselring believed they would, although his Italophilia was tempered with sardonic disdain. "The Italian is easily contented," Kesselring said. "He actually has only 3 fashionable passions: coffee, cigarettes, and women." As for the Italian man-of-arms, he was not a soldier from within. Kesselring in late spring had dismissed Sicilian defenses as pretty sugar pastry, but reports on July 10th that entire Italian divisions were evaporating disheartened even the colossal optimist. If Allied forces also landed in Calabria, on the toe of the Italian boot, Sicily could become a mousetrap, with the result that another Axis army would be annihilated. To forestall this calamity, Kesselring realized, German forces on the island must strike before Allied troops consolidated their beachheads. The 15th Panzer Grenadier Division was too far west to attack quickly, because the Field Marshal, against Italian advice, had just shifted the Grenadiers across 155 miles of bad roads to meet landings in western Sicily that now seemed unlikely. That left the Hermann Göring panzers to take the fight to the enemy. Badly mauled in Tunisia, the division had been hurriedly rebuilt and now mustered 9,000 combat troops with 90 Mark III and Mark IV tanks, in addition to the 17 Mark VI Tigers. From Frascati, Kesselring dictated an order to the division commander, General Paul Conrad: counterattack Gela at first light on Sunday, July 11th, and drive the invaders into the sea. Herr Feldmarschall, Conrad had told Kesselring, immediate advance on the enemy is my strength. Brigadier General Theodore Roosevelt, Jr., son of the former president and assistant commander of the 1st Division, had insisted on splashing ashore in Gela with the first assault wave from the USS Barnett. On Beach Green 2, before dawn on Saturday, he sent a heartening dispatch back to the ship. The Romans are fleeing inland, then spent the rest of the day helping the 1st Division make land behind him. As the sun rose and concussion waves from the naval guns shimmered across the sea, Roosevelt scuttled about on his stubby, puttee-wrapped legs with the twinkling walk of a sandpiper on the beach. He wore no tie and often no helmet, and his rumpled uniform fit him like an olive-drab sack. Despite congenitally weak vision, Roosevelt often disdained eyeglasses, and more than once he had given a tactical briefing with a map tacked upside down by practical jokers on the division staff. A bum knee and a rheumatic hip forced him to carry a cane, which he wielded as if it were a rapier, slicing the air and pointing at exits through the dunes. Rarely did he speak at any volume lower than a bellow, and now in his foghorn voice he roared again and again, "Get into the battle!" Ted Roosevelt is perhaps the only man I've ever met who was born to combat, wrote the veteran war correspondent Quentin Reynolds. And soon after returning to active duty in 1941, Roosevelt became the division's assistant commander. "Whenever you write a message, remember you're writing it for a damn fool," he advised junior officers. "Keep it clear and simple." Troops adored his bluff pugnacity. A 26th Infantry medic recalled, "When he got up to leave, we willingly got up and saluted." In the Tunisian campaign, he again demonstrated extraordinary valor, winning the Distinguished Service Cross at the Battle of El Ghoutar. Patton in his diary in late June deemed Roosevelt, now 55, Weak on discipline and training, but a fine battle leader. There are too few. That he was weak on discipline was hard to dispute, and in that deficiency lay controversy and consternation. When another general complained that Roosevelt and the 1st Division commander, Major General Terry Allen, seemed to think the United States Army consists of the 1st Division and 11 million replacements, Roosevelt quipped, "Well, doesn't it?" In Tunisia, he told the troops, "Once we've licked the Boche, we'll go back to Iran and beat up every MP in town." The division's return to Algeria after the Tunisian campaign had indeed left a trail of looted wine shops and outraged mayors. Some troops fired at Arab peasants from troop-trained boxcars just to see them jump, admitted a 26th Infantry soldier, who added, "Too much vino, too cocky, and too much steam to blow off. We just plain didn't give a damn for anyone or anything." Just after dawn on Sunday, July 11th, Roosevelt drove in his Jeep, Rough Rider, from the division command post in a lemon grove beyond Beach Green 2 to the 26th Infantry sector east of Gela. The mild Sabbath morning kissed the vineyards and orchards of the plain, which stretched north for 8 miles to a crown of low hills beyond Ponte Olivo airfield. The division, since first light, had been making for those hills on a 6-mile front. The 26th Infantry up Highway 117 on the left, and the 16th Infantry on the right up Highway 115 and the gravel road to Nisemi. Roosevelt hopped out of the Jeep and hurried to the regimental radios clustered beneath a camouflage net. Reports from the lead battalions were fragmented and unnerving. Advancing U.S. infantrymen had smacked into advancing Axis tanks. German panzers were driving south from Ponte Olivo, southwest from Nisemi, and west from Biscari. Italian troops from the Livorno Division had massed farther west for an attack on Gela. At 6:40 a.m., at least a dozen German tanks swept past the pinned-down 3rd Battalion of the 26th Infantry on Highway 117, midway between Gela and Ponte Olivo. Swerving southeast across the wheat fields, the panzers were rolling toward the landing beaches. Through his field glasses, Roosevelt squinted at the amber dust boiling on the northern horizon. A pair of Mark IV tanks with gray camouflage splotches bolted cross-country at top speed in an attempt to draw fire. To one officer, they resembled setters trying to flush quail. Other panzers worked the subtle folds and creases in the plain. Muzzle flashes stabbed the dust. Soon the morning air thickened with shouts and cackling machine guns and the scarlet gash of tank fire. Shortly before 7 a.m., Roosevelt rang the 1st Division command post on the field phone. "The 26th on our left has had a tank attack. Don't know how bad as yet," he told a staff officer. "Let me speak to General Allen." Upon hearing Allen's voice, Roosevelt wasted no time. "Terry, look. The situation is not very comfortable out here. The 3rd Battalion has been attacked by tanks and has been penetrated. The 2nd Battalion is in support, but that is not enough. No anti-tank protection. If we could get that company of medium tanks, it sure would help." Each battle report seemed more dire than the last. Panzers had infiltrated the rear of the 3rd Battalion, firing into foxholes and trenches. Low on bazooka and mortar rounds, the American rifle platoons leapfrogged south, pulling back 3 miles to the outskirts of Gela. "The 26th here is catching hell," Roosevelt told a division staff officer shortly after 8 a.m. "What about a company of medium tanks? Not unloaded yet? God damn it, I'll come and pull those tanks out myself. We don't want them tomorrow." An hour later, he told Allen, "Situation not so good." Between phone calls, he stumped about with his gamecock gait, brandishing his cane to rally the riflemen in their holes. "These guys can't hit me. They've been trying through 2 world wars. And if they can't hit an old grandfather like me, they surely can't hurt you," he barked. "Do you know who those bastards are? The Hermann Goering Division. We beat their asses in North Africa, and we're going to do it again." Later, he would tell his wife, Eleanor, the old man can still fight. In the lemon grove near Beach Green 2, the 1st Division command post was identifiable only by a small sign, "Danger Forward," and the radio antennas poking out from behind a stone wall. Here another old soldier also had his blood up. He was saddle-nosed and leathery, and deep pleats framed his brown eyes. Gray flecked the blue-black hair that bristled beneath his helmet rim, and he walked, one observer wrote, with the slightly rolling gait of a man who had spent a great deal of time on horseback. Like Ted Roosevelt, he had been annealed in the Great War. A bullet through the face in the Argonne had perforated both cheeks and at times still caused him to emit a curious, leaky tire hiss. Like Ted Roosevelt, he also cherished the Big Red One, with that unconditional loyalty unique to comrades. Their rivalry for the division's affections had contributed little to good order and discipline. Yet neither order nor discipline had ever loomed large for Terry de la Mesa Allen. Before flunking out of West Point, he had amassed demerits for tardiness, bathing at midnight, yawning in class, yelling during a fire drill, and breaking ranks to pet a dog. As a young officer, he loved horses, women, dancing, and drinking, and as a major he graduated at the bottom of the staff college class, in which a certain Major Eisenhower finished at the very top. Yet he knew how to fight, and he knew how to lead, and the Army valued both enough to make Allen the first among his former West Point classmates to wear a general's stars. Now he wore a pair, the insignia of a major general. The soldier's greatest nightmare is to think he is being sent up to death foolishly, an aide later wrote. Men didn't feel that way under Allen. A devout Roman Catholic, he regretted missing Mass on this eventful Sunday morning, but he had privately prayed, as he always prayed before battle, for the souls of his men. As for generalship, he believed that tactics are 9/10 audacity, and his favorite military adages had a primitive simplicity. Find 'em, fix 'em, and fight 'em, for example, and you win or die. Allen's political philosophy was no more sophisticated. It's crazy, this war, he said with a shrug. In June, he advised his men, do your job. We don't want heroes, dead heroes. We're not out for glory. We're here to do a dirty, stinking job. At the same time, he wrote his young wife, Mary Fran, I feel sure that my luck will continue to hold in the future. That luck had been sorely tested already this morning. Couriers dashed in and out of the grove, wrote the reporter Don Whitehead. Field telephones rang and men shouted into radios, shells whined over. An agitated staff officer appeared and Allen said, Don't tell me, I can guess. They've attacked from the east and west. The officer nodded. On the division's right flank, the 16th Infantry was even more deeply embattled than the 26th Infantry on the left. The 16th Regiment's 2nd Battalion held for 2 hours against 40 panzers at Abio Priolo on the Nesemi Road before at least 2 companies broke, shoving past officers trying to stop them. The men felt utterly frustrated because they had nothing with which to fight the tanks. Some of them were crying, a captain reported. By late morning, the survivors had dug in under scorching fire along a ridge at Piano Lupo, where their advance had begun at midnight. Hell, let's not wait for them to attack us. Let's attack them first, a lieutenant said, then fell dead with a bullet in the head. At 10:10 a.m., the 3rd Battalion reported 30 panzers northeast of the Gela-Nesemi Road junction, before adding, We are in heavy conflict with tanks. By now the regiment had lost 6 of 9 anti-tank guns, and 2 battalion commanders had been badly wounded. Officers were reduced to sniping at observation slits with their .45 caliber pistols. The few artillery tubes ashore had begun firing furiously at 9 a.m., with powder charge 5 for a range of 6,000 yards. By 10:30, as retreating riflemen streamed past, the gunners had cut their powder to charge 1 for targets less than a mile away. Situation critical. We are being overrun by tanks, the 16th Infantry commander told Allen. We have no idea what is going on to the east of us. Allen climbed to the crest of a dune behind the command post, cheeks hissing, a map tucked under his arm. The plain, an artilleryman later wrote, was a mass of bursting shells, burning tanks, and confusion. Behind Allen, the beach was hardly more orderly. Italian dive bombers had struck the roadstead at dawn. Since then, scarcely half an hour had passed without another Axis air attack. Of Allen's 10 requests for air support missions on Saturday and Sunday, only one was met. Allied fighters, flying from North Africa and Pantelleria Island, were too busy protecting the fleet. Patton had ordered his floating reserve ashore early that morning, but the 4 18th Infantry battalions landed with little more than they could carry. Some heavy weapons mistakenly landed in the 45th Division zone to the southeast, forcing the gun crews to plod for miles up the shingle. Anti-tank guns for the 26th Infantry were lost when LST-313 took an Axis bomb in the tank deck and burned to the keel. 2 1st Division signal trucks had also been destroyed, including one carrying 30 miles of phone wire, and a third, full of radio equipment, lay in 7 feet of water. The Gela beaches remained so crowded that several dozen landing craft circled offshore or returned to their mother ships, unable to penetrate the broached vessels and supply crates heaped along the water's edge. Mortarmen borrowed fishing dinghies to row their ammunition ashore. "I want tanks, and I don't give a damn where they come from," Allen said. More than 60 M4 Shermans would make land on July 11th, but only a platoon, 4 tanks, made it beyond the dunes and into the battle on Sunday morning. Allen could hardly have dared to hope that comparable woes afflicted General Conrad at the Hermann Göring command post in Priolo, but they did. On the German left, grenadiers attacking from Biscari had blundered about in the dark, then lost their regimental commander, who left his post to explain himself to Conrad, only to be relieved and court-martialed. The leaderless troops panicked and pelted back toward Biscari before officers finally brought them to heel on the north bank of the Acate River. This deficient inner cohesion, as a German staff officer put it, exposed the German left wing and forced the panzers to advance without enough infantry to chivvy the American riflemen from their knolls and gullies. Conrad had no inkling what the Italians were doing on his right. In fact, the Livorno Division had been ordered by the Italian High Command to attack Gela with utmost determination, though no one thought to tell the Germans. The Axis front by midday stretched on an 18-mile arc, without coordination or coherence. No matter. Comando Supremo in Rome announced that Gela had been recaptured and that the Americans were returning to their ships. From his sandy perch above the lemons and the panoramic chaos, Allen knew that to be untrue, but he also knew that it could be true if the tide did not turn soon. As he watched the panzers edge closer to the beach, a mob of 18th Infantry soldiers scampered back through the dunes. They are carrying armloads of blankets, shovels, binoculars, and weapons in what seems like complete disorder, an 18th Infantry lieutenant reported. A staff officer asked Allen whether other troops should also retreat. "Hell no," Allen replied. "We haven't begun to fight. They haven't overrun our artillery yet." Patton came ashore on Whiskey Knoll near Gela at 9:30 Sunday morning, wading the last few yards from Hewitt's borrowed barge in thigh-deep water. Timing his own pulse, he was disgusted to find it slightly elevated. "You'd better come now," he had called to a reporter on Monrovia, "or my men will have killed all the bastards." Slapping a leather swagger stick in his palm, he looked beautiful and battle-fevered in boots and whipcords, the reporter noted. Binoculars and a camera hung from his neck, and in place of his trademark pair of pistols, a single Colt Peacemaker .45 hugged his hip. Crossing the beach, Patton studied a pair of mine-wrecked ducks as several German shells exploded in the water 30 yards from shore. "Get your asses off this beach," he yelled at loitering soldiers in his odd, high-pitched voice, "and go kill those Kraut bastards." Aides stripped the waterproofing from his scout car and unfurled a 3-star flag on the bumper. Patton intended to drive 3 miles east on Highway 115, now known as Adolph's Alley, to see Allen at Danger Forward. But the U.S. flag Darby had tacked onto the Fascist Party headquarters in Gela caught his eye, and he swerved into town. Darby was off in the killing field somewhere, but the rooftop offered Patton an Olympian view. Dust and gray smoke smeared the landscape north and east of town. German tanks pushing past the 26th Infantry on the eastern edge of Highway 117 had crossed the shallow Gela River to menace Adolph's Alley and Allen's Sanctuary. Italian tanks west of the highway had nosed within a mile of Gela. Patton shouted to a naval ensign with a walkie-talkie in the street below, "Hey, you with the radio. If you can connect with your goddamn Navy, tell them for God's sake to drop some shell fire on the road." Minutes later, 38 shells from the cruiser Boise rushed over the rooftops. Explosions blossomed among the Italian tanks, and a syncopated thunder rolled across town. More blossoms opened, this time from white phosphorus mortar shells falling among enemy infantrymen. The burning fragments, Patton noted, seemed to make them quite crazy as they rushed out of the ravine, shrilling like dervishes with their hands over their heads. If the Italians had been stopped, the Germans had not, and by midday Terry Allen's right wing faced obliteration. German infiltrators menaced the flank of the lemon grove, where the stink of cordite commingled with the citrus. Panzer fire had begun sweeping the beaches, causing casualties and consternation. German tanks near Santa Spina controlled Highway 115 and stood barely a mile from the waterline. Landing craft had taken fire, and enemy troops threatened the 26th Infantry supply dumps only 700 yards inland. Riflemen pried up slabs of dried mud to build pathetic adobe parapets. On the beach, a naval officer struck a heroic pose, shouting, "To arms! To arms!" Men burned both personal and official papers, including maps, and a radar set was blown up for fear of capture. Crouched in a trench at the aptly named Danger Forward, Allen, bleary-eyed and gray with fatigue, sifted through battle reports and pleaded for more firepower. Firepower arrived, and with it salvation. 4 artillery battalions with a dozen guns each, as well as the platoon of Sherman tanks and half a dozen cannon and anti-tank companies, finally trundled across the beach and into the dunes. "There's plenty of good hunting up there," the 1st Division Artillery Chief, Brigadier General Clift Andrus, told the arriving gunners. Smoking his pipe and polishing his spectacles, Andrus, a Cornell University civil engineer, known to the troops as Mr. Chips, evinced the same sang-froid he had displayed at Kasserine Pass and El Guitar. Strolling from battery to battery, he pointed at targets with his walking stick and ordered the gunners to try ricochet fire, which had proved especially lethal to enemy foot soldiers in Tunisia. Then, above the whine of artillery shells, came the locomotive shriek of Boise's shells, 15 6-inch airbursts every 6 seconds, ripping up wheat fields and vineyards and Germans alike. She nearly sat on the beach, edging to within 3,000 yards of the waterline, as leadsmen took soundings in the chains. Another cruiser, USS Savannah, joined the barrage, along with 4 destroyers that drew even closer at 1,200 yards. German tanks began to burn, first 2, then 6, then a dozen and more. U.S. infantrymen heard trapped crews screaming half a mile away until the ammunition cooked off and the screaming stopped. At 2 p.m., Conrad called off the attack. Panzers pulled back, slowly at first, then gathering speed when the naval shells thickened until they were rushing to the rear as if the landscape had somehow tipped northward. At 4 p.m., the Hermann Goering Division headquarters reported, "The counterattack against the hostile landings has failed." Terry Allen urged his exhausted troops to sock the hell out of those damned heinies before they can get set to hit us again. As for the day's events, the twinkle returned to his red-rimmed eyes. The situation could have been critical, he told Don Whitehead. As it was merely embarrassing. 2 Axis divisions had been repulsed and were now skulking off into the Sicilian hinterland. On the 7th Army left, Truscott's 3rd Division was pushing inland. On the right, paratrooper Gavin repulsed a sizable armor and infantry force at Piazza Ridge. As for casualties, Andrus counted 43 enemy tanks destroyed, including 6 by bazooka, a figure similar to a tally by the Hermann Goering Division. Conrad reported 630 men killed or wounded in the first 3 days of Husky. 10 of 17 Tigers had been knocked out. American casualties in the Sunday counterattack totaled 331. After 2 days of fighting, 7th Army reported 175 dead, 665 wounded, and nearly 2,600 missing, most of whom were in fact lost. Nearly 9,000 prisoners had been bagged, almost exclusively Italians. Once again, horse carts hauled dead civilians to a mass grave outside Gela. The dark world is not far from us. They pressed inland on their 100-mile front, past Sicilians shouting "Viva Babe Ruth" or "Hurrah, King George," and waving homemade U.S. flags with too many stripes and too few stars. The July heat came on, and they knotted bandanas across their noses, marching invisible from the waist down because of the dust that beat up as if they were scuffing through flour. By midday, the journalist Alan Moorhead wrote, everything had turned into strident color, red rocks, green vineyards, a blaring cobalt blue in the sky. The troops were less vivid. Sweat and dust blended to coat them with a gray paste. Occasional shells fell about, and they dove for a ditch or at least a dimple in the sun-hammered earth. I put my face in the dirt, one soldier said, and tried to dig deeper with my knees. Jeeps returned from the front with dead soldiers trussed to the hood, threading a path through the columns heaving forward. "Right of way," the drivers bellowed. "Right of way." The living moved aside, looking away as if they were Sicilians avoiding the evil eye. Many troops carried amulets, perhaps a St. Christopher medal or a smooth stone to rub whenever the tracers whizzed past. The novelist John Steinbeck, who had joined the press corps for the invasion, noted a belief that the magic must not be called on too often. The virtue of the piece is not inexhaustible. This atavism, Steinbeck concluded, reflected a reasonable conviction in the ranks that the dark world is not far from us. They tramped through a land as exotic as North Africa, a land of village witches and exorcists, where the sick swallowed powdered amber or drank the dust of St. Rita's bones. Big-wheeled carts clattered on iron rims over the cobblestones. The scenes painted on their sides showed the martyrdom of Christ or cinema stars from the 1920s. Dead enemy soldiers lay by the roads with their arms flung out as if making snow angels. They were hastily buried in graves marked ED, enemy dead. Dead civilians lay about too, some next to painted carts, flipped on their sides with disemboweled donkeys still in the traces to form a death tableau at a 90-degree angle from life. No one was more eager to get inland than the lieutenant general who commanded most of the American troops now in Sicily. Omar Nelson Bradley, who as the Second Corps commander ranked just under Patton, had battled adversity and affliction throughout his 50 years. The early death of his father, the extraction of his teeth after a skating accident, a near-fatal bout of flu, the loss of a stillborn son. For the first 36 hours of the Husky invasion, Bradley's personal trials persisted. Feeling worse than I have ever felt in my life, he had been confined to the USS Ancon after emergency surgery for hemorrhoids, known in the Army as cavalry tonsils. Still in agony and seasick to boot, he eventually came ashore in his command car, cushioned on a life preserver and feeling slightly ridiculous. On Monday morning, July 12th, he set up his headquarters in a sultry grove 3 miles north of Scoliti. Graying since his cadet days, Bradley wore an unadorned field jacket and might have passed as an elderly rifleman lugging his favorite 1903 Springfield rifle. Round, steel-framed GI spectacles magnified his rural manner, wrote the historian Martin Blumenson, and his hayseed expression gave him a homespun look. Journalists and the public found Bradley's demeanor compelling, as unruffled as an Ozark lake on a dead calm day, Life magazine gushed, and his personal story irresistible. The Missouri sodbuster boyhood without running water, the widowed mother, a seamstress, cooking game killed by young Omar, squirrels, quail, rabbit, and big green frogs, the .383 batting average and deadly throwing arm on the West Point baseball squad, the sharpshooter who could hit a pheasant on the fly with a .22 rifle and who eyed German planes overhead as if he were shooting at the number 8 post at Skeet. At Eisenhower's urging, Ernie Pyle would spend several days with Bradley in Sicily, writing a hagiographic 6-part profile that forever sanctified him as the GI General. "He is so damn normal," Pyle wrote. "He has no idiosyncrasies, no superstitions, no hobbies." Perhaps, but he also had depths beyond even Pyle's plumbing. Underneath the mask was a cold and ruthless mind, Martin Blumenson concluded. He was calculative, the adjective appeared in his high school yearbook, and often intolerant. His distaste for the piratical Terry Allen, who considered Bradley a phony Abraham Lincoln, had grown so toxic that he was looking for a chance to sack the 1st Division commander. He also was increasingly disaffected with Patton's flamboyance, his bullheaded tactics, and his penchant for issuing orders directly to the divisions rather than through Bradley. "He's impetuous," Bradley later wrote. "I disliked the way he worked. Thought him a rather shallow commander." Among the most pressing problems facing Second Corps was the flood tide of Italian prisoners. On Sicily, more enemy soldiers were captured in a week than were bagged by the U.S. Army in all of World War I. Some U.S. units were so overwhelmed that they posted signs in Italian, "No prisoners taken here," or advised enemy troops to come back another day. "You can't work up a good hate against soldiers who are surrendering to you so fast you have to take them by appointment," Bill Malden observed. Off they went in the LSTs, herded like livestock but singing as though caged in an aviary. An OSS officer who interrogated a captured Italian machine gun crew reported that Axis officers had spread atrocity tales in a vain effort to halt the defections. "When are you going to start?" one prisoner had asked. "Start what?" The prisoner cringed. "Cutting off our balls." Told that they would not be harmed, the men sobbed in relief. "A queer race, these Italians," a lieutenant wrote his mother. "You'd think we were their deliverers instead of their captors." Chapter 3. An Island Redoubt. Into battle with stout hearts. The command car purred through the thronging soldiers, the big open car with 3 compasses salvaged from crashed Messerschmitts. Heedless of the raised dust, the troops pressed close, not just to snatch at the cigarette packs tossed from the back seat by their commanding general, but for a glimpse of the great man himself. At 147 pounds and just 5'7", even in his chukka boots, General Bernard Law Montgomery offered little to see. A black beret hid his thinning hair, and the khaki shirt, sleeves rolled to the elbows, tail tucked into his baggy shorts, was unadorned but for the 8th Army flashes stitched to both shoulders. The Sicilian sun accented every cusp and serif in his narrow face and made the luminous blue eyes even icier. As he flicked his Egyptian fly whisk, one observer thought him tense as a mousetrap. But when the car stopped and he stood on the seat, his raspy voice carried with the authority of a man accustomed to being heard. "I advise all of you to leave the Ai Tai wine alone. Deadly stuff. Can make you blind, you know." He flicked the swish. "I will make good plans. I wouldn't be here today if I didn't make good plans. The campaign is going well. The German army in Sicily is doomed, absolutely doomed. He won't get away." Tossing out a few more packs of Lucky Strikes and handing lighters to his senior officers, Montgomery waved with both hands and gestured to the driver to move on in search of others to kindle. The men barked and bayed and doffed their soup bowl helmets. He knew they would. If the campaign against the Axis was going well enough, a new front had opened between the British and the Americans. This battle had already hindered the struggle for Sicily and would impinge on Allied amity for the rest of the war. Montgomery was in the middle of the brouhaha, of course. On Tuesday, July 13th, the 8th Army commander had unilaterally ordered his troops to cut across Patton's front and into the American sector on Highway 124, a vital route that ran westward from Syracuse through Vizzini, toward the central Sicilian crossroads town of Enna. Axis resistance had begun to clot south of Catania, so Montgomery chose to divide his army, with one corps butting north along the coast and another looping west around Mount Etna via Highway 124. Montgomery presented this maneuver as a fait accompli to General Harold R.L.G. Alexander, the senior ground commander for Husky and Eisenhower's British deputy, even though U.S. troops stood within half a mile of the highway and were much nearer to Enna than the British. Alexander accepted the impetuous deed without demur, and late Tuesday night he instructed Patton to get out of the way. Operations for the immediate future will be 8th Army to continue on 2 axes, he wrote. Eisenhower declined to review the issue, much less intervene. Offering Eisenhower criticism of the British, General Lucas observed, is like talking to a man about his wife. Baleful consequences followed. Only 2 roads, hugging the island's east and north coasts, led to the ultimate prize of Messina, and the British now claim both. Had the Yanks seized Enna by Friday, July 16th, they might have severed the main escape route for Axis forces hurrying from western Sicily toward the bridgehead now forming on Mount Etna's flanks. Instead, Patton's army would be relegated to the role of flank guard for the British. The 45th Division began trudging back to the beach for a shift to the west, and Omar Bradley scrambled to regroup his Corps engineer, medical, ordnance, quartermaster, and signal units. Montgomery now was driving on 2 divergent axes toward objectives 45 miles apart, coastal Catania and inland Enna, with half his army trundling into poor tank country beyond support of the Royal Navy. Any hope for a quick Allied triumph had vanished, as soon became evident to every man with a map. The Americans were furious. An enraged Bradley later declared the pilferage of Highway 124 the most arrogant, egotistical, selfish, and dangerous move in the whole of combined operations in World War II. The British move tends to sell us down the river, Patton's deputy, Major General Geoffrey Keyes, wrote in his diary. What a headache, what a bore, what a bounder he must be to those on roughly the same level in the service, a BBC reporter wrote of Montgomery. And at the same time, what a great man he is as a leader of troops. That contradiction would define Montgomery through Sicily and beyond, confounding his admirers and infuriating his detractors. A simple, forthright man who angered people needlessly, his biographer Alan Moore had concluded. At times a real spark of genius, but he was never on an even plane. Even the official British history of the Mediterranean War would acknowledge his arrogance, bumptiousness, ungenerosity, and schoolboy humor. American disdain for Montgomery tended toward dismissive condemnation. A son of a bitch, declared Beadle Smith, Eisenhower's chief of staff. Success in snatching Highway 124 would encourage Montgomery to disregard both peers and superiors, especially the indulgent Alexander. I do not think Alex is sufficiently strong and rough with him, General Brooke wrote of Montgomery in his diary, adding, the Americans do not like him, and it will always be a difficult matter to have him fighting in close proximity to them. If audacious among allies, Montgomery became ever more cautious with adversaries. The scope of operations must be limited to what is practicable, he advised the reporter John Gunther in Sicily. The general must refuse to be rushed. Still, his own men cherished his ability to convince them to believe in their task, to believe in themselves, and to believe in their leader. Sailing about in the big command car, he stopped to ask a Canadian unit, "Do you know why I never have defeats?" "Well, I will tell you. My reputation as a great general means too much to me. You can't be a great general and have defeats, so you can be quite sure any time I commit you to battle, you are bound to win." In a printed broadside to 8th Army, he asserted that, thanks to the Lord mighty in battle, the enemy had been hemmed in on the northeast corner of Sicily. "Now let us get on with the job," Montgomery urged, "into battle with stout hearts." To Brooke in London he later added, "All goes well here. We have won the battle." Neither assertion was true. On the 3rd day of the invasion, Field Marshal Kesselring had arrived in Sicily from Frascati, and while wistfully abandoning hopes of flinging the Anglo-Americans into the sea, he soon began to reinforce the 2 German divisions on the island with 2 more, the 29th Panzer Grenadiers and the 1st Parachute Division. Thousands of Axis troops in western Sicily also hied east. Kesselring recognized that a stout bastion could be built around Etna's slopes, either to hold the Messina Peninsula indefinitely, or at least to keep open the main escape route to mainland Italy. The task now was to win time and defend, even though tension and misery gnawed at soldiers who feared being trapped on Sicily as so many comrades had been trapped in Tunisia. Montgomery had expected the Catanian plain beyond Augusta to provide a flat alley for his armor, much as the desert had. Instead, he found a hole-and-corner area full of lurking places, in one soldier's description, with irrigation ditches and stone farmhouses perfect for concealing anti-tank weapons. "This is not tank country," a British officer lamented. Another Tommy complained that Sicily was worse than the fucking desert in every fucking way. By Sunday morning, July 18th, Montgomery conceded that his coastal thrust had sputtered into stalemate. 8th Army casualties approached 4,000, including 700 dead. Efforts to burn the enemy out with RAF incendiaries failed when Sicilian flora proved disappointingly fire-resistant. Ordering a single division to hold the Cimento front, Montgomery shifted forces from his 13th Corps to the west in another effort to flank Axis defenses by further dividing his army. "I am pushing the offensive hard on the left, where the resistance is not so strong. The enemy is now hemmed in at the northeast corner," he wrote the 51st Highland Division commander on July 21st. "I am sending you 50,000 cigarettes as a present to the division." Eisenhower, who had predicted the fall of Sicily by late July, began to grumble in Algiers. "Why doesn't Monty get going? What's the matter with him?" Gunther could have told him. "Both sides are tired, and whereas we are exposed in the plain, the Germans are high up, with good cover." The Germans are high up, with good cover. Here in Sicily was revealed a ground truth that would obtain until the war's end 22 months hence. On no battlefield did topography dictate fate more than in vertical Italy. Officers pondered their 1 to 50,000 maps and realized that the compressed contour lines signified not only slope and steep ascent, but plunging fire and enemy omniscience. A Gefreiter with Zeiss binoculars and a field telephone could rain artillery on every living creature in sight. How I love wars. On Saturday morning, July 17th, Patton grabbed a map and flew to Tunisia, determined to get his army back into the battle. He found General Alexander at his headquarters in the village of La Marsa on the northern lip of the Gulf of Tunis. Alexander and staff officers of his 15th Army Group, the nomenclature reflected the sum of his subordinate 7th and 8th Armies, occupied tents in the white-walled garden and orangery of a villa deeded to Queen Victoria by the Bey of Tunis. Patton unfolded his map and came to the point with a jabbing finger. "Have I got to stay here and protect the rear of 8th Army?" he asked Alexander. "I want to get on with this and push out." The enemy was back on his heels. 60,000 Italian troops remained in western Sicily. But 2 days earlier, Ultra, the extraordinary British ability to intercept and decipher coded German radio traffic, had revealed German plans to abandon half the island. The best way to shield Montgomery's flank, Patton said, would be to sunder the island by driving 7th Army north toward Palermo. A gleam lit his gaze as he pointed to Sicily's largest city on the north coast, 80 miles from Gela. In his mind's eye, American tanks swept from the rolling hills and into Palermo's central piazza with a panache even Erwin Rommel had never achieved. Oblivious to the anguish that his July 13th order had caused the Americans, Alexander nevertheless sensed the tension in Patton's voice. He wondered, he later confessed, whether the impetuous American might simply strike off on his own, declaring, "The hell with this." True, he doubted that the Yanks could pull their weight. As he had written Brooke, even Eisenhower, Patton, and other U.S. commanders are not professional soldiers, not as we understand that term. Yet Alexander saw no harm in allowing him to give it a go. With a nod of his head, he turned Patton loose. Off went Patton's forces at a gallop, west by north, an army unreined. Darby's Rangers assembled in an almond orchard a mile north of Agrigento's harbor, Porto Empedocle, then attacked with 5 companies in skirmish lines, followed by 3 battalions from Truscott's 3rd Infantry Division. Sweeping over strong points, they routed the defenders and took 6,000 prisoners. Axis troops not captured or killed drew back. Truscott summoned his regimental commanders, ordered them to reach Palermo in 5 days or less, then hoisted a bottle of scotch for a toast to the American doughboy. Off they went again at a gallop, again west by north. Among those American doughboys was the 19-year-old son of a Texas sharecropper who in the next 2 years would become the most celebrated soldier in the U.S. Army. A fifth-grade dropout, he had picked cotton, worked in a filling station, and fixed radios. Until enlisting, he had never been 100 miles from the 4-room shack in Hunt County that housed 11 children. The Army had issued him a uniform 6 inches too long in the sleeves and tried to make him a cook. In basic training, he balked at buying GI insurance because, "I don't intend to get killed anyway, and it costs pretty high." He still owed money for his mother's funeral. Bunkmates in the States had called him Baby. He weighed 112 pounds, but the nickname disappeared as he added muscle. This week he had been promoted, so he was now Corporal Audie Leon Murphy. He had a slow, stooped gait, as if stalking prey. Audie Murphy's marksmanship derived from squirrel hunting, but he would learn to stalk Germans by the smell of their tobacco smoke. Hunt County had put a flinty edge on him. "There never was a peacetime in my life, a time when things were good," he later said. "I can't remember ever being young in my life." When a chaplain tried to nudge him closer to God, Murphy replied, "You do the praying, and I'll do the shooting." As the 1st Battalion of the 15th Infantry Regiment plunged through the Sicilian interior, he did his first real shooting while leading a patrol. 2 Italian officers bolted from an observation post, and as they mounted a pair of white horses, Murphy dropped to a knee. "I fire twice," he recalled. "The men tumble from the horses, roll over, and lie still." Many more would lie still before Murphy could return to Texas festooned with medals, but he had already shed any illusions. 10 seconds after the first shot was fired at me by an enemy soldier, he said, combat was no longer glamorous. Unlike Tunisia, where hills were named by their height in meters, here there was usually a small town on top with some Dago name that no one could pronounce, an artillery sergeant wrote. One by one they fell, often without a skirmish. Sciacca and Lercara Fridi and Castelvetrano. Cheering locals greeted them with figs, almonds, and sometimes a stiff-armed fascist salute. Italian troops from the Asieta and Aosta divisions surrendered by the thousands, grousing at German betrayal. One never seemed to be able to do enough to please them, an Italian POW explained. Emulating Stonewall Jackson's foot cavalry, Truscott's infantry covered 30 miles or more a day in blistering heat and through dust said to be composed of a mixture of chalk and cattle dung. Alexander made a half-hearted effort from La Marsa to moderate the advance, but 7th Army staff officers ignored his message. "Mount up and continue," Patton told his armor crews. "Don't stop except for gas." Omar Bradley conspicuously displayed in his 2nd Corps headquarters a map of Sicily, upon which the territory seized by U.S. troops was shaded in blue, sharply contrasting with the smaller, red-hued area held by the British. From a road cut in the ridge above Palermo, Truscott squinted through the midday haze at the ancient city on Thursday, July 22nd. Houses and apartment buildings spilled down the slope to the sea in a terracotta jumble redolent of blood oranges and smoke. Fires danced on the lowering hills as far as Monte Pellegrino, sparked by artillery or rearguard Italians burning munitions. Palermo was defenseless, ripe for plucking. Comando Supremo, a few hours earlier, had ordered port demolitions to begin, and Truscott could hear the echo of explosions along the quays. 2 infantry regiments stood poised above the city, but Patton forbade further advance until tanks arrived to spearhead the procession. Everything was arranged so that Georgie could make a grandstand entry with tanks and whatnot, Truscott wrote Sarah. Hours passed. Italian envoys in shabby suits came and went under flags of truce, pleading for someone to accept the city's surrender. At 6 p.m., 7th Army authorized reconnaissance patrols to enter the city and secure the docks. Truscott sent 2 battalions. Into the city they clattered, into a cadaverous and ruined city, dismembered by months of Allied bombing. Street after street of crumbled houses, one officer wrote in his diary. Whole blocks of shapeless rubble. Parlor, bedroom, and bath exposed by the fantastic projectile that strips away the facade and leaves intact the hat on the bureau, the mirror on the wall, the carafe on the night table. The occupation of western Sicily must be considered as complete, Kesselring sourly advised Berlin on July 24th. American casualties totaled less than 300. Some 2,300 Axis troops had been killed or wounded, and another 53,000 captured, nearly all of them Italian. Yet it was a slender triumph, strategically insignificant, and Patton's gaze soon swiveled east, where the real fight for Sicily must occur. Over highballs in the palace on July 26th, he confided to Truscott that he would certainly like to beat Montgomery into Messina. Still, they savored the moment. "You will have guessed where I am and what I've been doing," Truscott wrote Sarah. "It has been a grand experience, and we've opened lots of eyes." Patton summarized his sentiments in 4 words to be, "How I love wars." Snaring the head devil. After months of procrastination and discord, the Allied High Command had yet to agree on what to do with the 1,000,000-man Anglo-American army in the Mediterranean once the campaign ended in Sicily. At the Trident Conference in Washington, the combined chiefs, with the approval of Roosevelt and Churchill, had instructed Eisenhower to devise a plan best calculated to eliminate Italy from the war and to contain the maximum number of German forces. The Prime Minister believed any such plan must include an invasion of mainland Italy. He hectored Eisenhower to that end, as he had hectored the President. "No objective can compete with the capture of Rome," Churchill insisted. In a whirlwind visit to Algiers after Trident, and in countless messages since, he had argued that if Berlin were uncoupled from its staunchest ally, German troops would be forced to supplant several dozen Italian divisions occupying the Balkans and southern France. That, in turn, would weaken Hitler's defenses in Western Europe before the Allied cross-channel attack, tentatively planned for the spring of 1944. An intelligence study in late June concluded that the Italian population is war-weary and apathetic, sees little hope of victory, and is becoming increasingly hostile to the growing German control. Bombing, amphibious landings, and a quick march toward Rome might well cause a collapse in civilian will to resist. If Italy collapsed, German forces will withdraw and resistance met will be slight. Yet Eisenhower's intelligence chief warned on June 25th that present indications are that Germany intends to reinforce Italy. 3 days later, his operations chief cautioned that the terrain through which we shall then have to force our way north is very mountainous and difficult in the extreme. Success in Sicily tipped the scale. Having gained their first foothold in occupied Europe, sober men in Washington, London, and North Africa felt the euphoric impulse to roll the dice again. On June 17th, shortly after Patton had left his meeting in Tunisia with Alexander, Eisenhower convened a conference of senior commanders at La Marsa. Without excessive deliberation, they agreed to advise the combined chiefs, Eisenhower called them the Charlie Charlies, that operations should be carried onto the mainland of Italy. Vital issues remained unsettled and much dickering followed. Where in Italy should the invading host land? Capture of the great port at Naples was paramount, but Naples Bay had been heavily fortified with 50 big guns and lay just beyond range of Spitfires flying from Sicily. Air cover for the invasion fleet was considered indispensable. Memos flew back and forth across the Atlantic and to and from North Africa, bearing accusations of conservatism, orthodoxy, and tactical tomfoolery. Absent was a searching inquiry into the strategic calculus. What if the Germans fought for every Italian hill and dale? How far up the boot should the Allied armies go? What benefit would the capture of Rome bring, besides big headlines? Was it possible to defeat Germany by fighting in Italy? Could Italy become a strategic cul-de-sac? For now, analysis went begging. As to where the attack should fall, Eisenhower focused on a broad bay 30 miles southeast of Naples and precisely 178 miles from northeast Sicily. A Spitfire outfitted with an extra gas tank had a range of 180 miles, which permitted 10 minutes combat time before the pilot was forced to return to base for refueling. If it is decided to undertake such operations, the Allied Forces Headquarters staff recommended on July 24th, the assault should be made in the Gulf of Salerno. 2 days later, the Charlies concurred, authorizing an invasion at Salerno at the earliest possible date after the conquest of Sicily. Churchill was delighted. "I am with you, heart and soul," he cabled Marshall. But the Prime Minister had his eye on a bigger prize than Salerno or Naples. Rome, he advised Eisenhower, is the bullseye. The man in the middle of that bullseye was a specter of the once mighty Duce, to whom even Hitler had displayed deference and affection. His ashy pallor and sunken cheeks made Benito A.A. Mussolini look older than his 59 years, and hardly the head devil that Roosevelt now called him. Duodenal ulcers, some claimed they were of syphilitic origin, had plagued him for nearly 2 decades, and his diet now consisted mostly of stewed fruit and 3 liters of milk a day. A German officer in Rome reported, often in conversation, his face was wrenched with pain, and he would grab his stomach. Once he had demonstrated vigor to photographers by scything wheat or by rubbing snow on his bare chest. Now, wary of assassins, he lolled about the Palazzo Venezia, in a back room with tinted windows and the signs of the zodiac painted on the ceiling. Sometimes he lolled with his mistress, Clara Petacci, the buxom, green-eyed daughter of the Pope's physician, whose wardrobe was filled with negligées and goose-feather boas personally selected by Mussolini. He had risen far since his modest boyhood as a blacksmith's son in the lower Po Valley, and he would fall even farther before his strutting hour on the stage ended. As a young vagabond, he had been an avowed socialist, stalking the streets with brass knuckles in his pocket and reciting long passages from Dante. His politics devolved to ultranationalism and the Fasci di Combattimento, which he founded in Milan in 1919, and which was the precursor to the fascist party he rode to power in 1922. By the late 1920s, he had extirpated Italian parliamentary government to become an absolute tyrant, Il Duce, the leader, cleverly accommodating both the Vatican and the popular monarchy of King Victor Emmanuel III. With an autodidact's quick mind and bombastic oratory, he raised national confidence, stabilized the lira, built a modern military, and boosted farm production by reclaiming vast tracts of swampland. The trains, famously, ran on time. His invasion of Ethiopia in 1935 helped destroy the League of Nations. He empowered Hitler by showing how easily Western democracies could be cowed and by condoning Germany's Anschluss with Austria. The Führer's gratitude led to the Pact of Steel in May 1939. Believe, obey, fight, the fascist motto advised, and hundreds of thousands of Italian women surrendered their wedding rings to be melted down for Mussolini's war effort. But Italy's colonial adventures in Eritrea, Somaliland, Abyssinia, and North Africa had been ruinous. The Italian Air Force had been gutted in Libya. 2/3 of the Italian army fighting in Russia had been destroyed, and 3/4 of the merchant fleet had been sunk in the lost cause effort to resupply North Africa. About 1.2 million Italian soldiers served on various foreign fronts, along with 800,000 in Italy. But few had the stomach to defend the homeland, much less fight a world war. A German High Command assessment on June 30th concluded, "The kernel of the Italian army has been destroyed in Greece, Russia, and Africa. The combat value of Italian units is slight." Since December 1942, Mussolini had vainly urged Hitler to draw back from the Eastern Front, or even to forge a separate peace with Moscow. With combat casualties approaching 300,000, Italy found itself in the ridiculous position of being unable either to make war or to make peace. On July 18th, the Duce cabled Berlin, "The sacrifice of my country cannot have as its principal purpose that of delaying a direct attack on Germany." A day later, in a hastily organized meeting in Feltre, 50 miles from Venice, that sacrifice grew starker. At 11 a.m., Hitler launched into a gadding monologue in which he acknowledged being of two minds about how to defend Sicily, while insisting that Husky must become a catastrophic defeat, a Stalingrad, for the Anglo-Americans. 30 minutes later, an Italian officer, said to be white with emotion, interrupted to inform Mussolini in a stage whisper that a massive air raid had just ripped up Rome. Months in the planning, this first attack on the capital targeted the Littorio rail yards, a sprawling hourglass-shaped network through which flowed most train traffic to Sicily and southern Italy. It would be a tragedy if St. Peter's were destroyed, General Marshall had said in late June, but a calamity if we failed to knock out the marshalling yards. More than 500 bombers, carrying 1,000 tons of high explosives, flew from bases in North Africa and Pantelleria. Roman Catholic aviators had been offered the option of skipping the mission. Red stickers on navigation maps highlighted the Vatican and various historic sites with "must not be harmed" warnings. Even so, a Catholic chaplain stood on one runway and bellowed at departing B-26s, "Give them hell." Hell they got. As Pope Pius XII watched through binoculars and the Italian king peered through a telescope, bombs tore up the Littorio yards, but also struck an adjacent working-class neighborhood. "It was the Americans," a mortally wounded boy screamed, "the sons of bitches." Estimates of the dead ranged from 700 to 3,000, with many more injured. A single 1,000-pound bomb struck the Basilica of San Lorenzo, first built in the 4th century, and considered among Rome's finest churches. The explosion destroyed the facade, damaged the 12th century frescoes, and left roof trusses, splintered beams, and bricks heaped in the nave. Priests strolled through the flaming streets, flicking holy water on the rubble. A week later, on Sunday, July 25th, Mussolini was summoned from his office in the Palazzo Venezia to the great 18th century hunting estate at Villa Savoia. Here the king now lived in a handsome yellow palace set among pines and holm oaks. Mussolini climbed from his Alfa Romeo sedan and gestured to his bodyguards to wait outside the gate. He failed to notice several dozen carabinieri hiding behind hedges near the palace. A millennium of royal inbreeding had disserved Victor Emmanuel III. Barely 5 feet tall, with malformed legs and a stunted intellect, he was said to be taciturn and diffident, as indifferent as marble under the flow of running water. Mussolini, his partner for more than 2 decades, privately called him the little sardine. Now 73, he preferred to talk of hunting ibex in the Alps. But on this Sunday afternoon, the discussion must necessarily turn to politics. Victor Emmanuel ushered the Duce into his corner study, where an aide stood with an ear pressed to the outer door. After a few rambling sentences, the king came to the point. Mussolini must resign. He would be replaced by Marshal Pietro Badoglio, a former chief of the armed forces. "Dear Duce, the situation is beyond remedy. At this moment, you are the most hated man in Italy. You have not a single friend left, except for me," the king said, then shrugged. "I'm sorry, but the solution could not be otherwise." Even at 5 feet 7 inches, Mussolini towered over his monarch. "You are making an extremely serious decision," he said. "The blow to army morale will be great." Before turning on his heel, he added, "I'm perfectly aware that the people hate me." In the entry foyer, the king shook Mussolini's hand and shut the door, looking more shriveled than ever. That, Queen Helena observed, was not at all nice. Mussolini strode across the courtyard toward his car, only to be intercepted by a captain of the Carabinieri. "Duce, I have been ordered by the king to protect your person." An ambulance backed up from the foot of the drive, its rear door yawning. The officer took Mussolini's arm. "You must get into this." Soon the vehicle careered down the Via Salaria and through the streets of central Rome. Across the Tiber they sped to a police barracks in Trastevere, where guards stood with bayonets fixed. Escorted to a small room, Mussolini refused dinner and complained of stomach pains. A radio bulletin at 11 p.m. sent delirious Romans spilling through the blacked-out streets in their pajamas and nightgowns. "Citizens, wake up!" they yelled in the Via del Tritone. "Mussolini is finished!" Strangers embraced and danced in the cobblestone piazzi. Tricolors flapped from passing trucks, soldiers sang political songs not heard for 20 years, and a mob, shouting all the invectives in the Roman vocabulary, kicked and punched the darkened Palazzo Venezia as if the building itself had caused their misery. One did not see a single person in Rome wearing the fascist badge, wrote Marshal Badoglio, who succeeded Mussolini as head of state. Fascism fell, as was fitting, like a rotten pear. The new regime quickly assured Berlin that the Pact of Steel endured, and that Italy would prosecute the war against the Anglo-Americans with vigor. Few believed it. The Duce will enter history as the last Roman, but behind his massive figure a gypsy people has gone to rot, Joseph Goebbels told his diary. The only thing certain in this war is that Italy will lose it. But in Rome, a young woman spoke for a nation when she confided to her own diary on July 26th, "Italy has had enough of heroes." Fevers of an unknown origin. The coup in Rome, while a pleasant surprise, had little impact on the Sicilian battlefield. No Germans had been deposed, and it was mostly Germans who blocked the roads to Messina. On July 23rd, having recognized that Eighth Army needed help, Alexander authorized the Americans to attack eastward on two roughly parallel roads, Highway 113, which hugged the north coast, and Highway 120, an inland route. Patton mailed Franklin Roosevelt a tattered Corps of Engineers map of Sicily, with a thick green line showing that 7th Army occupied more than half the island as of July 26th. Above a tally of prisoners captured and guns seized, an arrow pointed to Messina with a blue crayon notation in Patton's jagged hand. "We hope." In his reply, the president proposed that, "After the war, I make you the Marquis of Mount Etna." With victory in western Sicily, the fame Patton so ardently craved was finally his. Both Time and Newsweek had featured him on their covers this month. "Monty hardly figures at all in the papers," Bee told him on July 30th. "Everyone wonders what he's doing and why he doesn't go ahead." Patton's army now exceeded 200,000 men, but true glory required audacity. "I have a sixth sense in war as I used to have in fencing," he told her. "Also, I'm willing to take chances. If taking chances cost lives, c'est la guerre." He advised Bradley, whose Second Corps had met stiffening German resistance in central Sicily, that if he could reach Messina a single day earlier by losing additional men, then he must lose them. To Major General Troy Middleton, the 45th Division commander, he added on July 28th, "This is a horse race in which the prestige of the U.S. Army is at stake. We must take Messina before the British." Stress frayed him. Always irascible when his blood was up, he now seemed erratic and even abusive. Happening upon a narrow bridge where 2nd Armored Division tanks had been delayed by a peasant with a mule cart, Patton broke his swagger stick over the man's head, ordered an aide to shoot the mule, then had carcass and cart shoved into the creek bed below. When a gun crew took cover in a stand of trees during a German air attack, Patton reportedly charged them with his pistol drawn. "Get back on that gun, you yellow bastards," he roared, "and if you leave it again, I'll shoot you myself." Meticulous and even finicky in his warfighting, Patton was casual to the point of indifference about the more prosaic elements of running an army. Logistics snarled repeatedly in Sicily. In some sectors, gunners ran desperately short of artillery shells, while mountains of small arms ammunition accumulated. Nothing in 7th Army was more snafu'd, tarfu'd, and fumtu'd than the vital issue of medical logistics. A combat force exceeding 200,000 had only 3,300 hospital beds, a number so inadequate that many minor cases were evacuated to North Africa for treatment, and the 23,000 soldiers admitted for hospitalization during Husky tended to be stacked atop one another. Medics had only half as many ambulances as they needed. Blankets and splints were scarce. Breakage and misplacement of medical supplies were enormous. Sicily proved unforgiving. Many soldiers lost a pound per day to heat, dehydration, and intestinal miseries. 7th Army appeared to be melting away. A chronic reluctance of cuts and bruises to heal was simply known as Sicilian disease. AFQ, Allied Forces Headquarters, adopted an elaborate code for the various afflictions for patients' general condition. RNS meant recovery not satisfactory. SR, sinking rapidly. The lucky extolled their good fortune. Perhaps it will relieve you right at the start to know that I am still in one complete piece and no parts missing, a badly wounded soldier wrote his wife in late July. The unlucky relied on the heroic efforts of doctors and nurses working in dreadful conditions. Surgeons operated by flashlight, with white sheets hung in the operatory for more reflected light. A physician described burn victims reduced to cindery masses of burnt cloth and skin and hair. One charred soldier told him, "I guess I've lost my sunburn." For many, treatment consisted of a quarter-grain syringe of morphine and an M daubed on the forehead with iodine. Now M took on another, more sinister connotation. In 1740, the writer Horace Walpole noted a horrid thing called malaria that afflicted Italy every summer. Before the war, the Rockefeller Foundation had published a 16-volume study on where the disease, which killed 3 million people each year, was most prevalent. Italy, infested with the mosquito Anopheles maculopennis, soon shortened to Anne in GI slang, had the highest malaria rates in the Mediterranean. Quinine had been used for centuries to suppress malaria's feverish symptoms, but U.S. supplies came almost exclusively from cinchona trees in the East Indies, now controlled by the Japanese. American scientists seeking a substitute examined 14,000 compounds, including dozens tested on jailhouse volunteers. The best replacement proved to be a substance originally synthesized by the German dye industry and given the trade name atabrine. Soldiers detested the stuff, which they dubbed yellow gall. It tasted bitter, upset the stomach, turned the skin yellow, and was rumored to cause impotence and even sterility. Many soldiers stopped taking it. Prophylactic discipline grew lax, and proper dosage levels were misunderstood. Moreover, some malaria control experts failed to reach Sicily until weeks after the invasion. On July 23rd, doctors detected the first case contracted in Sicily. By early August, thousands of feverish, lethargic soldiers had been struck down. 10,000 cases would sweep through 7th Army, and nearly 12,000 more in 8th Army. All told, the 15th Army Group sustained more malaria casualties than battle wounds in Sicily, with soldiers also suffering from dengue, sandfly, and Malta fevers. Distinguishing one malady from another became so difficult that many patients were diagnosed simply with fever of unknown origin, soon known to soldiers as FUO. A great grief. Meanwhile, the battle for Sicily raged on, or rather up. "Christ," a British officer exclaimed, "what a steep hill this is." That complaint encompassed the entire Sicilian badlands of washboard inclines, limestone pinnacles, and volcanic scarps. "Someday, I hope we shall be able to fight downhill for a change," a captain in the 16th Infantry wrote his family on July 30th. Enemy demolitions made the bad terrain much worse. An estimated 160 bridge spans were blown up in the American sector alone, the whole damn bridge from abutment to abutment. Ernie Pyle noted that the Germans were also more prodigal with mines than they had been in Tunisia. Iron ore and the volcanic soil around Mount Etna played hob with metal detectors, and German engineers displayed an ingenuity, placing teller mines in road potholes, for instance, and covering them with asphalt, that grew ever more diabolical. Allied air and naval superiority counted for little in the mountains. Rather, the mule became the upland equivalent of the indispensable duck. Troops scoured the countryside for forage, pack saddles, in scrawny Sicilian mounts. A single infantry battalion fighting a week-long battle in the roadless outback might need several hundred mules to haul food, water, and ammunition. With the British right flank still blocked at Catania and Montgomery's main force crawling up the Etna foothills southwest of the volcano, the American advance toward Messina followed the two parallel axes ordered by Alexander. On 7th Army's left, Truscott's 3rd Division on July 31st relieved the 45th Division along Coastal Highway 113. Farther south, Terry Allen's 1st Division had taken Enna, which the Germans abandoned after Canadian forces threatened to outflank the town, and had advanced to Highway 120. There the division wheeled sharply to the east, capturing Ganji, Sperlinga, and Nicosia, where axe-wielding enemy troops vandalized shops and even churches before retreating. Each town took a toll. The 1st Division had suffered nearly 1,600 casualties since Husky began 3 weeks earlier, about 1 soldier in 10. Wagging his cane as he stumped among the troops, Ted Roosevelt noted the sag of their clothes and their tired faces. Reports spread of 19 men killed in a German white flag ruse. Anger and bloodlust spread, as well as an odd rumor that B-17s would bomb Etna's crater to bury the enemy in lava. Artillery boomed around the clock, and muzzle flashes rippled like chain lightning along the gun lines. Every foot soldier approved of the lavish shooting. "I don't care if I'm paying taxes the rest of my life," one GI said, "just so they throw that stuff at them instead of throwing me at them." Bread trucks brought up 900 loaves from a bakery near Gela each morning, then hauled bodies back to the makeshift cemetery at Ponte Olivo. At night the troops huddled close for warmth under blanket tents fashioned to hide their cigarette embers from enemy patrols. "When this is over," one soldier mused, "I won't mind going back to Wisconsin and looking at cows the rest of my life." Like so many, Ted Roosevelt also drew comfort from thoughts of a different place. As the Boston ivy covered the front of the house, "How are the yews?" he asked Eleanor. "Do put in fruit trees. The old trees are bound to die soon." Sicilian towns perched on hilltops like ragged caps stuck on the hoary heads of gray old men, wrote Don Whitehead of the Associated Press. No ragged cap perched higher than Troina, 14 miles northeast of Nicosia, on Highway 120, and the highest town in Sicily. Here the 15th Panzer Grenadier Division had halted after the retreat from western Sicily that began 3 weeks earlier. Torrential rain on July 29th swelled streams and flooded roads, slowing the American pursuit. Grenadier regiments used the respite to dig strongpoints and lay mines in the high ground north and south of Troina, which became a linchpin in the Etna line. 4 artillery batteries occupied gullies east of town, and spotters in field gray climbed the twin spires of the Norman church above the piazza for a panoramic view of Mount Etna. For an armed defender, the westward vista was even more breathtaking. Any attacker from that direction would be canalized into a treeless 3-mile stretch of Highway 120. Troina's 12,000 citizens fled to the hills or barricaded themselves in their squat stone houses. 5 miles to the west, in the hilltop hamlet of Cerami, on Saturday evening, July 31st, Terry Allen followed that exposed stretch of highway with his field glasses until it vanished into the hazy, twin-spired redoubt on the next ridge. Within goose eggs drawn on a tactical map, Allen scribbled the letter E wherever he thought the enemy had holed up. "This was about as stubborn as any resistance we've encountered so far," he had told reporters. The fall of Nicosia probably means that the Germans will have to retire to their next road net at Troina. But U.S. intelligence now believed that Germans would continue falling back through Troina toward Messina. "Germans are very tired, little ammo, many casualties, morale low," the 1st Division G2, or intelligence officer, concluded on July 29th. The 2nd Corps had reported, "Indications are Troina lightly held." Refugees also claimed that few German soldiers occupied the town. Allen had planned to envelop Troina with 2 infantry regiments supported by 165 artillery tubes. But these heartening reports and the easy seizure of Cerami caused him to pare back the attack to a single regiment, the 39th Infantry, which had been loaned to him from the 9th Division several days earlier. Air reconnaissance could have revealed the true extent of German fortifications, but the latest film had been flown to North Africa for processing, and photos had not yet returned to Sicily. With his saddle-hardened gait, Allen strode to a secluded olive grove 100 yards from the command post. He sank to his knees beneath the gray-green boughs of an ancient tree. Asking God to spare the division unnecessary casualties, he prayed that tonight no man's life will be wasted. Upon rejoining his troops, a grizzled sergeant told him, "Hell, Terry, stop worrying. We'll take the goddamn town for you." As the long summer twilight faded in the west, 3,000 soldiers from the 39th Infantry shuffled across the broken ground on either side of Highway 120. Coordinating the attack from an orchard command post was a 35-year-old lieutenant colonel named John J. Toffee III. Sweat soaked his wool shirt, and tiny dust devils boiled beneath his boots as he paced beneath the map boards and radio transmitters. "Can you put mortar fire in the vicinity of 492-140? Toffee asked, clutching the handset. "I want to get every goddamn weapon you've got and put them on 492-140. Do you understand? Okay, get going." He was a big man, 6'1" and 200 pounds, with such sporty good looks that he had once appeared in an amusing cover picture for Collier's magazine, outfitted in a bathing suit and polo helmet, while carrying a baseball glove, tennis racket, fishing rod, and golf clubs. His educational pedigree included Phillips Exeter Academy and Cornell. His father had fought with Pershing in Mexico and eventually retired as a major general in command of the New Jersey National Guard. His grandfather had earned the Medal of Honor for valor at Missionary Ridge in 1863. "It is very nice to read of a battle," John Toffee Sr. had written, "but to be near to one is not so nice, and I never want to be near one again." Young Jack Toffee, who had sold bottle caps in Ohio during the Depression, had proved worthy of his military lineage. Called to federal service from the National Guard in 1940, he landed with Truscott's force in Morocco during Torch, then commanded a battalion through the Tunisian campaign until shot in the knee at Maknassi in late March. "Missed all bones," he wrote his wife, Helen. "Don't worry about a thing." After 2 months' recuperation, he limped back to duty as executive officer of the 39th Infantry, just in time for Sicily. Toffee's eventful fortnight on the island had already included a 1-week stint commanding the regiment after his superior was injured in an air attack, and the capture of at least 7,000 prisoners. 9 months at war had also aged him beyond his years. Both battle-wise and battle-weary, he was emblematic of the field-grade officers, major through colonel, who had learned much through hard combat and whose influence on 100 European battlefields would be both decisive and disproportionate to their numbers in the U.S. Army. It was Toffee and his breed who would have to fix the tactical shortcomings the Army had revealed in Tunisia, such as the failure to seize high ground or to anticipate the German penchant for immediate counterattack, the defects in patrolling and map reading that got entire battalions ambushed or lost, and the inability to coordinate infantry armor and the other combat arms. He now made war without illusions and certainly without pleasure. War is, as Sherman says, and has no similarity with cinema or storybook versions, Toffee had written in North Africa. He tried simultaneously to care for his family, to care for his men, and to study the military art even as he practiced it, sending money orders and war bonds to Helen, who waited for him in Columbus with her 2 children, procuring 1,300 steaks for a holiday dinner in the unit mess, subscribing to Infantry Journal, reading War and Peace. 3 generations of Toffees in uniform was enough, he told Helen. He hoped that John IV, age 12, will be a doctor or lawyer and stay the hell out of the Army, and if he does go in the Army, let him stay out of the infantry. To be near to a battle is not so nice, his grandfather had written, and I never want to be near one again. Jack Toffee understood that perfectly, though for now he had a job to do. "Been feeling a little rocky lately, but the knee is okay and feels better tonight," he wrote before Troina. "Short on sleep and tired, but today was a good day for us." The next 6 days, however, would be bad for all of them. The 39th Infantry's right wing edged to within a mile of Troina on Sunday, August 1st. but lacerating mortar and machine gun fire greeted the regimental left, and by midnight counterattacking grenadiers had shoved much of the regiment back to the high ground, even whittling one battalion to 300 men. "There's a hell of a lot of stuff there," a 1st Division officer warned. "We'll be moving right into the teeth of the enemy." Allen seemed to concur and directed 2 additional regiments to loop north and south in a double envelopment. But then, perhaps hoping to avoid those unnecessary casualties he had prayed over, Allen rescinded his order and chose to let the 39th Infantry again try to take Troina alone. 3 days and 3 tries later, Allen finally recognized the need for a full-throated attack, ordering his 26th Infantry to loop north, the 18th Infantry to drive from the south, and the 16th Infantry to slice straight toward Troina with the weary 39th. "Troina is going to be tougher than we thought," he told Bradley by phone. Hills were won and lost, won again and lost again. By now the Germans had dug in so deep that even the observers droning overhead could not spot the smokeless powder from their artillery and anti-tank guns. To break the stalemate, Allen ordered a renewed assault in the early minutes of August 3rd, with the attack weighted in the south. At daybreak, the 16th Infantry was pinned down by gashing German fire. When the enemy counterattacked with panzers and infantry, only deft shooting by Brigadier General Clift Andrus's division artillery kept the regiment from being overrun. By late afternoon, attackers and defenders had become so intermingled in the gullies southwest of Troina that American guns fell silent for fear of hitting friendly troops. Progress was no better in the north. Troops from the 26th Infantry fought with grenades, pistols, and rifle butts up and down a bitter knoll known as Hill 1035. The sharp pops of detonating mines were often followed by the howl that signified another severed foot or leg. Not until full dark, at 11 p.m., could the wounded be evacuated. Brush fires made the scorching days hotter still, and putrid German bodies polluted a creek trickling through a ravine. Mule trains brought some supplies, but bundles dropped from aircraft fell mostly into enemy hands, and men chewed wheat straw to quell their hunger. Repeated airstrikes by Army Air Force planes beginning late Wednesday afternoon, August 4th, cheered every GI except those bombed by mistake. A sergeant whose troops came under attack ordered his men to peel off their undershirts and spread them along a ditch embankment. For some reason, the pilots were supposed to recognize the shirts as those of friendly troops, wrote Don Whitehead, who was among those stripping. By the laundry mark, I suppose. At dusk on Thursday, rifle companies throughout the 1st Division had been reduced by 2/3 to 60 or 70 men. Company I of the 26th Infantry reported 17 fit for combat. Commander of Company F in the same regiment lay with a radio a mile north of Troina as his unit was overrun, calling in barrages within 50 yards of his foxhole. "Perhaps," he wrote his father, "my luck won't hold up forever." Terry Allen meticulously planned a final assault for Friday, August 6th, to outflank the town and obliterate any remaining Germans. Only when the first patrols crept into the outskirts after dawn did it become clear that the enemy had pulled back, fearful of encirclement. In launching 24 counterattacks during the past week, the 15th Panzer Grenadier Division had lost more than 1,600 men. As the Grenadiers scuttled down Highway 120 toward Cesaro and Randazzo, leaving the prints of their hobnailed boots in the dust. Kesselring also authorized the Hermann Göring troops to pull out of Catania on the coast. The Etna line had snapped, to be replaced by a succession of defensive bulwarks across the Messina Peninsula. "Town clear of enemy," a patrol reported shortly before 10 a.m. Only misery remained. Troina was found to be in a greatly destroyed condition, an Army after-action report noted. Reporters creeping into town were more explicit. They found a town of horror, alive with weeping, hysterical men, women, and children, wrote Herbert Matthews of the New York Times. He described a scene that would recur all the way to Bologna. Torn streets, heaps of rubble that had been houses, grief, horror, and pain. Dead soldiers, German and American, were covered with a carpet of maggots that made it look as though the corpses were alive and twitching, a 16th Infantry officer reported. You couldn't get the smell of the dead out of your hair, and all you could do with your clothes was burn them. Troina was the toughest battle Americans have fought since World War I, General Lucas concluded, and there were very few in that war which were its equal. The 1st Division had suffered more than 500 casualties, with scores more in the 39th Infantry. "Really could use a bit of an ocean voyage to your shores about now," Jack Toffee wrote Helen after the shooting stopped on August 6th. He wondered, with that ironic sensibility that grew tauter after each battle, whether New York would choose to stage the city's post-war victory parade up Fifth Avenue or down. But in a note to his young son, Toffee showed that hope still lined his heart. "The Krauts must now know they are licked and their days numbered. Just pray me home, and we'll be all set." In a place like this, ridge by ridge, road by road, town by town, the island fell to the advancing Allied armies. Montgomery's right wing, stalled for more than 2 weeks at Catania, finally lurched forward again, and Tommy sang, "We're shoving right off." An Allied battlefront that had meandered for 170 miles inexorably contracted to 45 miles as 100,000 enemy soldiers retreated past Mount Etna into the long funnel of the Messina Peninsula. "I am enjoying this campaign," Montgomery wrote in his neat black script on August 4th. "The Boche is getting very stretched, and he cannot possibly stand up to my thrusts." Others were skeptical of Montgomery's claim to have cornered the Germans in Queer Street. Air Marshal Sir Arthur Tedder, Eisenhower's air chief, wrote a colleague on August 7th, "Napoleon insists on his usual frontal attack with no risks." But although they were moving in fits and starts, 9,000 yards one day, 3,000 the next, moving they were, despite mines, despite booby traps, despite snipers with telescopic sights hiding in Baroque hillside tombs. Battalions leapfrogged one another through thistles and cornflowers, dodging the slap of enemy artillery. A local orchestra greeted Canadian troops in one town, alternately striking up God Save the King and Deutschland über alles. In Bronte, on Etna's northwest shoulder, welcoming civilians chanted, "Lord Nelson, Lord Nelson," and General Alexander added his name below Kesselring's in the visitor's book at an 11th century Norman castle that had once belonged to the British naval hero. Across the Catania plain and down the volcano's lower slopes, British graves dotted the landscape like small mastabas. Identity discs dangled from wooden crosses, and comrades manning the burial details scrubbed their hands with kerosene and collected the dead men's helmets for reissue. Field Marshal Kesselring had long realized that Sicily would be lost, even as he insisted that his forces on the island could tie up a dozen Allied divisions for some time. Berlin wondered who was tying up whom. Mindful of Stalingrad and Tunis, the High Command had insisted as early as July 15th that our valuable human material must be saved. On July 26th, Berlin ordered preparations made for the island's evacuation. The defense of the Strait of Messina fell to an unorthodox colonel from Schleswig-Holstein named Ernst Gunther Bade, a devotee of Aristotle and Seneca who printed small volumes of verse for his friends. Bade favored a kilt rather than trousers, with a holstered Luger worn instead of a leather sporran. By August 10th, he had made Messina perhaps the most heavily defended spot in Europe. 500 guns bristled on the Sicilian shore and on mainland Calabria, 2 miles across the strait. Engineers prepared a dozen camouflage ferry sites on both sides of the water and assembled 33 barges, 76 motorboats, and a dozen Siebel ferries, big rafts with twin airplane engines mounted on pontoons and originally designed in 1940 for an invasion of England. 12,000 German supernumeraries and more than 4,000 vehicles quietly left Sicily in early August. Kesselring calculated that 5 nights would be needed to evacuate the rest. With precise choreography, combat units fell back on 5 successive defensive lines, a retreat aided by the tapering shape of the Messina Peninsula. Vehicles that could not be evacuated were sabotaged by bashing fuel pumps and distributors with hammers and hatchets. Italian commanders quickly got wind of the evacuation scheme and began their own measured withdrawals on August 3rd. Without informing Berlin or awaiting Hitler's approval, Kesselring authorized Operation Lehrgang, or Curriculum, to begin at 6 p.m. on Wednesday, August 11th. The Hermann Göring Division went first, under a flotilla commanded by the former skipper of the airship Hindenburg. Hundreds of shivering malaria patients also huddled on the ferries for the 30-minute ride across the strait at 6 knots. Oil lamps flickered on the makeshift piers. Overhead, screens shielded the glare from Allied pilots, but every anxious Gefreiter stared upward and listened for the sound of the B-17 bombers that would blow them to kingdom come. The B-17s never came. Allied commanders had had no coordinated plan for severing the Messina Strait when Husky began, nor did any such plan emerge as the campaign reached its climax. Inattention, even negligence, gave Kesselring something his legions never had had in Tunisia: the chance for a clean getaway. British radio eavesdroppers had picked up many clues as early as August 1st, including ferry assignments for the 4 German divisions, and messages about stockpiles of fuel and barrage balloons. But AFQ intelligence in Algiers on August 10th found no adequate indications that the enemy intends an immediate evacuation, although General Alexander had noted signs of withdrawal preparations a full week earlier in a cable to Admiral Cunningham and Air Marshal Tedder. Not until 10 p.m. on August 14th, 4 days into the evacuation, did Alexander signal Tedder, "It now appears that the German evacuation has really started." Only a few hours earlier, AFQ had again reported no evidence of any large-scale withdrawal. Not once did the senior Allied commanders confer on how to thwart the escape. Increasingly preoccupied with the invasion of mainland Italy in September, they never urged Eisenhower to divert his strategic bombers and other resources for a supreme effort. Nor did he force the issue. On August 10th, alarmed at signs of exhaustion, the commander-in-chief's doctors ordered him to bed. There he remained for 3 days, as much as his nervous temperament will permit, Captain Harry Butcher, his aide, noted. Perhaps sensing the missed opportunity, Eisenhower on Friday morning, August 13th, hopped in and out of bed, pranced around the room, and lectured me vigorously on what history would call his mistake, Butcher added, the failure to land Husky forces on both sides of the Messina Strait, thus cutting off all Sicily. At 10 a.m. on August 17th, Patton arrived on the wind-swept heights west of Messina, where Highway 113 began a serpentine descent into the city. Waiting on the shoulder, Truscott tossed a welcoming salute. As in Palermo, he had been ordered not to enter the town before his army commander, and Truscott earlier this morning had rejected the surrender proffered by a delegation of frock-coated civilians. A platoon from his 7th Infantry had reached central Messina at 8 o'clock the evening before, swapping shots with stay-behind German snipers, until a Ranger battalion and other U.S. troops arrived with orders to see that the British did not capture the city from us. By the time a colonel from Montgomery's 4th Armored Brigade arrived, with bagpipes and a Scottish broadsword in the back of his jeep, the Yanks had staked their claim. Bradley was furious upon hearing that Patton had organized his own hero's entry, even as some enemy troops remained on Sicily. "I'll be damned," he said. "Now George wants to stage a parade into Messina." Patton had a fever of 103 from a lingering case of sandfly fever, and Bradley's sentiments concerned him not at all. The race to Messina was won, the campaign for Sicily was over. Messina was a poor prize. 60% of the city lay in ruins, the cathedral roof had collapsed, and German troops had booby-trapped door handles, light switches, and toilet cisterns. Enemy fire whittled the buildings still standing. Shells dislodged caskets from their wall niches in one cemetery, scattering skeletons among the Rangers who had bivouacked there. American artillery now answered, and a 155-millimeter gun named Draft D fired the first Allied shell onto the Italian mainland. Millions would follow. Alexander cabled Churchill, "By 10 a.m. this morning, August 17, 1943, the last German soldier was flung out of Sicily and the whole island is now in our hands." A deflated Patton was more prosaic in his diary entry that Tuesday afternoon. "I feel let down." The 38-day campaign had ended, and another 10,000 square miles of Axis-held territory shifted to the Allied ledger. Patton deemed Husky a damn near perfect example of how to wage war, and without doubt clear benefits obtained. Mussolini's downfall had been hastened. Mediterranean sea lanes were further secured, along with southern supply lines to the Soviet Union and southern Asia via the Suez Canal. Allied air bases sprouted on Sicily as quickly as engineers could build them. German pressure had eased on the Russian front, where Hitler in July canceled a major offensive at Kursk after only a week, in part to divert forces to Italy and the Balkans. The butcher's bill was dear for both sides. American battle casualties totaled 8,800, including 2,237 killed in action, plus another 13,000 hospitalized for illness. The British battle tally of 12,800 included 2,721 killed. Axis dead and wounded approached 29,000. An Italian count found 4,300 German and 4,700 Italian graves on Sicily. But it was the 140,000 Axis soldiers captured, nearly all of them Italian, who severely tilted the final casualty totals. For the Allies, the campaign had been a great success, but it was not complete, as a German admiral put it. Barely 50,000 Germans had overcome Allied air and sea supremacy and the virtual collapse of their Italian Confederates to hold off an onslaught by nearly 500,000 Anglo-Americans for 5 weeks. Kesselring considered much of the American effort misspent on seizing uninteresting territory in western Sicily. He detected an aversion to risk in Allied commanders, and now believed that he had a clear sense of his foes for future battles. Still, the Allies owned the island. Rome was closer, Berlin was closer. An enemy who a year earlier had been ascendant was now in retreat, everywhere. 500,000 German soldiers lay dead, with as many more captured or missing. After Sicily, a Luftwaffe commander wrote, few could doubt that a turning point had come and that we were on the road to final defeat. The troops stood down. Many would soon decamp to prepare in Britain for Overlord, including Omar Bradley and the 1st, 9th, 2nd Armored, and eventually 82nd Airborne Divisions, as well as 3 British divisions. Others were consigned to the long Mediterranean campaigns ahead. Patton's sense of deflation was a common malady. "I've been in the dumps," Truscott wrote Sarah on August 25th. "War would be okay if it was all fighting. It's these interims that give one the heebie-jeebies." Perhaps the heebie-jeebies came from reflection, the rare chance to consider what they had been through and what they still faced. Audie Murphy, already describing himself as a fugitive from the law of averages, wrote, "I have seen war as it actually is, and I do not like it." Paratrooper Jim Gavin lectured himself in his diary, "I have many more battles ahead of me. Fight intensely, smartly, and tough. Take chances personally and in matters of decision." In a note to his daughter, he dreamed of taking a post-war pastorate, with nothing to do but care for the flowers and meditate on the wickedness of the world. Part 2. Chapter 4. Salerno. Risks must be calculated. A gentle breeze barely riffled the sea, and a clement sun climbed through the early hours of Friday, September 3, 1943. Sicilian mongers peddled lemons and gladioli to British soldiers in battle kit queued up along the beaches. 300 ducks and other vessels swarmed between island and mainland, like so many gnats on a pond, a witness reported. And this first invasion of continental Europe, an all-British operation codenamed Baytown, had proved so placid that Tommies soon called it the Messina Strait Regatta. Only massed artillery broke the tranquility. More than 500 guns stood barking wheel to wheel on the slopes above Messina. Rockets arced toward the Calabrian shore like a kind of upward flowing yellow waterfall, wrote journalist Alan Moorhead. The noise was monstrous. British guns would fire 29,000 rounds on this Friday morning. The enemy, in reply, fired none. General Montgomery sipped his morning tea in a seaside olive orchard and scanned the first reports from 8th Army's vanguard, now poking through the battered streets of Reggio di Calabria on the opposite shore. German troops had melted into the hills. Montgomery called for his boat, much as one would set out for a picnic on the Thames, and sang in his reedy voice, "Now let's go to Italy." To Italy he went, standing erect and khaki-clad in the Duck's bow, his sharp chin lifted like a ship's figurehead. Several hundred yards from shore, the Duck nuzzled up to a Royal Navy corvette. Scrambling aboard, Montgomery descended to the cramped wardroom, where he drank 3 cups of coffee and nibbled on cookies, while telling reporters how he planned to wage war in Italy. "You must never let the enemy choose the ground on which you fight," he said. "He must be made to fight the battle according to your plan, never his plan, never. You must never attack until you are absolutely ready." In truth, he was peeved and disgruntled, and already had begun sulking in his trailer. Alexander had brushed aside his advice on how to fight the Italian campaign, and 8th Army was relegated to a supporting role. Operation Baytown had even shrunk to a mere 4 battalions until Montgomery's protests restored his invasion force to 2 divisions, the British 5th and the Canadian 1st. No effort had been made to coordinate 8th Army with 5th Army, now scheduled to land 300 tortuous road miles north at Salerno in less than a week. To beach an army in the tow made little sense, even as a diversion. Montgomery thought it daft. Alexander's instructions on whether to simply open the Messina Strait or to begin tramping up the length of Italy had been vague. When pressed to name an objective, he simply urged Montgomery to do what he could. Strategic guidance was no more enlightened. Roosevelt and Churchill had convened another conference in mid-August, this time in Quebec. They reaffirmed the Overlord invasion of Western Europe for the following spring, but the British still considered an extended campaign in Italy vital to that cross-channel attack because it would siphon German reserves from the Atlantic Wall. The Americans disagreed, incessantly reciting Napoleon's maxim that Italy, like a boot, should be entered only from the top. 800 miles long, it was the most vertebrate of countries, with a mountainous spine and bony ribs. No consensus existed on what to do if the Germans fought for the entire peninsula, or whether this was a worthwhile battleground if Italy quit the war. On Sunday, September 5th, Eisenhower hosted a small bridge party at his 7-bedroom estate in Algiers, the Villa Dar el Wad, Villa of the Family. In the years since he took command of the Allied Expeditionary Force, Eisenhower had survived battlefield setbacks, political missteps, and his own inexperience to become the Allies' indispensable man. The only man who could have made things work was Ike, Churchill's chief of staff, Lieutenant General Hastings Ismay said after the war. No one else. Victory in North Africa had enhanced his stature and his self-confidence. Montgomery considered Eisenhower the very incarnation of sincerity, with the power of drawing the hearts of men toward him as a magnet attracts bits of metal. Few could resist that infectious smile, and his physical vigor proved a tonic to others. Always on the move, the reporter Drew Middleton noted, walking up and down, pacing patterns on the rug, his flat, harsh voice ejecting idea after idea like sparks flung from an emery wheel. Cards were his favorite pastime, and for this game he rounded up 3 skilled players: Harry Butcher, Lieutenant General Mark W. Clark, and the Chief of Staff for Clark's 5th Army, Major General Alfred M. Grunther. Tricks were taken, tricks were lost, and between hands there was little palaver. Clark seemed preoccupied and failed to count trump properly. He and Butcher lost the rubber to Eisenhower and the formidable Grunther, who as a young lieutenant had supplemented his Army pay by refereeing professional bridge tournaments in New York. Reluctantly, they threw in their cards. Summoning his limousine, Eisenhower bundled Clark and Grunther in back and rode with them to the port, now alive with the usual embarkation frenzy of shouting stevedores and swinging booms. The commander-in-chief gripped Clark's hand. They had been close friends for 3 decades, since the academy, and wished him Godspeed. then watched the two officers stride up the gangplank to join Kent Hewitt on his new flagship, the USS Ancon. "The best organizer, planner, and trainer of troops that I have met," Eisenhower had written of Clark to Marshall 2 weeks earlier. "In preparing the minute details, he has no equal in our Army." It was precisely these attributes that had led Eisenhower to choose Clark for the immensely complex challenge of flinging an army onto a hostile shore, a task that would make him the senior American field commander in Italy. Long-limbed and angular, with a thick lower lip and prominent Adam's apple, Clark had dark eyes that constantly swept the terrain before him. To a British general, he evoked a film star who excels in westerns. Now 47, and known to his friends as Wayne, Clark had skipped the rank of colonel altogether and was among the youngest three-star generals in the Army's history. He thought of himself as destined to do something unusual in this war, a Fifth Army staff officer said, and so he carried himself with a dignity commensurate with that. An Anglophobe, he hid his disdain from both Eisenhower and the British. Only within his inner circle would he rail against these goddamn dumb British, or recite the Napoleonic maxim, "Don't be an ally, fight them." He professed to want my headquarters to be a happy one, but Clark was too short-tempered and aloof for easy felicity. One staff officer considered him a goddamn study in arrogance, while another saw conceit wrapped around him like a halo. Perhaps only in his correspondence with his wife Maureen, known as Rennie, did the sharp edges soften. He wrote of a yen to go fishing, of the rugs and silver dishes he was sending her, of his small needs from home like vitamin pills and gold braid for his caps. Clark's compulsive self-promotion already had drawn sharp rebukes from Marshall and Eisenhower, but he still instructed photographers to snap his facially best left side. His public relations staff would grow to nearly 50 men, with each news release preferably carrying Clark's name 3 times on the first page and at least once per page thereafter. Reporters were encouraged to adopt the commanding general's preferred nomenclature, Lieutenant General Mark W. Clark's Fifth Army. For this invasion, known as Operation Avalanche, that army was to land at Salerno, seize nearby Naples, and eventually establish air bases in the Rome area and, if feasible, further north. As in Husky, preparation suffered from the diaspora of Allied planners across the ancient world. Instead of the 3 to 5 months needed to thoroughly plan a major amphibious expedition, Clark got 45 days. Rehearsals were minimal and disheartening. Owing to the belated discovery of minefields in Salerno Bay, Hewitt would have to lower the landing craft 9 to 12 miles from the beaches in order to avoid endangering his troop transports. Clark on August 24th also accelerated H-hour by 30 minutes, upsetting all the detailed timings of convoys and assault waves. Quartermasters struggled to overcome shortages of hospital beds, bakeries, laundry units, and, because planners had simply forgotten to requisition it, 100-octane aviation fuel. Only 3 assault divisions were available for Avalanche, so the operation would have less than half the heft of Husky. Clark had pleaded for at least 4 divisions, but as usual, force size was determined by shipping capacity rather than battlefield needs. Even as Clark boarded Ancon, it was unclear to Hewitt how many ships and landing craft he had in his fleet. Some vessels still required refurbishing after duty in Sicily, and much shipping had been diverted to support Montgomery in Baytown. Adding to Clark's burden, Eisenhower on September 3rd told him he could no longer count on the 82nd Airborne Division in reserve, a blow that Clark likened to cutting off my left arm. Eisenhower had his own disappointments. 3 times he asked Washington and London to temporarily double his heavy bomber force for Avalanche, and 3 times the combined chiefs refused to divert planes from the growing air campaign in Britain. Eisenhower advised his superiors that the invasion would proceed apace with whatever forces we have at the moment, but that risks must be calculated. The combined chiefs were told at Quebec that an estimated 40,000 enemy troops would oppose the Salerno landings on D-Day, but that number could grow to 100,000 within 4 days. The Germans may attack us with up to 6 divisions sometime during September, while Clark would not have that many troops ashore until late fall. The key in amphibious landings was not the size of the landing force, but whether invaders could build up the beachhead faster than the defenders. Salerno would be a poor place to fight outnumbered. As an invasion site, it offered nearly perfect hydrography, with few sandbars, a negligible tide, a small port in a sheltered bay, and 22 miles of gorgeous beaches. This is the finest strip of coast in the whole of Italy, perhaps anywhere in the Mediterranean, one British planner noted. But, he added, it had the misfortune of being hemmed in by mountains. Mostly rugged limestone, those mountains encircled an alluvial plain traversed by a pair of modest rivers, the Sele and the Calore. Risks had been calculated. On September 6th, Ancon cast off her lines and steamed from Algiers at 12 knots in a convoy of 70 ships that included 3 cruisers and 14 destroyers. In 48 hours, 600 vessels sailing in 16 convoys from 6 ports would converge on an enchanted land, as Longfellow had called it, where the blue Salernian bay, with its sickle of white sand, awaited them. Plots, counterplots, and cross-plots. Even as the invaders bore down on Salerno, hope persisted that diplomacy might spare Italy from being dragged lengthwise by what Churchill called the hot rake of war. Since Mussolini's arrest in late July, the Italian government had repeatedly sworn fealty to the Pact of Steel. Both the king and his new plenipotentiary, Marshal Badoglio, vowed to preserve the Axis. In truth, the Italians had been making diplomatic overtures to the Allies since early August, in Tangiers, Madrid, and Vatican City, in a surreptitious tangle of plots, counterplots, and cross-plots, as diplomat Harold Macmillan put it. Wary but intrigued, the combined chiefs had instructed Eisenhower to send 2 AFQ officers to neutral Portugal for a clandestine rendezvous with an ostensible Badoglio emissary. On August 19th, Beadle Smith and the AFQ intelligence chief, Brigadier Kenneth W. D. Strong, flew via Gibraltar to Lisbon with forged papers in an atmosphere of amateur theatricals, in Macmillan's phrase. The 2 envoys were chauffeured around Lisbon in a rattletrap Buick by a young American diplomat named George F. Kennan. Their Italian counterpart proved to be a short, swarthy character of Sicilian descent, with thinning hair, a hook nose, and a loathing of the Germans matched only by his affection for political skullduggery. General Giuseppe Castellano had come to Lisbon to ask how Italy could arrange to join the United Nations in opposition to Germany. As a token of good faith, he offered a stack of secret documents detailing the military dispositions of 400,000 Germans now in Italy. Castellano quickly discerned that the Allies were in no mood to forgive and forget. In an all-night session at the British ambassador's house, fueled by whiskey and soda, Smith made it clear that Italy's only choice was surrender or the ruination of total war. Castellano's government was given until the end of August to accept the Allied terms. Eisenhower told the combined chiefs on August 28th that the risks at Salerno will be minimized to a large extent if we are able to secure Italian assistance. Alexander feared that without such assistance, Avalanche might fail, perhaps causing the fall of Churchill's government and seriously compromising Britain's determination to remain in the war. Coded messages flew between Rome and Algiers, with no real agreement on surrender terms. On September 1st, an ambiguous radio signal from Badoglio declared, "The reply is affirmative." Castellano flew to Sicily a day later and was escorted to a private tent in the 30-acre olive and almond orchard at Cassibile, south of Syracuse, where Alexander now kept his headquarters. There, on September 3rd, beneath a gnarled olive tree on a scarred wooden camp table hastily upholstered with napkins, Castellano and Beadle Smith signed Italy's capitulation using a borrowed fountain pen. Eisenhower, who flew in for the occasion, looked on with Alexander. Someone produced a whiskey bottle and dirty glasses for a toast, and each witness plucked an olive sprig for a memento. The surrender was to be jointly announced in Rome and Algiers on the eve of D-Day. Castellano pressed to learn that precise date, but Smith, in a low voice, replied, "I can say only that the landing will take place within 2 weeks." Castellano soon advised his government that there was still a fortnight to prepare. "Today's events must be kept secret," Eisenhower cabled the combined chiefs, "or our plans will be ruined." For 1,184 days, Italy had fought shoulder to shoulder with Germany. Now she had cast her lot with her erstwhile foes, trusting in Providence and an Allied shield for protection from Hitler's wrath. Neither would stay the hot rake. The stillest shoes the world could boast. Unmolested and apparently undetected, Kent Hewitt's armada of 642 ships steamed north in a 1,000-square-mile swatch of the Mediterranean, bound for Harpsichord, as the Gulf of Salerno was now codenamed. Some 55,000 assault troops would invade Salerno, with a comparable number of reinforcements to follow. When Fifth Army's left, the British 10th Corps was to land 2 infantry divisions and pivot toward Naples. On the right, the U.S. 6th Corps would initially land only the 36th Division, with part of the 45th Division afloat in reserve. "It's the most daring plan of the war," Clark said aboard the Ancon. "You can't play with fire without the risk of burning your fingers." At 6:30 p.m. on Wednesday, September 8th, barely 8 hours before the landings were to commence, Clark joined Hewitt in the Admiral's cabin, where they heard Eisenhower's armistice announcement on Radio Algiers and Badoglio's subsequent affirmation. Many ships piped the broadcasts over their public address systems. Officers with megaphones quickly spread the word to smaller craft. Jubilation erupted across the fleet. On Duchess of Bedford, Eisenhower's final words were drowned out by the dancing, kissing, backslapping, and roaring of the troops, according to one account. Aboard HMS Hillary, they flung helmets in the air or banged them on the steel deck, yelling, "The eye ties have jagged it in." Those on the destroyer USS Mayo brayed, "The war is over." Soldiers jettisoned bandoliers and grenades, stuffing their ammo pouches with extra cigarettes. A British officer regretted leaving his dinner jacket in Africa. "I never again expect to witness such scenes of sheer joy," Clark's aide wrote. "We would dock in Naples harbor unopposed, with an olive branch in one hand and an opera ticket in the other." Officers prowled the decks, trying to talk sense to men now convinced that Salerno's beaches would be undefended. "Stop it, you bloody fools," a British captain bellowed, while on HMS Princess Astrid, a large sign advised, "Take your ammunition with you. You'll need it." Major General Ernest J. Dawley, commander of the U.S. 6th Corps, warned soldiers on the USS Funston that they would have to fight like horned Comanches if we mean to get ashore and stay there. The call to general quarters 60 miles from Salerno restored a modicum of sobriety. Any residual hilarity dissolved at 8:15 p.m. when Luftwaffe planes attacked the fleet with flares, bombs, and torpedoes, though to little effect. Just before 10 p.m., on the approach to Harpsichord, lookouts spied blue signal lights from the beacon submarine HMS Shakespeare and the destroyer Cole. "Do you think we've been spotted by the enemy?" someone asked Hewitt on Ancon's flag bridge. "If they haven't," replied the admiral, "they're blind." 12 miles offshore, at the 100-fathom line, captains ordered all engines stopped just before midnight. Water hissed along the hulls as the vessels lost way. Chains rattled, anchors splashed, a boatswain's whistle trilled. Each ship swung gently on its moorings. The night was bright and balmy, with barely a whisper of wind. An eruption of tracer fire on the distant shore reminded Sergeant Newton H. Fulbright of a red beaded curtain rising in a theater. Someone murmured, "I think they know we're here." Clark stood beside Hewitt, laved in soft red light on the flag bridge. Sailors tied manila lanyards to 10-gallon coffee urns and lowered them to the boat crews. "You'll be in total command by tonight," Hewitt said. Clark nodded. "I can't help thinking that casualties may be high." Pray God they won't. South of Salerno, the coastal plain was watered by the Sele and Calore rivers, which flowed parallel for 7 miles before converging 4 miles from the sea. Tobacco, olives, and teardrop tomatoes grew in the fecund lowlands. But the most singular feature lay on the southern lip of the plain, at Paestum, a 6th century B.C. Greek colony, famed in antiquity for its roses and violets, and still the grandest complex of Doric temples outside Athens. It was precisely here that the U.S. 36th Division planned to come ashore, while the British 10th Corps, comprising the 46th and 56th Divisions, landed 12 miles north, between the Sele's mouth and Salerno town. Darby's Rangers and British commandos would also fall on the Sorrento Peninsula, seizing the mountain passes from Naples. Neither Kesselring nor his lieutenants believed that Montgomery's landing in Calabria a week earlier presaged an Anglo-American march up the entire length of Italy. In recent days, Salerno had seemed an increasingly likely place for the Allies to force open a back door to Naples and Rome. A mid-afternoon alert on September 8th cited a large naval force of more than 100 ships approaching the southwest coast. Following the capitulation announcement, Kesselring displayed the agility so characteristic of his generalship. With Hitler's authorization, at 8 p.m. he invoked Operation Oxa, a secret contingency plan drafted in August to disarm Italian forces and take over key fortifications. Confirmation that the Allied armada was closing on Salerno restored Kesselring's smile. At least he would not have to fight an invasion force near Rome while also subduing the capital. The invaders must be completely annihilated and in addition thrown into the sea, he declared. The British and Americans must realize that they are hopelessly lost against the concentrated German might. That German might took the form of 10th Army, created in mid-August and reinforced with units retreating from Sicily. Army command fell to a veteran of France, Yugoslavia, and Russia, General Heinrich von Wiedinghoff, a capable Prussian infantryman with baggy eyes, graying temples, and a little Hitler mustache. Some 135,000 German troops now occupied southern Italy, and Kesselring channeled his resentment at Italy's betrayal, he called it a spiritual burden for me, into demands for swift vengeance. No mercy must be shown the traitors, he cabled Wiedinghoff. Long live the Führer. Defense of the Gulf of Salerno fell to the 16th Panzer Division, perhaps the best equipped division in Italy, with 17,000 men, 104 functioning tanks, and 700 machine guns. The defenders had fashioned 8 strongpoints from Salerno in the north to Paestum and Agropoli in the south, each a quarter-mile wide and fitted with mines, automatic weapons, mortars, heavy guns, and an abatis of felled trees. As Fifth Army's landing craft swarmed across the bight, the Germans waited, alert and aggrieved, unburdened by delusion that the war might be over. On the far right of the Allied line, scout boats spaced half a mile apart flashed red, green, yellow, and blue lights at 3:10 a.m. to signify the 4 beaches upon which the approaching assault battalions of the 36th Division were to make land at Paestum. Down came the ramps with a clank and a splash, and the first rifleman scuttled nearly dry-shod onto the shingle at precisely 3:30 a.m. Then a constellation of silver flares hissed overhead, bathing the beaches in cold brilliance, and the sawmill sound of a German machine gun broke the spell, followed by another, and another, and another. Mortars crumped, and from the high ground to the east and south came the shriek of 88mm shells, green fireballs that whizzed through the dunes at half a mile per second, trailing golden plumes of dust. Bullets plumped the sea and slapped the boat ramps. "You can't dig foxholes in a boat," one sergeant observed with evident sorrow. A second wave landed 8 minutes behind the first, and a third wave 8 minutes after that. But fire discomposed the 4 subsequent waves as coxswains swerved left or right or back to sea without unloading. On the beach, soldiers wriggled out of backpacks ignited by grazing tracers. Teller mines buried 10 yards beyond the waterline exploded in geysers of sand and shredded tires from the first jeeps ashore. The dunes were as hellish as the beach, raked with fire from a dense woodline just inland and from a 50-foot stone turret built centuries earlier as a watchtower against Saracens. German gunners on Pestum's cyclopean walls poured plunging fire on every snapping twig, every rustle in the long grass. Panzers lurked in barns and sheds, firing point-blank on riflemen creeping past. The first Luftwaffe planes arrived with the morning light shortly after 4 a.m., strafing and bombing, as the Navy's official history recorded, on a scale never before or since equaled in a Mediterranean landing. After the rejoicing that had met Italy's capitulation, an officer observed, many troops had the feeling that someone had let them down. As the battle intensified, the reporter Don Whitehead overheard someone suggest, "Maybe it would be better for us to fight without an armistice." By 6 a.m., 2 infantry regiments, the 141st and 142nd, had made land, with the 143rd soon to follow. But the foothold was tenuous. Avalanche planners had hoped the assault vanguard would be 4,000 yards inland by daylight to secure the beaches from mortar and machine gun fire, and far enough by dusk on D-Day to exterminate German artillery still capable of ranging the waterline. Instead, by mid-morning, the beachhead in a few spots hardly extended 400 yards. On Blue Beach, in the far south, a battalion was pinned to the dunes and would remain pinned for 20 hours. Hundreds of men burrowed into the laurel brakes and ice plant, filching ammunition from the dead. There was more to filch after Mark IV panzers broke through the American line. It was like fighting tanks bare-handed, a lieutenant colonel in the 141st Infantry reported. I saw riflemen swarm over the top of moving German tanks, trying to shoot through slits or throw grenades inside. Other tanks would machine gun them off. They ran over wounded men and spun their treads. An intelligence officer later found that medics had laid the dead in a row, side by side, shoulder to shoulder, with extreme precision, as if about to present arms. Their feet protruded from the covering blankets, the stillest shoes the world could boast, one staff officer wrote. Other bodies were propped into sitting positions, so it wouldn't look so bad to the troops coming in. A radioed query to the ANCON, among the few coherent messages to get through, gave Clark and Hewitt a sense of conditions ashore. On what beach shall we put our dead? Salvation arrived shortly after 9 a.m. Minesweepers finished clearing an inshore channel, allowing warships to press toward the beaches. Fire control parties, whose operations had been hampered for hours by bulky radios, smoke, enemy aircraft, and utter confusion on the beach, now began sprinkling gunfire around the beachhead rim. By late morning, destroyers steamed within 100 yards of shore, pumping 5-inch shells into the face of Monte Soprano. The cruiser USS Savannah soon opened on German tank concentrations with scores of 6-inch shells. Her sister, Philadelphia, flushed 36 panzers detected by a spotter plane in a copse near Red Beach. Salvo upon salvo fell on the tanks for nearly an hour, reportedly destroying half a dozen and scattering the rest. As German troops backed into the sheltering hills, 2 American regiments pushed east past Pestum's temples and north toward the Sele River. A 3rd regiment, the 141st, remained trapped near Blue Beach by enfilading fire from high ground to the south. 48 ducks finally made shore, each carrying a howitzer, a 6-man gun crew, and 21 rounds. Near a tobacco barn at Casa Vanula, 3 miles inland, guns from the 151st Field Artillery arrived at noon, just as a dozen panzers closed on the 36th Division command post. In what one major called hip shooting with howitzers, gunners demolished a stone wall for a better field of fire, cut their fuses, then yanked the lanyards at 200 yards range. By 12:30 p.m., greasy smoke boiled from 4 burning tanks, and the others had dispersed. The shallow American beachhead was secure, for now. A dozen miles to the north, the preliminary naval bombardment eschewed by the Americans helped clear red, white, and green beaches for the British. The 46th Division on the left and the 56th Division on the right began wading ashore at 3:30 a.m. At the water's edge, a sailor escorting the Coldstream Guards stood waving a huge flag, urging, "This way to Naples, boys." Beyond the beaches, the invasion unfolded with heady initial promise. Tommies rushed 3 miles inland to seize Monte Corvino airfield, the preeminent D-Day objective. Astonished Luftwaffe pilots pelted across the runway to their cockpits, only to be shot down by tanks and self-propelled guns that blew apart 36 parked planes. Yet the field remained within easy range of German guns, a misfortune discovered by an unwitting American Air Force colonel, John G. Ailing, who landed in a B-25 with a cargo of radio equipment. The aircraft had hardly taxied to a stop when 88mm shells riddled the fuselage, killing Ailing and his pilot, burning the plane to the spars, and, as it transpired, ending Allied hopes of using Monte Corvino for the next 11 days. Past Monte Corvino, Tommies in khaki drill hurried east toward the town of Battipaglia, soon known as Batty P, a squat, melancholy fascist showcase straddling the key intersection of Highways 18 and 19, 5 miles inland. The 9th Battalion of the Royal Fusiliers, capered forward by tractor, dray horse, barrow, and bicycle. Crossing dikes and tobacco fields, they entered Batty P shortly after midnight on Friday, September 10th, exultant but isolated. German infiltrators in camouflage face paint soon crept through swales and irrigation ditches to flank the British salient. One wary guardsman detected a feeling of looseness, of porosity, where all should have been tightly sealed. As another hot, luminous Mediterranean day dawned on Friday, German counterattacks added panic to that loose feeling. Fusiliers scoured westward past the Lombardy poplars and oleander, warning of Tiger tanks like bloody great battleships. Some flung away their weapons, yelling, "Back to the beaches, we're overrun." By Friday afternoon, a guards officer wrote, "The small roads were full of frightened soldiers, many retiring pell-mell regardless of officers." Short, violent scraps flared across the beachhead, gunfights rather than battles. The line stiffened, shoving the Germans back to Batty P, and by early Saturday the British held roughly 8 miles of beachfront that extended inland for 2 to 4 miles. British commandos held a smaller, shallower adjacent plot at Salerno town, including the port. Every occupied inch was vulnerable to German guns, and those without shovels soon dug with their hands. As one artillery major observed, "We've got them just where they want us." Only on the extreme left of the Allied line could the invaders report unqualified success. Bill Darby's Rangers had captured the resort villages of Maiori, Minori, and Amalfi without opposition, then climbed a serpentine road through groves of thick-skinned lemons the size of a child's skull to seize the hogback crest of the Sorrento Peninsula. 5 hours after crossing the black sand beaches, Rangers held Chiunzi Pass, 6 miles inland and 4,000 feet up. "If ever there was an artilleryman's dream," Darby later said, "here it was." The windswept defile offered a panoramic view of Naples, Vesuvius's purple shoulders, and all German military traffic crawling south towards Salerno on Highway 18. Rangers nested like cliff swallows in the ridge face, then trimmed the chestnut branches for a better view and called for fire. "We have taken up a position in the enemy's rear," Darby radioed Clark on Ancon. "We'll stay here until hell freezes over if necessary." Of all the commanders ashore in Fifth Army, only he could truthfully radio Clark, "We are sitting pretty." For the rest, American and British, in 6th Corps and in 10th Corps, Naples still lay far to the north, and no man doubted that the beachhead had become a magnet for every Gefreiter in southern Italy with a machine pistol. At a cost of 1,000 Anglo-American casualties, Fifth Army in 2 days had won a footing ashore, yet the struggle at Salerno would not be for the beach, but for the beachhead. A death struggle had begun, between Allied forces trying to mass enough combat strength to burst free of the Salerno plain, and German forces trying to mass enough strength to fling the invaders into the sea. "I feel that avalanche will be a matter of touch and go for the next few days," Eisenhower cabled the combined chiefs from Amilcar, his headquarters near Tunis. "Our greatest asset now is confusion." That was a thin reed. With Fifth Army's last reserves already committed, Alexander on September 10th urged Eighth Army to make haste from Calabria. Montgomery cheerfully agreed to push on as soon as admin situation allows, while confiding to his diary that he intended to act carefully. Despite modest opposition, he issued no get-cracking orders and on September 11th declared a 2-day rest for his 5th Division. The plodding march north resembled, in one description, a holiday picnic. Within the Anglo-American beachhead, rumors flitted like small birds that the British were in Naples, that the German garrison on Corsica had mutinied, that the Allies had landed in France, that Italian troops blocked the Brenner Pass, that the Germans were using poison gas. The savvy and the cynical soon credited only what their 5 senses confirmed. Few would dispute the 45th Division gunner who wrote in his diary, "From what we have seen, the surrender of Italy hasn't hindered the Germans too much." On Sunday morning, September 12th, Mark Clark moved his Fifth Army headquarters from ship to beachhead. Clerks, drivers, and staff officers rowed a Royal Navy landing vessel to shore, where a witness described hundreds of soldiers streaming like ants to bring typewriters and filing cabinets up from the beach. Near Highway 18, in a pine grove southwest of the Sele Calore confluence, a conspicuous pink stucco palazzo with a lush garden was chosen for Clark's command post despite sporadic enemy artillery fire. 28,000 Americans were now ashore, with roughly twice that many British troops to the north. The Fifth Army beachhead stretched for 40 miles, at an average depth of 6 miles. Nowhere was it deeper than 11 miles, and near Battipaglia, the line had hardly advanced since the invasion began 4 days earlier. Montgomery's army still dawdled far to the south, and Clark could expect no significant reinforcements by sea until another infantry division and an armored division finished arriving in the 4th week of September. The American right flank seemed secure, but the center worried Clark. This morning, German grenadiers had infiltrated a battalion of the 142nd Infantry in the hilltop village of Altavilla, then cut the unit to ribbons. Driven from Altavilla and the terraced heights to the east, the battalion was reduced by 2/3 to 260 men. Of still greater concern to Clark was the American left flank. As one officer noted, the Sele had become not just a river, but a tribulation. In the V-shaped bottoms, where the Calore flowed into the Sele from the northeast, the 179th Infantry for the past day had fought desperately against panzers spilling from the dells below Eboli. If German forces followed the Sele to the sea, Clark realized, they could turn the inner flanks of both 10th Corps in the north and 6th Corps in the south. The 45th and 36th Divisions were arrayed in a brittle cordon defense, and the 45th had just 5 infantry battalions in Italy. The enemy noose grew tighter by the hour, yet the Corps had no reserves. With these concerns in mind, Clark climbed into a jeep and drove to Red Beach, where he flagged down a patrol boat and roared off to the British sector in search of the 10th Corps commander, Lieutenant General Richard L. McCreary. Here things were even worse. Very heavy fighting today, involving very great expenditure of ammunition, McCreary had informed Clark the previous night. On Saturday alone, the Germans had captured 1,500 Allied soldiers, mostly British. 10th Corps casualties at Salerno approached 3,000. A pious, blunt Anglo-Irish cavalryman, tall, lean, and vague as one Yank described him, McCreary limped from a Great War wound and tended when alarmed to lower his voice to a near whisper. He was whispering now. Hounded by panzers, the exhausted 56th Division was pulling back to a new line 2 miles west of Battipaglia, a town now pulverized and reeking of seared flesh. Grenadier and Coldstream Guardsmen were only 5,000 yards from the beaches. Some battalion officers had burned their secret documents and maps as a precaution against capture. Shaken by the sight of the British dead stacked in the dunes, Clark at dusk raced the failing light back to Paestum. His first order was to abandon the pink palazzo, now within earshot of panzer fire. The Army headquarters moved into a green calamity tent hastily erected in a thicket just a stone's throw north of the 6th Corps barn. Under prodding, Major General Dawley, the 6th Corps commander, issued a field order to shift his forces to the left. The 45th Division would sidestep north of the Sicily, with 2 battalions on the far left of the American line stretching toward Batty P in an effort to seal the gap with the British. Major General Fred Walker's 36th Division now held everything south of the river on an exceptionally elongated 35-mile front. In his pencil-written diary, Dawley scribbled, "Situation bad." September 13th, Black Monday to those who outlived it, dawned so quiet that the crowing of a cock cut the ears. Mist drifted in the flats, wet and eerie. 8-foot tobacco fronds nodded on the morning airs. Somewhere a cow lowed, longing to be milked. All tranquility vanished at 6 a.m. 2 battalions from the 36th Division struck Altavilla through the peach and apple trees in a futile lunge for the high ground behind the town, especially a cactus-infested knob known as Hill 424. Ferocious German counterattacks with 20 tanks eventually drove the Americans down the terrace slopes, firing over their shoulders. Off to a bad start, the morning only worsened when the 142nd Infantry's 1st Battalion, already reduced to 260 men, pushed through a ravine south of the village in a column of companies. Artillery shells, some alleged they came from American guns, ripped the formation from front to back. By day's end, just 60 men were reported fit for duty. Slapped around in the uplands at Altavilla, the Americans now faced mortal danger in the Sicily flats. For only on Monday morning did General Wiedinghoff confirm that a rift ran through the center of Fifth Army. German intelligence surmised that the 2 enemy corps had independent and almost unconnected leadership. Wiedinghoff, who had amassed 600 tanks and self-propelled guns, now insisted that the Allies had split themselves into 2 sections to expedite evacuation of the beachhead. The arrival of more ships in the anchorage, as well as an intercepted radio message, seemed to confirm the enemy's intention of abandoning Salerno. A quick thrust down the Sicily to the sea could thwart any escape. There would be no second Dunkirk. A spearhead of 15 panzers clanked southwest down the Eboli Road, followed by a shrieking battalion of grenadiers shooting colored flares and smoke grenades to simulate a bigger force. Like a battering ram, the assault stove in first one flank and then the other of the 157th Infantry's 1st Battalion. From the far bank, tank fire screamed through the Yank command post. The battalion soon broke, pelting west down the river for nearly 2 miles toward Highway 18, with a loss of more than 500 men. The wolf was in the fold. "Tracers were going through my pack," a soldier later wrote his father. "My nose was all scratched trying to hug the ground." Across the river, a single battalion from the 36th Division, the 2nd of the 143rd Infantry, had been plopped after midnight between the Sicily and the Calore, just beyond the hamlet of Persano. Germans looped behind the unit's left flank, while other panzers struck from the right and head-on, machine-gunning GIs in slit trenches along a dirt track. Rifle companies, one witness said, were swept aside like furrows from a plow. Of 842 men, 334 survived to fight another day. Half the battalion was captured, including the commander. All afternoon, panzers hunted GIs like game birds in the dense undergrowth. A major who escaped across the Calore summarized his report in 5 words. It was hell up there. And soon, back here. Situation worse, enemy closing, heavy tank and artillery action, a 179th Infantry War Diary recorded. The 191st Tank Battalion backed its Shermans into a semicircle to fire on 3 fronts. Quartermasters dumped ammunition in a hedgerow, and tank crews took turns scuttling back one by one to rearm. Dead men lay on a gravel bar in the Calore as if sunning themselves. A young major in the 179th Infantry told his men, "Tonight you're not fighting for your country, you're fighting for your ass, because they're behind us." "Enemy on the run," the German vanguard reported. Only a charred, demolished bridge across the Calore, 5 miles from the beach, momentarily stalled Wiedinghoff's drive to Paestum and the sea. Deep drainage ditches kept German tanks and armored carriers from veering off the narrow dirt road. Panzer commanders milled at the burned bridge, studying their maps. Then on the southwest bank of the Calore, hard by the junction with the Sele, 2 field artillery battalions from the 45th Division, the 158th and the 189th, shouldered 24 guns into the brambles and at 6:30 p.m. let fly volley after stabbing volley, point-blank across the muddy stream. Drivers, bandsmen, and cooks crawled along the bank, and the crackle of rifle fire soon punctuated the roar of 105-millimeter howitzers and the poomph of white phosphorus mortar shells springing from their tubes. Smoke billowed in the bottoms, swallowing the molten glare of flares floating on their tiny parachutes, and howitzer shells splintered trees on the far bank, clear-cutting the wood with steel and flame. Stripped to the waist and black with grit, soldiers staggered from dump to gun with a high-explosive shell on each shoulder, and sheets of flame bridged the Calore, hour after hour after hour. 3 miles down Highway 18, grim dispatches fluttered into the 6 Corps tobacco barn headquarters. An enemy column a mile long was moving south from Eboli toward Persano to exploit the gash in the American line. Several battalions had been ravaged, if not obliterated. German shells had destroyed 40,000 gallons of fuel and thwarted efforts to reopen the Salerno port. Clark had spent the day in Grunther's trailer, hearing the same bleak reports. The beachhead, he concluded, had deteriorated from precarious to extremely critical. Not until this morning had Alexander issued an unambiguous hurry-up order to 8th Army, but Montgomery remained more than 60 miles away, despite annoying BBC broadcasts that portrayed him as heroically galloping to the rescue. Only the lightly armed 82nd Airborne Division in Sicily could provide quick reinforcement. Clark this morning sent Major General Matthew B. Ridgway, the 82nd Commander, an urgent note. Dear Matt, it is absolutely essential that one of your infantry regimental combat teams drop today within our defended beachhead. At 7:30 p.m., Clark convened a conference with Dawley, Walker, and Middleton in the hot, dim 6th Corps command post. Clark recalled a staff college exercise at Fort Leavenworth a decade earlier in which students prepared demolition orders to prevent ammunition and other stocks from falling into enemy hands. Staff College also had stressed the importance in amphibious invasions of drafting an evacuation plan. Yet the 1941 Army Field Manual, Landing Operations on Hostile Shores, warned that re-embarkations of forces under fire are exceedingly difficult and hazardous operations, which could require the deliberate sacrifice of part of the forces ashore in order to extricate the bulk. Which forces should be sacrificed at Salerno? Clark would subsequently deny seriously considering evacuation. That was never in our thoughts, he wrote his mother a month later. In fact, he now revealed contingency plans still being cobbled together by the Fifth Army staff. Grunther was ordered to take up with the Navy the necessary arrangements. The plans were strictly precautionary. At 9 p.m., 2,500 yards south of the Calore, a whistle blew in the Fifth Army bivouac, summoning officers into the bright moonlight. In what the reporter Lionel Shapiro described as a level, lifeless voice, a colonel announced, "German tanks have broken through our lines. They're coming down the Sele toward this camp. All officers will take a roll call of their men." 3 quick pistol shots would signal the panzer's arrival. Cooks, clerks, and orderlies loaded their rifles and fanned into a firing line. An officer arrived to find the Fifth Army headquarters personnel in the weeds no higher than your waist and crawling around on their hands and knees. Some men sidled down to the sea, determined, as one soldier explained, to wade up to our necks and wait there until some ship comes along and picks us up. Clark ordered his staff to prepare for evacuation on 10 minutes' notice. 5 landing craft bobbed offshore, waiting for a summons to Green Beach. General Wiedinghoff cabled Kesselring and the Berlin High Command, "After a defensive battle lasting 4 days, enemy resistance is collapsing." Told by a subordinate that Allied resistance seemed to be stiffening, Wiedinghoff insisted, "The fact that he is collapsing cannot be doubted if he voluntarily splits his force into 2 halves." As Black Monday drew to a close, the 10th Army War Diary recorded, "The Battle of Salerno appears to be over." A Portal 1. Just as Fifth Army's plight had deteriorated from precarious to critical on Black Monday, now it ebbed back to simply precarious. The plucky stand at the Bern Bridge had checked German momentum. Then, just before midnight, a fleet of C-47s had appeared overhead, and an enormous letter T, with legs half a mile long, fashioned from pails of gasoline-soaked sand, abruptly burst into flame to mark the beachfront drop zone. Like a cloud of monster snowflakes, as one witness reported, the 82nd Airborne's 504th Infantry sifted into the beachhead, on time, on target, and without a single instance of the friendly fire that had decimated the regiment in Sicily 2 months earlier. "Men, it's open season on Krautheads," the 504th commander roared as his soldiers headed for the corrugated uplands. "You know what to do." Perhaps to compensate for any faint-hearted behavior on Monday evening, Clark on Tuesday was conspicuously daring, demonstrating the physical courage that in fact would characterize his generalship. Exposing himself to fire below the Calore, he helped position his battered battalions to suture the seam between 6th Corps and 10th Corps. A German lunge at 8 a.m. was met with a hot volley of flanking fire that left 7 panzers burning in the mist. Early in the afternoon, 45th Division troops threw back 2 more attacks, and by late in the day 24 German tanks had been destroyed. The heavy naval artillery barrages were especially unpleasant, a Hermann Göring Division commander confessed. Hewitt ordered every boat with a gun barrel into the fight, led by the big warships dubbed the Murderous Queens. Steaming off the Sale's mouth, Philadelphia from 9 p.m. Monday until 4 a.m. Tuesday fired nearly 1,000 6-inch shells at roads, intersections, and German troop concentrations, then yielded to the equally murderous USS Boise. Soldiers ashore greeted new salvos with a baying war cry, "Adolf, count your children now." What naval shells missed, Air Force bombs hit. Several hundred bombers struck the Sale plain during daylight on Tuesday. That night, in an unusual tactical role, 60 B-17s battered road and rail targets around Eboli and Battipaglia. By late Wednesday, more than 1,000 heavy sorties had been flown at Salerno. Over the next 4 days, the heavies would drop 760 tons of high explosives per square mile, annihilating intersections, rail yards, and villages. By dusk on Tuesday, German commanders reported that movement during the day had become almost impossible without attracting Allied artillery, naval shells, bombs, mortar rounds, or tank fire, and sometimes all 5. Having seen such firepower in Tunisia and again in Sicily, Kesselring now doubted that 10th Army could mass enough combat strength to obliterate the beachhead. Still, the stakes made it worth one more try. Kesselring on Tuesday gave Wiedinghoff his marching orders. Make a final effort to throw Fifth Army into the sea, but be prepared to march north, perhaps as far as Rome. The somber, if sketchy, reports from Salerno had so incensed Winston Churchill that he threatened to set things right by flying to the beachhead personally. Instead, he sent his favorite Beau Sabreur, a man who had reputedly built sandcastles under fire on Dunkirk Beach, and whose very name calmed tempests and stiffened spines. General Harold Alexander, General Alex to buck privates and brigadiers alike, arrived in the roadstead aboard the destroyer Offa before dawn on Wednesday, September 15th, and clambered aboard the Biscayne to learn from Hewitt what all the fuss was about. Alexander was immaculate, as always, with his bloused breeches, sleek mustache, and steep-peaked red-banded cap, worn with an upward tilt of the head that might be called supercilious if it were not so serene, as reporter John Gunther wrote. As always, he carried in his kit an Irish flag which he intended to raise over Berlin. He assumed that nothing ever went right in battle, and thus was rarely surprised by confusion or calamity. In Alexander's cosmology, chaos at Salerno reflected the natural order. To him, war was simply homicide on a scale which transformed it into a crusade and an art dignified by its difficulties and risks. No sooner had Hewitt laid out Clark's evacuation contingency than General Alex, in a rare flash of temper, cracked his bloused breeches with a swagger stick and stepped to the front of Biscayne's crowded war room. "Oh, no! We can't have anything like that," he said, bristling. "Never do, never do." Alexander looked about as if seeking sand to build a castle. "There will be no evacuation," he said. "Now we'll proceed from there." He and Hewitt found Clark awaiting them on the Pestum beach. Around a camp table in the Fifth Army headquarters thicket, an orderly served breakfast while Philadelphia, back on the Sele station, unlimbered at targets near Persano, rattling coffee cups and shivering the tent canvas with concussion ghosts. Alexander and Clark vanished for a private conversation in the Army commander's little trailer. When they emerged, all evacuation schemes had been scrapped. Clark accepted the bucking up graciously and managed to conceal his seething anger at Montgomery, who seemed impervious both to Alexander's exhortations and to the predicament of Fifth Army. This very day the Eighth Army commander had sent a message, both tactically and syntactically suspect. "My dear Clark, it looks as if you may be having not too good a time, and I do hope that all will go well with you. We are on the way to lend a hand." In fact, Montgomery's 64,000 troops were still 50 miles from Pestum, patching demolished bridges and holding medals ceremonies. Not for another 36 hours would a British patrol make contact with the bridgehead, 35 miles south of Pestum, and no significant link-up would occur until September 19th. Clark, whose casualty list had swelled to nearly 7,000, swallowed his fury and replied to Montgomery, "It will be a pleasure to see you again at an early date. Here, situation well in hand." To Fifth Army, Clark proclaimed on Wednesday night, "Our beachhead is secure. We are here to stay." He did not tell the Germans, however, and on Thursday morning, September 16th, they struck again. Hardly had the shrieking hordes begun to lunge seaward, however, than Allied cannonades smacked them down. British tanks flayed them with severe casualties. A regiment of German paratrooper reinforcements never penetrated the curtain of naval shells, and 2 Hermann Göring battalions reported being put out of action in close-quarters fighting. The Allied weight of metal was now insuperable. Wiedinghoff had shot his bolt. Acknowledging 10th Army's grievous losses, Kesselring authorized a retreat, with the proviso that Wiedinghoff hold the Volturno River, 20 miles north of Naples, until at least October 15th. After a final mauling of 2 isolated American paratrooper battalions at Altavilla, the Germans stole away from the beachhead on Friday night, leaving a rear guard of 2,500 to discourage pursuit. So ended the first great battle to liberate the continent of Europe. Even in retreat, the Germans deemed the 10-day struggle at Salerno a victory. Kesselring told Berlin that he had captured 3,000 Allied prisoners, inflicted at least 10,000 additional casualties, and left the invaders incapable of attacking for a long time. Above all, the value to us is the time won, which assists us in the building up of strength. The 16th Panzer Division commander considered both the British and Americans to be inferior combat soldiers, devoid of the offensive spirit, excessively dependent on artillery, and reluctant to close with the enemy. Hitler agreed. "No more invasions for them," he said. "They are much too cowardly for that. They only managed the one at Salerno because the Italians gave their blessing." Once again, the Führer and his minions had misjudged their adversaries. Certainly Salerno was inelegant and brutal, a fitting overture for the Italian campaign that followed. Allied casualties totaled about 9,000, 5,500 for the British and 3,500 for the Americans, of whom more than 1,200 were killed in action. Total German losses numbered roughly 3,500, of whom an estimated 630 had been killed, a modest butcher's bill for an army that in September alone would suffer 126,000 casualties in Russia. Yet Salerno for the Allies was a bloodshed to be redeemed in the future. Much had been learned, some of it sadly for the second or third time, about combat loading, over-the-beach resupply, naval gunnery, and ground combat. And the Allies were on the continent, never to be expelled again. An alert and skilled enemy fighting on favorable terrain with the advantage of terrestrial rather than maritime lines of communication had been cudgeled aside. A portal had been won, and through it poured men and materiel. From 2 divisions on September 3rd, the Allied host in Italy grew to 13 by the end of the month, with captured airfields that would contribute to pummeling the Reich. Precisely where they were going and what they would do when they arrived there remained in doubt. The avowed strategic purpose of the Italian campaign, to knock Italy from the war and to engage as many German divisions as possible, had been at least partly fulfilled. How to completely satisfy those war aims was as unclear in Salerno as it was in Washington, London, and Algiers. The strategic drift persisted. Calm now settled over Salerno as the troops stood down, resting for the long march ahead. Cooks bolstered their army rations with Italian tomatoes, beans, and onions, while soldiers made our acquaintance with vino, Alberti gin, 40-octane cognac, and grappa. Civilians emerged from their hiding places to resume the interrupted harvest. Peasant women glided through vineyards with great baskets of blue and white grapes on their heads, or searched tomato vines for fruit overlooked by pillagers. The living searched for the dead by smelling them out, wrote one soldier assigned to a burial detail. I covered my mouth and nose with a piece of parachute silk. When I returned to the company, no one would have anything to do with me because my clothes retained the smell of the dead and my own puke. Bulldozers now dug trenches for the dead at Pestum, and proper grave markers replaced the crude wooden triangles that had been used earlier. A visiting general complained that a Star of David, among a row of Latin crosses, spoils the symmetry of the cemetery. Move it. A 36th Division chaplain refused. His boys held title to that ground. Chapter 5. Corpse of the Siren. I give you Naples. A squadron from the King's Dragoon Guards was the first Allied unit to enter Naples at 9:30 a.m. on Friday, October 1st, 1943. Mark Clark followed a few hours later. On Highway 18 in the southern suburb of San Giovanni, Clark climbed into the open cockpit of an armored car with 82nd Airborne Commander Major General Ridgway, who clutched his Springfield rifle and squinted at the rooftops for snipers. Colonel James Gavin led the convoy in a jeep. A city map spread across his lap, and a paratrooper battalion trailed behind in trucks. Laundry flapped from iron balconies, and geraniums spilled from their windowsill pots, but every door and window remained shuttered in what Clark called a city of ghosts. Clark surveyed the deserted Piazza Garibaldi, across from the central train station, and confessed to being in a less happy mood than I had expected to be in. He was in the wrong place. Thousands of joyful Neapolitans awaited their liberators barely a mile away, in the Piazza del Plebiscito, where conquering heroes traditionally appeared. As soldiers eventually tramped past the stately Palazzo Reale and into the semicircular plaza, a great shout went up. "Viva! Viva!" the throng screamed. "Grazie! Viva!" Weeping and genuflecting, they plucked at the uniforms of the passing troops, or flung themselves down to kiss their boots. "Naples has been taken by our troops," Clark radioed Alexander. "City quiet. No indications of disease or disorder." The delirious welcome eventually buoyed Clark's spirits, and to Rennie he wrote, "I give you Naples for your birthday. I love you. Wayne." It proved an odd gift, neither quiet nor lacking in disease and disorder. Insurrection had flared in Naples on September 26th, 2 weeks after Kesselring's troops occupied the city and began conscripting young men into labor battalions. A reign of German terror that featured public executions for minor infractions led first to gunplay by Italian snipers, reportedly as young as 9, and then to pitched battles in the railroad station and Piazza Carlo III. An estimated 300 locals died in the brawling, and the OSS believed that Neapolitan fury had forced German troops to quit the city 2 days sooner than planned. Naples itself, the most beautiful city in the universe, in Stendhal's judgment, had been mutilated. Wehrmacht sappers had blown up the main aqueduct in 7 places and drained municipal reservoirs. Dynamite dropped down manholes wrecked at least 40 sewer lines. Explosives also demolished the long-distance telephone exchange, 3/4 of the city's bridges, and electrical generators and substations. Saboteurs wrecked city trams, repair barns, and even street cleaners. Coal stockpiles were ignited, and for weeks served as beacons for Luftwaffe bombers. Worse yet was the sabotage around the Great Port, which compounded grievous damage inflicted by months of Allied bombing. Along the esplanade, where the corpse of the beautiful siren Parthenope was said to have washed ashore after Odysseus spurned her high-thrilling song, all was shambles. Not a single vessel remained afloat in the port, a drowned forest of charred booms, masts, and funnels. To complicate salvage, German demolitionists had seeded the harbor with ammunition, oxygen tanks, and mines. The damage was monstrous. To sustain an army of 500,000 men, and Fifth Army would be half that size within weeks, required the monthly cargo equivalent of 68 Liberty ships. Only Naples, sad, scuttled, big-shouldered Naples, could handle such commerce. There was nothing for it but to get to work and to bring the siren back from the dead. Reconstruction had begun on Neapolitan roads and railways on October 2nd, and an engineer team entered the harbor from the sea at noon on the same day to take soundings. Bulldozers, minesweepers, and salvage ships soon resembled an army of ants eating their way into the wreckage, in one admiral's description. Only 3 berths were opened in the first weeks, but within 3 months Naples would claim more tonnage handled than New York Harbor. Potable water began flowing on October 13th. Italian submarines provided power for pumping stations, hospitals, and flour mills, and the sewers would be fixed by mid-December. As thousands of Allied soldiers poured into Naples, street life rekindled in one of the world's most flamboyant cities. Garbagemen sang Rossini, and hunchbacks sold lottery tickets, permitting each buyer a stroke of the hump for luck. High spirits infected all ranks after the grim struggle at Salerno. They now owned a major port and 300 miles of Italian boot. On the same day that Naples fell, Montgomery's Eighth Army had captured the airdromes at Foggia, near the Adriatic, which would provide bases for the bombing of Austria, southern Germany, and the Danube basin. With Naples secure and the Allied vanguard approaching the Volturno River, Clark was keen to press the fight. He always wants speed, Major General John P. Lucas, who had replaced Dawley as the Sixth Corps commander, observed in his diary. Clark, he added, has ants in his pants. Canadian soldiers proposed the slogan, Rome by Christmas, but they were pessimists. Alexander and I both believe we will have Rome by the end of October, Eisenhower cabled Marshall on October 4th. Alexander thought Florence might fall by December, and some zealous troops began studying German to prepare for occupation duty. Churchill posited that the enemy lacked the strength to make a front. Kesselring always looked weaker from Whitehall than from within artillery range, and the Prime Minister planned to visit the Eternal City before the month was out. Watch where you step, and have no curiosity at all. All blithe predictions of a promenade to Rome would be challenged soon enough, but first the Allied legions faced a formidable obstacle 20 miles north of Naples. Here, at the wide Volturno, Fifth Army would make its inaugural crossing in Europe of a contested river, with 6 divisions abreast opposed by 4 from Wiedinghoff's 10th Army. Lucian Truscott had kept most of his 3rd Division guns quiet for nearly a week to conceal his strength, but at 1 a.m. on Wednesday, October 13th, gunners flipped back their camouflage nets and let fly a barrage that stamped and howled across the dells. Artillery rippled like chain lightning down the Volturno Valley, shaming the full moon that silvered the river. Flames soon guttered from the German-held hills and farmhouses north of the river. More guns barked downstream from the 3 British divisions joining the assault, and upstream were 2 other American divisions on Truscott's right, the 34th and 45th, anchored a 40-mile front. From the 3rd-floor window of an abandoned hilltop monastery, Truscott's gray eyes searched the river below. Soldiers cinched life vests scavenged in an Italian torpedo factory and coiled cotton guide ropes over their shoulders. Others stacked rafts borrowed from the Navy and crude canvas-bottomed boats hammered together from scrap lumber and truck tarpaulins. At 1:55 a.m., the gun batteries began to mix white phosphorus shells with the high explosives, training their tubes on the far bank. Silvery smoke soon boiled in a cloud 3 miles wide and 500 feet high. With a shout and a clatter, the troops below hoisted their rafts and their homely boats. Surging across the fallow fields, they slid down the 10-foot embankment and splashed into the muddy Volturno. It went well enough in the American sector, less well in the British. On the far left of the Allied line, 3 landing craft ferried a squadron of 17 British tanks across the river's mouth to the north shore. But mines and boggy ground kept them immobile. British infantrymen struggled with a wider, unfordable stretch of river, as well as with German defenders, the 15th Panzer Grenadier and Hermann Goering divisions, old adversaries from Sicily and Salerno, who found good cover in vineyards and behind the levees. Tommies lashed lumber to empty fuel cans and paddled across, or fashioned lifebelts from buoyant flax sheaves. 2 brigades from the 46th Division secured a bridgehead near the coast, though by Thursday morning it was still only 600 yards deep. On the 3rd Division's immediate left, 10 assault boats from the British 56th Division were sunk midstream near Capua, and not a single company made the far shore in what Truscott considered a botched, half-hearted effort. With his left flank exposed and no American armor yet across, Truscott scrambled down to the flats at dawn. Milky smoke swirled like mist. GIs waded chest-deep through the water, holding their rifles overhead with one hand and clinging to a guide rope with the other. Worry etched Truscott's weathered face. 5 battalions occupied the far shore, and American spearheads had reached Monte Caruso, 4 miles beyond the Volturno. But without armor, they were vulnerable to counterattacking panzers. "Hurry," he urged, "hurry." Hissing fragments from a German shell burst pocked the river. "Get those damn tank destroyers and tanks across," Truscott ordered. A tank commander, puzzled by a sharp rapping on his hull, peered from the turret to see a 2-star general wielding a shillelagh. "God damn it, get up ahead and fire at some targets of opportunity," Truscott demanded. "Fire at anything shooting our men, but God damn it, do some good for yourselves." They did. At 11 a.m., the 1st Sherman forded the river, muddy water streaming from the fenders as it clanked toward Highway 87. 14 more crossed close behind. A light bridge opened to traffic at 3:30 p.m. 80 jeeps sped across in 8 minutes, and heavier treadway bridges followed. Massed artillery discouraged German counterattackers. Like a melting shadow, the enemy drew back. Soon the entire valley was in Allied hands. On the right flank, where the meandering river doubled back on itself and required some units to make 3 crossings, 34th Division soldiers asked whether every stream in Italy was named Volturno or whether it was simply the longest body of water in Europe. Inelegant and exhausting though it was, the Volturno crossing would serve. By moving more quickly than expected on a broad front, and by leaving the main roads so as to infiltrate around enemy strong points, the Anglo-Americans had advanced 35 miles past Naples. Hills loomed ahead, as every corporal could see, and beyond those hills loomed higher hills. "This is not the place for masterminding," Eisenhower said with a shake of the head upon viewing the terrain. But beyond the higher hills, barely 130 road miles from the Volturno, lay Rome. Italy would break their backs, their bones, and nearly their spirits. But first it would break their hearts, and that heartbreak began north of the Volturno, where the terrain steepened, the weather worsened, and the enemy stiffened. Allied casualties in Italy totaled 18,000 between September 3rd and October 20th, 15,000 in Fifth Army, and 3,000 in Eighth Army. Yet that was only a down payment on the campaign to come. As the Allies splashed across the Volturno, an intense debate raged in the German High Command over whether to change strategies. Erwin Rommel, who still commanded 9 divisions in northern Italy, was increasingly disaffected with his military superiors in Berlin, and adamant that German forces must retreat to a line below the Po River Valley or risk being outflanked and encircled. He chalked that line in blue on his headquarters map. Kesselring, commanding 8 divisions in the south, argued otherwise. Italy was the one active battleground where the inexorable German retreat might be arrested. Abandoning Rome would be a psychological blow, Kesselring insisted. More important, in Allied possession, the airfields around the capital would complement those already captured at Foggia, making Austrian aircraft factories, Romanian oil fields, and the Danube basin even more vulnerable to enemy bombers. Kesselring had his own map and his own chalked lines. The Italian peninsula was narrowest south of Rome, just 85 miles from sea to sea. Across this neck of country so wild it was home to wolves and bears, the Germans could build 3 progressively stout fortified lines, to be named Barbara, Bernhard, and Gustav. The object is to create an impregnable system of positions in depth, and so to save German blood, Kesselring said. The Gustav Line, anchored on the vertical massif at Monte Cassino, could become the most formidable defensive position in Europe, strong enough that the British and Americans would break their teeth on it. Thanks to Ultra, the stiffening of German strategy had become all too evident to the Allied High Command. Decrypted radio intercepts revealed both Hitler's growing reluctance to yield ground and the construction south of Rome of 3 fortified lines, which collectively would be known as the Winter Line. The Germans appeared ready to wage a protracted war of attrition, with a view to exhausting the Allies. The optimism of early October vanished, supplanted by extravagant despair. After reviewing the latest intelligence, Alexander cabled London on October 21st, "We are committed to a long and costly advance to Rome, a slogging match." The terrain was abominable, the weather filthy. Fifth Army was advancing less than a mile a day and had yet to hit the main German line. The prospect of waging a bitter mountain campaign rather than wintering in lovely Rome pleased no one, although the official British history later doubted whether anyone in high places fully understood what a winter campaign in Italy implied. Alexander translated the strategic objectives into a line on the map, roughly 50 miles above Rome and stretching northeast across the peninsula to the Adriatic, which he urged Clark and Montgomery to reach as soon as possible. Montgomery at least sensed what the Anglo-American legions were in for. "I do not think we can conduct a winter campaign in this country," Montgomery wrote on October 31st. "If I remember, Caesar used to go into winter quarters. A very sound thing to do." The mountainous hinterland. For the last 2 weeks of October, they pushed north by northwest in Alexander's slogging match, following a rugged corridor between the upper Volturno and Highway 6, known ever more sardonically as Victory Road. American maps often labeled the terrain here simply mountainous hinterland. Through stone pines and flame-shaped cypresses they trudged, past farm cottages with chimneys poking like snorkels above the red tile roofs. German corpses, mostly from the 3rd Panzer Grenadier Division, flattened the weeds. Some had been carbonized by artillery fire, Others were simply carrion. Lieutenant Colonel Jack Toffee's battalion punched through the Barbara Line, which was hardly more than a chain of outposts, but the Bernhardt Line proved obdurate. 2 companies failed to oust the enemy from Monte Cesima, looming nearly 4,000 feet above Highway 6. Under Truscott's orders, the entire battalion on November 4th looped through Presenzano to flank the mountain in a night climb through spectral chestnut groves. After 10 hours, they reached the stony crest to find the German observation post deserted. From the summit, Toffee squinted at the northern glacis of mountains that would bedevil the Allies for the next 6 months. Lungo and Trocchio, Samucro and Cassino. More than half the battalion had become casualties since arriving in Italy. After watching the men of his division emerge from the high country on November 5th, Lucian Truscott simply piled up adjectives. Haggard, dirty, bedraggled, long-haired, unshaven, clothing in tatters, worn-out boots. The panorama from Monte Cesima revealed the formidable tactical challenge confronting Fifth Army. The only viable overland passage to Rome followed Highway 6 through the narrow Mignano Gap, 6 miles long and dominated by mountains on either flank. Several hills also sat in the gap proper, like stoppers in a bottleneck, soaring 1,000 feet or so above the valley floor. North of these impedimenta, the gap emptied onto the broad plain of the Rapido River Valley, across which a final mountain barrier, dominated by Monte Cassino, guarded the entrance to the Liri Valley, boulevard to Rome. Mark Clark's plan called for his infantry divisions to force the Mignano Gap and then converge on the Liri Valley, where tanks could spearhead a run for the capital. On Fifth Army's far right, the 34th and 45th Divisions crept through the Apennine crags, using herds of goats to clear highland minefields. On the left flank, the British 56th Division tried to loop around the western lip of the Mignano Gap on November 5th by attacking Monte Camino, a steep, solid rock leading God knows where, as one rifleman put it. Expecting only German pickets, the 201st Guards Brigade instead found the Bernhardt Line. Mines, machine guns, and mortar pits blasted from an exposed face dubbed Bare Arse Ridge. 3 Panzer Grenadier counterattacks on November 8th nearly flicked the British from the mountain. In the end, 4 British battalions could not overcome 5 entrenched German battalions. After a horrid week, Clark approved a withdrawal from what was now called Murder Mountain. Dead men remained propped at their post with helmets on and rifles ready, a rear guard faithful to the end and beyond. Altogether, the Coldstream Guard's history explained, the difficulties were too great. Too great as well for Truscott's 3rd Division in the Fifth Army Center. A 10-day effort to seize Monte La Defensa, a geological appendage to Murder Mountain, proved just as futile. As the grim season wore on, the suffering grew epic. Audie Murphy noted that the faces of the dead seem green and unearthly. This is bad for the morale, as it makes a man reflect upon what his own life may come to. Since arriving in Italy less than 2 months earlier, the 3rd Division had tallied 8,600 casualties. Losses included almost 400 officers, half of the division's second lieutenants among them, and nearly 4,000 privates. The 3 infantry regiments had lost 70% of their strength. Ernie Pyle returned to the front in November after 2 months at home. Rested, if not reinvigorated, he quickly sized up the Italian campaign. "The land and the weather were both against us," he wrote. "The country was shockingly beautiful, and just as shockingly hard to capture from the enemy." Pyle found almost inconceivable misery, as well as a bemused fortitude. When gunners calculated that it cost $25,000 in artillery shells for each enemy soldier killed, one GI asked, "Why wouldn't it be better to just offer the Germans $25,000 to surrender?" Irony and dark humor, the greatest of protections against crack-up in one soldier's estimation, grew ever sharper in the ranks. During a showing of Casablanca in a British camp, when Humphrey Bogart's gunshot victim crumpled to the ground, Tommies cried as one, "Stretcher-bearer!" Spike Milligan, serving in the Royal Artillery, wrote his family, "The whole of this land we have arrived in is now top secret. In fact, no one is allowed to know where it is. However, the bloody Germans know where it is." On November 9th, Milligan wrote, "Nothing much to report except World War II. Is it still going on where you are?" Chapter 6. Winter. The Archangel Michael, here and everywhere. Since its founding in the 11th century, San Pietro in Fine had grown accustomed to calamity. Earthquakes, invaders, brigands, and the Great Migration to America in the 1880s had annealed the village. Its 1,400 souls were hardy, fatalistic, and devout. Nestled amid wild figs and cactus on the southern flank of Monte Sammucro, overlooking the bucolic landscape soon to be known as Purple Heart Valley, San Pietro for centuries had eked out an existence from olives and strama, the local hemp twisted into baskets and mats. Women filled their water jugs from the sycamore-shaded fontana. In the village church, men and women came to God through separate doors beneath the carved inscription, "Saint Michael, Archangel, always remember us, here and everywhere." Then war came. One evening shortly after Italy's capitulation, a German patrol arrived to requisition all vehicles and firearms. On October 1st, the day Naples fell, the Germans had requisitioned all donkeys and mules and ordered every San Pietran male between 15 and 45 to muster in the little piazza above the fontana. 200 were press-ganged and forced to haul munitions or dig fortifications along the Bernhard Line, which now angled past San Pietro and up Monte Sammucro. Several hundred others fled into the mountains to shelter in caves or highland hamlets. San Pietro's fate was sealed in mid-November. As Fifth Army butted at Monte Camino and Monte La Defensa a few miles away, Kesselring agreed to fall back from San Pietro to a better blocking position 2 miles up the valley. Hitler, ever more immersed in minute tactical decisions concerning battlefields 1,000 miles from him, agreed, then changed his mind several hours later. 10th Army was to hold and develop the line at San Pietro, an order Kesselring deemed most unpleasant. While Mark Clark paused to marshal his strength, Kesselring shifted units from the Adriatic until 7 Panzer Grenadier battalions stiffened the Bernhard Line across the Mignano Gap. The defense of San Pietro itself was given to a battalion from the 29th Panzer Grenadier Division, commanded by Captain Helmut Meitzel, at age 23, a veteran of Poland, France, Russia, and Salerno. Anti-tank barrels and machine guns soon bristled from San Pietro and the terraced orchards to the east. Since first studying San Pietro through field glasses from a rocky den above Mignano on November 6th, Mark Clark had considered the village key to his northward advance. 5 days later, he told subordinates that the critical terrain in the operation is the hill mass running north of San Pietro. Monte Sammucro, nearly 4,000 feet high, with rocky spurs radiating for several miles north and east. Clark's plan called for an attack on the left by the British 10th Corps and the U.S. 2nd Corps, which had just arrived in Italy under Major General Jeffrey Keyes, Patton's former deputy and now the successor to Omar Bradley. They would seize, respectively, Camino and La Defensa, the 2 windswept peaks that formed a single massif 6 miles by 4 on the west flank of the Mignano Gap. A subsequent lunge by 6th Corps, including Fred Walker's Texans in the 36th Division, which had relieved Truscott's 3rd Division, would grab San Pietro and Monte Sammucro on the Gap's eastern flank. The attack began with the heaviest artillery barrage in Italy to date. More than 900 guns opened in the gathering gloom at 4:30 p.m. on Thursday, December 2nd. Flame reddened the clouds above Camino and La Defensa. Explosions blossomed across the upper slopes until the entire mountain appeared to be burning. 200,000 shells would fall in the next 2 days, with some targets battered by 11 tons of steel a minute. As the British once again trudged up Camino in what one soldier called the blackness that only an Italian winter seems to have, several hundred infantrymen in ponchos began climbing the steep northeast face of La Defensa. Rain streamed from their helmets. In the places most nearly vertical, they pulled themselves up hand over hand with manila climbing ropes. Recruited among American lumberjacks, Canadian prospectors, and assorted ruffians of both nationalities, the 1st Special Service Force had trained in Montana with emphasis on mountaineering, skiing, and kicks to the groin. The force man's credo, borrowed from the British Handbook of Irregular Warfare, held that every soldier must be a potential gangster. Their barked fingers blew from cold. The forcemen had nearly reached the summit when the clatter of dislodged scree alerted the enemy just before dawn on December 3rd. Flares popped overhead, followed by the roar of machine guns and volleys of grenades and even thrown rocks. Through this fusillade, the attackers heaved themselves over the final shaly lip, faces peppered with rock splinters from ricochets. By 7 a.m. they had seized the crest of La Defensa, a shallow saucer the size of a football field, 3,100 feet above sea level. Panzer Grenadiers counterattacked with machine gun fire so ferocious it resembled a huge shotgun blast. The Krauts fought like they didn't have any intention of losing the war, recalled one lieutenant. We didn't take any prisoners. Fighting like that, you don't look for any. A soldier told to escort a captured German officer down the mountain soon reappeared. The son of a bitch died of pneumonia, he said. By late Monday, December 6th, the forcemen had pushed west through a barren saddle to capture Hill 907, vital terrain below Monte Camino. Early on Tuesday morning, a British patrol emerged from the fog to report that 10th Corps now controlled Camino, after a 5-day ordeal of attack and counterattack in which a hilltop monastery changed hands repeatedly. Parched Tommies had licked the mossy rocks for moisture. Riflemen hauled up supplies on backs bent double by the incline, and then hauled down casualties on stretchers whose 8 bearers slithered rather than walked, in reporter Alan Moorhead's description. By noon on Wednesday, the last German defenders had slipped away through a valley to the west, firing a few defiant shots over their shoulders. The entire massif was at last in Allied hands, although no one felt particularly triumphant, a force historian wrote. With his left flank secured, Clark could now throw a roundhouse right to capture Monte Sammucro and San Pietro. Darby's Rangers had skirmished with grenadiers on the flanks of the mountains since mid-November, usually in claustrophobic gunfights fought at close range. The 3rd Ranger Battalion had crept to the eastern fringe of San Pietro just before dawn on November 30th. Heavy fire pinned them down all day until they crawled away at nightfall with more than 24 casualties. But 2 Ranger patrols in early December edged close to the village without drawing fire, fueling hopes that San Pietro and Sammucro had been abandoned. "I don't think there are any Krauts up there," declared Captain Rufus J. Cleghorn of the 143rd Infantry. He soon learned otherwise. Cleghorn, a former Baylor University football player from Waco, Texas, impiously known as Rufus the Loudmouth, led his Company A up Sammucro's east face on the evening of December 7th. For 5 hours they climbed through swirling fog. As they neared the pinnacle, labeled Hill 1205 on Cleghorn's map, a sudden shout carried from above. "Die kommen nach oben!" Too late. The Americans swarmed over the crest in a brawl of muzzle flashes and pinging ricochets. By first light, 250 Yanks held the high ground. Flinging insults and grenades, Cleghorn and his band rolled boulders down the pitch at the field-gray shadows below. German grenadiers counterattacked, then counterattacked again, each time driven back until bodies lay like bloody stones across the slope. 2 miles west and 2,000 feet below, the attack on San Pietro proved more difficult. 4 battalions of long-range artillery shattered the village at 5 a.m. Wednesday, smashing the tailor shop and the post office and the Galilee porch of St. Michael's Church with its separate doors for women and men. At 6:20 a.m., the 2nd Battalion of the 143rd Infantry crossed a shallow stream bed from the southwest in magnificent skirmish lines just like the training manual ordered reported one witness. With rebel yells and Texas whoops, the men clattered 400 yards to the edge of the olive terraces. There the whine of Meitzel's machine guns stopped them as abruptly as a slammed door. Tracers lashed the ranks as the men dove for cover among the ancient olives, detonating mines and drawing mortar fire that boiled in orange clusters across the battlefield. A sister battalion, the 3rd of the 143rd Infantry, surged into the fight, shaking out on either flank only to find the orchard terraces seeded with shoe mines and enemy pillboxes emplaced every 25 yards. "Ammo! Damn it, we need ammo!" someone yelled above the roar. Men with fingers shot off were hastily bandaged and shoved back into the fight. Enemy artillery opened from Monte Lungo across Highway 6 to the west, where German observers had an unobstructed view of the American ranks. Still a quarter-mile from San Pietro, the attack faltered and slid back in an olive-drab ebb tide. Levitating bodies lay snagged across the German barbed wire. By nightfall, the attackers had retreated almost to where they had started. They tried again Thursday morning, the rebel yells a bit more subdued this time, and again Meitzel's grenadiers threw them back. In 36 hours, losses in the 2 battalions exceeded 60%. On Samucro's icy parapets, Cleghorn's Company A had been reinforced by Company B, commanded by another Texan, a 25-year-old captain named Henry T. Wasco. Raised in the cotton country south of Temple, one of 8 children in a family of German Baptists strapped enough to sew their own clothes from flour sacking, Wasco was fair, blue-eyed, short, and sober, a sweet little oddball in the estimate of a school chum. He was never young, another classmate recalled, not in a crazy high school kid way. A teenage lay minister, Wasco took second prize in a statewide oratory contest, won the class presidency at Belton High School, and graduated with the highest grade point average in 20 years. At Trinity College, he joined the Texas Guard, in part for the dollar earned at each drill session, rising through the ranks on merit and zeal. At Salerno, Company B had fought with Darby at Kionzi Pass. "I guess I have always appeared as pretty much a queer cuss to all of you," Wasco had written in a just-in-case letter to his family as he shipped overseas. "If I seemed strange at times, it was because I had weighty responsibilities that preyed on my mind and wouldn't let me slack up to be human like I so wanted to be." Now, after almost a week on Samucro, the entire 1st Battalion was hardly bigger than a company, and Wasco's company no bigger than a platoon. At nightfall on Tuesday, December 14th, the battalion crept forward beneath a bright moon and angled northwest along the massif toward Hill 730, a scabrous knoll almost directly behind San Pietro. The trail skirted a ravine with shadows so dense they seemed to swallow the moonbeams. "Wouldn't this be an awful spot to get killed and freeze on the mountain?" Wasco asked his company runner, Private Riley Tidwell. The captain had a sudden craving for toast. "When we get back to the States," Wasco added, "I'm going to get me one of those smart aleck toasters where you put the bread in and it pops up." Those were among his last mortal thoughts. German sentries had spotted the column moving across the scree slope. Machine guns cackled, mortars crumped, and Henry Wasco pitched over without a sound, mortally wounded by a shell fragment that tore open his chest. He had never been young, and he would never be old. Wearing his trademark knit cap and tatty field jacket, Ernie Pyle had arrived in Chapania, at the base of the Samucro Trail, earlier on Tuesday. Pyle's columns now appeared in 200 daily newspapers, making him a national celebrity. In a dilapidated cowshed near the olive orchard that served as a mule livery, he set his typewriter on a packing case and then poked about the battalion base camp. Late at night, the pack mules returned from Samucro, with bodies trussed face down across their wooden saddles, each corpse slithering on the mule's back as if it were full of some inert liquid, as one corporal wrote. Pyle stood outside the cowshed and watched as the first body was unlashed. They slid him down from the mule and stood him on his feet for a moment. In the half-light, he might have been merely a sick man standing there leaning on the others. Then they laid him on the ground in the shadow of the low stone wall beside the road. 4 other mules arrived. "This one is Captain Wasco," a man said. Pyle watched and said nothing. "You feel small in the presence of dead men, and you don't ask silly questions," he subsequently explained. A few days later, after returning to Fifth Army headquarters in Caserta, Pyle would recall how the bodies lay uncovered in the shadows, and how several of Wasco's men edged over to the dead captain to voice regret. "I sure am sorry, sir." Or to curse. "God damn it to hell anyway." Riley Tidwell appeared, and the company runner held his commander's hand, studying Wasco's waxy face. Pyle later wrote, "Finally, he put the hand down. He reached over and gently straightened the points of the captain's shirt collar, and then he sort of rearranged the tattered edges of the uniform around the wound, and then he got up and walked away down the road in the moonlight all alone. The rest of us went back into the cowshed, leaving the 5 dead men lying in a line, end to end, in the shadow of the low stone wall." Pyle had written his most famous dispatch, perhaps the finest expository passage of World War II. But still he felt small in the presence of dead men. "I've lost the touch," he told a friend. "This stuff stinks." And then it ended. Montelungo had always held the key to San Pietro, and by dusk on Thursday 2 battalions from the 142nd Infantry had overrun the hogback from the west, threatening to encircle the village. Captain Meitzel's grenadiers launched a brief counterattack from San Pietro to cover his battalion's withdrawal. At midnight on Friday, December 17th, a fountain of colored flares above the north slope of Samucro signaled retreat. German troops fell back 2 miles to yet another hillside village, San Vittore, which they would hold for the next 3 weeks. American riflemen creeping through the blue battle haze found San Pietro in ruins, one large mound of desolation in a gunner's description. The detritus of total war littered the rubble: cartridge belts, stained bandages, dead pigs, a gray hand hanging limply from a sleeve. St. Michael's was reduced to a single upright wall, with a headless Christ hanging on his cross. The choir loft dangled above an altar now buried in masonry. A few dozen wretched San Pietrans emerged from the ruins to huzzah their liberators. The dim, fetid caves below the village were the nearest thing to a journey in Dante's Inferno that I was to know in the war, wrote J. Glenn Gray, an Army intelligence analyst. Children were screaming, old men and women coughing or moaning, while others tried to prepare gruel over smoking coals. As the front lurched forward another mile or two, John Lucas advised his diary on December 18th, "We find the country thick with dead as we advance. I think the swine have taken a lacing." But, the Sixth Corps commander added, "Rome seems a long way off." The telegram announcing Henry Wasco's death would arrive at his Texas home on December 29th, delayed by the War Department, along with similar notifications until after Christmas. Henry's mother had been troubled with premonitions, and when the family appeared to break the news, she blurted out, "I was right, wasn't I? Henry's gone." Pyle's column would appear on January 10th, 1944, covering the entire front page of the Washington Daily News. Hollywood seized on the story, and a year later released The Story of G.I. Joe, with Burgess Meredith as Pyle and Robert Mitchum as a Captain Bill Walker who dies on a mountainside in Italy. But Wasco had the final word, a last will and testament mailed to his sister for safekeeping and made public more than 15 years after his passing. "I would have liked to have lived," he told his parents in a 10-paragraph meditation. "But since God has willed otherwise, do not grieve too much, dear ones, for life in the other world must be beautiful, and I have lived a life with that in mind all along. I was not afraid to die, you can be assured of that. I will have done my share to make this world a better place in which to live. Maybe when the lights go on again all over the world, free people can be happy and gay again. If I failed as a leader, and I pray God I didn't. It was not because I did not try. I loved you, he added, with all my heart. Late Friday afternoon, December 24th, Winston Churchill rose from his sickbed in a seaside cottage in La Marsa, near Tunis. He had been confined there with pneumonia since his arrival 2 weeks earlier. Wrapped in a padded silk Chinese dressing gown with blue and gold embroidered dragons, he scuffed to the dining room in slippers stitched with his initials in gold thread across each foot. Looking in his strange costume rather like a figure in a Russian ballet, as British diplomat Harold Macmillan put it, he joined Alexander and other senior British officers at the table for a discussion that lasted until midnight. When they broke, Christmas had come, and with it a consensus that another amphibious assault in Italy must be carried out on a sufficient scale to ensure success. The most promising beaches lay southwest of Rome on the Tyrrhenian Sea, near a resort town called Anzio. Churchill cabled the news to the British chiefs in London, then scribbled a note to Roosevelt in hope of the president's concurrence. This, he wrote, should decide the Battle of Rome. Christmas had come, and across the Mediterranean, 1 million soldiers far from home opened gifts that, however impractical or improbable, made them long for home all the more. Black silk socks, cologne, lifesavers, canned Spam, slivers of pre-war soap, a volume of Lytton's Strachey, polka-dot neckties, cherry blossom boot polish, straw house slippers, Brasso, louse powder, a carefully wrapped bottle of Coca-Cola, and crumbling loaves of war cake, baked without benefit of sugar or shortening, but larded with love. Had Lieutenant Colonel Jack Toffee been home in Ohio, I would be fussing with tree lights or a tree stand, or doing my last second shopping, or coming home from an office party, he wrote Helen on Christmas Eve. As far as I am concerned, it is time for me to see you all again. Sprigs of holly and mistletoe decorated various encampments, and sea-ration foil festooned little pine trees. In Venafro, near the Mignano Gap, pealing bells competed with booming guns, and 5 priests tendered communion to filthy, bearded soldiers on their knees at the altar rail. I prayed that there would be no more wars after this one, a private from Denver wrote his family. A clerk in the 36th Division sorted Christmas packages and scribbled KIA on mail to be returned to the sender. At length, utterly spent, he sat at a typewriter and pecked out, "Now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of their country." The old year slipped away, lamented by no one. Out with the old year went 2 familiar faces from the Mediterranean theater. Escorted by Spitfires, Montgomery flew from Italy on December 31st, having been ordered back to London to command an army group in Overlord. He would be replaced in Italy by a protégé, General Oliver Leese, commander of the British 30th Corps. Eisenhower also left on the 31st. At 11:30 a.m., he strode for the last time from the Hotel Saint-Georges in Algiers, where he had kept his headquarters through 14 months of reversal and triumph. An hour later, he lifted off from Maison Blanche Airfield, bound for Washington via Morocco, the Azores, and Bermuda. Roosevelt a week earlier had announced Eisenhower's appointment as Supreme Commander of the Allied Expeditionary Force, which eventually would land in Normandy, and Marshall insisted that he come home for a brief rest before traveling to London. "Allow someone else to run the war for 20 minutes, Marshall urged. The new Mediterranean Theater commander, Field Marshal Henry Maitland Wilson, known as Jumbo for his elephantine bearing, had hoped for 3 days' overlap with Eisenhower in Algiers. Wilson instead arrived from Cairo to find him long gone. Eisenhower left believing he had accomplished what had been asked of him. North Africa, Sicily, Sardinia, Corsica, and a large patch of mainland Italy had been liberated. The Mediterranean had become an Allied pond. More than 1,000 ships crossed the sea in December, 3 times as many as in June. Even Stalin had conceded that fighting in Italy seemed to be easing some pressure on the Eastern Front. Part 3. Chapter 7. A River and a Rock. Churchill's bright idea, an amphibious landing at Anzio, had been bandied about since shortly after the capture of Naples, when Fifth Army planners began studying the beaches southwest of Rome. Alexander, in a dreamy reverie, had envisioned 5 fresh divisions falling on the German flank. But when neither the troops nor the means to move them materialized, Clark proposed landing a single division, reinforced to 24,000 troops, who would cling to the shingle for a week until relieved by their Fifth Army brethren arriving overland through the Gustav Line. The scheme, in fact, was codenamed Shingle. Truscott's 3rd Division was to be given the honor of landing alone 100 miles behind enemy lines. Truscott warned Clark, "You are going to destroy the best damned division in the United States Army, for there will be no survivors." When stalemate froze the winter line, a chastened Clark recommended canceling the plan. On December 22nd, Alexander complied. Churchill refused to capitulate. It would be folly to allow the campaign in Italy to drag on, he said, while still in his La Marsa sickbed. He wheedled and pleaded, bullied and petitioned. If Rome were not captured, the world would regard our campaign as a failure, he insisted, because whoever holds Rome holds the title deeds of Italy. A jab in the flank could well compel Kesselring to withdraw his forces from central Italy, freeing 5th and 8th Armies from their Hyperborean fetters. Galvanized by the Prime Minister's elan, Clark replied, "I have felt for a long time that it was the decisive way to approach Rome." To land and sustain 2 divisions required 88 LSTs and 160 lesser landing craft. Of the 105 LSTs currently in the Mediterranean, 2/3 were scheduled to return to England by January 15th for refitting in time for Overlord. Churchill produced set after set of calendar dates to prove that delaying the departure of several dozen LSTs for a few weeks would not upset the sacrosanct Normandy timetable. To the Prime Minister's elated surprise, Roosevelt endorsed his efforts in a cable from Washington. "I thank God for this fine decision," Churchill replied. "Full steam ahead." Operation Shingle now carried an inexorable momentum. "Clark and I are confident that we have a great chance of pulling off something big, if given the means with which to do it," Alexander wrote Churchill on January 4th. In truth, Clark felt ambivalent. Even 2 divisions landed behind German lines would be exposed on a very long limb, he had confided to his diary on January 2nd. Yet he felt that a pistol was being held at my head by the Prime Minister. Shingle was not a bad plan, and it embodied the military virtues of audacity and surprise. Yet enough pieces of it were bad to risk rotting the whole. The belief that Kesselring would ignore this spear in the ribs and withdrawal to the north was simply wishful. Moreover, the Shingle force was sized not by the number of troops required to succeed, but by the number of divisions and ships available. Another die had been cast, another lot of fates consigned. Churchill had imposed his will on the generals and admirals against their better judgment, Samuel Eliot Morison concluded in the official U.S. Navy history of the Mediterranean. Alexander accepted Shingle out of loyalty to his patrons, a British officer wrote. It was an error of judgment to have done so. He also had failed to clarify precisely what his lieutenants were to do upon reaching shore. Ambiguity rarely ameliorated a flawed plan. For now, a buzz and a bustle took hold, a sense of possibility and purpose. A chance to break the winter stalemate was at hand. As for Churchill, he was the lion redux. Soon he would fly back to England, ending a 2-month absence and keener than ever to obliterate Nazi despotism from the face of the earth. On January 8th, he cabled Roosevelt, "A unanimous agreement for action as proposed was reached by the responsible officers of both countries. Everyone is in good heart, and the resources seem sufficient. Every aspect was thrashed out in full detail." Nothing was right except the courage. On the chilly Sabbath morning of January 16th, a footsore regiment from the U.S. 34th Division crept up the limestone flank of Monte Trocchio, 4 miles northeast of San Pietro Infine. So many American artillery shells had crashed across Trocchio before dawn, shells chalked in vengeance with the names of American soldiers killed or wounded in the recent fighting, that red-hot fragments fell in gusts like a thunderstorm, wrote journalist Margaret Bourke-White. Now the riflemen plodded upward, scrutinizing every lichen-covered rock for booby traps and straining for the telltale clap of exploding shoe mines. At noon, the lead scouts wriggled onto the rocky summit to behold a panoramic view of the perdition behind and the perdition still ahead. To the rear lay the Mignano Gap in a 7-mile stretch of sanguinary eminences, Camino and La Defensa, Rotondo and Lungo, Simucro, and the slag heap once known as San Pietro. To cross that 7-mile stretch and pierce the Bernhard Line had taken the Fifth Army 6 weeks at a cost of 16,000 casualties. Ahead lay a pastoral river plain 3 miles wide. Highway 6 bisected these alluvial flats from Monte Trocchio to Cassino, now the most fortified town in Italy, then swerved up the Liri Valley toward Rome, 80 miles distant, before vanishing in the midday haze. Behind Cassino loomed its beetling namesake, Monte Cassino, crowned with the gleaming white Benedictine abbey that for 15 centuries had been among Christianity's most venerated shrines. A serpentine river threaded the alluvial flats from right to left past Cassino. The complex watercourse bore several names, but to American engineers it was known as the Rapido. Several miles downstream, the Rapido swam into the Liri to become the Garigliano, which then flowed southwest for 15 miles to the sea. The Rapido-Garigliano floodplain and the steep uplands beyond it formed the western segment of the Gustav Line, the most ominous of Kesselring's fortified barriers below Rome. The line stretched for 100 miles across the Apennines to the Adriatic north of Ortona, but nowhere was it stouter than around Cassino, gateway to the beckoning Liri Valley. The highland glens above Cassino concealed more than 400 German guns and rocket launchers. Communications wire linked each battery to observers in field gray, who nested in the high rocks like birds in a rookery. For more than 2 months, German engineers and press-ganged Italian laborers had blasted gun pits from the rock face, reinforcing the bunkers with telephone poles sawed into 8-foot lengths, and roofing the structures with oak beams, more poles, and several feet of dirt. The defenses extended up to 3,000 yards in depth. It was here that Kesselring hoped the Anglo-Americans would break their teeth, and it was here that they intended to attack. The impending landing at Anzio on January 22nd lent urgency to Fifth Army's assault on the Gustav Line. On this southern front, Clark now counted 7 divisions in his army, parceled into 3 corps across a 35-mile front. Although the winter fighting had already left many units disorganized and bereft of reserves, Clark intended to press the attack immediately to divert German attention from the beachhead. Intelligence analysts at 15th Army Group predicted that Kesselring would withdraw when confronted by the pincers of Fifth Army from the southeast and the Shingle Force from the northwest. To speed the enemy's departure, all 3 corps would attack the Gustav Line. The 2-division French Expeditionary Corps, or FEC, new to the theater and keen to redeem French honor, had surged forward on the far right of Clark's front on January 12th and was making a mile per day, mostly uphill, with grenades and bayonets. On the left, the British 10th Corps would attack across the Garigliano River beginning on January 17th, with 2 divisions near the sea and another one 8 miles upstream. The heart of the assault would fall in the center. On January 20th, the U.S. 2nd Corps was to cross the Rapido River just a mile from Monte Trocchio and 3 miles downstream from Cassino. With a bridgehead secured by the 36th Division, the same Texans who had fought at Salerno and San Pietro, tanks from Old Ironsides, the 1st Armored Division, would storm across 2 new-laid bridges, veer up the Liri Valley to Frosinone, and merge with the Anzio force for a grand entry into Rome. Like Shingle, the Rapido plan had defects. Possession of the heights at the mouth of the Liri Valley, especially Monte Cassino, gave the Germans an unobstructed view of the river and the ability to mass fires on all approaches. Truscott, whose 3rd Division had briefly been considered for a Rapido assault before being consigned to Shingle, told Clark in December that the attack would fail unless those heights were captured or attacked with enough fury to divert German attention. But Clark, as one observer said, seemed convinced that by some act of divine providence, the well-entrenched defenders at Cassino would fade away and his tanks would go storming up the Liri Valley. The prospect of being cut to pieces displeased Major General Fred Walker, and it preyed on him body and soul. Since shortly after Salerno, and through the scalding fight at San Pietro, the 36th Division commander had eyed the Rapido on the big map in his command post, sensing that destiny was tugging him toward this obscure creek below Cassino. "I do not see how we or any other division can possibly succeed in crossing the Rapido River," he confided to his diary on January 8th. A week later he added, "This is going to be a tough job, and I don't like it. There is nothing in our favor." Square-jawed with a heavy brow and a large nose that made him seem bigger than his actual 5 feet 10 inches and 173 pounds, Fred Walker was once described as an amiable mastiff. As an instructor at the Army War College in the 1930s, Walker had taught a young rising star named Mark Clark. Despite their 9-year age difference, the two became very good friends in Walker's estimation, and shortly before Pearl Harbor, the ascendant Clark had persuaded Lieutenant General Leslie J. McNair, the Army Ground Forces Chief, to give Walker command of the 36th Division. The very good friends had since drifted apart. Perhaps envious of his former protege, Walker had also begun doubting Clark's tactical acuity while the division was still training in North Africa. After Salerno and San Pietro, his disaffection blossomed. Shortly before Christmas he wrote, "Our wasteful policy or method of taking one mountain mass after another gains no tactical advantage locally. There is always another mountain mass beyond, with the Germans dug in on it." The reserved Clark kept his distance, disinclined to heed advice from his old mentor, yet admiring Walker's performance at Salerno. Privately, he disapproved when Walker chose one son as his operations officer and another son as his aide. Soldiers grumbled that the division commander was keeping his kin out of harm's way. On Tuesday morning, Walker strode from his command post on the eastern face of Monte Rotondo and drove south through Mignano on Highway 6. The usual odors of damp canvas and scorched coffee filled the 2nd Corps headquarters tent, where staff officers drew on acetate maps with colored grease pencils. Walker was greeted by Major General Keyes, the Corps commander, who was trim and impeccable in polished boots. Walker reviewed his attack plan as crisply as if delivering a War College lecture. At 8 p.m. on Thursday, the 141st Infantry Regiment would cross the Rapido in small boats at a single ferry site 1 mile upstream from the town of Sant'Angelo in Teodoce. Simultaneously, the 143rd Infantry intended to cross at 2 points downstream. In this sector, the Rapido meandered north to south, so the attack would flow east to west before securing Sant'Angelo and swinging north into the Liri Valley. In keeping with Keyes' orders, large, strong fighting patrols had slipped across the river for the past 2 nights to keep contact with the enemy and assess German defenses. Keyes listened intently. He was careful not to betray his own doubts about the attack and about Walker. Both men remained mute about their shared disquiet. Can-do zeal required obedience and a bluff optimism. In a final burst of bravado, Walker advised Keyes that he was confident of success. The 36th Division, he added, would be in Sant'Angelo on the morning of the 21st. Only in his diary did Walker speak from the heart. "We have done everything that we can, but I do not see how we can succeed." Sant'Angelo was a drab farm village on a 40-foot bluff above the turquoise Rapido. Pastel houses with iron balconies and red tile roofs crowded the narrow main street. Black-bordered death notices were pasted on a billboard beneath the narthex. The notices had multiplied after the first bombs hit Sant'Angelo on September 10th, killing a 3-year-old girl and her parents. The Germans soon arrived from nearby Cassino, carrying large hooks with which to drag the haystacks in search both of contraband and of young men for their labor battalions. Electricity and running water became sporadic and then non-existent. Mail delivery ended, phones went dead. Farmers toiled at night, hitching oxen to their plows and listening for what the locals called the she-wolf, the 6-barreled Nebelwerfer mortar, which fired large rounds that wailed in flight. As the Allied army drew closer, German sappers mined the local mill and demolished houses to fortify the town center, sparing the rectory, which had a deep cellar and became a command post. 300 impressed Italians dug trenches and cleared brush on the Rapido flats for better fields of fire. German commanders now considered Sant'Angelo the strongest point of the defensive line. The British attack began on the lower Garigliano at 9 p.m. on January 17th. The 5th and 56th Divisions surged across the river a dozen miles downstream from Sant'Angelo. By dawn on January 18th, 10 battalions occupied the far bank. German commanders had doubted the Allies would attack on a moonless night. They gained the far bank, but not much more. The 10th Corps bridgehead barely extended 3 miles, and a ferocious German counterattack almost shoved the lead companies back into the river. The crossing sites would remain under German artillery fire for 3 months, and British soldiers complained that the alluvial plain resembled a mine marsh. Still, they had made a promising start. On Wednesday night, January 19th, British 46th Division soldiers, drawn from Yorkshire and the North Midlands, crept through the Garigliano mists 4 miles downstream from Sant'Angelo. This was a bleak, disturbing place, a landscape of grays and blacks beneath scudding clouds. Assault troops cinched their May Wests, slung their rifles, and shoved the first boats into the dark water. Then nothing went right, the Royal Hampshires reported. Far upstream, German engineers had opened a set of sluice gates, raising the water level several feet and turning the Garigliano into a mill race. Boats bucked and spun on the current, then vanished in the fog as exhausted oarsmen slapped their way back to shore, a mile or more downstream. Again they tried, and then again. By early morning, despite only sporadic German opposition, a single company hugged the far bank. Gunfire riddled their vessels, and soon the isolated vanguard was besieged. A few survivors splashed back to safety beneath a smoke screen. At dawn on Thursday, enemy artillery sliced up the crossing site, and McCreary ordered the 46th Division to abandon further attempts. A few hours later, the burly British division commander, Major General John Hawkesworth, known as Ginger to his friends, appeared at Fred Walker's command post in the lee of Monte Rotondo. The attack had failed, he told Walker. No further attempt was possible. Walker's left flank would be exposed during the Rapido attack this evening. Hawkesworth was sorry, but there it was. Walker nodded and returned to his preparations. The British are the world's greatest diplomats, he told his diary, but you can't count on them for anything more than words. Clark attributed the aborted British crossing to lack of strong aggressive leadership at the division level. Fifth Army engineers reported that Hawkesworth had failed to properly reconnoiter the river or the crossing site. In a memorandum dictated on Thursday, Clark added, "The failure of the attack of the 46th Division to reach its objective was quite a blow. I was fearful that General Hawkesworth had a mental reservation." The Army commander dispatched Grunther to see McCreary, who warned that the Rapido attack has little chance of success and should be canceled. Clark wrote on Thursday, "It is essential that I make the attack, fully expecting heavy losses, in order to hold all the German troops on my front and draw more to it, thereby clearing the way for Shingle. The attack is on." The last smudges of violet light faded in the west. Hundreds of soldiers rose from their burrows on Monte Trocchio and from behind the marsh hummocks on the Rapido flats. Fixing bayonets with an ominous metallic click, they looped extra bandoliers over their twill field jackets. Fog coiled from the riverbed and crept across the fields, swallowing the stars in a rising crescent moon. A company commander handed a cigar to each of his sergeants as a talisman. At 7:30 p.m., 16 artillery battalions opened fire in gusts of white flame. Soldiers flinched as more than 1,000 shells per minute shrieked overhead in a cannonade that ignited the mist and gouged the far bank with rounds calibrated to explode every 6.5 yards. Crewmen flipped back the camouflage nets on 50 Sherman tanks, hidden 400 yards from the river, and yellow tongues of flame soon licked from the muzzles to join the bombardment. 60 fighter bombers swooped down the river, and their tumbling silver pellets blossomed in fire and black smoke across Sant'Angelo, adding ruin to ruination. The attack was to fall across a 3-mile front centered on Sant'Angelo. On the right, the 141st Infantry tramped down a farm road toward an oxbow in the river, led by the 1st Battalion in a column of 4 companies. Wet fog grew thick as cotton batting. Barely able to see their feet, soldiers bunched up to keep sight of the bobbing helmet ahead. Units became jumbled, and sotto voce queries carried in the night, calling for 3rd Platoon or B Company. Along the rail tracks south of Trocchio, boats had been readied in a hidden dump. Rubber dinghies that carried 24 men, of whom half would paddle, and M2 plywood scows, weighing nearly 1/4 ton each and capable of ferrying 12 men with a 2-man crew. German artillery that afternoon had already holed 20 rubber boats, and ugly gashes marred several M2s. Hoisting the heavy boats, their rifles banging against the gunwales, the men staggered toward the river on a narrow, muddy road. Enemy artillery now answered the American barrage, and the shriek of westbound volleys was exceeded by the rush of eastbound German shells and that she-wolf howling of Nebelwerfer rounds. Brown smoke foamed from mortar rounds tromping across the flats, and the maniacal cackle of machine guns carried from Sant'Angelo, including the dread MG-42, known in the Wehrmacht as Hitler's bandsaw. Riflemen tossed away their cumbersome bandoliers, which soon lined the road like a trail of brass necklaces. An engineer guiding Company B to the oxbow missed the path to the river by several hundred yards. As the troops and boats turned around for a reverse march, their clatter attracted a German volley that cut down 30 men, including the captain who had distributed his cigars. Paddles, rifles, and human limbs rained across the road. Survivors scattered for cover, but the cleared corridors through the minefields were no longer visible. Confused GIs pelted through the fog, triggering shoe mines and drawing more mortar fire as sergeants tried to hush the wounded. "It's pretty hard when you're dying to keep quiet," a platoon leader observed. Corpses and abandoned M2s blocked the swept lanes to the river. Exhausted men dragged the cumbersome rubber boats the last few hundred yards, tripping more mines. German flares silvered the water, and tracers sliced scarlet vectors through the fog or bounced like flaming marbles off the Rapido. Those who managed to shoulder their vessels down the steep bank found that many had been holed and sank immediately. Others capsized, dumping men and equipment into the icy river or were swept away on the current. By 9 p.m., an hour into the attack, fewer than 100 men had reached the west bank. Many burrowed into the marsh, using their helmets to scrape a few inches of defilade and piling the spoil in parapets around their shallow trenches. Of 4 footbridges to be laid across the Rapido, 2 were destroyed by artillery fire, and mines claimed a third. For hours, engineers muscled the last span into the water, and by 4 a.m. on Friday the river had at last been bridged. By 6:30, as dawn leaked into the bottoms, about half of the 1st Battalion had reached the west bank. Shellfire damaged the bridge, dropping segments of the catwalk below the river surface. All radios had been ruined in the crossing, most artillery observers had been wounded or killed, and all phone lines back to the East Bank were soon severed. So many litter carriers had fallen that few wounded could be evacuated across the river. After a night of confusion, the new day simply brought more derangement, including contradictory orders that first instructed men on the West Bank to hold fast, then advised them to pull back. A few scuttled across the submerged bridge or swam to safety, grabbing at tree roots to haul themselves onto the East Bank. Most dug in to await reinforcements or raised their arms in surrender. Engineers stretched a net across the Rapido, scenting for bodies adrift on the current. Downstream, on the division left, the attack proved no less gallant and no more successful. When I saw my regimental commander standing with tears in his eyes as we moved up to start the crossing, I knew something was wrong, said the commander of Company L in the 143rd Infantry. 2 crossing sites had been selected for the 143rd, and at 8 p.m. on Thursday night, the point platoon at the upper site paddled across without drawing fire. Then German gunners leaped to life, riddling the boats and wrecking a footbridge in progress. Engineers scorched back to the boat dump, where the regimental commander, Colonel William H. Martin, found them cowering in foxholes. Rallied with threats and supplications, the men lugged more M2s to the river, and by 6 a.m. Friday, most of the 1st Battalion, the late Captain Henry Wasco's former unit, had reached the West Bank. Their stay was brief. Machine guns and panzers flailed the bridgehead with grazing fire, lashing the buttocks, backs, and legs of soldiers unable to hug the ground any tighter. Facing annihilation, Major David M. Frazier, shortly after 7 a.m., asked permission for his battalion to return to the East Bank. Walker refused, but by the time his stand-fast order arrived, Frazier had abandoned the bridgehead with the remnants of his command. 500 yards downstream, at the 3rd Battalion crossing site, no retreat was necessary since not a single soldier had reached the far shore. Plagued with bumbling engineers and skittish riflemen, companies had wandered in and out of minefields for hours. At midnight, the battalion commander reported that he had 5 boats remaining and still was unsure where to find the river. At 5 a.m., he was relieved of command, and his successor soon canceled the attack. This bad news was scribbled on a message slip for General Keyes and entrusted to a carrier pigeon by a 2nd Corps liaison officer near the Rapido. At 7:25 a.m., with a great flutter of wings, the bird was released and flew straight to a nearby tree, perhaps dispirited by the fog and gunplay. "I had to throw dirt at it to get it out," the officer reported. "When it flew to another tree, I just left it there." Neither Keyes nor Walker needed a pigeon to tell him that the evening had not gone well. After sitting by the field phones in his command post all night, Walker advised his diary on January 21st, "The attack last night was a failure." But now what? Crossing the river in daylight would be foolish, he believed. Time was needed to draft new orders, to position new boats, and to replace leaders who had been wounded or killed. At 8:30 a.m., Walker told the 141st and 143rd to resume the attack in just over 12 hours, at 9 p.m. Keyes had other ideas. At 10 a.m., he strode into Walker's Monte Rotundo command post. A few minutes earlier, Clark had urged Keyes by phone to bend every effort to get tanks and tank destroyers across promptly. Keyes concurred. "Weren't there at least some troops from the 141st Infantry still on the West Bank?" he asked Walker. No effort should be spared to reinforce them, preferably before noon. The rising sun would blind German defenders. A 2nd Corps staff officer with a clipboard sketched a crude map of the Rapido, with arrows pointing from east to west. Walker argued briefly, then agreed to set H-hour for 2 p.m. Neither Keyes nor Walker was privy to the secret, but Fifth Army's attack had already fulfilled part of Clark's ambition. An ultra-intercept 2 nights earlier disclosed that Field Marshal Kesselring had ordered the 29th Panzer Grenadier Division near Rome, half of his reserve force, to reinforce 10th Army on the Garigliano. Another decrypt soon revealed that the other half, the 90th Panzer Grenadier Division, had also been ordered south, leaving the Anzio beaches virtually undefended. However ineffectual, the British 10th Corps attack had spooked the Germans. This intelligence, available to Clark and Alexander but not to their subordinates, had little impact on the Rapido battle. Pressing the attack would further distract the enemy from Shingle, Clark believed. And if Walker could punch through at Sant'Angelo, unleashing his armored horde up the Liri Valley, so much the better. Off they went, trudging like men sent to the scaffold. A soldier stumping down a sunken road toward the Rapido observed, "There was a dead man every 10 yards, just like they were in formation." Close to the river, the formation thickened. Another soldier, carrying a rubber boat, later wrote, "It didn't seem what we were walking on was dirt and rocks. We soon found out it was dead GIs." On the division left, the 143rd Infantry crossed more adroitly on Friday afternoon than it had on Thursday evening. Confusion delayed the attack for 2 hours, but at 4 p.m., beneath a vast choking smoke bank, the 3rd Battalion began to paddle west. By 6:30, all rifle companies had found the far shore, and Colonel Martin ordered his 2nd Battalion to follow in train late that night. A quarter-mile upstream, the 1st Battalion also crossed at dusk, although the laconic battalion commander, Major Fraser, radioed, "I had a couple of fingers shot off." 3 battalions crowded a bridgehead only 500 yards deep and 600 yards wide. When twilight turned to darkness, one soldier later wrote, "I was thinking, this is my last old day on earth." On the division right, delay begat delay in the 141st Infantry. Not least, engineers neglected to bring an air compressor to inflate 50 rubber boats, and Colonel Wyatt, the regimental commander, postponed the attack until 9 p.m. without telling Walker. By 2 a.m. on Saturday, a pair of footbridges had been laid, and 6 rifle companies from 2 battalions soon crossed. They found no survivors from the previous night's combat. Artillery and Nebelwerfer drum fire methodically searched both bridgeheads, while machine guns opened on every sound, human and inhuman. GIs inched forward, feeling for tripwires and listening to German gun crews reload. A sergeant in the 143rd Infantry described one kid being hit by a machine gun. The bullets hitting him pushed his body along like a tin can. 300 German artillery rounds danced across Monte Rotundo before dawn on Saturday, causing casualties and disorder in the 36th Division command post. Dire reports from the river made the morning worse. Heavy losses, no troops yet on the bluff at Sant'Angelo, ammo shortages, bridges wrecked. Nearly 6 battalions across, but no bridges, Keyes wrote in his diary. Something wrong. As the morning wore on, a pathetic inertia seemed to take hold of American commanders, wrote Martin Blumenson, author of the official Army history of the Rapido operation. Exhaustion, guilt, regret, despondency, all gnawed at them. Keyes remained pugnacious, if not prudent, and at 10 a.m. on Saturday he ordered Walker to prepare his reserve regiment, the 142nd Infantry, to reinforce those 6 battalions on the West Bank. Surely the Germans were groggy and could be overpowered by fresh troops, he told Walker. But Clark, in a phone call, cautioned against throwing good money after bad. To Keyes' vexation, the 142nd also reported that it needed almost 15 hours to get ready and could not attack until early Sunday. When further dispatches from the river suggested that the 141st Infantry had been practically wiped out, Keyes rescinded his order. "You're not going to do it anyway," he told Walker. "You might as well call it off. It can't succeed as long as you feel that way about it." In his diary, Keyes wrote, "Our failure due to 1. Lack of means, 2. Poor division." Clark seemed to recognize that recriminations would be unseemly if not toxic. Joining Keyes and Walker at Monte Rotundo for lunch, he was affable and solicitous. "Tell me what happened up here," he said. Keyes replied that the attack had appeared worthwhile, risky but warranted. Clark interrupted. "It was as much my fault as yours," he said. But were the regimental commanders up to the task? How had the division's staff performed? As soon as Clark and Keyes drove off, Walker asked his assistant commander, Brigadier General William H. Wilbur, to write an affidavit documenting the conversation, including Clark's admission of culpability. I fully expected Clark and Keyes to can me to cover their own stupidity, but they were not in a bad mood, Walker wrote. He taped Wilbur's memorandum into his diary, just in case. While the generals dined and discoursed, the remnants of 2 regiments struggled to extract themselves from the Rapido kill sack. By midday on Sunday, every commander in the 141st Infantry, except for a single captain, was dead or wounded, along with all battalion staff officers. The 143rd Infantry was hardly in better shape. Orders to fall back filtered across the river. By early evening on Sunday, the division log estimated losses at 100 officers and 1,900 enlisted men. Gunfire dwindled to a mutter. From the darkness came an occasional plea for water or faint cries for a medic, but both sides had grown inured to supplication. Then silence. It was reported, the log noted at 8:30 p.m., that American firing had ceased west of the river. A rifleman from the 143rd Infantry, who regained the east bank, later reflected, "I had turned into an old man overnight. I know I was never the same person again." 2 U.S. infantry regiments had been gutted in one of the worst drubbings of the war. The losses were comparable to those suffered 6 months later at Omaha Beach, except that storied assault succeeded. At a cost of 2,000 casualties, not even a toehold had been won at the Rapido. From a military standpoint, it was an impossible thing to attempt, Kesselring would observe after the war. The Americans had failed to seize the high ground, failed to coordinate with the adjacent 46th Division, failed to use tank fire effectively, and failed to neutralize German artillery on the flanks. The attack was insufficiently planned and poorly timed, Kesselring added. No general should leave his flanks exposed. Sergeant Bill Kirby of Gatesville, Texas, was no field marshal, but he concurred. "Anybody who had any experience knew this ain't the place to cross the river," Kirby said. As accounts of the carnage spread across Italy, officers shook their heads and thanked their lucky stars to have been spared that particular agony. Brigadier Howard Kippenberger, whose New Zealand troops were still recovering from their own ordeal in the Winter Line, studied the field reports and concluded, nothing was right except the courage. The show must go on. 10 miles northwest of Naples, at Pozzuoli, the staging for Shingle neared completion even as the first sketchy reports arrived of fighting on the Rapido, 50 miles north. The Anzio Assault Force in 6th Corps comprised 2 infantry divisions, the U.S. 3rd and the British 1st, plus paratroopers, American Rangers, and British Commandos, for a total of 47,000 men and 5,500 vehicles. Another 11,000 soldiers would follow immediately, including an armored brigade. The 400-ship armada now loading in Pozzuoli and 3 other ports near Naples included 4 Liberty ships, 84 LSTs, 84 LSIs, and 50 LCTs. The forecast for H-hour on Saturday morning, January 22nd, was heartening. Light airs, calm seas, haze, 55 degrees Fahrenheit. On the Naples waterfront, below broad-shouldered Vesuvius, the 3rd Division band crashed through a medley of marches as raw-boned infantrymen tromped past in a panoply of smart salutes and snapping guidons. All that fanfare didn't seem quite right, a staff officer wrote. The whole thing had a feeling of unreality about it. When the band struck up the division anthem in march time, soldiers burst into song. "I'm just a dog-faced soldier with a rifle on my shoulder, and I eat a kraut for breakfast every day. So feed me ammunition, keep me in the 3rd Division. You dog-faced soldier boys, okay." Aboard the USS Biscayne, a former seaplane tender now converted to a flagship, the roaring voices pleased Lucian Truscott, who stood on the fantail in his leather jacket and lacquered 2-star helmet. Truscott knew that his spree would be vital in the coming weeks. So too would robust health, and for the past month, medicos had struggled to bring the division to fighting trim, by treating ailments from trench foot to bronchitis to gonorrhea. To soothe his own chronically inflamed vocal cords, Truscott had scheduled 3 paintings of his throat with silver nitrate during the 120-mile voyage to Anzio. Another major general listened to the martial beat with both pride and irrepressible dread. "I have many misgivings, but am also optimistic," John Porter Lucas had written in his diary after boarding the ship on Thursday afternoon. "I struggle to be calm and collected." For Lucas, that struggle had just begun. The commander of 6th Corps, and thus of Shingle, he hardly looked the part of the warrior chieftain. He was pudgy and gray, with a brush-cut widow's peak, wire-rimmed spectacles, and a snowy mustache of the sort favored by French field generals in World War I. He puffed incessantly on a corncob pipe and carried an iron-tipped cane given him by Omar Bradley. 54 years old today, Lucas had told his diary on January 14th, and I'm afraid I feel every year of it. Lucas drove a Jeep named Hoot, quoted Kipling by the yard, and had accumulated several nicknames, including Old Luke and Sugar Daddy. At Anzio, he would acquire more, notably Foxy Grandpa. Although he considered the Germans unutterable swine, one staff officer wrote that he never seemed to want to hurt anybody, at times almost including the enemy. Empathy might ennoble a man, but it could debilitate a general. "I think too often of my men out in the mountains," he had written during the winter campaign. "I am far too tender-hearted ever to be a success at my chosen profession." Upon hearing that Shingle had been authorized, Lucas portrayed himself as a lamb being led to slaughter. Accordingly, he revised his last will and testament. The sanguine assurance of his superiors baffled him. "By the time your troops land, the Germans will have already pulled back past Rome," Admiral John Cunningham, the British naval commander in the Mediterranean, had told him. Could Alexander and others, he wondered, have additional intelligence that spawned such confidence? AFQ asserted that it was very questionable whether the enemy proposed to continue the defensive battle south of Rome much after the middle of February. Lucas beheld a different vision. His 6th Corps intelligence analysts believed that Germans would muster 12 battalions and 100 tanks at Anzio on D-Day, which would grow to 29 battalions within a week and to more than 5 divisions and 150 tanks by D+16. 6th Corps also estimated that even under favorable conditions, reinforcement of the beachhead from the Casino front cannot be expected in under 30 days. Lucas confided to his diary, "This whole affair has a strong odor of Gallipoli," the disastrous British amphibious invasion of Turkey in 1915. Lucas's milquetoast demeanor obscured a keen tactical brain. He recognized, as did too few of his superiors, that the exalted ambitions for Shingle exceeded the means allocated to achieve them. Worse yet, those ambitions were muddled and contradictory, particularly with respect to the vital high ground northeast of Anzio, known as the Colli Laziali, or Alban Hills. Under Alexander's instructions to Clark on January 12th, the Shingle force was to cut the enemy's main communications in the Colli Laziali area southeast of Rome and to threaten the German rear on the Casino front. The two Allied forces were then to join hands at the earliest possible moment and hie through Rome with the utmost possible speed. Yet the Fifth Army order issued later the same day instructed Lucas to seize and secure a beachhead at Anzio, then to advance on Colli Laziali. Clark remained deliberately vague about whether 6th Corps was to surmount the Alban Hills or simply amble toward them. Through painful experience, the Fifth Army commander now expected the Germans to fight hard, first for the beachhead, then for the approaches to Rome. In a private message, Clark advised Lucas to first secure the beachhead and avoid jeopardizing his corps. If the enemy proved supine, then 6th Corps could lunge for the hills to cut both Highways 6 and 7, the main supply routes from Rome to Kesselring's forces on the Garigliano and at Cassino. "Don't stick your neck out, Johnny," Clark told Lucas. "I did at Salerno and got into trouble." He added, You can forget this goddamn Rome business. Chapter 8. Perdition. Something's happening. Only the bakers were astir in the small hours of Saturday, January 22nd. The fragrance of fresh bread wafted through the dark streets from the wood ovens of Margherita Ricci's little shop, past the shuttered tobacco stall and the bronze statue of Neptune riding a huge fish. In Nettuno and adjacent Anzio, bakery workers were among the few citizens still permitted in the coastal exclusion zone established by the Germans 4 months earlier. More than 15,000 exiles lived in shanties in the nearby Pontine marshes or on the slopes of the Colli Laziali. Anyone caught within 3 miles of the coast risked a bullet to the nape, usually delivered against a wall in the Via Antonio Gramsci, where the condemned were told to turn their heads for a final glimpse of the sea before the fatal shot. Dusted with flour and smelling of yeast, Orlando Castaldi shoved his flat wooden paddle beneath a batch of rolls browning in the oven. Castaldi had been in Sicily during the Allied invasion 6 months earlier, eventually fleeing to Nettuno, where his brother and uncle worked in another bakery just 200 yards north, in the Via Cavour. Castaldi cocked his head, holding the paddle at high port like a halberd. Through the open window came a noise from the sea, a distant clamor. "Keep still a moment," he told 2 colleagues. "Something's happening." Clanking metal and the thrum of engines carried on the night. Castaldi recognized the sound from Sicily. "I can hear them," he said. "I can hear them. The Americans are coming." Grabbing his jacket, he yanked down the window blinds and sprinted through the door to alert his brother and uncle. As he rounded the corner into the Via Cavour, a brilliant light bleached the night sky and the ground trembled as if Neptune himself had impaled the earth with his trident. The Americans were indeed coming, and so too the British. 3 miles offshore, the Armada had dropped anchor at 12:04 a.m., 4 minutes late, in a dead calm and diaphanous haze. Scout boats puttered toward shore, and at 1:50 a.m., just as young Castaldi darted into the street, a pair of British rocket boats opened fire with 1,500 5-inch projectiles intended to cow coastal defenders and detonate beachfront mines. The 5-minute bombardment made a tremendous noise, achieved no good results, and was prejudicial to surprise, an intelligence officer reported. Only silence answered the barrage, and shortly after 2 a.m., the 1st Infantrymen swarmed onto the beach, bent on adding injury to the rocket's insult. Anchoring the 6th Corps left flank, the British splashed ashore 5 miles up the coast on red, green, and yellow beaches. A few desultory rounds of German artillery plumped the shallows, but naval gunfire soon answered, and the only resistance across the shingle came from mines and soft sand. Much bellowing with bullhorns accompanied the landings. A subsequent analysis advised that no amount of shouting through loudhailers will induce troops to advance through a minefield. Soon enough, 12-foot lanes were cleared through the mines and marked with luminous paint. Hundreds and then thousands of Tommies scuffed into the piney Padiglione woods, searching in vain for an enemy to overrun. 3 Germans were found sleeping in a cowshed amid plundered bottles of Italian perfume and nail polish. One surrendered in his underwear, though the other 2 escaped in an armored car. It was all very gentlemanly, calm and dignified, the Irish Guards reported. Carrying a large black umbrella as he arrived in a duck, the Irish Guards commander stepped ashore with the air of a missionary visiting a South Sea island and surprised to see no cannibals. No cannibals appeared on the right flank either. Truscott's 3rd Division made land just south of Nettuno, while Darby and his Rangers beat for the white dome and terraces of the Paradiso, a casino overlooking Anzio Harbor. Most troops came ashore wetted only to the knees, if not completely dry-shod. A few spurts from a flamethrower encouraged shrieking surrenders in an anti-aircraft battery. 19 enemy soldiers emerged hands up from a bunker that still sported a scraggly Christmas tree. After watching through field glasses from the Biscayne, General Lucas advised his diary that he could not believe my eyes when I stood on the bridge and saw no machine gun or other fire on the beach. At 3:05 a.m., he sent Clark a coded radio message. Paris, Bordeaux, Turin, Tangiers, Bari, Albany, which meant weather clear, sea calm, little wind, our presence not discovered, landings in progress. Later in the morning, Lucas signaled, "No angels yet, cutie Claudette." No tanks ashore, but the attack was going well. It continued to go well through the day. Truscott made for shore in a crash boat at 6:15 a.m., mute with laryngitis and so miserable from his inflamed throat that he lay down for a nap in a thicket near the beach. His men hardly needed him. All three regiments pushed the beachhead 3 miles inland, exchanging a few gunshots with backpedaling German scouts and then blowing up bridges across the Mussolini Canal to seal the right flank against a panzer counterattack that never came. By sunrise at 7:30, Rangers occupied Anzio. Paratroopers soon after reported that Nettuno also was secure. Soldiers liberated 6 women found chained to tethering rings in the Piazza Mazzini stable. They'd been sentenced to death 4 days earlier while returning by train from Rome with black market food purchased in the Piazza Vittorio. The Americans gave them powdered milk, chocolate, and underwear, then sent them home. Ducks rolled through the streets like parade floats. Prisoners in long green field coats trudged to cages on the beach, dusty, sweaty, and non-committal, as one witness put it. "Move on, Superman," a GI jeered. A few more shells fell along the waterfront, and the Luftwaffe staged an ineffectual raid. "Maybe the war's over and we don't know it," said a lieutenant colonel. A GI added, "It ain't right, all right, but I like it." MPs tacked up road signs, and soon jeeps and trucks clotted the streets. Success brought sightseers to the beachhead. At 9 a.m., to the trill of a bosun's pipe, Alexander and Clark clambered aboard the Biscayne from a patrol boat that had whisked them north from the Volturno. Lucas summarized the news with a smile. Resistance negligible, casualties light, most assault troops already ashore. Anzio's port was in such fine condition that at least a half-dozen LSTs could berth simultaneously, and the first would unload this afternoon. From Biscayne, the boating party traveled by duck to the beach. Clark, immaculate in peaked cap, silk scarf, and creased trousers, inspected the 3rd Division and pronounced himself pleased. Poor Truscott croaked his thanks. Alexander, no less comely in red hat, fur-trimmed jacket, and riding breeches, motored along the British battalions in the turret of an armored car. Reconvening on Biscayne, the 2 men complimented Lucas on his daring do, then hopped back into the patrol boat and sped off toward Naples, leaving neither orders nor a sense of urgency in their wake. As one wit commented, "They came, they saw, they concurred." Left alone to command his battle, Lucas decamped from Biscayne to Piazza del Mercato 16, a 2-story villa in Nettuno with 4 bedrooms and an upstairs fireplace. The previous occupant of number 16, the German commander, had bolted so quickly, only to die on the beach in the early minutes of the invasion, that a sausage and half-empty brandy glass remained on the dining table. The Allies had won what they least expected to win: complete surprise. By midnight on D-Day, 27,000 Yanks, 9,000 Brits, and 3,000 vehicles would be ashore in a beachhead that was 15 miles wide and 2 to 4 miles deep. From the north window of number 16, Lucas could plainly see his prize. 15 miles distant, the Colli Laziali rose above the myrtles and umbrella pines, burnished by the setting sun that kissed the red tile rooftops before plunging into the Tyrrhenian Sea. White haze scarped the hills, which rose 3,000 feet above the coastal plain in a volcanic massif nearly 40 miles in circumference. Dusk sifted over the beachhead. Lights winked on in upcountry villages, and convoy headlights drifted in tiny chains across the hills like ships steaming on the far horizon. In his tidy, contained cursive, Lucas wrote, "We knew the lights meant supplies coming in for the use of our enemies, but they were out of range, and nothing could be done about it." 34 miles from this window lay Rome, known in Allied codebooks as Botany. 2 routes crossed the hinterland, as the British called the landscape beyond the beachhead. One road angled northeast from Nettuno across the Pontine Marshes to Cisterna, 12 miles distant, and then 15 more miles to Valmontone, astride Highway 6 in the Liri Valley. The other road, known as the Via Anziate, ran due north for 20 miles from Anzio to intersect Highway 7, the 23-century-old Appian Way, at Albano. Both roads led to glory, and Lucas intended to follow both. The world seemed to believe that botany was all but his. The Sunday edition of the New York Times reported the Allies only 16 miles from Rome. Radio broadcasts heard in the beachhead were even more optimistic. Alexander's brave troops are pushing towards Rome, the BBC reported on Sunday, and should reach it within 48 hours. Neither the Times nor the BBC had consulted Field Marshal Kesselring. The first alarm had come from a German corporal, a railroad engineer sent to Anzio to buy timber. At 4 a.m. on Saturday, breathless and mud-spattered, he roared into Albano aboard a motorcycle, babbling about enemy ships as far as the eye could see. A major phoned the news to Rome, where panicked officers began to pack their bags and burn official papers. The landing, a German naval log noted, has come at a very bad time for us. Kesselring instantly recognized the threat to 10th Army's rear and to Rome, where he ordered roadblocks on all approach avenues. At 6 a.m., he told Berlin of the landings and received authorization for Operation Richard, one of 5 contingency plans drafted in case of Allied landings at various points on the Italian littoral. As John Lucas could see from the headlights streaming across the hills, the first reinforcements had arrived even before D-Day turned to D+1. Within 3 days, portions of 8 German divisions would be at or near the beachhead, with 5 others en route. To organize what he called the higgledy-piggledy jumble, Kesselring ordered the commander of the 14th Army, General Eberhard von Mackensen, to shift his headquarters south from Verona. Kesselring had expected the Allies to seize the Colli Laziali, but by Sunday evening he told Wiedinghoff in a phone call that the danger of a flying column severing his supply lines on Highways 6 and 7 had passed. He guessed that 6 Corps' strength included 3 infantry divisions and an armored division. In fact, it was less, which Kesselring considered insufficient for an attack on a strategic objective like the Alban Hills, given the need to also protect the exposed beachhead flanks. Moreover, the Allies suffered from what Kesselring called a Salerno complex. Only when overwhelming combat power had been amassed, he surmised, would the enemy venture far from the beaches and protective naval gunfire. Before that buildup gained momentum, Mackensen must strike across the entire Anzio front to throw the enemy into the sea. Hitler agreed and advised in his own idiom, the battle must be waged with holy hatred. As Allied patrols were discovering, the hinterland between the beach and those hills was a strange, haunted place. Fed by streams from the Colli Laziali, the Pontine Marshes for millennia had been a malarial dead zone. The Italian Red Cross reported that during the warm months, 4 of every 5 travelers who spent a single night in the Pontine Marshes could expect to contract malaria. Mussolini had reclaimed much of the land with an ambitious program known as the Bonifica Integrale, intended to transform the marshes into smiling fields. Enormous pumps drained the bogs, aided by 10,000 miles of canals and irrigation ditches, and more than 1 million pine trees planted in windbreaks. 5 model towns were built, plus 18 satellite villages, and hundreds of 2-story stone farmhouses, usually painted bright blue. War wrecked the dream. Kesselring and his engineers saw the marshes as a potential barrier against Allied armies from the south. Demolitionists blew up pumping stations, blocked canals, and bulldozed dikes. Eventually, 100,000 acres of reclaimed farmland were submerged. German malariologists knew that come springtime, the inundations would provide larval nurseries for a pontine mosquito proficient at breeding in brackish water. The scheme remains the only known example of biological warfare in 20th century Europe, according to Yale University historian Frank M. Snowden. Into this landscape of bog, bush, and water, as one soldier described it, the Allied force began to push. On the Sixth Corps left, British patrols edged up the Via Anziata, past Italian farmers who shouted from behind their plows, "Niente Tedeschi," no Germans, even as occasional shell bursts sent their white longhorn cattle bucking across the fields. Guardsmen with a squadron of tanks drove a Panzer Grenadier battalion out of Aprilia, one of those 5 model fascist towns, and captured 100 prisoners. By Tuesday, January 25th, the British 1st Division was halfway to Albano and the Highway 7 intersection. On the Sixth Corps right, the Yanks also extended the bridgehead despite Truscott's lingering indisposition. 4 companies cantered toward Cisterna on Monday, only to butt against unexpected resistance. A larger American force at dawn on Tuesday also found Hermann Göring Division troops with machine guns or anti-tank guns in nearly every podera. Cisterna, through which Highway 7 also passed, remained 3 miles away. Clark and Alexander came calling again shortly after noon on Tuesday. Now, on D+3, 40,000 American and 16,000 British troops occupied the beachhead, along with almost 7,000 vehicles. While warning Lucas to brace for an inevitable counterattack, Clark also urged him to finish seizing Campoleone on the left and Cisterna on the right. "I must keep my feet on the ground and my forces in hand and do nothing foolish," the Corps commander confided to his diary after his superiors left. "This is the most important thing I have ever tried to do, and I will not be stampeded." German air attacks intensified, and so did German shelling. By midday on January 26th, the beachhead had assumed the shape of an irregular rectangle 7 miles deep and 15 miles wide. Truscott's 3rd Division remained 3 miles from Cisterna, while Major General Penny's British 1st Division held Aprilia, but stood more than a mile from the rail and road junction at Campoleone and 10 miles from Albano. Every square inch of the beachhead fell within range of German guns, and every square inch felt vulnerable. "I will not be stampeded," John Lucas had declared, and he would spend the rest of his life explaining that reluctance. Already skeptics had begun to wonder why the beachhead remained so compact, why the enemy had not been routed, why the campaign was not won. But in staring through the north window of his villa on the Piazza del Mercato, Lucas found courage and convictions that would save his corps even at the price of his reputation. "Had I been able to rush to the high ground," he wrote in his diary as German artillery and air attacks intensified, "nothing would have been accomplished except to weaken my force by that amount, because the troops being sent, being completely beyond supporting distance, would have been immediately destroyed. The only thing to do was what I did." Through the Looking Glass. Caserta Palace, a 1,200-room monument to Bourbon ostentation, completed in 1772, now served as the headquarters for both Clark's Fifth Army and for Alexander's 15th Army Group. Located 20 miles north of Naples, 15,000 Allied soldiers eventually worked at Caserta, which soon became a Baroque parody of the Pentagon. The place was so cavernous that one resident claimed, "It was the only house where I've had my hat blown off indoors." The building had little heat, less sanitation, and a 180-year accumulation of fleas. Officers in the palace bar drank rum or cognac mixed with Coca-Cola. Combat artist George Biddle found their faces soft and puffy compared with the front-line visages of Jack Toffee and his ilk. Twice weekly, the San Carlo Opera Company arrived from Naples to sing Tosca or Madame Butterfly in the Palace Theater. Caserta was a looking-glass world, one officer wrote. He added, "One doesn't hate on a full stomach in a hot bath." To preserve a semblance of Army life, some commanders insisted that their Garrett troopers at least camp outdoors. Bivouacs soon stretched for 2 miles through the palace gardens, evincing their own wonderland qualities, with shower huts, softball diamonds, backgammon tables, and volleyball courts. Clark rarely missed a chance to flee Caserta's flesh pots for the front, and at 3:45 a.m. on Friday, January 28th, he hopped in a staff car and sped down the Grand driveway. 25 miles due west, near the mouth of the Volturno, a wallowing launch ferried him downriver, where a pair of 78-foot motor torpedo boats, PT-201 and PT-216, bobbed at anchor. As the first gray hint of dawn tinted the eastern sky, the triple screws of the two patrol boats hurled them northwest across the Indigo Turanian for the 70-mile journey to Anzio. Neither boat crew took time to radio a sailing signal to the Allied fleet at the beachhead. For 2 hours, the torpedo boats bounded north at nearly 40 knots, swinging wide of German shore batteries near Monte Circeo. Morning haze draped the sea, and the throbbing engines drowned conversation. Clark perched on his stool, lost in thought. Lookouts scanned the waves ahead. Sometimes, one Anzio veteran warned, what looked like a piece of driftwood turned out to be a corpse. At 8:40 a.m., 12 miles south of Anzio, the minesweeper USS Sway blinkered a challenge with its 12-inch searchlight, asking the boats approaching out of the rising sun to identify themselves. Visibility was poor. Air raids at the beachhead had just triggered an alert, and Sway several nights earlier had been attacked by German E-boats. Clark stood for a better view as PT-201 blinkered back at a range of 2,000 yards, then fired the day's recognition signal, green and yellow flares. 1 minute after the initial challenge, Sway opened fire. 3-inch shells screamed across the sea. PT-216 reversed course to port and sped away, but 201 stopped dead to acknowledge the shot across the bow. The next round splintered plywood and mahogany. A shell detonated against 201's deckhouse, shattering Clark's stool, and another blew through the tiny galley below. 50 caliber and 40 millimeter rounds swarmed around the boat like hornets. The initial salvo wounded 5 sailors, 2 of them mortally. Blood slicked the deck from an officer with a severed leg artery, and a swab whose kneecap had been blown off. For a few moments, no one manned the helm until an ensign took the wheel despite wounds to both legs. Clark seized the flare gun and fired more green and yellow flares, unaware that haze made the yellow pyrotechnics look red from Sway's deck. The shooting continued. "What shall we do?" Clark asked a wounded lieutenant. "Don't know." "Let's run for it." Clark helped brace the helmsman as he opened the throttle and spun the wheel. The boat pirouetted and fled in a great flume of spray, chased by the minesweeper's shells. Half an hour later, 201 rendezvoused peacefully with HMS Acute, transferring her wounded to the British warship. The skipper of 216 boarded 201 and guided her into Anzio Harbor at noon, although not before another German raid on the port delayed Clark further. While averring that the incident was a weight on the conscience of every officer and man aboard, Sway's captain blamed the torpedo boats for their own misadventure. A Navy inquiry agreed, but Clark privately charged the minesweeper with as flagrant an error of judgment as I have ever seen. If the morning had taken a downward slant, in Clark's wry phrase, an afternoon in Lucas's command post hardly redeemed the day. Staff officers of 6th Corps worked in a former Italian military barracks near Nettuno's Piazza del Mercato, but artillery fire and an unexploded bomb through the ceiling would soon drive the headquarters into the wine cellars under an osteria at Via Romana 9. For now the sandbags around the barracks grew higher by the hour. Wrapped in a belted army trench coat and pulling on his corncob pipe, Lucas used a large map to show Clark his predicament. Heavy surf occasionally closed the landing beaches, and a sudden storm on Tuesday had marooned all Navy pontoons ashore before they could be hoisted from the water. Enemy raids often disrupted port operations and harassed the cargo fleet. Of greater concern was the imminent return to Britain of most LSTs. As few as a dozen would be left in the Mediterranean after February 10th, and at least 72 shiploads of materiel would be required in Anzio by mid-February. As for the enemy, every day Lucas's intelligence report identified more German units converging on the beachhead. The 29th Panzer Grenadier Division, then the Hermann Göring, then 2 armored divisions from southern France, then the 90th Panzer Grenadier. If the Allies were not already outnumbered, it was only a matter of time. By Sunday, an estimated 72,000 Germans would face 61,000 Anglo-Americans. None of this surprised Clark. Ultra-intercepts had provided transparent detail of German movements under Operation Richard, including the shift of troops from 14 divisions in France, Germany, northern Yugoslavia, and elsewhere. Clark told Lucas that the cumulative opposition does not exceed 3 full divisions, with indications that Kesselring is having difficulties reinforcing your front. All the more reason, Clark added, to seize Cisterna and Campoleone quickly. Lucas agreed. In fact, Truscott today had drafted his order for an attack on Cisterna, to be led by infiltrating Rangers and 2 3rd Division regiments, all bound for Highway 7. 6th Corps Field Order No. 20 would coordinate a British lunge on the left with that American thrust on the right, both intended to seize the high ground in the vicinity of Colli Laziali, and to prepare to continue the advance on Rome. The attack was to begin the next day, Saturday, January 29th. In a message to Clark on Saturday morning, Lucas affected a doughty determination. "We'll go all out tomorrow," he signaled, "or at once if conditions warrant." Jerryland. On Saturday afternoon, January 29th, Lucian Truscott limped up the narrow staircase to the 2nd floor of his new command post, an old stone monastery with a red tile roof in the medieval village of Conca, midway between Nettuno and Cisterna. The 3rd Division War Room filled the first floor with maps, jangling phones, and the anticipatory hum that always preceded a big offensive. Truscott had spread his bedroll in the tiled kitchen with no expectation of sleep. He still spoke in a raspy whisper, although his morbid throat had improved along with his lacerated leg. On Monday afternoon, a falling 20mm anti-aircraft round had detonated 6 inches from Truscott's left foot, peppering his cavalry boot, breeches, and ankle with steel fragments. After a surgeon tweezed out the shards, General Lucas insisted on handing him a Purple Heart. "It is truly superficial, but the doctors have my foot so strapped up that I hobble a bit when I walk," Truscott wrote Sarah a day later. A window with casement shutters on the 2nd floor gave Truscott a sweeping view across the Pontine marshes. The west branch of the Mussolini Canal snaked through the farm fields a mile ahead. From Conca, the northbound road crossed the canal on a plank bridge and ran for 3 more miles to Isola Bella, a hamlet that marked the beachhead's outer boundary. 2 miles farther on lay Highway 7 and Cisterna. Truscott on Wednesday had suggested seizing the town immediately, using his entire division along with the British troops and a newly arrived regiment from the 45th Division. But Lucas preferred to wait until more tanks from the 1st Armored Division arrived to lend heft to the British effort on the left, which offered a more direct route to the Colli Laziali and Rome. The delay hardly seemed imprudent. This morning's 3rd Division intelligence report noted that the enemy's attitude on our front is entirely defensive, with most forces hugging the hills 5 miles beyond Cisterna. Enemy patrolling has not been aggressive. There is evidence that German platoon and squad leadership has begun to deteriorate. Truscott scanned the fenny landscape with his field glasses, unaware that the intelligence assessment was delusional or that the additional delay would carry baneful consequences. Kesselring had planned a massive counterattack for January 28th, then chose a 4-day postponement to bring more reinforcements through the Brenner Pass. On this very evening, the 26th Panzer Division would arrive in force from the Adriatic front, a possibility, Clark later confessed, that we had not seriously considered. 11 battalions defended Cisterna, roughly 3-fold the expected force. All told, German forces encircling the beachhead exceeded 71,000 men in 33 battalions, with 238 field guns. As General Penny noted in his diary, the Germans don't let mistakes go unpunished and don't give second chances. Darby's Rangers spent Saturday afternoon in a piney wood near Nettuno, sharpening their blades, cleaning their rifles, and napping on pine bough beds. Bill Darby, newly promoted to full colonel, now commanded 3 battalions that had been melded into the 66th 15th Ranger Force. A week on the beachhead had left them solemn, tired, and quiet, one ranger recalled. Each rifleman stuffed his pockets with grenades and coiled 2 extra bandoliers over his shoulders, removing the tracer rounds to avoid pinpointing a shooter's position at night. Teamsters from Nettuno also brought up extra ammunition. Shells rattled in the truck beds like dry bones. Darby had been busy since dawn. After a war council with his 3 battalion commanders, at 1 p.m. he conferred with Truscott in the Conca Monastery, then scouted the road to Isola Bella. His 4th Battalion, led by an 8-man minesweeping crew, would press down that road at 2 a.m. Sunday, opening a path toward Cisterna for heavy weapons and supplies. The 1st and 3rd Battalions would creep up the Pantano Fosso, a deep irrigation ditch that roughly paralleled the road from the Mussolini Canal to within a mile of Cisterna. Behind the Rangers' spearhead, Truscott's 7th Infantry Regiment on the left and 15th Infantry on the right would advance on a 7-mile front to cut Highway 7 north and south of Cisterna. While careful to display only robust confidence to his men, Darby felt uncommon ambivalence about this evening's mission. The size of the attack heartened him, as did intelligence suggesting the road to Cisterna was lightly held, perhaps by a German infantry regiment protecting artillery and anti-tank batteries. The Rangers seemed indomitable. They were the finest body of troops ever gathered together, Darby had told an OSS officer. They don't surrender either. They fight for keeps. Yet the expansion of the force from 1 battalion to 3, and the loss of veteran Rangers since the torch landings 15 months earlier, had led to a deterioration in fighting skills, noise discipline, and fieldcraft. Too many men still bunched up when moving cross-country, or failed to freeze when a flare popped. How many knew to muffle a canteen with an old sock, or to suppress a cough with fingers pressed on the Adam's apple, or to dull a helmet's gleam with mud or wood smoke? The Cisterna plan also nagged at Darby. Was it too risky, too bold? Would Truscott's infantry quickly reinforce the Ranger infiltrators? No Ranger reconnaissance had been possible past Isola Bella for fear of alerting the Germans. Then a new fragment of intelligence had arrived an hour after sunset at 6:35 p.m. The city may have considerable opposition. At midnight, Darby met for a final time with his battalion commanders beside the Conca road. The officers stamped their feet against the biting cold, as he reminded them to maintain radio silence for as long as possible. Good luck, Darby told them. With his rolling gait, elbows cocked, he strode to an isolated farmhouse on the right side of the road where his command post had been set up. The commanders rejoined their waiting troops, blue and vague in the moonless night. Only their eyes glinted from faces daubed with burnt cork. Beyond the Mussolini Canal, 4 miles from Cisterna, the 3 battalions separated. The 4th veered left toward the road, the 1st and 3rd tramped single file across a fallow field. Soon the column descended into the Pantano ditch, like a snake slithering into a hole. The officers took compass readings by matchlight, then pressed north. At 3 a.m., near Isola Bella, barely half a mile up the Conca road, the 4th Battalion found trouble. A long burst from a German machine pistol tore open the night, and sheets of fire soon poured from several red farm buildings. One Ranger company was pinned down 300 yards east of the road. 15 minutes later, a second company was immobilized. Enemy rifle pits had been dug every 30 feet and stiffened by machine gun nests at 100-yard intervals. Grazing fire swarmed a foot off the ground, killing a Ranger captain among others. Mortar rounds stomped across a landscape that soon reeked of blown powder and turned earth. For the rest of the night, 300 Rangers lay flat in their icy furrows, shooting at muzzle flashes 50 yards away. From his farmhouse command post, Darby kept an ear cocked to the commotion 2,000 yards north. This was the first intimation, he later wrote, that all was not well. All was not well in the Pantano ditch, either. 800 helmets bobbed just below field level as the mile-long column meandered through the muddy scarp, often knee-deep in black water. 2 miles from Cisterna, the 1st Battalion commander, Major Jack Dobson, realized that the 3rd Battalion had fallen behind. Ordering 3 companies to wait, Dobson pressed ahead with his other 3. A runner dispatched to find the missing Rangers soon returned with inauspicious news. Major Alva Miller, the 3rd Battalion commander, had been blown to pieces by a point-blank Panzer shell in a chance encounter at a German outpost. Avenging Rangers fired the tank with sticky grenades, but the column had been sundered. Dobson's vanguard of 150 Rangers crept past a pair of Nebelwerfer batteries, near enough to hear German voices and to see whip antennas silhouetted against the sky. A mile from Cisterna, the ditch angled northwest to end in a culvert under the Conca road. German vehicles whizzed past in both directions, and a pair of self-propelled guns 200 yards away fired at the beachhead with a monotonous thud. In hushed tones, Dobson tried to reach Darby by radio. The enemy force appeared much larger than expected, and with Major Miller dead, perhaps it made sense to swing both battalions to the east, where the Mussolini Canal could shield their flank. After 10 minutes, unable to raise the command post, Dobson cradled the handset. Without Darby's approval, he could not alter the plan. Across the road the Rangers stole, melting into an olive orchard on the far side. A German sentry flopped beneath a silver bough, blood cascading from his slashed throat. Tendrils of gray light began to bleach the eastern sky. Dobson swerved north on a trail parallel to the Conca road, the Rangers now at a trot, racing the dawn. A shout carried, then another, then a gunshot. Dark figures wrapped in blankets rose from the earth, stumbling about as Dobson's men realized they had blundered into a German camp. The melee spread across the bivouac, chaos compounded in one description, and the pulpy sound of plunging knives and bayonets could be heard between the grenade bursts and crackling rifles. The butt end of 1st Battalion scampered across the road toward the sound of the guns, followed by several companies from 3rd Battalion, including bazooka teams that shattered 2 tanks in a brilliant spray of orange flame. Dawn, that harsh betrayer of predicaments, revealed this one. The Rangers occupied a triangular field half a mile across, bounded by the Conca road on the east, the Ponte Rota road on the north, and a boggy skein of irrigation ditches to the west. Several hundred yards beyond the intersecting roads lay a rail embankment and the Cisterna train station. A ramshackle farmstead known as the Calcaprini House provided a command post for Dobson, who estimated that at least 7 German machine guns now ranged his position from tree lines to the north and west. Hardly had the Rangers begun to dig in than from the south came the creak of tank tracks. Certain that 4th Battalion had broken through with an armored spearhead, the men cheered lustily until the underbrush parted to reveal the Iron Cross insignia of a Mark IV Panzer. Then it opened up on us, Corporal Ben W. Mosier recalled. After the first volley, you felt naked. Several self-propelled guns also clanked into view. Rangers swarmed forward. Shooting at vision slits, they leaped onto the hulls to lift the hatches and spray the crews with their Tommy guns. Dobson shot a tank commander with his .45 pistol and flipped a white phosphorus grenade into the turret. Milky smoke boiled from the vents. As he leaped from the tank, a bazooka round detonated against the bogey wheels, wounding him badly in the left hip. From Highway 7 and the hills above Cisterna, German reinforcements boiled into the fight beneath an overcast sky that kept Allied warplanes at bay. Step by step, the Rangers retreated until 9 companies had squeezed into an exposed swatch 300 yards across, just below the Ponte Rota road. 3 others went to ground southeast of the main force. Wounded soldiers jammed a stone building near the Calcaprini house that had been converted to an aid station. As a German soldier crept toward the window with a grenade, medic Mickey T. Romine shot him in the face with a .45. "I have shot that man 1,000 times in my dreams," he later confessed. Darby for several hours had labored under the sweet illusion that despite 4th Battalion's travails, the infiltrators were apparently okay, as he told Truscott's headquarters by phone. But by first light he was worried. At 6:15 he reported that the Ranger Force is having a hell of a time. There isn't any contact with my 1st and 3rd Battalions. A reconnaissance troop barreling up the Conca Road in jeeps hit a solid sheet of machine gun fire and hand grenades. Of 43 men, only one escaped capture or death. News from Truscott's regiments was relentlessly grim. On Darby's flanks, the 7th Infantry and 15th Infantry were each to have infiltrated a battalion followed by tanks. The 1st Battalion of the 15th Infantry was pinned down immediately, and by nightfall on January 30th had covered barely a mile. The 1st Battalion of the 7th Infantry fared even worse, struggling with barbed wire, steep ditches, German flares, and casualties that by sunset pared the unit from 800 men to 150. At 7 a.m., the first radio dispatch from Major Dobson told Darby that his entire command was at risk. An hour later, the news was even more dire, but the radio failed, and not until early afternoon could signalers again raise the embattled Rangers at the Calcaprini house. A weepy 1st Battalion captain sounded so overwrought that Darby asked to speak to Sergeant Major Robert E. Ahalt, one of his original Rangers. "Some of the fellows are giving up, Colonel." Ahalt spoke slowly, his voice steady. "We're awfully sorry. They can't help it, because we're running out of ammunition. But I ain't surrendering." An eavesdropping stenographer at Conca jotted down Darby's frantic reply. "Shoot if they come any closer. Issue some orders, but don't let the boys give up. Who's walking in with their hands up? Don't let them do it. Get the officers to shoot. Get the old men together and lam for it. We're coming through. Hang on to this radio until the last minute. How many men are still with you? Stick together." Muffled gunfire crackled through the speaker. "They're coming into the building now," Ahalt said. "So long, Colonel. Maybe when it's all over, I'll see you again." "Use your head and do what is best," Darby replied. "You're there, and I'm here, unfortunately, and I can't help you. But whatever happens, God bless you. God bless all of you." Darby's voice thickened. "Ahalt, I leave everything in your hands. Tell the men I am with them to the end." A moment later he phoned Truscott. "My old sergeant major stayed with the last 10 men. It apparently was too much for them." Then asking his staff to leave the room, Darby laid his head on his arms and sobbed. Sergeant Carlo Contrera, who had served as Darby's driver since North Africa, later observed, he couldn't stand the thought of what was happening to them. Truscott had stood watch on the second floor of his Conca monastery from 2 a.m. until first light on Sunday. Confusion and cacophony persisted all day. Darby's account of his conversation with Ahalt struck Truscott like a physical blow. "Whole show is folded," the division log recorded. "General very disturbed." Litter-bearers staggered back across the polders, packing meat. Exhausted soldiers chewed malt and dextrose tablets, their eyelids heavy as silver dollars, the mortarman Hans Jurgensen wrote. Audie Murphy, now a sergeant and recently returned to the 3rd Division after a bout of malaria, described jeeps drawing trailer loads of corpses. Arms and legs bobbled grotesquely over the sides of the vehicles. A German shell knocked Murphy senseless. Upon regaining consciousness, he found the soldier next to him dead. "Living now becomes a matter of destiny or pure luck," he wrote. "The medics are bloody as butchers. I see one medic fall dead on a man whose wounds he was dressing. A scrap of metal severed his backbone." For a renewed push on Monday, January 31st, half a dozen generals crowded the Conca monastery, including Clark and Lucas. Lieutenant General Jacob L. Devers, visiting from Algiers, brought a bottle of Gilbey's gin for Truscott's throat, now considerably worse from too many cigarettes and too little sleep. Low clouds precluded air support again, and the High Command's hopes rested with Lieutenant Colonel Jack Toffee, whose 2nd Battalion of the 15th Infantry was to veer west of Isola Bella before driving north into Cisterna. "Toffee is rolling," a staff officer noted in the monastery at midday. Yet even with every weapon in the battalion blazing, the enemy entrenchment was too formidable. Toffee covered 2,500 yards before a German fusillade drove his troops to ground. On Toffee's left, riflemen from the 1st Battalion of the 7th Infantry crossed the rail tracks 2 miles northwest of Cisterna, a feat that would not be repeated for another 4 months. But by early Tuesday, the battalion barely existed as a fighting force, one captain reported. "All afternoon we throw ourselves against the enemy," Audie Murphy wrote. "If the suffering of men could do the job, the German lines would be split wide open, but not one real dent do we make." The division was spent, and Truscott knew it. The final mile to Cisterna proved a mile too far. Some companies mustered fewer than 24 men. Wary of a German counterattack, Truscott ordered his men to dig in and hold tight. He would give Toffee a Silver Star for fearless leadership in a lost cause. As for the Rangers, the sanguinary weekend spilled into Monday. A mortar barrage hit the command post, killing Darby's intelligence officer and 5 enlisted men. Late in the day, his eyes red, haggard beyond his 32 years, Darby drove to the bivouac near the Mussolini Canal where hundreds of bedrolls and barracks bags stood piled on canvas ground cloths, neatly stenciled with the names and serial numbers of men who would never return to collect them. The February 1st morning report for the 1st Ranger Battalion listed page after page of Rangers whose status was changed from duty to MIA. Brown and Hendrickson, Hooks and Keogh, Padilla and Perry and Hurtado and Budenhagen. Of 776 men who had trekked up the Pantano Ditch with the 1st and 3rd Battalions, only 8 escaped the calamity at Cisterna. An estimated 250 to 300 were dead, and the others, including Sergeant Major Ahault, had been captured. Moreover, the 4th Battalion suffered 50% casualties. Anglo-American losses on January 30th approached 1,500, more than double the D-Day casualties at Salerno. German dead, wounded, and missing for the weekend exceeded 1,000. The hunt for scapegoats began promptly. Clark told his diary that he was distressed to discover that the lightly armed Rangers had been used to spearhead the 3rd Division attack at Cisterna, a definite error in judgment. Clark blamed Truscott and contemplated relieving him until Lucas pointed out that as Corps commander he had approved the plan, even though he was surprised to discover that Darby's infiltration tactic consisted of simply slogging up a ditch. An inquiry ordered by Clark made little headway. Most witnesses were either dead or in German cages, and a 6th Corps staff officer suggested that the massacre had been contributed to by so many factors that it can be ascribed only to chance. Today eclipsed yesterday, as it always did on the battlefield, and the High Command turned to more pressing concerns. The beachhead on the 6th Corps right had expanded roughly 3 miles in 3 days, while the British and the 1st Armored Division on the left had pushed a salient toward Campoleone 4 miles deep and 2 miles wide. Kesselring's counterpunch, postponed yet again because of the spoiling attack at Cisterna, had now been rescheduled for February 4th, a fact gleaned by Clark a day in advance thanks to Ultra. In a radio message from Caserta, the Army commander advised Lucas that orders to capture Cisterna were rescinded. You should now consolidate your beachhead and make suitable dispositions to meet an attack. Chapter 9. The Murder Space. This world and the next world at strife. The Holy Road up Monte Cassino made 7 hairpin turns, each sharper than the one before. Hillside tombs and a Roman amphitheater stood below the first bend, along with remnants of Augustan prosperity from the ancient market town called Cassinum. Wagon ruts still scored the paving stones, and the voluptuary Mark Antony was said by Cicero to have indulged in his wild orgies at a nearby villa. Up and up the road climbed for 6 serpentine miles, through olive and scrub oak, on a track followed for centuries by pilgrims, poets, and armed encroachers. Each ascendant bend offered panoramas of the Rapido River and Mignano Gap to the south, and of the dreamy Liri Valley sweeping northwest toward Rome. Rounding the last bend, 1,500 feet above the valley floor, the great abbey abruptly loomed on the pinnacle, trapezoidal and majestic, 7 acres of travertino stone with a facade twice as long as that of Buckingham Palace. On this acropolis, in an abandoned Roman tower, a wandering hermit named Benedict had arrived in A.D. 529. His bones and those of his twin sister, Saint Scholastica, slept in a crypt hewn from his mountain eyrie. Over the span of 15 centuries, the abbey had been demolished repeatedly by Lombards, Saracens, earthquakes, and in 1799, Napoleonic scoundrels, but it was always rebuilt in keeping with the motto, Successa virescit. Struck down, it comes to new life. After a visit to Monte Cassino, the poet Longfellow described the abbey as a place where this world and the next world were at strife. Never more than in February 1944. The town below had first been bombed on September 10th, and within weeks more than 1,000 refugees sheltered in the abbey with 70 monks. Monte Cassino, on Hitler's orders, became the linchpin of the Gustav Line. Kesselring in mid-December promised the Catholic hierarchy that no German soldier would enter the abbey, and an exclusion zone was traced around the building's outer walls. But day by day, both the town and surrounding slopes became more heavily fortified. A 10th Army order directed that allein das Gebäude auszusparen ist. Only the building itself was to be spared. And Hitler in late December ordered that the best reserves must stand on the mountain massif. In no circumstances may this be lost. The first stray shell hit the abbey in mid-January. The monks went about their daily rituals, which began with matins before dawn. 7 more times during the day they assembled in the carved walnut choir stalls to recite the hours. The 79-year-old abbot, Don Gregorio Diamare, and his monks retreated to 6 rooms on 2 corridors of the lowest floor. An entry in the abbey log pleaded, "May God shorten these terrible days." The failure of the frontal attack across the Rapido River had forced Mark Clark to look to his flanks in an effort to turn the Gustav Line. On the Fifth Army left, the British 10th Corps soon spent itself along the Garigliano, incurring 4,000 casualties without substantive gains during the last 2 weeks of January. That left what was called the rain-sodden and dejected landscape on the Fifth Army right. By driving west across a primordial outback of scarps and exposed saddles, Allied commanders hoped to outflank Monte Cassino and punch into the Liri Valley behind the abbey. The French nearly won through. A force of mostly North African troops led by white officers had arrived in Italy, 18,000 strong and uniformed in U.S. Army twill. In bowing back the German line 4 miles in 4 days, the FEC, French Expeditionary Corps, had eviscerated a Wehrmacht mountain division. Under the command of a gallant Algerian, General Alphonse Pierre Jouin, recognizable by both his Basque beret and his left-handed salute, his right arm had been maimed in 1915, the French renewed their attack on January 25th. A day later, the 3rd Algerian Division occupied Monte Belvedere, 5 miles due north of Cassino and nearly as far inside the Gustav Line. French troops also briefly held Monte Abate above Belvedere, an escarpment so vital that Kesselring anticipated abandoning the entire Gustav Line if it fell. 6 German battalions, some reduced to 100 men, counterattacked to plug the hole and recapture Abate. A French division log recorded, "Hill 700 has been taken by us 4 times. Hill 771 has been taken by us 3 times. Hill 915 has been taken by us and unsuccessfully counterattacked 4 times by the enemy. Parched colonials died while dashing to exposed mountain streams for a final sip of water. A note found on a dead French officer read, "Haven't eaten or drunk since we set out." Others survived by eating captured rations and firing captured munitions. The human mechanism has its limits, a French captain wrote in his diary shortly before a machine gun bullet killed him. Juin reluctantly agreed. To Clark he wrote that his corps had dented the Gustav Line at the cost of unbelievable efforts and great losses. One Algerian regiment alone had lost 1,400 men, including the commander. German losses amounted to a battalion each day, but Kesselring still held the high ground. To Juin's regret, the FEC could do no more. Now the thankless task fell to the Americans, specifically the 34th Infantry Division. Major General Charles W. Ryder, a fellow Kansan and West Point classmate of Eisenhower's, still led the division as he had since Torch. A tall man with big ears, full lips, and a sloping nose, Doc Ryder demonstrated a valor in the Great War, 2 Distinguished Service Crosses, a Silver Star, and a Purple Heart, that in this conflict was matched by his tactical acumen and level disposition. As the French battered the Gustav Line on Ryder's right, the 34th attacked north of Cassino where the Rapido ran shallow enough to ford. For 3 days in late January, the riflemen struggled through plunging fire, minefields, and muddy sloughs. By mid-morning on January 27th, infantry troops and 4 Sherman tanks held 2 small bridgeheads across the river, while engineers corduroyed a road for armor reinforcements. Too late. By 1 p.m., all 4 Shermans were in flames, a jittery rifle company slid back down a hill it had just seized, and soon hundreds of soldiers were leaking to the rear in panic. Kesselring had shifted the formidable 1st Parachute and 90th Panzer Grenadier Divisions from the Adriatic coast, increasing the Gustav Line defenses from 4 divisions to 6 by early February. The opposing armies, as Clark admitted in his diary, now resembled 2 boxers in the ring, both about to collapse. By Thursday, February 3rd, Ryder's men had a toehold in the northern outskirts of Cassino town, clearing each house with grenade volleys and a sharp rush through the door. A day later, a battalion from the 135th Infantry closed to within 200 yards of the Abbey. A patrol even brushed the building's eastern face and captured 19 prisoners. Hills were won, then lost again, notably Point 593, known locally as Monte Calvario, a mile northeast of the Abbey and the highest point on a critical saddle called Snake's Head Ridge. Each yard, whether won or lost, pared away American strength. In a 2-acre field diced by German artillery, survivors counted 90 bodies. 6 new lieutenants arrived in the 2nd Battalion of the 135th Infantry. A day later, just 2 remained standing. Medics jabbed morphine syrettes through olive-drab twill without taking time to roll up a sleeve. Many kept their sulfa powder in salt shakers for easy dispensing. Snow dusted the dead, and the living woke in dank burrows to find their uniforms stiff with ice. A German corps commander believed the Americans were within a bare 100 meters of success. Alexander and Clark had perhaps attacked on too broad a front, failing to exploit cracks in the Axis line with the requisite alacrity. Yet their men had given all they had to give. To 8,000 French casualties could be added 10,000 American. By mid-February, losses in the 34th Division's rifle companies totaled 65%. Early on February 14th, the 4th Indian Division sidled forward to relieve the Americans. Scarecrow Yanks stumbled to the rear or were carried on stretchers, many unable to rise from their holes without help. Dead GIs lay stacked like sawed logs to await evacuation on mules that clopped uphill in long, steaming trains. Photographer Robert Capa, stumbling among slit trenches crammed with dead boys from the 34th Division, had murmured an invocation. I want to walk in the California sunshine and wear white shoes and white trousers. As the Americans began to pull back a few miles to recuperate, a German courier bearing a white flag proposed a brief truce on February 14th to collect the dead near Cairo. Soon German soldiers fashioned litters from saplings and shelter halves. An American detail delivered 150 enemy corpses on blood-stained canvas stretchers and carried away an equal weight of comrades in olive drab. During a break, the troops swapped cigarettes and family snapshots, chattering about Italian girls and favorite movie stars. An American officer asked, auf Deutsch, "Wie geht's bei Hitler jetzt?" Wrapped in a slate blue overcoat, a red-headed sergeant from Hamburg shrugged, "Gut, gut." From Monte Cassino came the rattle of musketry. The local ceasefire was scheduled to end at noon. Auf Wiedersehen, they called to one another, trudging off with the last load of dead. Goodbye. A German soldier trotted forward for a final handshake. "It is such a tragedy, this life," he said. A new warlord arrived at Cassino in February, determined to burn and blast the enemy from the Gustav Line by whatever means necessary. As the Americans pulled back to regroup, the Kiwis, Indians, and Tommies moved in under the command of Lieutenant General Bernard C. Freyberg, a former dentist who had become one of the British Empire's most celebrated soldier generals. He was a great slab of a man, long known as Tiny. "I'm Freyberg, the New Zealander," he would introduce himself, in a voice raspy as a gate hinge. An admirer wrote that he seemed to be large all over, both broad and deep-chested at the same time. Decorations upholstered his massive chest, including a Victoria Cross from the Somme and 4 awards of the Distinguished Service Order, reflective of a reputation earned at the cannon's mouth in 2 wars. He believed that a little shelling did everyone good. One acquaintance thought his great fearlessness owed something to a lack of imagination. A friend wrote of Freyberg in her diary, "I love his lack of humor, his frank passion for fighting. There is a distinct grimness about him at all times." Even his admirers acknowledged that Freyberg was at his most formidable when leading a division. Temporary command of a corps in Africa seemed to overtax his powers, and he had reverted to command of the 2nd New Zealand Division after outflanking the Mareth Line in southern Tunisia. Yet it was again as a corps commander that Freyberg arrived at Cassino, for Alexander in early February melded the 2nd New Zealand, the 4th Indian, and the British 78th Divisions into a new creation, the New Zealand Corps. Described by one British observer as clean and sprightly, rested and strong, the Corps initially was called Spadger Force to confuse German intelligence. Freyberg remained Spadger in Allied councils long after the ruse ended. At first, Freyberg considered a wide flanking movement to breach the Gustav Line, but with a shortage of mules and limited experience in mountain warfare, he instead chose a more prosaic plan that followed and traced the failed American attack, targeting the strongest point in a defensive line of remarkable strength, as the New Zealand official history later noted. To some subordinates, this scheme confirmed that Freyberg had no brains and no imagination, in the phrase of the 4th Indian Division commander, Major General Francis Tucker. Yet the longer Spadger studied the bleak silhouette of the ridgeline to the northwest, the more his eye was drawn to the White Abbey. Was it possible to take the Massif without seizing the building? Would German troops fail to occupy such an inviting observation post? How could Allied soldiers be asked to attack the hill without first eliminating that overbearing presence? The 4th Indian Division had initially proposed bombing the Abbey on February 4th as part of a scheme to reduce any German garrison to helpless lunacy by sheer unending pounding for days and nights by air and artillery. Increasingly, Freyberg found that approach both prudent and inevitable. In a memo to Clark and Alexander, he wrote, "No practicable means available within the capacity of field engineers can possibly cope with this place. It can be directly dealt with by applying blockbuster bombs from the air. The fortress has been a thorn in our sides for many weeks. Others disagreed. Spadger still wants to flatten the monastery, Keyes told his diary. I insist there is no evidence that it is holding up our attack and refuse to accede. Clark too demurred, although he sensed that Freiberg had General Alex's ear. Clark privately considered Freiberg sort of a bull in a china closet. Yet Clark was unsure how long he could resist pressure from above and below. Not least in his calculations was a growing bloodlust in Allied trenches. An anti-aircraft gunner's letter home in mid-February perfectly expressed the prevailing sentiment. I would level the Vatican itself with pleasure, the gunner wrote, if there were Germans to be killed inside it. The Bitchhead. 60 miles away, the 92,000 Allied troops penned up at Anzio had been ordered to dig in, and dig in they did. The clank of picks and shovels sounded across the beachhead, and with each passing hour life became more subterranean. Soldiers near the Pontine marshes found water weeping into their holes at 18 inches, but those burrowing into the sandstone substrata around Nettuno excavated elaborate layers lined with cardboard from ration cartons and furnished with plundered mirrors, commodes, and even candelabra. Some sheltered in huge empty wine barrels found in farmhouse vaults, the stink of stale vino rosso clinging to their uniforms. Luftwaffe attacks made every man happy to have his hole. We have found our religion, a soldier told his diary. Jittery as can be, 5 air raids tonight. As on an island, everything at the beachhead arrived by sea. Day and night, a thin black line of tiny boats moved constantly back and forth between shore and ships at anchor, wrote Ernie Pyle, who arrived for a visit in February. Among the most exposed troops were those consigned to Hell's Half Acre, the medical compound outside Nettuno and only 6 miles from frontline outposts. At 3:30 p.m. on February 7th, a Luftwaffe bomber, chased by a Spitfire, jettisoned 5 anti-personnel bombs over the 95th Evacuation Hospital, where 400 patients lay in ward tents. 28 died, including 3 nurses, 2 doctors, and 6 patients. Another 64 were wounded, and the blast shredded 29 ward tents. The German pilot was shot down and treated in the same hospital. 2 days later, a shell fragment killed the 6th-Corps surgeon as he emerged from Lucas's command post in Nettuno. God help us, a 1st Armored Division mess sergeant prayed after the hospital bombing. You come yourself. Don't send Jesus. This is no place for children. By early February, General von Mackensen's 14th Army had ringed the beachhead with 370 artillery tubes, putting every Allied soldier at risk, like a dog on an iceberg, as a 5th Army supply officer put it. Shells killed bakers baking, cooks cooking, and clerks clerking. A company clerk confessed to a growing dislike for Italy. Too much iron in the atmosphere here, he said. Strange cries carried across no man's land, including a heartbreaking German voice. Otto, Otto, ich sterbe, Otto. I'm dying, Otto. Nerves became frayed, a lieutenant wrote. The few abrasive personalities in the platoon seemed to become more abrasive. At a salvage dump outside Nettuno, quartermasters each day picked through truckloads of clothing and kit from soldiers killed or wounded, sorting heaps of shoes, goggles, forks, canteens, bloody leggings. It was best not to look too closely at the great pile, advised Ernie Pyle. Inanimate things can sometimes speak so forcefully. Life went on, miserable and infinitely precious. Remember, a gunner wrote in a note to himself, it can never be as bad as it was at Anzio. It got worse. Allied air attacks and the star-crossed American attack at Cisterna had disrupted Mackensen's timetable for reducing the beachhead, even as he massed 96,000 troops, nearly 100 tanks, and more than 200 heavy anti-tank and assault guns, plus all those artillery tubes. "Our grand strategy demands that the beachhead be wiped out promptly," Atkinson told his lieutenants, and they would begin by obliterating the exposed salient, 4 miles deep and 2 miles wide, held by the British 1st Division near Campoleone on the 6th Corps left. 1,000 sheep, dragooned as minesweepers, led the German attack against the Irish Guards early on Friday morning, February 4th. Tanks and grenadiers followed the bleeding vanguard through hard rain, threatening to trap the entire British 3rd Brigade by cinching the salient at its base. Panzers demolished the rear walls of farmhouses, then drove inside to shoot through the front windows. Fire raked the Via Anziata. "I never saw so many people killed round me before in all my life," an Irish Guards corporal said later. Only valor and Allied artillery, 6th Corps now massed 438 tubes, including 84 big guns on destroyers and cruisers, staved off annihilation. Lucas advised Major General Penny, the 1st Division commander, "You'd better get your boys out of it." They retreated by the glare of burning hayricks. By Saturday morning, nearly 3 miles was forfeit at a cost of 1,500 British casualties, including 900 captured. A day later, the salient was gone, the beachhead imperiled. Ominous noises drifted from the wadis and woodlands, the sounds of an enemy massing. "Where is the sea?" a captured German officer asked. "I just wanted to know, since you will all soon be in it." 3 miles of open country stretched between Aprilia and the Allied defensive line, like a moat around an inner keep. If German assault troops now massing could cross that 3-mile stretch to reach the scrub pines of the Padiglione Woods, General von Mackensen instructed his lieutenants, they would almost surely be able to infiltrate the final 4 miles to the sea, splitting the beachhead in half, much as Wiedinghoff's forces had almost done down the Sele River corridor at Salerno. Here the counterattack would fling 6 divisions into the Via Anziata corridor. 2 more divisions would remain in reserve to exploit the cracked Allied line, along with 200 Tigers, Panthers, and other tanks. A hard freeze tonight would give the panzers good footing, although the attack could not begin until first light on Wednesday because regiments just arriving were too unfamiliar with the ground to attack in darkness. In truth, both Mackensen and Kesselring deplored this attack plan, which had been foisted on them by Hitler. The Führer, ever more entangled in tactical minutiae half a continent away, had ordered a concentrated, overwhelming, ruthless assault on a narrow front, massing German armor and artillery. Excision of the beachhead abscess, Hitler concluded, would compel the Anglo-Americans to delay their invasion of northwest Europe, which he expected in the spring or summer. He had turned a deaf ear to protests from his field commanders, who warned that a massed attack across open terrain offered lucrative targets to Allied gunners. Still, great pains had been taken to ensure the success of Fischfang, Operation Fishing. So secret was the attack date that officers visiting from Berlin were forbidden to use the telephone. Units imposed draconian measures to conserve fuel and vehicle wear. This week, the Hermann Goerings had issued 3 bicycles to each platoon to use for short errands. At 6:30, on a cold, foggy Wednesday morning, the curtain rose to the percussive roar of German artillery. For 75 minutes, shells fell in sheets on either side of the Via Anziata, the detonations melding like the rolling of a drum, in one soldier's phrase. Birds tumbled from the trees, killed by concussion. Then from the swirl of smoke and mist came whistles and shouts and the thrum of panzer engines that reminded a GI of so many coffee grinders. Gray-green waves of shouting, singing German infantrymen in ankle-length coats spilled down the road and across the fallow fields. Compressed into a 6-mile front, the German spearhead smashed into the 45th Division, and on the American left, the British 56th Division. Rifle battalions in the U.S. 157th and 179th Infantry Regiments, entrenched respectively left and right of the road below the factory, buckled. Only stalwart reserves and thawing mud slowed the enemy advance. Forward companies of Royal Fusiliers and the Oxford and Buckinghamshire Light Infantry disintegrated. So many enemy bullets swarmed across the landscape that a paratrooper reported a strange chirping sound, like a flock of canaries. German artillery severed phone lines, punctured radios, and killed or wounded forward observers calling for counterfire, including a half-dozen in the 179th Infantry alone. An urgent message to Nettuno reduced the plea to 7 syllables. "Give us everything you've got." Grim as the day had been, by dusk the German gains were limited to a mile or less here and there, at a cost of 1,700 casualties. Enemy resistance was strong and determined, the 14th Army log noted. Scanning dispatches in his headquarters near Rome, Kesselring voiced dismay at the dwindling of German artillery stocks, and he pressed Mackinson to commit his reserves in the 26th Panzer and 29th Panzer Grenadier Divisions. Mackinson phoned his reply just before 6:30 p.m. "The time has not yet come." That time was coming, though, and Wednesday night brought it closer. Thousands of infiltrating German soldiers crept down stream beds and goat paths, bobbing helmets silhouetted against the skyline. At 8 a.m. Thursday, after a softening raid by Luftwaffe bombers, 60 panzers and infantrymen from 3 divisions pressed along the Via Anziata and angled east, ripping the seam between the 157th and 179th regiments. By noon, more airstrikes and 14 howling German battalions had driven a wedge 2 miles wide and a mile deep into the midriff of the 45th Division. 400 Allied gun tubes barked and barked throughout the day, spitting murder concentrations at German gun flashes. Smoking piles of spent brass littered the pits, and gunners stained black with powder shouted to uncomprehending mates long deaf from the relentless roar. 3 dozen tanks joined the bombardment, along with 4 batteries of 90mm anti-aircraft guns shouldered into the line to snipe at ground targets. Along the shingle, destroyers and 2 cruisers pressed close enough for the Germans to count the rivets, according to a U.S. Navy account. Their shells traced crimson parabolas into the enemy rear. 800 planes dumped 1,000 tons of explosives along the front line, the heaviest payload in a single day of close air support in the war thus far. Bombs landed danger close, some within 400 yards of Allied lines. Nary a rifleman complained. Another day faded with the beachhead intact, if shrunk by several square miles. The crisis came Friday, February 18th. After parrying a weak midnight counterattack by 3 American battalions, field gray wraiths flitted through pelting rain down the Moleta River ravines. Another German barrage fell before dawn, and cold, wet, heartsick GIs lay in their holes, defecating into helmets or sea ration cans and flinging the contents over the lip in the general direction of the enemy. Now the time had come to commit the reserves, Mackinson concluded, even if the Allied line had not yet fractured. Fresh battalions of Panzer Grenadiers, veterans of Sicily, Salerno, and the Winter Line, swept into battle, singing and shouting taunts, while predatory tanks roamed the fields, undaunted by the occasional shell that caused panzer hulls to peal like church bells. A sergeant in the 157th Infantry told his men, "Get as small as you can." At 2 p.m., a reassuring, square-jawed figure sauntered into the 179th Regimental Command Post. Colonel Bill Darby had been sent by Lucas to take command after the regimental commander had been relieved. "Sir," a major said, "I guess you will relieve me for losing my battalion." Darby smiled. "Cheer up, son," he replied. "I just lost 3 of them, but the war must go on." He pointed to the sparkle of muzzle flashes from 100 artillery batteries to the rear. "Just look at that. That's the most beautiful sight in the world," Darby said. "No one can continue to attack through that." He was right, although 8 German divisions tried, carving a bulge from the Allied line almost 3 miles deep and 4 miles wide. Confusion swept the field. So too terror, valor, and profound sacrifice. Leaders fell, other leaders rose. Shell by shell, bomb by bomb, bullet by chirping bullet, Allied firepower began to tell. Scudding clouds kept most planes grounded on Friday, but shortly before noon, a Piper Grasshopper pilot spotted 2,500 Germans tramping south from Carrocetto. In 12 minutes, 6 Corps gunners unlimbered 224 tubes and chopped the formation to pieces. When artillery caught additional Germans on a lane from Carrocetto, a forward observer radioed, "Please don't stop now. We're knocking them over like pins in a bowling alley. They keep on coming, marching right over their own dead." The road became better known as the bowling alley. With assault battalions paired to 150 men, German losses were likened to the Light Brigade without the horses. At 9:30 p.m., a lull settled over scarlet fields glazed with flare light. Men peered over their leaking sandbags at the scattered hummocks of olive drab and field gray that had once been men. General Atkinson had reached his high-water mark. This rack of dead grenadiers and smoking wreckage marked the falling tide. The terrain proved not suitable for tank employment, as had been presumed, a staff officer wrote in the 14th Army log, then added, "No decisive breakthrough." Lucas sensed his shifting fortunes. At Truscott's urging, he ordered a counterattack for dawn on Saturday, February 19th, the fourth day of a battle that had become an existential struggle between two exhausted armies. At 6:30 a.m., 2 rested American regiments, the 30th Infantry and 6th Armored Infantry, emerged from the Padiglione woods with 24 Sherman tanks and pivoted northwest up the bowling alley. Barrages of American artillery danced up and down the road ahead of the advancing troops. Lucas had the right man in charge. Major General Ernest N. Harmon woke every morning spoiling for a fight. The old Ironsides commander was barrel-shaped with stubby legs, lungs like a blacksmith's bellows, and a cow-catcher jaw only slightly softened by a Clark Gable mustache. Admirers considered him a poor man's George Patton. He lacked Patton's personal wealth, and his profanity, while just as intense, was marginally less inventive. Now he set out to make the German troubles worse. From foxholes lining the road, 45th Division soldiers cheered the passing platoons in their rain-slick ponchos. "Give 'em hell," they cried. Harmon quickly won back a mile, but at 8:30 the attack stalled under galling panzer fire from the scrub brush bottoms north of the bowling alley. For 5 hours, engineers toiled to repair a blown bridge, as tank and machine gun rounds sang all about. Harmon paced and snarled, cadging cigarettes from subordinates, until at 1:30 p.m. the attack resumed with a clattering drive into the German line. Stunned grenadiers threw up their hands or scorched to the rear. Mackinson's troops poked and jabbed for 2 more days, but without conviction. Kesselring late Saturday proposed suspending his counteroffensive, and Hitler agreed. In the end, many hounds will kill even the swiftest hare, a German staff officer lamented. Operation Fischfang had cost 14th Army 5,400 casualties. If the hares had been hurt, so had the hounds. 6 Corps casualties also exceeded 5,000. In the month since the Anzio landings, 200,000 Axis and Allied troops combined had suffered 40,000 battle and non-battle casualties, a double decimation that would impose at least a temporary stalemate at the beachhead. 1 more casualty remained to be counted. "Message from Clark," John Lucas wrote on Tuesday, February 22nd. "He arrives today with 8 generals. What the hell?" As Tommies and GIs fought their valiant fight, the delicate issue of what to do with their commander had obsessed the high command. Alexander, who privately told London that Lucas had proved to be an old woman, complained that he lacked the necessary drive and enthusiasm to get things done. Clark continued to balk at changing commanders in mid-battle, but he had hedged his bet by agreeing to Truscott's appointment as deputy commander, privately telling him on February 18th, without informing Lucas, that he would likely take over in 4 or 5 days. Now the moment had come. At mid-morning on February 22nd, Clark and his entourage boarded 2 patrol boats in Naples, bound for Anzio. At 8 p.m., behind a closed door in Clark's subterranean office in his 17th-century palace, Lucas took the news like a good soldier. Clark advised that he could no longer resist the pressure, Lucas told his diary that night, adding wryly, "And I thought I was winning something of a victory." He would serve briefly as Deputy Fifth Army Commander at Caserta, swallowing his bitterness toward Clark and the British, then return home to command a training army in Texas. The new Corps commander returned to his Nettuno villa to have his throat painted yet again with silver nitrate. After a late supper, he sat by a crackling fire past midnight with a bottle of B&W Scotch. "My one and only purpose is to serve my country," he wrote Sarah. "If this command offers a bigger opportunity, I must accept it, though I may feel my own inadequacy." Man is distinguished from the beasts. As Fishfang played out at Anzio, another crowded hour ticked away from Monte Cassino and the armies encircling the abbey. Freiberg, the New Zealander, had become ever more insistent on obliterating the building before launching an attack, and his bellicosity was soon to be inflamed by word that his only child, a young officer in the Grenadier Guards, had gone missing at Anzio. A Royal Artillery gunner said of the looming white edifice, "Somehow it was the thing that was holding up all of our lives and keeping us away from home. It became identified in an obsessional way with all the things we detested." Willy-nilly bombing of priceless cultural icons was discouraged by custom and forbidden by law. Alexander's headquarters in mid-January identified the Monte Cassino Abbey and the papal estate at Castel Gandolfo as two preeminent ecclesiastical centers which it is desired to preserve. An Allied pamphlet titled Preservation of Works of Art in Italy included a section headed, "Why is Italy so rich in works of art?" and the assertion that man is distinguished from the beasts by his power to reason and to frame abstract hopes and ideas. Bomber crew briefing packets included street maps copied from Baedeker guidebooks that highlighted historic buildings to avoid. Allied staff officers assigned to repair inadvertent damage were known as Venus fixers. Already the Venus fixers had been busy. Bombs had damaged 40 churches in Naples alone. The magnificent bronze doors on a cathedral north of the city were reduced to particles. Errant bombs hit Castel Gandolfo several times in early February, and one such misadventure killed 17 nuns. But deliberate destruction of Monte Cassino would escalate this war in a museum, as Kesselring called the Italian campaign, and within Allied war councils, arguments for and against were marshaled with warm intensity. The unit ordered to capture the Massif, the 4th Indian Division, remained keenest to drench the hill with bombs. A dubious report from a captured German prisoner who claimed that paratroopers had put a command post and an aid station within the abbey led the 4th Indian Division on February 12th to publish an intelligence summary titled Violation of Geneva Convention. Other imagined sightings included those by an Italian civilian who reported 30 machine guns, a 34th Division colonel who saw the flash of field glasses in an abbey window, and U.S. gunners who swore that hostile small arms fire had streamed from the building. A British newspaper on February 11th printed the incendiary headline, "Nazis Turn Monastery into Fort." An American airman, Major General John K. Cannon, pledged, "If you let me use the whole of our bomber force against Cassino, we will whip it out like a dead tooth." An American artillery commander told the New York Times, "I have Catholic gunners in this battery and they've asked me for permission to fire on the monastery." Indeed, the wolf had risen in the heart. A U.S. Air Wing intelligence analysis declared on February 14th, "This monastery has accounted for the lives of upward of 2,000 boys. This monastery must be destroyed, and everyone in it, as there is no one in it but Germans." Others passionately disagreed. The French commander, General Juin, pleaded with Clark to spare the building. General Keyes, also a devout Catholic, took a plane above the Abbey on the morning of February 14th and saw no signs of activity. Bombing the building would be an unnecessary outrage, he told his diary, particularly because Second Corps intelligence detected as many as 2,000 refugees now sheltering inside. Moreover, Keyes wrote, a partially destroyed edifice is much better for defensive purposes than an untouched one. Freiberg was not to be denied, and with Clark at the beachhead, he pressed Grunther, the chief of staff, for a decision, even though he put the odds of capturing the Massif after a bombardment at no better than 50-50. If Clark refused to destroy the building, Freiberg added darkly, he would have to take the responsibility for New Zealand Corps casualties. Alexander's new chief of staff, Lieutenant General John H. Harding, also pressured Grunther. General Alexander has made his position quite clear, Harding said in a phone call. He regrets very much that the monastery should be destroyed, but he sees no other choice. General Alex has faith in General Freiberg's judgment. Clark had no such faith, but he sensed that yet another die had been cast. In a phone call from Alexander, Clark made a last effort to forestall the attack. No clear evidence placed Germans in the Abbey. Previous efforts to bomb a building or a town to prevent its use by the Germans always failed, he added. It would be shameful to destroy the Abbey and its treasure, not to mention any innocent civilians inside. If the Germans are not in the monastery now, Clark said, they certainly will be in the rubble after the bombing ends. Alexander conceded the points, then shrugged them off. Bricks and mortar, no matter how venerable, cannot be allowed to weigh against human lives, he argued. Alexander also felt scalding pressure from London. What are you doing sitting down doing nothing? The Prime Minister demanded in a preposterous cable. Why don't you use your armor in a great scythe-like movement through the mountains? Clark capitulated. The attack would be launched quickly to exploit a narrow window of fair weather. Freiberg had proposed dropping a single token bomb as a warning to refugees hiding in the Abbey. Instead, on Monday night, February 14th, Allied gunners lobbed 24 shells that burst 300 feet above Monte Cassino, showering the Abbey with leaflets. Amici Italiani, attenzione, they read. Now that the battle has come close to your sacred walls, we shall, despite our wish, have to direct our arms against the monastery. Abandon it at once. Put yourselves in a safe place. Our warning is urgent. An officer in the 4th Indian Division wrote in his battalion log, someone said, flying fortresses, then followed the whistle, swish, and blast as the first flight struck against the monastery. To a B-17 pilot peering down from his cockpit, the mountains seemed to gust upward like a volcano. As the initial bomb struck the Abbey roof, dust spurting from the windows reminded a 34th Division lieutenant of smoke coming out of a man's ears. They were the first of 250 bombers, B-17s, B-25s, B-26s, that by day's end would dump nearly 600 tons of high explosives and incendiaries on Monte Cassino. Hundreds of artillery rounds joined the bombardment, including enormous shells from 240mm and 8-inch howitzers. In the Rapido Valley, a stand of poplar trees that had been sawed 3/4 through were now pushed over to give gunners a clear field of fire. Soldiers on both sides of the hill watched spellbound as a cauldron of smoke and flame boiled from the hilltop. Scores of us, Yanks, British, Indians, and Kiwis, lined the ridge, looking at the destruction through glasses, an American ambulance driver noted in his diary. 3 lieutenants jump up and down with excitement every time a rack of bombs breaks over the hill. The sight was gigantically stimulating, comparable to seeing the early Christians being eaten by lions, a Royal Artillery gunner wrote. We all start cheering wildly and hugging each other. Here we are, cheering the destruction of one of the great monuments of Christendom. The leaflet barrage the previous evening had terrified the Abbey's refugees. Their numbers were estimated at between 800 and 2,500. But confused attempts to contact German troops about safe passage down Monte Cassino had failed. Some refugees suspected the monks of counterfeiting the warning leaflets as a ruse to clear the abbey of riffraff. Abbot Diamare planned to evacuate the abbey in his own time on Wednesday morning. This morning his monks had observed the liturgy of the hours as usual in the abbey's deepest cells, and were on their knees before a painted Madonna singing "Beseech Christ on our behalf," when the first stupendous shudder shook the building. Explosion followed explosion, the corridors filled with choking dust, smoke, and shattered masonry. The abbot offered absolution to each monk. They stuffed their ears with cotton wadding against the roar of the bombs and the screams of women and children overhead. By 2 p.m., the abbey was a smoldering memory. 1,300 bombs and another 1,200 high-explosive incendiaries had smashed the cloisters, shearing off courtyard palms and decapitating the statue of St. Benedict. The grand staircase lay in ruins. Drifts of rubble 15 feet high filled the basilica aisles, where frescoes, an ancient organ, and choir stalls carved by Neapolitan artisans were reduced to flinders. Protected in their subterranean vaults, the monks forced a passage upstairs through the wreckage to find scores of dead refugees, including many cut down by artillery fire as they fled outside, and those still alive crazy with terror, in one monk's description. No mortal would ever know how many died. Estimates ranged from more than 100 to more than 400. The official British history put the figure at 300 or 400. After the war, 148 skulls would be found in the debris, with others no doubt pulverized. Alexander's headquarters asserted that 200 Germans were seen fleeing the abbey ruins, a ludicrous claim. Under orders from Berlin, grenadiers searched the ground soon after the bombing ceased. They found the abbey's outer walls battered but not breached at ground level. As Clark had foretold, Lieutenant General Fridolin von Senger, commander of the 14th Panzer Corps, promptly ordered his troops to burrow into the rubble. Machine guns nested in the masonry, artillery observers perched on the broken ramparts, and a field kitchen opened in Benedict's cell. Not until dawn on Thursday did Abbot Diamare lead the remnants of his flock out of the ruins. A monk holding a large wooden crucifix led a procession of 40 monks and refugees down the serpentine road from one hairpin curve to another. As the procession wound down toward the seething valley, the old abbot and his monks mumbled the rosary in contemplation of God's deepest mysteries, the joyful and the luminous, the glorious and the sorrowful. The 4th Indian Division had expected Operation Avenger to begin Wednesday afternoon, and only 15 minutes before the bomber fleet appeared overhead on Tuesday morning did frontline troops learn that the attack had been accelerated to exploit the fair weather. Unable to retreat to better cover from their forward holes, 24 Indian troops were injured in the bombardment, many by flying masonry. They told the monks, and they told the enemy, but they didn't tell us, an enraged Royal Sussex commander said. From that point, nothing was right except the courage, again. Hours passed without a follow-on assault. Freiburg's tactical incompetence in failing to couple the bombardment with a prompt attack by swarming infantrymen was aggravated by the loss of the 4th Indians' capable commander, Major General Tucker, whom malaria and rheumatoid arthritis had laid low. Not until Tuesday night did the attack begin, and then with but a single company sent to seize Point 593, that troublesome knuckle a mile behind the now ruined abbey. German machine guns and mortars killed or wounded half the men before they covered 50 yards. Another attack on Wednesday night by a full battalion collapsed when enemy defenders happened to fire 3 green flares, which by foul luck mimicked the Royal Sussex signal to withdraw. Early on Friday morning, February 18th, Gurkhas assaulted the abbey directly, but booby traps, grenades, a dense thicket of throat-high thorns, and sleeting machine gun fire drove them back. Dozens of dead Gurkhas would later be found with their legs trussed in tripwires. Operation Avenger petered out after nearly 600 4th Indian Division casualties and more than 200 New Zealanders killed or wounded. Under strength, uncoordinated, and unimaginative, the attack could not hold any surprise, Sanger later wrote. There was nothing new in it. Obliterating the abbey brought no military advantage of any kind, the British official history concluded, and, as the U.S. Army's own history added, gained nothing beyond destruction, indignation, sorrow, and regret. Efforts to justify the bombing began even before the smoke had blown clear of Monte Cassino. Military authorities pressured the OSS without success for evidence that German troops had occupied the abbey. In a cable to London, Field Marshal Wilson wrote, "Suggests that we should confine our statement to the fact that military authorities on the spot have irrefutable evidence that the Cassino Abbey was part of the main German defensive line." Long after the war, the U.S. Army claimed that no civilian bodies had been found in the abbey. A week after the bombing, the president of the Roman Academy of Archaeology condemned the destruction as an everlasting shame to our age and to our civilization, as if the Second World War were anything less. The British military strategist J.F.C. Fuller later denounced the bombing not so much a piece of vandalism as an act of sheer tactical stupidity. Confirmation that as in the years 1915 to 1917, tactical imagination was petrified. Public opinion in the United States seemed largely indifferent to the destruction. 27 months of total war had severed sentimental attachments to the Monte Cassinos of this world. A Gallup poll taken shortly after the bombing found that if military leaders believed it necessary to bomb historic religious buildings and shrines in Europe, 74% of Americans would approve, and only 19% disapprove. The wolf had risen in the heart at home, too. Yet as shell fire and the odd bombing sortie continued to carve away Monte Cassino's crest, those entrenched in the Rapido Flats could not help but feel that once again something had been lost in this dark epic of loss. Even Major General Walker, whose 36th Division had been gutted on the Rapido in Cassino's shadow, felt unease. "Whenever I am offered a liqueur glass of Benedictine," he wrote in his diary, "I shall recall with regret the needless destruction of the abbey." Of course, the deeper regret extended beyond ecclesiastical landmarks. War was whittling it all away. Civility and moderation, youth and innocence, mountains and men.
Part 4. Chapter 10. 4 Horsemen. The Weight of Metal. Of Italy's 116,000 square miles, none tormented Fifth Army more than the 600-acre swatch occupied by Cassino Town. Now overwatched by the gray stub of the ruined abbey, the town boasted 4 churches, 4 hotels, a botanical garden, and a jail. All 22,000 citizens had fled or died, ceding the cobbled streets to General von Senger and German paratroopers in their brimless helmets, who in late February replaced the Panzer Grenadiers previously holding this sector of the Gustav Line. All approaches from the south in this small, peculiar, and unhealthy piece of Italy, wrote journalist Martha Gellhorn, were marred by sliced houses, the landslides of rubble, the torn roofs. Highway 6, now scorched and lifeless, ran straight as a bar of steel for 3 miles from Monte Trocchio into town before swerving up the Liri Valley. Riflemen traded pot shots and gunners exchanged artillery barrages, but drear stalemate obtained in an endless vigil that is never a quiet one, as one Gurkha officer wrote. Not far from here, in 217 B.C., Hannibal had found himself hemmed in by mountains and Roman troops. Lashing dry twigs to the horns of 2,000 rustled cattle, his soldiers set fire to the faggots and drove the herd onto the heights above the confused enemy sentinels, who mistook the flaming beasts for an encircling army of men carrying torches. Fearful of being outflanked, the Romans fled, Hannibal escaped, and his Carthaginians went on to win one of the greatest victories in Western military history, at Cannae a year later. No such stratagem occurred to Alexander, Clark, or their lieutenants. The high command seemed in the grip of a plotting fatalism, as if no man was master of his own destiny, wrote a British officer. There was no firm conviction among the leaders that victory would result. Alexander was inclined to lie low until spring weather dried the ground and cleared the skies, as both his staff and General Juin urged. Yet under pressure from London and Washington, he felt obliged to tie up as many German divisions as possible before the Normandy invasion. He also hoped to prevent Kesselring from massing for further blows at Anzio. The tail now wagged the dog. The Anzio landings had been launched to break the Gustav Line impasse at Cassino. Now another attack at Cassino was deemed necessary to help the beachhead. In meetings at Caserta in late February, Alexander decreed that come spring the Allied front would be reconfigured to concentrate more combat power around the maw of the Liri Valley. Fifth Army was to shift to the left, taking over a coastal sector with a force that was mostly American and French. Eighth Army would also shift left, leaving a small presence on the Adriatic while assuming responsibility for the Cassino front with the British 10th and 13th Corps, as well as the 1st Canadian Corps and newly arrived 2nd Polish Corps. Clark privately rejoiced at unshackling himself from the British. Anything that will divest me of the terrific responsibilities that I have had in trying to command McCreary's 10th Corps and Freiberg's Corps will be welcomed by me, he told his diary on February 28th. Before that happy day arrived, however, Fifth Army was to make one final attempt to bull through at Cassino with Spager Freiberg's Kiwis and Indians. But how? For the past 2 months, beginning with the French thrust northeast of Cassino and the American debacle at the Rapido, Allied attackers had avoided a direct assault into the town. Minefields and inundations hemmed both sides of Highway 6, turning the roadbed into a narrow, exposed funnel for any battalion approaching from Monte Trocchio. Yet Freiberg saw no alternative to a head-on attack. Convinced that a wide flanking movement around Monte Cassino was impossible, he put his faith in the weight of metal, as the Indian official history later observed. As the abbey had been pulverized, so now the town. New Zealand intelligence analysts proposed dropping 3 1,000-pound bombs for each of the estimated 1,000 German paratroopers believed to be sheltering in Cassino. Freiberg calculated that just half that payload, perhaps 750 tons, reinforced by 200,000 artillery shells, would allow Allied infantry and armor forces to walk through the town, which he asserted could be cleared by tanks in 6 to 12 hours after the bombardment. The use of air power to bludgeon a hole through the Gustav Line found favor with General Hap Arnold, the Army Air Forces chief, whose cables from Washington had become increasingly shrill. Why were daily air sorties in Italy running at 1,500 or fewer when you with the British have a total of approximately 5,000 airplanes? He asked General Ira Aker, the senior American air commander in Italy, on February 24th. Why not 3,000 sorties until the situation is more in our favor? Was it not possible to break up every stone in the town behind which a German soldier might be hiding? Such an attack could really make air history, he wrote. The whole future of the air forces is closely knit into this whole problem. Behind Arnold's military advice lay a larger political calculus. Air Force success in breaking the impasse at Cassino would strengthen his campaign to make the service independent of the U.S. Army. Lieutenant General Aker yielded to no man in air power enthusiasm. But to Arnold, Aker wrote on March 6th, "Do not set your heart on a great victory as a result of this operation. Personally, I do not feel it will throw the German out of his present position completely and entirely, or compel him to abandon the defensive role. Unless ground forces attack promptly, little useful purpose is served by bombardment. We shall go forward and capture Rome when the weather permits," Aker added, "and not before." Yet in the absence of a plausible alternative, the latter-day equivalent of flaming livestock, Freiberg's plan carried the day. After bombers flattened the town, the 2nd New Zealand Division, with help from Indian troops and American tanks, would occupy the ruins and forge a bridgehead across the Rapido, while Indian troops seized Monte Cassino and opened the Liri Valley for armored forces to trundle up Highway 6 toward Rome. The scheme was codenamed Operation Dickens, in honor of Charles Dickens, who after visiting Monte Cassino Abbey had written a lugubrious account of the deep sounding of its bell. While nothing is seen but the gray mist, moving solemnly and slowly like a funeral procession. Freiberg insisted that the bombing coincide with 3 consecutive days of fair weather to dry the ground for attacking tanks. Beginning in late February, rain fell day after dreary day. A week passed, then another. In the hills behind Monte Cassino, Indian troops waited in their soggy holes, emerging only at night to briefly stretch their cramped muscles. Sickness or battle wounds claimed another Indian soldier every 20 minutes on average. With the entire New Zealand Corps keyed to attack on 24 hours' notice, staleness, physical and psychological, was inevitable, as the official Kiwi history noted. Rain fell for a third week. Then at 7 a.m. on Wednesday, March 15th, Clark and Grunther left the 5th Army Command Post in Presenzano and drove by jeep past Monte Lungo to Freiberg's headquarters near San Pietro. The meteorologist had at last delivered good news. A frontal system over France yesterday morning has moved rapidly southeastward to provide perfect bombing weather in Italy for the Ides. Sunshine, dead calm, a few thin clouds. The long-awaited warning order, drawn from cricket terms, was broadcast to all units. Bradman will be batting tomorrow. Troops closest to Cassino crept back 1,000 yards. At precisely 8:30 a.m., swarms of B-25 medium bombers appeared from the east at 7,000 feet, escorted by fighters. As the formation approached Cassino, the planes banked to the left. Bomb bays blinked open like 100 dark eyes. The planes carried only 1,000-pound blockbusters, with fuses set to detonate at basement depth, 0.1 seconds after impact in the nose and 0.025 seconds in the tail. Bombardiers had no aim points other than a quarter-mile radius around Cassino's heart. Cassino abruptly vanished. Sprout after sprout of black smoke leaped from the earth and curled upward like some dark forest, wrote journalist Christopher Buckley. A crewman in the lead bomber reported, "Target cabbaged real good." Soon after the first medium bombers flew off, fortresses appeared, then more mediums, then more heavies. After a few minutes, I felt like shouting, "That's enough," wrote a Gurkha officer dug into a spur behind Monte Cassino. But it went on until our eardrums were bursting and our senses were befuddled. For more than 3 hours, the squadrons appeared at 10 to 20-minute intervals. At 12:12 p.m., as the last B-26 flew from sight, a lone P-38 swooped across Cassino, snapping reconnaissance photographs. They revealed buildings reduced to exoskeletons, a gray hive of door lintels and window frames, with the peaks of broken buildings still standing, but the overall landscape only a misshapen pile of rubble. Cassino, the Army Air Forces reported, was as flat as a stone city can be. The photos also showed that many craters already had begun to fill with groundwater. 2 New Zealand Corps divisions prepared to surge forward, the 2nd New Zealand through the town and the 4th Indian across Monte Cassino's flanks. Lieutenant General Aker, keen to help Hap Arnold in the sacred quest for Air Force independence, publicly announced, "Today we fumigated Cassino, and I am most hopeful when the smoke of today's battle clears, we shall find more worthy occupants installed with little loss to our men." He should have known better. Even before the bomb runs ended, it was evident that more than a few payloads had fallen wide. At 10:15 a.m., several dozen liberators plastered Venafro, 11 miles from Cassino. 6 bombs hit the town, and others splattered across an adjacent mountain. Bombs battered General Jouan's headquarters, killing 15 French soldiers and wounding 30 others. More bombs hit the 8th Army Command Post in a glade near Venafro, ripping open a mess hut and sending staff officers diving beneath their desks. "Ah," said General Leese, the 8th Army commander, upon returning to his headquarters, "I see our American friends have called." In an icy phone call to Clark, Leese said, "Tell me, as a matter of interest, is there anything we've done to offend you recently?" Other bombs fell on the 4th Indian Division, the 3rd Algerian Division, a Moroccan military hospital, and a Polish bivouac. In a dozen incidents of imprecision during a 2-hour period, nearly 100 Allied soldiers died and another 250 were wounded. In Venafro alone, as many as 75 civilians were killed. Less than half the total payload landed within a mile of Central Casino. Freiberg's intelligence had assumed that 1,000 1st Parachute Division soldiers occupied Casino, but in fact only 300 or so happened to be in the town when the first bomb fell. Thousands more held fortifications on Monte Cassino, Point 593, and neighboring slopes. Roughly half the paratroopers caught in Casino on Wednesday morning outlived the day, and they described a maelstrom unlike anything experienced before or after. Explosions tossed men about like scraps of paper, entombing them in cellars and tunnels. We could no longer see each other, a German lieutenant recalled. All we could do was to touch and feel the next man. The blackness of night enveloped us, and on our tongues was the taste of burnt earth. The stench of decaying corpses soon seeped from Casino's broken stones, as it did from the abbey above. One sergeant thought the very dust tasted of bone. The men clung to one another as if we were one lump of flesh, he said. There was nothing we could do except weep and rage. The town was blown asunder and beaten into heaps of rubble, the official British history reported. Yet hundreds of bombs and thousands of shells failed to pound the town to powder, contrary to Allied expectations, nor were the surviving defenders rendered comatose, as planned. Munitions specialists later concluded that the .025-second tail fuses caused bombs to detonate just after punching through casino roofs. Better to have set a slower fuse to penetrate deeper into the buildings, and to have followed them with incendiary bombs that would have ignited splintered floor timbers and smoked out any survivors. Other paratroopers survived in steel, bell-shaped bunkers, designed for 2 men, but into which as many as 6 squeezed during the attack. A prisoner later reported, "Bombs falling 3 to 4 yards from a pillbox lifted it out of its position without seriously harming the men inside." Under orders from Wiedinghoff's 10th Army, General von Senger told paratrooper commander Major General Richard Heydrich to stand fast. Heydrich eagerly agreed, convinced that he held an impregnable redoubt. Dust-caked paratroopers dug out of the rubble, stood to arms, then dug back in to prepare for the inevitable Allied assault. Sappers shored up the sagging ceilings and cellars around the Continental Hotel. The conversion of Casino from crossroads market town to stand-or-die citadel was complete. 350 Allied tanks waited in the shadows to sweep through Casino at 1 p.m. on Wednesday as a single New Zealand infantry battalion tramped south on Via Caruso along the Rapido River. Pushing into the smoke-draped town, the Kiwi riflemen found a perplexing and dangerous shambles with entire blocks reduced to sprawling cairns of stone and brick. As scouts crept past the broken walls of the city jail, a spatter of picket fire broke the silence. Bullets nickered overhead, and the cough of mortar tubes carried from Monte Cassino's lower slopes, along with the demented whine of a German machine gun. The planned pace of 100 yards advance every 10 minutes slowed to 100 yards an hour. A squadron of Sherman tanks also trundled into Casino, pitching up and down across the rubble like a flotilla headed into a stormy sea, as the New Zealand official history described it. Crews dismounted with picks and shovels to clear the road for a few yards advance, only to find bomb craters so deep, so wide, and so plentiful that sappers would have to build bridges across them, some as long as 70 feet. After surveying the pocked landscape, now lashed with plunging fire from Monte Cassino's east face, Kiwi engineers calculated that they would need 2 days to bulldoze a path to the town center, even in peacetime. Teeming rain fell at dusk, notwithstanding the optimistic weather forecast, and craters quickly turned into moats. A second battalion followed the first into town. Ordered to capture the rail station on Casino's southern lip, the riflemen failed even to reach Highway 6 in the moonless labyrinth. In the dying light, a single intrepid company had scaled the sheer hillside below the Rocca Gianula castle, seizing the ancient bailey walls and the crumbling Abbott's Keep on Point 193, known as Castle Hill. It was the first good news of the day and the last. Heydrich's paratroopers held several strongpoints on the rising ground of Cassino's southwest quarter. Each commanded views of Highway 6 in both directions. Hours passed before Kiwi reinforcements surged into the fight, and they amounted to a single rifle company. Not for 2 days would as many as 3 battalions invest the town. By noon on Thursday, March 16th, only 9 tanks could be counted in Cassino, most of them immobilized by debris, craters, and galling fire. Rain and shell fire ruined radios and cut phone lines, leaving isolated companies to fight a dozen desperate, disconnected battles. Momentum stole away, and with it the chance to win through. The great armored fleet waited in the shadows, listening for a summoning trumpet that never sounded. Several hundred feet above the town, the 4th Indian Division had its own miseries. 2 companies of Rajputana rifles reached Castle Hill with orders to seize the upper hairpins on the Via Serpentina. But artillery chopped 2 trailing companies to pieces, scattering the survivors and killing or wounding the battalion officers almost to a man. Another battalion, the 9th Gurkha Rifles, scuttled 600 yards across the mountain face through gusts of mortar and machine gun fire. One wounded captain commanded his company from a stretcher while clutching a pistol. By dawn on Thursday, March 16th, the Gurkha vanguard held Hangman's Hill, a prominent shoulder only 300 yards from the Abbey walls. However valiant, the feat proved a mixed blessing for Freiberg and his commanders. This isolated 8-acre lodgment of 500 Gurkhas on a steep brow of limestone became a moral lien on the efforts of the Corps, as the official Kiwi history acknowledged. Unable to ascend or descend, tormented by mortar fire and creeping snipers, the Gurkhas remained marooned hour after hour, day after day. A Gurkha officer, E.D. Smith, wrote in his diary, "Surely it is pointless to keep on attacking the monastery defenses. God help us all." On Sunday, March 19th, as the battle for the town stalemated, 2 death struggles on opposite faces of Monte Cassino decided the battle for the mountain. Just before dawn, 300 German paratroopers bounded down the slope from the Abbey, green ghosts skidding on the scree and shooting from the hip. An outpost of Essex and Rajputana soldiers at Point 165 was said to have disappeared in a smother of enemies. Moments later, howling Germans beat against the bailey walls from 3 sides on Castle Hill. Stick grenades twirled over the parapets into the inner courtyard, where 150 defenders fired their Brens and Tommy guns through arrow loopholes. Scarlet, green, and orange tracers spattered off the walls, and German mortar rounds crashed among the tumbled stones in great sprays of red and silver. An arcing signal flare after 20 minutes recalled the attackers, but as night thinned in the east, they struck again, hammering the castle gate like insolent Saracens, while Heydrich's gunners in the town below added more streams of fire. A sniper's bullet drilled the British commander through the brain. "We talked a bit, and then he died," a fellow officer later reported. But once again the defenders, now reduced to barely 60 men, beat back the attack. In a third assault at 9 a.m., 8 paratroopers drew close enough to detonate a demolition satchel beneath a buttress on the west wall. Dust and smoke billowed through the bailey, and 22 Essex soldiers lay interred beneath the masonry. Yet every German who leaped into the breach was cut down with savage bursts of gunfire from the courtyard. By early afternoon, the shooting had subsided to a sullen bicker, and Castle Hill, unconquered, was paved with dead German paratroopers. Every Essex officer was dead or wounded. A captured German sergeant major offered congratulations and, lacking a sword, tendered his fur-lined gloves as a trophy. But the 4th Indian Purchase on Monte Cassino's eastern slope was more precarious than ever. 2,000 yards across the crest, below the mountain's west face, the second struggle also played out on the Sabbath morn. Over the past 2 weeks, sappers had built a rough road along Snake's Head Ridge, using bulldozers and a ton of explosives to chew through the limestone. With orders to cause chaos and consternation in the ranks of the Hun, not unlike Hannibal crossing the Alps with his elephants, an armored fleet moved south in 2 columns on the Virgin Road at 6 a.m. 16 Kiwi Shermans, 8 Indian tanks, and 16 light M3 General Stewarts from the U.S. 760th Tank Battalion. By 9 a.m., the road had narrowed to a corrugated lane as the procession turned toward the Abbey at Albinetta Farm. Around .593, the weather-gnawed bodies of 34th Division soldiers killed 6 weeks earlier still lay wedged among the rocks. Lost boys turned to bone and stone. Then the noose cinched. A German lieutenant managed to lay 3 mines on the path, blowing the tracks off the lead Stuart. The column was stuck, unable to maneuver on the narrow trail and insufficiently protected by lagging infantry. As more tanks came to grief, striking mines or brewing up from mortar fire, German snipers picked off crewmen squirming through their belly hatches. At 5:30 p.m., those tanks still capable of movement began to creep back up Snake's Head Ridge, turrets reversed, firing over their exhaust vents. 3 Shermans and 3 Stuarts had been destroyed, and 16 others damaged. As night descended on Sunday, flaming hulls stood like orange beacons along the futile path past Albinetta Farm. The failed Allied tank foray on Sunday and the paratroopers' near seizure of Castle Hill gave Sanger renewed hope. Entrenched Germans held the Abbey ruins with mortars, machine guns, and phones linked to a network of artillery observers. As for the town, Sanger thought the initial Allied attacks lacked urgency. Enemy assault companies continued to butt against German strongpoints rather than skirting them to let follow-on forces mop up. The rubble cannibalized Allied armor, and German gunners, if overmatched, managed to mass fires with artillery rockets and even anti-aircraft guns. Savage fighting remained, but there was a chance the town would hold. Perhaps the most heartening sign came from the irascible Heydrich, who, despite Sanger's offer to reinforce him with an entire Panzer Grenadier regiment, balked at sharing the glory of defending Cassino with any forces not wearing paratrooper green. General Freiberg was reaching the same conclusion as his German adversary. The town would not fall. Another lovely day, climactically, he told his diary on Monday, March 20th. Yet there was no climax, only more death and misery for niggling gains. Clark told him, "I think you and the Boche are both groggy." But Freiberg chose to press the fight despite private doubts. In a conference on Tuesday afternoon, March 21st, he rallied Alexander, Clark, and Leese with hope of a breakthrough. Churchill also cabled Alexander, "Surely the enemy is very hard-pressed, too." No breakthrough obtained. "Unfortunately, we are fighting the best soldiers in the world. What men!" Alexander wrote Brooke on Wednesday with perhaps excessive admiration. German troops still held the northwest and southwest corners of Cassino, and enough of the beetling slope to isolate the Indian troops on Hangman's Hill and the Kiwis holding the lower hairpin at Point 202. On Thursday, 8 days after the bombing, Freiberg asked to pull back. When Field Marshal Wilson urged him to soldier on, Freiberg replied with the single proper noun that froze the blood of any British general: Passchendaele, the grisly Flemish battlefield of 1917. Alexander concurred, as did Clark, who proposed keeping Kiwi casualty figures secret to avoid alarming the home front. Clark told his diary, "The New Zealand division has shot its bolt, as well as the Indian division, but I wanted the recommendation to call off the attack to come from the British. I hate to see the Cassino show flop. It has been a most difficult situation. The New Zealanders and Indians have not fought well." That calumny betrayed the valor of several hundred dead men, as well as several hundred still alive, after 8 days on bleak and wintry Hangman's Hill. The Gurkhas' daily rations had dwindled to 1 sardine and a single biscuit per man. Weak with hunger, hectored by sniper fire from the Abbey Gardens, at dusk they nestled together like spoons and shivered until dawn. At 8:15 p.m. on Friday, March 24th, some 259 Gurkhas crept down the slope, quiet as cats, between parallel walls of covering artillery. At Point 202, they picked up 45 Kiwis and left their badly wounded with a keg of rum and a large red cross snipped from parachute silk. Swinging left down the Via Serpentina, the column slipped over the lip of Castle Hill at 11 p.m. Jeeps met them on the Rapido's far bank, ferrying the men to Portela for food and hot tea. A Gurkha officer wrote, "Never will I forget that nightmare of a march. At times we had no alternative but to strike soldiers who just gave up interest in anything, including a desire to live." The New Zealand Corps disbanded at noon on Sunday, March 26th, having outlived its usefulness. In the past 11 days, the Corps had suffered 2,100 casualties, nearly twice as many as Senger's defenders, leaving behind what one British general called that valley of evil memory. The Rajputs and Gurkhas limped to a quiet sector on the Adriatic to lick their wounds. Other divisions were to stand by for orders. Keyes advised his diary, "We are now to assume an attitude of very offensive defensive probing. What in God's name is that?" Operation Dickens was the third Allied attempt in 2 months to break through at Cassino, and the third failure. Through the ranks spread a persistent feeling that something, somewhere, had gone wrong, the official U.S. Army history later acknowledged. Most of the terrain won had been seized early by the Americans in their futile escalade in January. Since then, little had been gained, and many had been lost. In this most recent assault, as a Gurkha officer wrote, the strongest defenses in Europe were attacked by a single corps, consisting of 2 divisions, on a narrow front in the heart of winter without any attempt at diversionary operations. The New Zealand official history conceded that the attack showed little of that tactical originality which is commonly called surprise. Something had gone wrong. For Allied soldiers, each battle had become an attritive bloodletting on ground not of their choosing. No coherent master plan governed the offensives, but rather a succession of unsynchronized schemes that lacked the requisite heft. A division here, a division there, probing for soft spots. Limitations on the weight of metal had been revealed, first at the Abbey, then in town, which in addition to all those bombs absorbed almost 600,000 artillery shells. The Kiwi history concluded that Cassino was a battle of the First World War fought with the weapons of the Second, but at times it resembled a battle of the Second fought with weapons of the First. Failure in combat usually implies inadequate leaders, and brilliant Allied generalship was conspicuously absent at Cassino. Freyberg and other Commonwealth commanders fretted at Clark's insouciance about casualties. Just so, but the strategy of naked attrition, as the British official history called it, belonged to Alexander. The British also still considered the tank a decisive arm, as if the Apennines were Alamein, rather than recognizing it for what it was in Italy, a crawling monster which produced little except congestion, confusion, and delay. Other martial axioms had been forgotten or brushed aside at the Gustav Line. That command of the sea gave an open flank into the enemy's rear, often obviating the need for terrestrial frontal assault. That rubbly, cratered battlefields impeded mobility, as had been seen, in fact, at Passchendaele in July 1917. That the ancient requisite for an attacker to muster a 3-to-1 manpower advantage rarely was truer than in mountainous terrain, which devoured battalions. Bombardment alone never had and never will drive a determined enemy from his position, Clark wrote with the thin satisfaction of a man vindicated by calamity. If direct assault was doomed to fail, as the Germans had concluded, then only a wide flanking maneuver through inaccessible terrain by a division or 2 of agile, well-provisioned troops would break the deadlock. Juin, Keyes, and others had for months urged such a course, and Alexander now saw merit in their petition. To the Prime Minister he wrote, "A little later, when snow goes off the mountains, the rivers drop, and the ground hardens, movement will be possible over terrain which at present is impassable." Churchill, whom one British strategist described as the presiding deity throughout this soft underbelly campaign, replied sourly, "The war weighs very heavy on us all just now." Chapter 11. A Kettle of Grief. Dead Country. Since the epic struggles of February, a sullen stalemate had obtained at Anzio. Newcomers found that life in the beachhead army was not only subterranean but nocturnal, with a battle rhythm known as Dracula days. Soldiers near the dead country, the no-man's land between the opposing armies, often slept in their holes until 4 p.m., patrolled until 3 a.m., ate a hot meal before sunrise, then slipped underground until the next afternoon. "Rumors slide from hole to hole," wrote Audie Murphy, now a platoon sergeant in the 3rd Division. "We believe nothing, doubt nothing." At night the beachhead turned restless, with raids, patrols, harassing fire, and chandelier flares that stretched the men's shadows grotesquely. Lucian Truscott had moved to the spacious top floor of a 3-story Nettuno house. The 6th Corps headquarters remained in the cellars beneath the Osteria dell'Artigliere, but Truscott believed a commander must display conspicuous sang-froid. Engineers sandbagged the doorways of his billet and laid rail ties across the roof, just in case. Truscott's throat still nagged him, along with a hacking cough, nasal polyps, and aching teeth. Cognac, Scotch, gin, and 2 ounces of rye before supper remained staples in the Truscott mess, but without evident impairment of the commander. He remained energetic, buoyant, and intensely absorbed in every detail of his beachhead domain. Truscott had ordered the beachhead evacuated of all 22,000 civilians, and by early April, every Anzonian, except for 750 Italian laborers, wore a military uniform. Soldiers purchased livestock from departing farmers, $4 for a lamb, $20 for a pig. When a pregnant cow was mortally wounded by a shell fragment, an enterprising soldier performed a cesarean delivery with an axe, delivering a calf which he fed from his helmet. "This beachhead is the craziest place I have ever seen," Lieutenant William J. Segan, a signal officer, wrote to his brother in New Jersey. "The boys have their own private horses, chickens, livestock, bicycles, and everything else that the civilians left." Near Borgo Sabatino, soldiers hitched mule to plow and planted fields of cabbage and potatoes. "I can't do a thing with those sons of bitches," a 1st Special Service Force officer complained. "They patrol all night and they farm all day." Other soldiers angled for eels in the Astura River or hunted pheasant and rabbit with shotguns used to guard German prisoners. Distilleries built from fuel cans and tubing salvaged from aircraft wreckage produced gasoline, a potent hooch flavored with pineapple juice. Bootleggers from the 133rd Infantry blended 50 pounds of fermented raisins and a dash of vanilla to make plastered in Paris, while others preferred fermented fig bars from Army rations. "The still blew up," a corporal wrote in his diary, "but they got some good liquor while it lasted." Lieutenant Colonel Jack Toffee's change of command party featured whiskey sours made from C-ration lemon powder and medicinal alcohol. Having led an infantry battalion in combat with little respite since Torch in November 1942, Toffee in mid-March left his 2nd Battalion of the 15th Infantry to become an executive officer, 2nd in command, of the 7th Infantry, another 3rd Division regiment that also had bivouacked at the beachhead. Truscott personally ordered the change to give Toffee a bit of relief while allowing a larger unit to benefit from his battle expertise. "There are days and other days in this game, some good, some bad," Toffee wrote Helen in Columbus. "All in all, it is a terrific strain on health, mind, and body. I am somewhat easier in the mind than I was, and more confident of our ability to kick hell out of this damn Hun." He apologized for letters that are dumb, dull, and stupid, but perhaps I'm getting that way. Only a few miles from the cabbage fields and the bootleggers, the dead country remained as dangerous and forbidding as any battle zone in Italy. The BBC reporter Winford Vaughan Thomas wrote, "For 4 months, no man dared stand upright by day. Unable to bury the dead, soldiers in the foremost foxholes crawled out at night to sprinkle creosote on the ripening corpses. Others swapped shouted insults with the enemy. Roosevelt is a Jew would be answered with, Hitler is a bastard." Private First Class Robert W. Comer described watching no man's land through field glasses. Here a few helmeted heads peeping cautiously from a foxhole, there a couple of tanks snuggled against the side of a shattered house. A squad of infantrymen straggled by across the field toward their positions. An ambulance came tearing down the road. Litter bearers picked their way carefully among the ditches and the holes. No field glasses could reveal how badly the Germans at Anzio had been bruised and bled. From 133,000 men on March 9th, the 14th Army in the next 6 weeks would shrink through battle losses and transfers to the Cassino front by 43,000 men, 170 guns, and 125 tanks, while Allied strength steadily grew. For every German shell fired, the Allies now answered with 15. Quantities hitherto hardly imaginable, complained one German commander, who also lamented the enormous blast and gouge effect of naval gunfire. Yet it was the close fight, at distances from bayonet length to potshot range, that remained most sinister and most intimate. Toffee organized 3 battle patrols of 50 ruthless men each, ensured that they got regular hot meals and dry clothing, then sent them out to wreak havoc. Snipers, known in the 7th Infantry as pickers off, sprayed themselves with camouflage paint, shielding their eyes with scraps of cardboard, then lay motionless for hours in hopes of one clean shot. Patrols navigated in the dark by using various corpses as landmarks, just skeletons and clothes. Scouts sniffed the air for the telltale scents of tobacco and fresh-turned earth. Night after night, house-blowing patrols whittled away the beachhead skyline between the opposing armies. Tanks, mortars, and 8-inch howitzers pulverized the upper floors of suspected strongpoints, while riflemen screened by thick smoke splashed across the polders to exterminate any survivors. On the foreheads of dead Germans, forcemen left calling card stickers with a spearhead insignia and a warning that Das dicke Ende kommt noch. The worst is yet to come. Every haystack, every manure bin, every outdoor oven, anything that could hide an enemy soldier with a machine pistol, came under seething fire. In this kettle of grief, as one Anzonian called it, death seemed not just capricious but cruel and willful. A random shell killed 6 men watching a movie. Another killed 8 more at supper. A bomb on a combat engineer bivouac killed 21. 2 died when an artillery shell pierced their Piper Grasshopper 1,000 feet up. A German mortar round through a barn roof left a corporal holding his face together with his hand, a witness reported. A forceman, whose leg was blown off, rode to the aid station atop a tank. "Hey, Doc," he yelled to the battalion surgeon, "you got an extra foot around this place?" All frayed, some broke. Many also grew flinty and remorseless, as victorious armies must. One forceman wrote, "This war has become a very personal affair to lots of us here in the beachhead." An American Indian in the 45th Division was said to have collected a sheaf of German scalps. Comrades, nauseated by the odor, forced him to stop. In a letter to his family in New Haven, a soldier wrote in April that his friend Henry had shot a German climbing over a fence. The dead man lay on the wire all day long. About once every hour, Henry would shoot him again just for the hell of it. Nocturnal pleas for Mutter mingled with cries for Mama from those trapped and mewing in the dead country. When a pathetic voice repeatedly called in English, "My name is Muller. I am wounded," a GI heaved a grenade and muttered, "What's your name now, you son of a bitch?" The days warmed, the season advanced. Crews in the 1st Armored Division painted their tanks a darker vernal green. Reforestation teams in early April began camouflaging craters and defoliated patches for concealment along the beachhead perimeter. Malaria returned, but much had been learned from the Sicilian debacle. Barely 2,000 malaria cases would be reported in June among Fifth Army troops, a tiny fraction of the previous summer's epidemic. The warming weather also brought hope to badly wounded boys whose cases would have been hopeless just a few months earlier. A physician in the 56th Evacuation Hospital, Lawrence D. Collins, wrote, "We seem to be having phenomenal success with a new drug called penicillin." Gas gangrene had killed 2 of every 3 soldiers afflicted in Italy. Now the rates plummeted. "We've snatched them right out of the grave," Dr. Collins told his diary. "We're pleased, the survivors are pleased." Less pleased were wounded German prisoners, upon whom we're not allowed to use penicillin that is in short supply, Collins noted. "No one doubts that war is hell." The advancing season also sharpened their loneliness and made them long, as Truscott did, for those redbuds and dogwoods, for children's laughter, and for baseball. To his son John and daughter Anne, now 12 and 7, Jack Toffee wrote, Next to missing you all terribly, I think that Big League Ball is the one great void in my life. There was only one way home. The greening breast of the Colli Laziali loomed above the hazy coastal plain, beckoning and enchanted. The hours ticked toward a more fateful hour, inexorable if still unknown. Soon they would leave this pestilential plot, this woe, this kettle of grief. None would leave it unchanged. Anzio, one officer wrote, was the place where many of us ceased to be young. On the eve of great things. The Allied host in Italy now exceeded 500,000 men in the equivalent of 28 divisions, with huge advantages in artillery armor and aircraft. Under a battle plan drawn by Alexander's chief of staff, Lieutenant General A.F. John Harding, the Allies intended not only to drive the enemy north of Rome, but to exterminate so many Germans that Hitler would be forced to shore up his jeopardized southern flank even as overlords swept into France from the west. This grand offensive, codenamed Diadem, and set to commence on May 11th, required a 3-to-1 edge in infantrymen to knock the Germans from the Gustav Line at a familiar point of attack, the Casino Redoubt and adjacent heights looming above the Liri Valley. For this paramount honor, Alexander had chosen 8th Army. "Between ourselves," he privately told Brooke, "Clark and his army headquarters are not up to it. It's too big for them." 5th Army, including Joanne's French Expeditionary Corps, would attack on the left through the Arunci Mountains, advancing on an axis generally parallel to that of 8th Army. Once the Gustav Line was pierced, Truscott's 6th Corps would burst from the beachhead, shouldering aside the German 14th Army to help destroy the 10th Army. Alexander's final order, issued in early May, remained silent on which force would seize Rome, and thus further inflamed Clark's suspicions that the Brits wanted the glory of taking Rome for themselves. But for weeks the battle plan had clearly laid out a scheme in which 8th Army bulled up Highway 6 before veering east of the capital toward either Florence or Ancona on the Adriatic, depending on whether the combined chiefs chose southern France or Austria as Alexander's ultimate destination. 5th Army would follow the Tyrrhenian coastline to Viterbo and then Livorno. On the Allied right, 8th Army, having tramped from Cairo across 2 continents in the past 19 months, now secretly sideslipped more than 250,000 men east to west over the Apennines. Their commander, Lieutenant General Leese, was as tall as Clark and much stouter, with a black mustache and twinkling brown eyes that could darken in sudden rage, a big, ungainly bruiser in Keyes' tart description. Leese compared this, his first big battle as an army commander, to having a baby. Alexander thought him methodical to a fault. Not the pusher Clark was, Alexander said after the war. A Canadian general at one point decried his prancing about, waving his hands like a whore in heat. Yet Leese's guffaws and ribald humor masked a shrewd cunning. "I think I can work with Clark," he wrote his wife. "He thinks I am a bloody fool. He will have a great awakening." Leese's 7 infantry and 3 armor divisions included a new contingent in the Allied panoply, 56,000 Poles, who had been assigned to take Monte Cassino itself. They were led by General Vladislav Anders, a slender, handsome cavalryman, with the ardor of a boy, in Macmillan's phrase, and the grit of a man intent on settling scores. Anders had fought both Germans and Russians in 1939. Wounded 3 times and captured on crutches, he spent 20 months in Moscow's notorious Lubyanka prison and other dungeons, much of it in solitary confinement. After Hitler invaded Russia, he was released, reportedly wearing only a shirt and underpants, to eventually form a Polish corps against the common Nazi foe. Anders' 2 divisions were under strength, but as ardent as he. They drew lots to see which would have the privilege of liberating the abbey itself. For the 2nd Polish Corps, the way home led through the Gustav Line. On the Allied left, wedged into a 12-mile front from the Tyrrhenian Sea to the lip of the Rapido Flats, was Juin's FEC. His corps had swelled to nearly 100,000 men, parceled among 4 divisions and 3 groups of Goumiers, irregular Berber tribesmen known for agility and ruthlessness. After enduring 8,000 casualties in the winter fighting around Cassino, Juin had spent the spring retraining his forces in mountain warfare, with a stress on speed, stealth, and infiltration. Only by invading the mountains, he believed, could the Allies widen their front and circumvent the constricted tank trap in the Liri Valley. That meant scaling the Arunchis, a primeval upland 3,000 to 5,000 feet high, forming a broad belt between the valley and the sea. Sculpted by defiles and pinnacles, the range was crowned by the Petrella Massif, a height peopled mostly by shepherds and charcoal makers, and deemed impassable by Germans and Anglo-Americans alike. But not by Juin. Photo reconnaissance showed 2 narrow trails winding over the massif, and little enemy fortification. With patience and persistence, in passionate French and fractured English, he had persuaded first Keyes and then Clark to broaden and deepen the Fifth Army attack. Rather than employ the FEC as a battering ram to punch a hole in German defenses, which would then be ploddingly exploited by Keyes' Second Corps, Juin proposed attacking full fury with both corps abreast, 170,000 men, 600 artillery tubes, 300 tanks. Given the tilt of the Italian boot, the attack would initially angle into the mountains from east to west. Fifth Army could outflank German defenses and unhinge the Gustav Line. Once across the Arunchis, the Americans could sweep up the coast toward Anzio and Rome, while the FEC veered into the Liri Valley from the southwest. Audacious and improbable, the plan also offered Fifth Army a bigger role than the vague subordinate mission outlined in Alexander's order. Clark still cherished one bit of arcana memorized by every West Point plebe. A calculated risk is a known risk for the sake of a real gain. A risk for the sake of a risk is a fool's choice. Clark knew the difference. Red Cross volunteers behind Monte Trocchio handed out sandbags filled with cigarettes, dates, and oranges to Allied troops tramping toward the Rapido staging areas. It was like a goodbye gift, one soldier said. Mule hooves now were sheathed in sacking to quiet the clop, and conspicuously white animals had been culled from the trains. Every brake and copse along the front grew stiff with soldiers. A dozen miles to the southwest, an officer in the 88th Division listened to the murmur of his men praying aloud. Between the lines, the blackened bodies of soldiers killed in earlier skirmishes reminded him of irregular pieces of driftwood on a rocky beach. Jumpy Senegalese sentries fired at what appeared to be the glowing cigarettes of approaching strangers that proved to be fireflies, which they had never seen. On the gun line in the rear, engineers blasted pits for a recently arrived 8-inch battery. Each tube required 13 cannoneers to manhandle the 45-foot staff used to swab the barrel after each round. Others stacked shells with new molybdenum fuses capable of penetrating steel-reinforced concrete. Small holes were drilled in the casings to intensify the scream in flight. H-hour was fixed for 11 p.m. on May 11th, half an hour before moonrise. The day dawned gray and damp enough to lay the dust, then fared in the afternoon. A grizzled French Spahi told a young American liaison officer, "I do not know where my son is tonight, and your father does not know where his son is. So tonight we will be father and son." The Frenchman had 10 days to live. Shelling on both sides dwindled to a mutter at last light, then ceased entirely, yielding to what Alexander called a strange, impressive silence. Stars threw down their silver spears. A Canadian chaplain wrote, "New boys with fear and nerves and anxiety hidden under quick smiles. It is the hardest thing to watch without breaking into tears." Chapter 12. The Great Prize. Shaking Stars from the Heavens. The BBC Pips had not finished signaling the top of the hour at 11 p.m. on Thursday, May 11th, when gusts of white flame erupted in a 30-mile crescent across the hills of central Italy. Light leaped from 2,000 gun pits, laving the cannoneers as they danced bare-chested at their breech blocks, shoving home another shell and another and another. Ruby tongues licked from the muzzles as drifting smoke rings lassoed the constellations and concussion ghosts chased one another through the night. It seemed it must shake the very stars out of the heavens,
a Black Watch soldier wrote. Gunners draped wet rags over their sizzling barrels or poured cans of water down the muzzles, then reloaded. Fifth Army alone would fire 174,000 shells in the first 24 hours of Diadem, requital for months of peninsular misery. I felt as if a bridge of iron was being erected overhead, and wondered how it was that shells did not collide, a Polish corporal in the 3rd Carpathian Division reported. At midnight on the Allied right, the 8th Army Assault Battalion shook out and surged forward through the vibrating air like wasps from an angry hive. Where the Americans and then the New Zealand Corps had attacked enemy strongpoints months before, 8th Army would also attack, but with twice the strength and more. 2 Polish divisions up Monte Cassino rather than just the 4th Indian, 2 British divisions across the Rapido, with 2 more to follow, and then the entire Canadian Corps, rather than just the U.S. 36th Division. Shellfire scythed the enemy redoubts. We were confident, a British platoon commander said, that no Germans could possibly outlive such a devastating bombardment. The Poles found otherwise. Soldiers, General Anders told his men, the moment for battle has arrived. We have long awaited the moment for revenge and retribution over our hereditary enemy. Troops surged up Snake's Head Ridge toward Point 593, that scabrous knuckle, following trails marked with painted phosphorescent arrows. Within 500 yards, they were burrowing beneath the bodies of dead comrades, seeking cover from murderous machine gun and mortar fire. By mischance, the hereditary enemy had chosen the night of May 11th to relieve defenders behind Monte Cassino with fresh troops. The hillside garrison was nearly double its normal strength. 9 German battalions opposed the Poles. All morning and past the meridian, the killing continued. German snipers used the light to lethal advantage, picking off Poles like sitting birds. By 4 p.m. on Friday, May 12th, all momentum had seeped away. With his assault battalions depleted by half, Anders ordered both divisions back to their starting lines. The attack, one Polish writer noted, was really no more than a very costly reconnaissance. Upon driving to the Polish Corps headquarters, General Leese found the usually elegant Anders slumped in his caravan, disheveled and in need of a shave. His eyes red, his face gray, the Polish commander turned and asked, "What do we do now?" What indeed? If 8th Army's right wing had failed, the left wing was hardly capering toward Rome. Along the Rapido, the 8th Indian Division had been assigned to cross the river and capture Sant'Angelo, the dolorous village that had so bedeviled the 36th Division in January. As the barrage lifted early Friday morning, vapors from the river swallowed the rising moon. Khaki drill columns wended through the fens, following white tape and hooded hurricane lanterns to the east bank. Vehicles crept forward, hauling boats or towing anti-tank guns. From upstream, a rude clanking carried on the night. A squad of 6th Lancers, crouching in defilade, banged angle iron against pieces of rail track as a deception to draw fire. Fire they drew, but so did the rest of the bridgehead. Assault troops splashed and paddled across the Rapido, only to trip both anti-personnel mines left 5 months earlier by the Yanks and smoke canisters emplaced by German gunners as aiming stakes. Within minutes, smoke, mist, and cordite billowed through the bottoms, like a yellow London fog, in Leese's phrase. Visibility dropped to 2 feet. Men stumped about in flame-stabbed confusion, pitching into ditches and walking in circles. Royal Fusiliers reached the west bank above Sant'Angelo with few casualties, each soldier clinging to the bayonet scabbard of the man ahead. But now the ground between river and village was covered by a vermilion loom of enemy bullets, and stick grenades showered the bottoms from the Sant'Angelo bluffs. By midday, no battalion in either the 8th Indian or the 4th Infantry had gained more than 500 yards of an intended 2,000. Barely half of Leese's objectives had been secured on the left, none on the right. Snipers whittled away the British, as they did the Poles. A Fusilier who spent May 12th face down in a ditch, listening to the shells overhead, later noted, "The day passed ever so slowly." Yet the enemy had missed his main chance. 350 tons of Allied bombs battered Kesselring's command post and demolished the 10th Army headquarters near Avezzano, with an unsteadying effect upon the occupants. Confusion, error, fear, the usual frictions, played hob on the far side of the hill, and the crushing counterattack that might have crippled Diadem never took shape. Engineers carved ramps and filled ditches under scorching fire to throw a small span across the Rapido before 9 a.m. on Friday. 2 hours later and 1,000 yards downstream, a pair of Sherman tanks muscled a 100-foot Bailey Bridge across the stream. Canadian tanks pelted for the far shore, camouflaged with green boughs and looking like a harvest festival. By first light on Saturday, May 13th, another span slid into place. The tanks bulled ahead, riflemen clinging to their hulls with one hand and shooting with the other. Every so often the smoke and marsh mist parted to allow glimpses of the Abbey floating toward heaven. Gurkhas twice surged into St. Angelo on Friday, and twice machine gunners embedded in the rubble threw them back. Cairn by cairn, cellar by cellar, attackers rooted out defenders with grenades and curved kukri knives. A pair of Canadian tanks flanked the village, gunning down those who sought to slip away. By 3 p.m. Saturday, resistance had ended but for the odd sniper at a cost of 170 Gurkha casualties. White dust flowered the quick and the dead alike. They pushed on, across the shot-torn fields, edging toward the mouth of the Leary Valley. 2 secure bridgeheads merged to form a shallow purchase across the Rapido. 6 more bridges opened, and thousands of smoke shells kept Monte Cassino swaddled in white. But unless the Abbey and adjacent hills fell, German batteries threatened to flay anyone pushing up Highway 6 through the valley. In 4 days, 8th Army would advance just 4 miles, at a cost of more than 4,000 casualties, a man down every 5 feet. Still, Leese took satisfaction where he could, even as he pondered how to convert his fragile bridgehead into the battle of annihilation that Alexander coveted. Leese wrote, "Mark Clark has laid 4-1 against our crossing the Rapido. As they say at a private school, sucks to him." Clark had troubles enough without British maledictions. 15 miles downstream from Cassino, on the far left of the Allied line, Geoffrey Keyes' Second Corps, composed of the 85th and 88th Divisions, had used its foothold across the Garigliano to push forward from Minturno in Diadem's early hours. Sheaves of fire from the entrenched 94th Grenadier and 71st Infantry Divisions lashed the American ranks from the Gulf of Gaeta on the left to Ausente Creek on the right. Fifth Army intelligence had pinpointed 161 German machine gun positions among some 600 along the front. That left more than 400 unaccounted for until now. The noise was all of a piece, an ocean of noise, one soldier recalled. The rising sun dried their uniforms. GIs scuttling into the mountains looked to one soldier like a serpentine column of steam. Yet neither division moved far. The defiles grew more narrow, the inclines steeper, the long halts longer. Most of all, the fire grew fiercer. One company lost 89 men, another fell for a German white flag ruse, with 50 men captured. By early Saturday morning, to Keyes' chagrin and Clark's dismay, the American attack had stalled. That left Jouan's FEC, which had pitched into the largest set-piece battle fought by the French army since 1940, with rousing choruses of the Marseillaise and "We Are the Africans." As 30 or more artillery rounds fell on every charted German battery, with little enemy fire in return, 3 divisions abreast surged into the craggy Arunchis. Plunging fire greeted them with the incivility of a slammed door. Moroccan infantrymen were pinned down in minefields beyond the Garigliano. Those who breached the barbed wire and booby traps found flamethrowers and interlocking machine gun fire waiting. Behind concrete German pillboxes stood more bunkers and blockhouses. French troops near Castelforte picked their way into a badlands teeming with snipers and mortarmen. Soon the landscape smelled of singed hair and burning flesh, human and mule. Counterattacking grenadiers slashed at the French flanks with such fury that FEC officers on Monte Faito called artillery onto their own positions to avoid being overrun. By mid-morning, on Friday, May 12th, Jouan's legions were hardly beyond their starting lines. Fifth Army casualties approached 1,600. Juin went forward shortly before noon, beret tugged down to his ears, cigarette smoldering in its holder. First by jeep, then by hard climb, he scaled the flank of Monte Ornito on a path carpeted with dead mules, the odd mortar shell bursting nearby. Stretcher-bearers passed him on the narrow trail, carrying 3 wounded battalion commanders to the rear. At the 2nd Moroccan Infantry Division command post, he announced, "This thing got off on the wrong foot. We must begin again." Through much of the afternoon, he scrambled up and back, watching, assessing. Upon returning to his headquarters at Sessa Arunca, he summoned his staff, rapped on a table, and said in his smoky voice, "It's gone wrong, but they are as tired as we are." Before defeating the Germans, the FEC must first conquer the ground. Corps artillery would be redirected to support preeminently the 2nd Moroccan in a push through the center of the line toward Monte Mayo, a 3,000-foot limestone bastion that served as a gateway to the Petrella Massif. Infiltrators would first outflank enemy strongpoints on the right. Engineers could blow gaps in the barbed wire with Bangalore torpedoes, and moonlight in the small hours on Saturday would suffice to lay a barrage just ahead of the attacking infantry. Juin would also fling his only reserve division into the fight. "We'll start again tomorrow morning after a full-scale artillery preparation," he said, "and it will go." It went spectacularly. A deft shift of artillery caught German counterattackers in the open at 5:30 a.m. on May 13th, chopping them to pieces. Indifferent to enemy shells thudding nearby, Juin watched his Moroccans vanish into a ravine below Monte Faito, then emerge on the far slope, chanting La Allah, Il Allah, as a column of prisoners in field gray streamed to the rear. 400 French and Fifth Army guns set the mountains ablaze. By mid-afternoon, Moroccan soldiers reported Monte Mayo captured and a 2-mile gap torn in the Gustav Line. The enemy's 71st Division was cut in half, leaving both flanks open to exploitation. An intercepted German radio message advised, "Accelerate the general withdrawal." By Sunday, the French had advanced 7 miles across a 16-mile front, unhinging German defenses beyond the Garigliano. On Monte Mayo's summit appeared an enormous tricolor, measuring 12 by 25 feet and visible from Cassino to the sea. "This," Juin said, "is warfare to which we are accustomed." By the morning of May 16th, Juin's lead scouts stood on the crest of Monte Rivole, more than 4,000 feet up and a dozen miles beyond the Garigliano. When an unwitting Wehrmacht battalion blundered into a nearby valley, Goumier encircled both flanks in a horseshoe ambush, then swept down the slopes like falling boulders. German survivors later described grinning savages with knives in their hands, obviously quite eager to begin the butchery. On the French left, the Americans also were on the move. Santa Maria Infante fell on May 14th after relentless pummeling by fighter bombers and white phosphorus shells. Soon the 85th Division was pressing along the Via Appia in the coastal flats with a dust-churning flotilla of men, trucks, mules, tanks, and tank destroyers. On the heights to their right, the 88th Division lunged through Spigno and onto the Petrella Massif, guided by local peasants along goat paths a few miles south of the FEC. All this buoyed the Allied High Command after so many miscarriages. Alexander bounded into Clark's command post to pronounce himself very pleased with the attack. Juin swanned about in his jeep, barking, "We've got them." The replenished Goumier would cut Highway 82, while the rest of the FEC converged on Pico in the German rear, within rifle range of the Leary. Only Clark remained somber. He sent Juin 2 congratulatory bottles of whiskey, but the delinquency of Second Corps irked him. The FEC had averaged about 2 miles a day since Diadem began, compared with just over 1 for Second Corps. The Americans also seemed unprepared for headlong pursuit, so much so that Clark threatened disciplinary action against all laggards. Keyes' troops overran surprise German artillery batteries at Spigno and then seized Itri on Highway 82. But traffic snarls at the narrow crossroads delayed the 88th Division's push toward Fondi, 9 miles to the northwest, and a linchpin of the Hitler Line, a fortified string of redoubts 5 to 10 miles behind what had been the Gustav Line. "I am disappointed in the rigidity of Second Corps plans," Clark told his diary with the reproachful tone of a man determined to disapprove. "They have not shown a flexibility of mind and an aggressive attitude." Keyes, in turn, wrote of Clark, "Called me about 6 times, each time finding fault, saying he was embarrassed and his face was red at the French and Gooms doing so well and getting so many prisoners. He acts like a 15-year-old kid. A shell fragment tore a hole in the seat of my Jeep. I wasn't in it." Even as he lashed his commanders, and as much as he wanted to lead the liberation procession into Rome, Clark harbored tactical anxieties about his troops surging too far beyond the British. By May 18th, the FEC would be 6 miles ahead of 8th Army, putting the Allied front on a severe slant and exposing 5th Army's right flank to counterattacks. Clark could only conclude, again, that Leese and the British were not pulling their weight. "I am disappointed," he wrote, "in the effort of the 8th Army." That same 8th Army was about to claim the grandest prize on the Gustav Line. With British and Canadian troops inching past Casino Town to force the Liri Valley, Leese at 7 a.m. on Wednesday, May 17th, once again ordered Anders and his Poles into the breach. Once again the 5th Krasova Division sortied against Phantom Ridge, a mile north of the Abbey, while the 3rd Carpathian swarmed up Snake's Head Ridge, shooting at every silhouette suggestive of a paratrooper's chamber pot helmet. All through the night the fighting raged, with rifle butts and tank fire. Polish troops low on ammunition threw stones and sang their national anthem. German paratrooper units were reduced to oddments, some battalions having fewer than 100 men. In danger of encirclement from the north and west, German defenders began slipping away. Across the hill in Casino Town, British loudspeakers blared, "To fight on is senseless. Casino is lost to Germany." By 3 a.m. on May 18th, the town was empty of living Germans. The struggle for the high ground behind the Abbey ended with the dawn. At 7 a.m., .593 finally fell for good. Just before 10 a.m., a regimental pennant, fashioned from a Red Cross flag and a blue handkerchief, rose on a staff above Monte Cassino's western wall. A bugler played the Hey Now Mariatsky, a medieval military call once used to signal the opening of Krakow's gates. Anders' soldiers wept. At 11:30 a.m., British signalers broadcast a single code word, "Y," to proclaim Casino's fall. For the first time in 5 months, men in the town stood erect during daylight. They discovered roses blooming near the jail, and an undamaged statue of the Virgin in a stand of splintered trees. A Panzer was found parked in the Hotel Continental lobby. In the Abbey itself, further investigation brought further horrors. Children killed in the February bombing, the bones of a 19th century cardinal, robbed of his ring and pectoral cross, dumped in a garden tub, corpses tucked into large drawers used to store vestments. A solitary American fighter pilot flew low over the Abbey and tossed a bouquet of roses from the cockpit. Gun flashes limned the northern horizon, a reminder that for most, the war had moved on. "Don't expect normal letters from me, because I won't be normal for some time," Lance Corporal Walter Robson of the Queen's Own Royal West Kent Regiment wrote his wife on May 18th. Robson added, "We've been Stukaed, mortared, shelled, machine gunned, sniped, and although we've taken Casino, the monastery, none of us feel any elation. The losses sadden and frighten us. When is this insanity going to stop?" A Fifth Army Show. Mark Clark shifted his command post from Caserta to Anzio on Monday, May 22nd, arriving at noon in a little L-5 single-engine plane with a wingspan hardly bigger than his own. At 10 p.m., after a late supper in the villa where he had his headquarters, he strode through the cellar command post to a conference room, led by a beefy colonel who barked, "Tension!" Several dozen correspondents, slouching on benches beneath the naked bulbs, came to their feet in various attitudes of resentment. "Sit down, gentlemen," Clark said. He cut the air with the flat of his hand. For half an hour, Unhurried and precise, he explained his attack plan in detail, occasionally pointing to the enormous map tacked like a pelt to the wall behind him. The artillery would open fire in less than 8 hours, 1,000 guns. General Truscott's Sixth Corps had grown to an army within Fifth Army, 7 divisions, plus Brigadier General Robert Frederick's 1st Special Service Force. The host included the U.S. 36th Infantry Division, which had secretly arrived by sea over the last 4 days as part of General Alex's plan to dribble them in unseen. Clockwise around the beachhead perimeter, the attacking force included the British 5th and 1st Divisions on the left, then the U.S. 45th Infantry, the 1st Armored, with a regiment from the 34th Infantry, and the 3rd Infantry Divisions. The Forcemen protected the right flank, while the 36th and the bulk of the 34th remained in reserve. Opposing this juggernaut, Atkinson's 14th Army comprised 5.5 divisions. Under Operation Buffalo, the main impetus of our attack would be to seize Cisterna, Clark continued. No easy task, since the town had been heavily fortified after the Rangers' disastrous assault in January. The spearhead would then stab northeast through Corry to cut Highway 6 at Valmontone, with the ultimate objective of destroying as many Germans as possible. The attack did not have as its purpose to capture Rome, Clark said, but he intended to keep a flexible mind. After a glance at the map, he seemed to correct himself. "We're going to take Rome," he said. If Clark had disclosed much of his plan, he also kept much to himself. Internecine bickering over the timing and direction of the attack had only intensified. Alexander remained adamant that once the beachhead army stood athwart Highway 6 at Valmontone, fast mobile patrols could cut other German escape routes to the east. Clark, just as vigorously, insisted that trapping 10th Army couldn't be done. He also noted that under Operation Buffalo, the enemy would still occupy the Colli Laziali with the usual high ground advantages. A face-to-face meeting at Caserta on May 20th had failed to resolve their differences. Alexander ordered the beachhead attack for the night of May 21st, evidently on the misapprehension that the Hitler line had been breached by 8th Army at Aquino. When Clark protested, Alexander agreed to hang fire until the morning of the 23rd. He also would simultaneously renew Lisa's attack in the Liri Valley while hoping to conserve losses in the battle-weary 8th Army. Clark suspected double dealing. "I am convinced that 8th Army will hold their attack and let the French carry the ball for them, as they have done so far in this battle," he told his diary. "All their actions are always dictated by their desire to save manpower and let someone else do it." Precisely what Clark intended may not have been evident even to him. Later he would acknowledge telling himself, "Hell, we shouldn't even be thinking about Rome. All we should be thinking about is killing Germans." Capturing the capital would be glorious, to be sure, an honor we felt that we more than deserved, he said. Still, orders were orders, and Alexander's were explicit. Clark had radioed Truscott before leaving Caserta. "Operation Buffalo will be launched at 0630 hours on May 23rd. Yet he had also sent the Corps commander a private message. As the attack unspooled, Truscott should be prepared to consider an alternative plan, Clark wrote. Regrouping would take place, and a new attack launched northwest from the Cisterna area. Rather than slashing east toward Valmontone, most of the beachhead army could swing west of the Colli Laziali on the shortest route to Rome, the great prize. As Clark had told the reporters, a good commander should always keep a flexible mind. With a thunderous roar, the barrage opened precisely at 5:45 a.m. Howitzers, mortars, tanks, every tube with a powder charge. "They can hear this in Rome, maybe," one soldier shouted. Shockwaves from the cannonade shimmered across the sky like heat rising off blacktop. Clouds of dust blanketed the battlefield, brilliantly lighted from within by bursting shells. 60 fighter bombers swept across the front, leaving charred, battered Cisterna, more charred and more battered. Then, at 6:30, the riflemen spilled over the top, no longer singing, fury in their eyes and fear, too, the deep roar of artillery now punctuated with a pop, pop, pop of rifle fire and the keening of 1,000 machine guns. On a 5-mile front, 3 regiments abreast, the 3rd Division threw itself against 4 German battalions entrenched in platoon-sized redoubts around Cisterna, 300 to 500 yards apart, each encrusted with mines, barbed wire, and automatic weapons. Farther east, Company K of the 30th Infantry reported a dozen men left standing. German fire swept the fields like a sickle, leaving both the dead and the cut grass in windrows. On the right, Company E of the 15th fixed bayonets and in a shrieking charge swarmed through a woody grove, killing 15 Germans and capturing 80. Still, the line had hardly gained a quarter mile. "It is going too slow," Major General O'Daniel, the 3rd Division commander, complained at 8 a.m. "Throw everything you have at them." Jack Toffee and the 7th Infantry had been given the hardest nut to crack, in the center of the assault, but when a staff officer reported that 2 lead companies were pinned down, O'Daniel replied, "We have no such words in our vocabulary now." Yard by bloody yard, the advance drew nearer Cisterna. By day's end, beneath spattering rain, 3rd Division soldiers would close within 600 yards of the town and a mile nearer Rome than they had been at dawn. But none had severed Highway 7 or the parallel rail embankment, and casualties had been outlandish. 1,000 killed, wounded, or missing, the division's most sanguinary day during World War II thus far, and among the costliest for any U.S. Army division on any day in the war. Truscott's flanks found hard fighting as well. On the right, Frederick's forcemen scampered across Highway 7 below Cisterna, only to retreat pell-mell under lashing fire from Tigers seemingly impervious to anti-tank rounds. On the far left, British troops held their ground but no more, in an attack designed mostly as a diversion. The 45th Division waded through thigh-high wheat, sidestepping skeletons in moldering field gray, until machine gun crossfire sent the men to ground. German gunners traced the trails carved through the grain by low-crawling GIs, and the dull thud of bullets hitting home carried across the golden fields. The day's last best hope fell to the 1st Armored Division, attacking with 232 tanks on a 3-mile front east of Cisterna. "Whether or not we can get our tanks through remains a question. I expect to lose heavily," Ernie Harmon had written a friend a week earlier. Those losses, he warned, could include 100 tanks in the first half hour. Harmon's dark mood hardly brightened when his right wing, Combat Command B, blundered into a poorly marked American minefield sown during the winter's fighting. 30 Shermans soon sat immobilized with fractured tracks and broken bogie wheels less than a quarter mile from the start line. On the left, however, Combat Command A used another battlefield invention to excellent effect. Before dawn, tanks had shoved into no man's land a pair of 400-foot snakes, 4-inch pipe packed with several tons of explosives. While puzzled German pickets shook tin cans filled with rocks to sound the alarm, a burst of machine gun fire detonated the pipes with an appalling violence that carved a smoldering channel 25 feet wide through the minefield. 2 more snakes extended the corridor, and Harmon's tanks poured into the gap like floodwaters through a ruptured dike. Riflemen from the 135th Infantry clung to the Sherman hulls, then leaped clear to round up prisoners and slaughter the diehards. By 1 p.m., U.S. tanks had crossed the cinder brow of the rail embankment, provoking a frantic flapping of white flags, and an infantry battalion held the high ground 500 yards to the north. Fifth Army casualties for this Tuesday totaled almost 2,000, the highest single-day tally in the Italian campaign, with 334 killed in action, a life snuffed out every 4 minutes. By midnight, the olive-drab crescent of men struggling to break free of the beachhead was dyed black with blood. Yet across the front, 1,500 enemy prisoners had been taken, and Cisterna was in danger of envelopment from the northeast. The German 362nd Division had lost half its combat strength. 2 regiments from the 715th Division were hurt almost as grievously, and the 94th Division, shifted to beachhead defense after a drubbing in the Arunchis, reported only 200 fighters left. In a phone call at 8 p.m. on Tuesday, Kesselring told Wiedinghoff, "Things do not look good on Mackinson's front. Keep this to yourself." In his own late-night dispatch to Clark, Truscott pared the news to 10 words. All attacks jumped off on schedule, attack meeting moderate resistance. By Wednesday afternoon, May 24th, that resistance was crumbling. Harman's tanks looped behind Cisterna from the east, fighting off the field gray wraiths who popped from laurel thickets to shoot the passing Shermans in the rear grills. By nightfall, O'Daniel and Harman had nearly completed a double envelopment of Cisterna, bagging another 850 prisoners. A mile-long stretch of Highway 7 had been cut north of town, along with 3 miles to the south, and a reconnaissance battalion rambled to within 4 miles of Velletri on the southern lip of the Colle Laziali. The Sixth Corps main force stood just 13 miles from Highway 6. "I could get into Valmontone tonight if I was sure of my left," Harman told Truscott. Thursday morning was better yet. Charles Ryder's 34th Division widened the purchase on Highway 7 to 5 miles on the left, flushing German troops into the sights of homicidal fighter planes. The carnage was extreme, one account noted. The kills included 15 Tigers. Over 150 caliber machine guns poured scorching fire into Cisterna, now said to surpass even Cassino as the most devastated town in Italy. A battalion from the 7th Infantry had a foothold in Cisterna's southwest corner by first light, and 2 sister regiments, the 15th and 30th, closed to within shouting distance of each other northeast of town. The noose had been cinched. Clark watched with pleasure as the blue grease pencil lines on his battle map tracked the northeast surge of the beachhead army. In less than 48 hours, the front had shoved 3 to 4 miles in a salient 7 miles wide, but it was the southern edge of the battlefield that held him rapt. Keyes' Second Corps had covered almost 60 miles in 2 weeks. Combat engineers had nearly finished carving a 6-mile detour through the mountains around Terracina when scouts on Wednesday morning found the seaside town abandoned except for the stinking carcasses, mule and human as usual, lining the curbs. More patrols nosed into the Pontine marshes and reported heavy German demolitions, although shovel-wielding Italians filled the craters almost as quickly as they were blown. The coastal road to the beachhead was open. Late Wednesday, Clark wrote, "The joining up of my 2 Fifth Army forces will be one of the highlights of the Fifth Army's career." At 7:30 on Thursday morning, May 25th, an engineer task force from the beachhead arrived outside Borgo Grappa, a coastal village beaten into rubble 25 miles north of Terracina. On a narrow bridge spanning an irrigation canal, Captain Benjamin Harrison Sousa of Honolulu, the engineer commander, spotted Lieutenant Francis X. Buckley of Philadelphia, a Second Corps cavalryman. "Where in hell do you think you're going?" Sousa demanded. "Anzio," Buckley replied. "Boy, you've made it," Sousa said. The 2 men shook hands and sat down to share a box of candy from Buckley's pack. 3 hours later, Clark roared up with a gaggle of 24 correspondents piled one atop another in open jeeps. As faint battle sounds drifted south from Cisterna, gum-chewing soldiers removed their helmets and with much backslapping and exaggerated swapping of cigarettes reenacted the scene for movie cameras. After 125 days, Anzio's isolation was over. The beachhead had dissolved. Clark wrote Rennie, "It may have sounded dramatic in the papers the way I rushed to witness the joining of the 2 forces, but it meant more to me than anything since our success at Salerno. The way some of the correspondents expressed it, it may have sounded as though I was looking for publicity. Did you get that impression? At any rate, I had to be there when the 2 forces joined up. It meant too much to me." Soon enough, Clark wrote, the day would come when I can return home to you and pick up our happy home life where we left it off. I think I will be ready to settle down. But before that day, he vowed, we will capture Rome. They can't stop us now. Truscott drove toward his Conca command post at midday on Thursday after a tour of the battlefront. He felt, by his own description, rather jubilant. His old 3rd Division was slashing through Cisterna, house by gutted house, toward a final German redoubt in the town hall, now known as the Castle. Other troops cantered toward Cori, 6 miles to the northeast, on the western flank of the Lepini Mountains. More than 2,600 enemy prisoners had been caged. The 1st Armored Division continued to bull north, although steep terrain, anti-tank guns,
and a Panther counterattack near Velletri cost Harman 17 more tanks. At the point of the Sixth Corps spear, a 4-battalion force led by Colonel Hamilton H. Hauser sidled through olive orchards and deserted crofts into the handsome valley between the Colli Laziali on the west and the stony Lepinis to the east. Soon enough, a dozen Sherman tanks would close to within half a mile of Highway 6. "I am in a soft spot," Hauser reported. "For Pete's sake, let the whole 1st Armored Division come this way." Truscott believed that sometime Friday his entire corps would be astride the German line of withdrawal through Valmontone. That agreeable vision dissolved the moment Truscott walked into his Conca war room. There, standing with 5 somber Sixth Corps colonels, was Clark's operations officer, Brigadier General Donald W. Brann. Brann told him, "The boss wants you to leave the 3rd Infantry Division and the Special Force to block Highway 6, and mount that assault you discussed with him to the northwest as fast as you can." Truscott was dumbfounded. While the Forcemen and O'Daniel's troops plowed ahead to Valmontone, most of the Corps was to pivot 90 degrees to the left. That put them on the shortest path to Rome, west of the Colli Laziali, but the route angled into the most formidable segment of the Caesar Line, yet another string of German fortifications below Rome, now manned by the 1st Parachute Corps. "I discussed this with General Clark several days ago," Truscott said, "and I told him this was not to be done, in my opinion, unless there's a significant weakening on the left. I've seen no sign of such weakening. I need to talk to General Clark. Where is he?" "He's not at the beachhead," Brann replied evenly. Clark had flown back to Caserta and could not be reached by phone or even radio. Truscott protested, his raspy voice thickening. This was no time to change direction, he told Brann. Conditions were not right. Untangling the current attack and swinging the 45th, 34th, 36th, and 1st Armored Divisions off in a new direction would take time. Truscott warned, a more complicated plan would be difficult to conceive. Then he fell silent. Later, Truscott insisted that he had protested in the most vigorous possible terms, but believed that subordinate fealty required acquiescence. His staff now had responsibility for drafting the new attack plan, and any hint that he lacked confidence would evince poor leadership. At 4 p.m., Brann radioed Clark, suddenly communicado again, and reported that the Sixth Corps commander was entirely in accord. Glum yet resigned, Truscott drove back to Conca. Shortly before midnight, Truscott's division commanders filed into the command post at Conca, begrimed with war but convinced that the day was theirs. Cisterna finally had fallen late in the afternoon. But Truscott came to the point. The fact that the enemy is withdrawing from the south and has brought reserves in from the north has led the Army commander to believe that in the Valmontone Gap, the going will grow increasingly more difficult. The Army commander feels that we have an opportunity to break this line very quickly by a drive through in this direction. Standing at a map, Truscott jabbed a tent-peg finger along the western rim of the Colli Laziali. I might add, he said, that it is an idea in which I am heartily in accord. None of his battle captains shared their leader's enthusiasm. Even Truscott's chief of staff, Brigadier General Don E. Carleton, considered the move a horrible mistake. Harman and O'Daniel, whose division stood so near Highway 6, were especially waspish. I realize perfectly the enormous problem that confronts us, Truscott said. Shifting artillery to the northwest and pulling old Ironsides across the rear to the new front would require heroic efforts through the night. I realize all of these troops are tired, he added. There never has been a battle that wasn't won by tired troops. Again he gestured at the map as if laying hands on the new battlefield. I propose to begin this with an artillery preparation of all the violence we can put into 15 minutes, and then we shall strike just as we did 3 days ago. I am confident, I am certain, that the Boche in that area is badly disorganized, has a hodgepodge of units, and if we can drive as hard tomorrow as we have done for the last 3 days, a great victory is in our grasp.
Mark Clark would spend the rest of his long life defending an indefensible impertinence that for more than 60 years has remained among the most controversial episodes in World War II. Then and later, he had plausible reason to doubt Operation Buffalo. Clark told his diary on May 27th, "It was based on the false premise that if Route 6 were cut at Valmontone, a German army would be annihilated. This is ridiculous, for many roads lead to the north from Arche, Frosinone, and in between." This was true enough. Sanger subsequently confirmed that his 14th Panzer Corps retreated on a road that branched from Highway 6 at Frosinone, well south of Valmontone, to snake through the Simbruini foothills. A parallel road also wound through Palestrina, and other tracks led to Highway 5, the lateral route from Rome to Pescara on the Adriatic. Clark also feared that German artillery and panzers hidden in the Colli Laziali would debouch from the mountains to counterattack Truscott's left flank as he galloped toward Valmontone. From ultra and field reports, he believed that Kesselring's last mobile reserves in Italy, the Hermann Göring Panzer Division, would soon congeal along Highway 6. These, too, were legitimate anxieties. Two final points must be conceded to Clark. No less an authority than George Marshall had urged the capture of Rome before Overlord, now less than 2 weeks away. With a second front opening in Normandy, the Italian theater would surely see a sharp decline in ammunition, supplies, troops, and public attention. Yet the harsh truth remains. With duplicity and in bad faith, Clark contravened a direct order from a superior officer. His thirst for glory, as the official British history would later conclude, spoiled the fulfillment of Alexander's plan in order to obtain for himself and his army the triumph of being the first to enter Rome. Clark acknowledged as much in his post-war memoir. "Not only did we intend to become the first army in 15 centuries to seize Rome from the south, but we intended to see that the people back home knew that it was the Fifth Army that did the job and knew the price that had been paid for it." This fixation, no doubt compounded by stress and exhaustion, marred his usually astute military judgment. He failed to see that Atkinson at Valmontone on May 26 would face at least 3 Sixth-Corps divisions with only an eviscerated Wehrmacht division, and at most a single Hermann Göring regiment. He failed to sense how badly the enemy had been hurt by Truscott, how strong the 1st Parachute Corps remained, or how the German High Command's recommendation to Hitler of a partial withdrawal by both armies to the Caesar Line, a recommendation quickly known to Allied intelligence, offered a chance to whack Kesselring while he was on his heels. Clark also failed to recognize that with 6th Corps 40 miles ahead of Lee's plodding 8th Army, the open terrain and ragged defenses up Highway 6 offered an expeditious path to Rome. And he failed to realize, as a U.S. Army study concluded, that he would have been admirably situated to outflank the rest of the 14th Army and to cut off the 10th Army, a conclusion also reached by General Wilhelm Schmaltz, the Hermann Göring commander. Pride and solipsism had got the best of a good soldier. Perhaps Livy's observation of the Punic Wars still obtained, that the power to command and readiness to obey are rare associates. But as Churchill wrote Alexander on May 28th, "Glory of this battle, already great, will be measured not by the capture of Rome or the juncture with the beachhead, but by the number of German divisions cut off. It is the cop that counts." Lucian Truscott was in pain and poor humor at 9 a.m. on Tuesday, May 30th, when he arrived in the dilapidated dairy that served as the 36th Infantry Division headquarters 3 miles north of Cisterna near the Via Appia. His inflamed throat tormented him again, and chest x-rays earlier that morning had revealed a cracked rib to complement the bruises he had sustained in a minor Jeep accident. Every breath hurt. Worse yet, the attacks by his 34th, 45th, and 1st Armored Divisions had again failed to sunder the Caesar Line along the western face of the Colli Laziali. That hurt too, but Truscott, goaded by Clark, had ordered another day of slugging, with hard assaults by the 3 divisions, including 4 tank companies attacking abreast. If 6th Corps could just reach the high ground beyond Lanuvio, near Lake Albano, the thing is cinch, Truscott promised. Still, he knew that Old Ironsides was nearly spent. Harmon calculated that the division had but 1 day's fight left in it, and other units were almost as frayed. To the stocky officer at Truscott's elbow, squinting at the large map of the Colli Laziali, it all seemed too familiar. Another frontal assault, not unlike the one he had been ordered to make at the Rapido. You can't always trust the higher command, Major General Fred Walker had told his diary a few days earlier. You have to watch them all the time to keep from being imposed upon. In the 5 months since leaving hundreds of his soldiers to rot in the Rapido bottoms, Walker had struggled to keep his equilibrium. He had expected Clark to sack him, as so many other staff officers and subordinate commanders in the 36th had been sacked. Yet here he was, still the Army's oldest division commander in the field, still concealing the headaches, tachycardia, and arthritis that plagued him, still doing his duty. The division had been pulled from the casino line in late February for several months of refitting and mountain training near Avellino. Keyes wrote in late spring, "Walker seems a new man, full of enthusiasm and optimism." Now the new man was determined to find an alternative to bludgeoning an entrenched enemy who held the high ground. On the far right of the 6 Corps line, 2 miles east of Velletri and Highway 7, patrols on Saturday had reported an old shrubbery-covered cart path up a steep ridge called Monte Artemisia. No enemy fieldworks or outposts could be seen. Walker scouted the area from a Piper Grasshopper on Sunday afternoon, then, late in the day, sat in a thicket below the heights, studying the terrain with the eye of the mining engineer he had once been. "I didn't sleep much last night," Walker told his diary on Monday. "I worked out a plan in my head to take Velletri from the rear." Artemisia formed the southern rim of an ancient volcanic crater. Rising 3,000 feet behind Velletri, it extended 4 miles from southwest to northeast as the lower lip of the Colli Laziali. Ancient fingers of lava reached into the flats, now alight with the green fire of grapevines and young wheat. To the left, where Highway 7 swung west around Lakes Nemi and Albano, Velletri clung to the lower slope like a lichen to a rock. "It looks to me," Walker wrote, "like this is the place to break through." Maps and his own reconnaissance showed that the faint ditch and wash line, up Artemisia's face, was in fact an old logging road through the chestnut breaks. Aerial photos also revealed a 2-mile gap between the left flank of the 1st Parachute Corps and the right flank of 76 Panzer Corps. If 2 regiments crossed the Velletri-Valmontone road in the dead of night and followed the trace uphill, they could seize the heights above Highway 7 to outflank the Caesar Line and occupy the Colli Laziali. The Vatican stood just 15 miles from Lake Albano. "You may have something here," Truscott said, "but a few thousand riflemen would not suffice, even on the high ground. Tanks and artillery would be needed to repel German counterattacks." Walker summoned his division engineer, Colonel Orrin C. Stovall, a self-described pick-and-shovel boy, who for 3 days had also been poring over maps and skulking through the woods. Stovall believed the soil across the Colli Laziali was volcanic and readily sculpted. Bulldozers could widen the old scar into a military road, allowing armor and heavy weapons to shoot up over Monte Artemisia and down the other side. "I'll call you back within the hour," Truscott said, and rattled off to Conca in his jeep, his sore ribs momentarily forgotten. At 11 a.m. he phoned Walker. Truscott was ready to gamble. He would also put an entire engineer regiment under Walker's command. Before ringing off, he added in a low growl, "And you better get through." Walker summoned his own lieutenants to the dairy at 3 p.m. and laid out his plan. The 141st Infantry Regiment would attack Velletri to fix the German garrison, while the 142nd and 143rd crept up Artemisia, engineers on their heels, after moving by truck to the woods below the Velletri-Valmontone road. The supply line would stretch for 8 miles through rugged terrain, but the division's flinty experiences in fighting at night in the high country on Monte Sammucro last December should serve it well. "We are taking chances," Walker told his diary as his commanders pelted back to their units, "but we should succeed in a big way." For 4 hours on Tuesday evening, the assault regiments gathered in the forest, stacking bedrolls, filling canteens, fixing bayonets. Blued by starlight, sergeants padded through their platoons, vowing to court-martial any man who fired a shot without orders. Colonel George E. Lynch, the 142nd commander, confessed to feeling breathless anticipation. At 11 p.m., an hour late, the great column surged forward. A dog barked, another howled, a jackass brayed in the night. A soldier later wrote, "We expected to meet the enemy in every shadow." By 1:30 a.m. on Wednesday, May 31st, scouts had scurried across the Valmontone Road, darting past the wall tombs of a local cemetery and through grapevines that twined up leaning poles to form leafy cones. Artemisio loomed like a shadow cast against the sky, black and silent but for the cuckoos. Far to the left, distant machine gun fire, like corn popping in a deep kettle, the correspondent Eric Severide wrote, signaled the 141st diversionary attack against Velletri. The soldiers were climbing now, up the thin, steep scratch of the logging trace, each man chuffing so that the column seemed to suspire like a dark, winded serpent. At 3 a.m., the drone of a plane drew anti-aircraft fire near Velletri. Then chandelier flares blossomed, drenching the mountain in silver light. The men fell flat as one, lying motionless for 10 minutes, then 20. The flares winked out, and they scrambled to their feet. The climb resumed. The first gray wash of dawn, at 4:15, soon leached out the stars, but haze swaddled the slope to keep the men concealed. At 6:35, 3 German artillery observers were captured unawares, including one found bathing in a creek. Through the morning, American soldiers spread across the ridgeline, shooing away General Wilhelm Schmalz's engineer platoon with a spatter of rifle fire. The midday sun burned off the haze, revealing a panorama. Valmontone and Highway 6 7 miles to the east, Anzio, Nettuno, and the glittering sea 20 miles to the southwest, and directly below, Velletri and Highway 7. Tiny figures in field gray strolled about in the German rear, unaware that 6,000 American soldiers were behind them. Behind the column came the bulldozers, roaring and rearing along a strip of white engineering tape that demarcated the route. 3 dozers at first, and eventually 15, each adding another foot of width to the graded road. Blue sparks sprayed from the blades as they shoved rocks and saplings from the trail, slashing hairpins wide enough for a tank to turn without throwing a track. "Don't spare the horses," a captain told the lead dozer operator, Corporal John Bob Parks. Sappers blew over trees too big to bulldoze or felled them with 2-man timber saws. On the steepest grades, small dozers were hauled up with snatch block and cable, then slashed their way down while soldiers with shovels manicured the verges. Through the night and the following day they toiled, scraping and grading, until a one-way boulevard led to Artemisio's crest. Behind them came the tanks, self-propelled guns, and artillery observers with optics and field phones, chortling at the vista from the high ground that was finally theirs. The 143rd Infantry reported so many observers flocking to the heights that they resembled crows on a telephone line. Kesselring learned that the enemy was in his rear when a German artillery officer on Artemisio reported GIs storming his command post. At 9 p.m. on May 31st, he ordered Atkinson at all costs to extirpate the Allied salient on Artemisio, now 5 miles deep. Privately, he feared the game was up. 1st Parachute Corps that same evening warned that the front was ripe for collapse. Desperate for reinforcements, Atkinson summoned a police battalion from Rome to plug the gap. Equally desperate and ineffectual, Kesselring ordered a Luftwaffe unit arriving in Livorno to hie for the front. The men were mounted on bicycles. Ambushes and precise artillery now began to tear apart German convoys lumbering down Highway 7 from Rome. Bazooka teams struck a tank column pushing out of Velletri. The German commander flew from his turret like a cork out of a champagne bottle. When enemy snipers in mottled camouflage signaled one another with cuckoo calls on Artemisio's flanks, GIs raked the woods with blistering fire, shooting up birds and Germans alike. After a captain with a Tommy gun killed a gargantuan enemy soldier, his men lay beside the corpse as if comparing themselves to a sleeping Gulliver. One GI reported, "I only came up to his armpit, and I was 6'2". I measured him and removed his watch." Canteens taken from the dead were found to be filled with cognac. By dawn on June 1st, Velletri was surrounded and American scouts stood on the highest peaks in the Colli Laziali, staring down on Lake Nemi and at Castel Gandolfo on the far shore of Lake Albano. Through the haze on the northern horizon floated the domes and spires of Rome. Only 11 36th Division soldiers had been killed. Through Thursday afternoon, tanks and infantrymen bulled through Velletri's rubble, battling diehards house to house and hand to hand. As 250 dazed German prisoners emerged beneath white flags, Truscott drove up to find Walker again scrutinizing the landscape with his engineer's squint. "You can go in now, General," Walker said. "The town is yours." Expulsion of the barbarians. Clark took nothing for granted, even as he acknowledged that the breakthrough on Monte Artemisia caused all of us to turn handsprings. Ubiquitous and intense, aware of the imminent invasion at Normandy, he lashed the troops with unsparing urgency. 11 of his divisions pounded north along 5 trunk roads that converged on Rome from the lower Boot. Alexander on Friday, June 2nd, shifted the inter-army boundary north of Highway 6 to give Fifth Army, now 369,000 strong, a wider attack corridor. General Harding, Alexander's chief of staff, phoned Grunther with effusive praise. Grunther told Clark, "He stated it with such a sincere tone that I'm certain he meant what he said. For my part, I'm throwing my hat in the air and yelling, 'Hip, hip, hooray!'" Clark's peaked cap remained on his head. "I'm disappointed in the 45th and 34th today. They've not gotten any place," he told Don Carleton in a call to Sixth Corps early Friday evening. Carleton replied, "They got a lot of prisoners and killed a lot of Germans." Clark said, "But they haven't gone any place. I want to take ground." With casualties climbing and Harmon's 1st Armored Division losing over 200 tanks in 8 days, Clark fretted that another delay likely meant waiting for 8th Army to get into the act. "The attack today must be pushed to its limit," Clark told Truscott on Friday. Only to his diary did Clark confide, "This is a race against time, with my subordinates failing to realize how close the decision will be." Valmontone was found abandoned on Friday, at last. No contact with enemy anywhere along the front, the 3rd Division reported. A reconnaissance battalion crept up Highway 6, and by dawn on Saturday, June 3rd, Truscott's 6th Corps and Keyes' 2nd Corps were poised for a bragging rights race into Rome from the south and southeast, respectively. Roving Italian barbers gave haircuts and shaves to unkempt soldiers keen to look groomed for the liberation. Like Grunther's tossed hat, the tonsorial primping was premature. German rearguard panzers lurked in the shadows to ambush the incautious. Fearful of a counterattack from the east that could sever the new Fifth Army supply route on Highway 6, Lieutenant Colonel Jack Toffee led 2 depleted 7th Infantry battalions into the rolling meadows below Palestrina, an ancient Etruscan town famous for its roses and said to have been founded by Ulysses. Early Saturday morning, Toffee informed the regimental command post of a troublesome Tiger tank, hull down in a road cut. Later in the day, as Palestrina's Cyclopean walls hove into view, he reported seeing outriders from Juin's FEC on his flank. That would be his last dispatch. At 2:14 p.m., a radio message to the regiment reported that Colonel Toffee had been wounded half a mile below Palestrina. After climbing to the 2nd floor of a tile-roof farmhouse for a better view of German positions, Toffee was sitting on the floor with a radio between his knees when a tank round slammed into the upper story. At least one officer believed the shell came from a disoriented Sherman tank crew a few hundred feet behind the farmhouse. Others insisted the round was German. Regardless, dust filled the dismembered room as Toffee lay sprawled against the front wall with a shell fragment in the back of his head. An officer noted, his eyes were open but seeing nothing. At 2:40 p.m., a radio report to the command post announced his death. A lieutenant and 3 enlisted men had also been killed, and a tank battalion commander badly wounded. Veiled with a blanket, Toffee's mortal remains were laid on a stretcher and driven by jeep to the rear. Since landing on the beaches of Morocco 19 months earlier, he had fought as faithfully as any battle commander in the U.S. Army. Now his war was over, his hours spent. A short time later, Juin's troops relieved the 7th Infantry, which would not fight in Italy again. The 3rd Division history lamented the passing of a mad, genial Irishman, among the best-loved and most colorful characters in the division, if not our entire army. One comrade wrote that there will never be his like again, but that was incorrect. The country had produced enough of his ilk to finish the war Jack Toffee had helped win. Upon learning of Toffee's death, Clark ordered Grunther to draft a list of mid-level officers with long, sterling battle records who would be the generals in America's next war. "I am sending them home," Clark wrote, "because they are too valuable to risk in further combat." For Toffee, the gesture came too late. In a note to General McNair in Washington, a grieving Truscott called him one of the finest officers I have ever known. But the most poignant epitaph came from a former comrade in the 15th Infantry. Perhaps he was kept overseas a little longer than his odds allowed. 11 months after the Allies first waded ashore in Sicily, the titanic battles between army groups that characterized the Italian campaign now subsided into niggling suburban gunfights between small bands of pursuers and pursued. 17 major bridges spanned the Tiber along an 8-mile stretch, linking eastern Rome not only to Vatican City and the capital's West Bank, but also to the highways vital to Fifth Army's pursuit up the peninsula to the northwest. Flying columns of tanks, engineers, and infantrymen began to coalesce with orders to thrust through the city and secure the crossings. Precisely who first crossed Rome's city limits early on Sunday, June 4th, would be disputed for decades. Various units claimed the honor by filing affidavits and issuing proclamations and protests. An 88th Division reconnaissance troop and Frederick's 1st Special Service Force, which had been merged with House's task force, had the strongest claims, but Clark subsequently wrote, "It is impossible to determine with certainty the unit of the Fifth Army whose elements first entered the city." By late Sunday, the German rearguards had melted away but for snipers and a few stubborn strongpoints along the river. From the east and south, American troops streamed through the city's outer precincts. House at twilight led a tank company toward the central rail station to find boulevards empty and windows shuttered. Then a sash flew open, a voice shrieked, "Americano!" and Romans by the thousands swept into the streets despite the occasional ping from a sniper round. Delirious citizens flung themselves onto House's jeep and kissed me until I threatened to shoot some of them, he reported. Vino offered in glasses, in pitchers, in bottles, and even in kegs, the 88th Division noted. Kisses were freely bestowed by both male and female citizens and suffered or enjoyed by the recipient accordingly. At 1:30 a.m. on Monday, June 5th, both the U.S. flag and a Union Jack were raised on staffs above the Piazza Venezia. A banner draped the Pantheon, "Welcome to the Liberators." Shrieking crowds ransacked the flower stalls below the Spanish Steps to garland those liberators or to pelt them with roses and irises. Shortly before dawn, a column of nearly 300 vehicles rolled through Porta San Giovanni, carrying S-Force, a detachment of 1,200 American and British counterintelligence and engineering specialists. As the convoy snaked down the Via delle Quattro Fontane, squads peeled away to secure telegraph offices, power plants, and pumping stations. Others rounded up Italian utility managers. Rome's power supply had been slashed to about 20% of the capital's needs, and repairs to damaged aqueducts were to begin within a day. Columns of weary GIs shuffled through the city. A message to the combined chiefs in Washington and London formally announced, "The Allies are in Rome." How long it had taken to proclaim those 5 words. How much heartbreak had been required to make it so. In classical Rome, a triumphant general returning from his latest conquest made for the Capitoline, the lowest but most sacred of the city's 7 hills, where he sacrificed a snow-white bull in gratitude for Jove's beneficence. His face painted with vermilion, his head crowned with laurel, and his body cloaked in a purple toga, the victor rode to the hill in a chariot drawn by 4 white steeds. Mark Clark had neither vermilion face paint nor a laurel wreath, but he possessed a sense of theater, and it was on the Capitoline that he bade his lieutenants appear for a rendezvous at 10 a.m. on Monday, June 5th. At 7:30, Clark flew from Nettuno by Piper Cub, landing in a wheat field outside the city, where 2nd Corps had been ordered to arrange an escort of clean tanks, trucks, and soldiers. Upon learning that it would take hours to wash the vehicles, Clark said, "Oh, the hell with that," and bolted with his retinue up Highway 6 through the Porta Maggiore. Within minutes they were lost. Wandering across the blue-gray Tiber to St. Peter's Square, Clark flagged down a priest and asked, "Where is Capitoline Hill? My name is Clark." The cleric dragooned a boy on a bicycle to lead the convoy, bellowing, "Clark! Clark!" to clear a path through the teeming streets. Arriving at the Via del Teatro Marcello at the foot of the Capitoline, Clark climbed the Cordonata ramp, designed by Michelangelo in 1536 to receive the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V, and crossed the elegant Campidoglio to find the peach-hued town hall locked. He pounded on the door, but when a caretaker finally peeked out, Clark chose to linger at the porch balustrade until Truscott, Keyes, and Juin arrived to join him. Opening a map and pointing with exaggerated pantomime toward Berlin, Clark turned to the reporters and photographers now gathered on the square. "Well, gentlemen," he said slowly, "I didn't really expect to have a press conference here. I just called a little meeting of my corps commanders to discuss the situation. However, I'll be glad to answer your questions. This is a great day for the Fifth Army." 100 flashbulbs popped as Clark delivered a brief victory oration, the equivalent of slaughtering a white bull, without mentioning Eighth Army or other contributors. His lieutenants flushed with discomfort, glancing self-consciously at a movie-toned cameraman filming the scene. Truscott later voiced disgust at what he called this posturing. Across the capital, the celebration continued through Monday afternoon. The San Carlo restaurant offered GIs the very finest cuts of horse meat. An army doctor wrote home of beautiful girls wearing lipstick, silk stockings, and, for a change, also shoes. Many people weep. A British signaller wrote his family, "Today I had my hair cut in Rome and drank gin and vermouth in the Excelsior." The Italians all said, "We are so happy to see you at last. Why did it take you so long?" At 6 a.m. on Tuesday, June 6th, an aide woke Clark in his Excelsior suite with the news that German radio had announced the Allied invasion of Normandy. Clark rubbed the sleep from his eyes. "How do you like that?" he said. "They didn't even let us have the newspaper headlines for the fall of Rome for one day." At the Albergo Città, a BBC correspondent burst into the Allied press headquarters. "Boys, we're on the back page now," he said. "They've landed in Normandy." Correspondent Eric Severide later recalled that every typewriter stopped. We looked at one another. Most of us sat back, pulled out cigarettes, and dropped our half-written stories about Rome on the floor. We had in a trice become performers without an audience, a troupe of actors who, at the climax of their play, realized that the spectators have all fled out the door. On June 6, Alexander ordered the 5th and 8th Armies to make all possible speed for Pisa and Florence, respectively. Some 170 miles separated the Allied front from the next chain of German redoubts, the formidable Gothic line, but many rivers and hills lay in between. "If only the country were more open," Alexander lamented, "we could make hay of the whole lot." Howitzers barked wheel to wheel in the Villa Borghese gardens above the Via Veneto. Wreathed in smoke, the guns banged away at the retreating enemy north of the Tiber. Soldiers crowded around platoon radios with heads cocked and mouths agape, listening to the latest news from France and laying bets on when the war would end. A soldier in the 36th Division recalled, "No one put down a date past Thanksgiving. I often wondered what happened to that money." Weary sergeants ordered them to fall in and move out. A tanker in Old Ironsides told his diary, "Drove through Rome to the other side of Tiber River. People threw flowers at us. Stopped and had coffee." Olive drab columns streamed across the river and past the cylindrical Castel Sant'Angelo, tomb of the warrior emperor Hadrian. Then up they climbed, along the dark ridge of the Janiculum, where the ancients once kept a shrine to two-faced Janus, the god of beginnings, and where augurs had studied their auspices. From the hill crest, on this cloudless day, Rome unfurled below in a tapestry of reds, browns, and yellows. "Why did it take you so long?" the Italians asked, and the answer could only be, "Because so many of us died to set you free." North they rolled, on the high ground beneath cypresses and umbrella pines, past Roman gardeners working the flower beds of gray marl and yellow sea sand. North they rolled, and the scent of roses lingered in their wake. Epilogue. More than 3 weeks passed before Jack Toffey's family learned of his death. "We see you captured Rome," his mother-in-law wrote him. Combat artist George Biddle, also corresponding with the dead man, encouraged Toffey to write one short word about the run into Rome. "It left me restless and envious." At the house on East Long Street in Columbus, Helen and the 2 children went about their days without knowing that their lives had changed forever. An early summer heat wave scorched central Ohio. Toffey's beloved Reds slipped to 4th place in the National League, but the minor league Columbus Redbirds climbed to 2nd in the American Association. Columbus organized a war bond parade on Sunday, June 11th, and sailors in white caps marched down Broad Street past displays of jeeps, half-tracks, and a Navy Helldiver airplane that had been built in the local Curtiss Wright factory. The fatal telegram from the Adjutant General came to East Long Street on Sunday morning, June 25th. "The Secretary of War desires me to express his deep regret that your husband, Lieutenant Colonel John J. Toffey, Jr., was killed in action on 3 June in Italy. Letter follows." Helen received his posthumous Purple Heart, which was Toffey's 3rd of the war, and a posthumous Silver Star, his 2nd. Eventually, a footlocker of personal effects arrived, including his pen and pencil set and a blood-stained glasses case. As for Colonel Toffey himself, he would never get home. Instead, he was buried among comrades in Section J, Row 4, Grave 25, in the Nettuno Cemetery, which had first opened 2 days after the Anzio landings. The muddy field, redeemed with bougainvillea and white oleander, soon became the Sicily Rome American Cemetery, a 77-acre sanctuary where almost 8,000 military dead would be interred. Here, on Memorial Day in 1945, just 3 weeks after the end of the war in Europe, a stocky, square-jawed figure would climb the bunting-draped speaker's platform and survey the dignitaries seated before him on folding chairs. Then Lucien Truscott, who had returned to Italy from France a few months earlier to succeed Mark Clark as the Fifth Army commander, turned his back on the living and instead faced the dead. "It was," wrote eyewitness Bill Malden, "the most moving gesture I ever saw." In his carbolic voice, Truscott spoke to Jack Toffey, to Henry Wasco, and to the thousands of others who lay beneath the ranks of Latin crosses and Stars of David. As Malden later recalled, he apologized to the dead men for their presence here. He said everybody tells leaders it's not their fault that men get killed in war, but that every leader knows in his heart that this is not altogether true. He said he hoped anybody here through any mistake of his would forgive him, but he realized that this was asking a hell of a lot under the circumstances. He promised that if in the future he ran into anybody, especially old men, who thought death in battle was glorious, he would straighten them out. Late on June 7th, a South African reconnaissance squadron found Kesselring's headquarters on Monte Serrate ablaze. The field marshal and his staff had fled, though a storeroom full of fine sherry and French wine was seized intact, along with German maps depicting escape routes to the Gothic line. Kesselring had tried to persuade himself that the Allied legions might succumb to the demoralizing influence of a capital city. Yet for 2 weeks after Rome's capture, the 5th and 8th Armies bounded up the peninsula, averaging 8 miles a day. Then the retreating Germans stiffened under Kesselring's order to conduct demolitions with sadistic imaginativeness. By June 17th, the familiar pattern of blown bridges and anti-tank ambushes had slowed the pursuit to 2 miles a day, and vicious little firefights erupted across central Italy. By mid-August, 5th Army would shrink by more than half, to 171,000 troops, even as the total American force in the Mediterranean peaked at 880,000 troops. Alexander deemed the denuding of his force disastrous and blamed Eisenhower for halting the triumphant advance of my armies in Italy at a key moment. Clark, abruptly in harmony with General Alex, considered the move one of the outstanding political mistakes of the war. Their disappointment was understandable, yet the strategic judgment of Alexander and Clark remains suspect. Hitler had decided to rebuild Kesselring's army group with 8 more divisions and to continue fighting for Italian real estate, while construction battalions turned the Gothic Line into a barrier as formidable as the Gustav Line had been. Alexander in late August would shift 8th Army back to the Adriatic in an effort to unhinge Kesselring's defenses, but autumn rains and heavy casualties halted the Allied drive toward the Po River, and even Churchill realized that the Italian theater could no longer produce decisive results. As the days grew shorter, an American officer wrote, "I wish that I were dead if I had to stay in Italy another winter." Alas, another miserable winter would pass, another wretched deadlock in which the campaign sank to the level of a vast holding operation, as the official U.S. Army history put it. Alexander's armies grew increasingly polyglot, comprising troops from 29 nations speaking a dozen languages, including Brazilians, Belgians, Cypriots, and Palestinian Jews, as well as 2 American forces, one white and one black. The Germans grew so feeble that eventually oxen would be harnessed to pull trucks, and any soldier on patrol who brought back a can of fuel received 1,000 cigarettes. Yet not until April 1945 would the Gothic Line collapse, leading to capitulation 20 months after Allied soldiers had first made land at Calabria. Few who had been there at the beginning would be there to see the end. "Many men will never know if we win or lose," Lieutenant Will Stevens had written his mother. "But if anything does happen, I'll try to be good enough so I can meet you somewhere else, and maybe we can have a cake together up where things are not rationed." He was killed on June 25, 1944. Such deaths forever haunted those who outlived the war. Pilot John Muirhead wrote, "I must pursue the shadows to some middle ground, for I am strangely bound to all that happened to them." As the war moved north, Italian refugees returned home to find their towns obliterated and their fields sown with landmines. The Pontine marshes again became malarial, and 9 out of every 10 acres around Anzio were no longer arable. Ancient San Pietro was a ghost town, and a ghost town it remained, a shambles of plinths, splintered roof beams, and labyrinthine rubble. Only about 40 San Pietrans returned to the old village. Other survivors moved away or inhabited a new town that would be built down the slope, a bit closer to Highway 6. Sant'Angelo refugees first returned in June 1944 to harvest wheat along the Rapido River. Mines quickly took a toll and continued to take a toll for years. Among the lost were Pietro Fargnoli, age 6, and Pietro Bove, age 12, both born after the war and both killed on February 27, 1959. Malaria kept Cassino uninhabitable for 2 years. Eventually, the Via Serpentina was rebuilt, so too the gleaming white abbey on the hill and the town itself, which within a few decades became prosperous and handsome, with a big Fiat plant nearby and a new autostrada that carried travelers from Naples to Rome in 2 hours. Some scars were harder to heal. After a night of heavy shelling, one colonel observed, "The men that war does not kill, it leaves completely transparent." A soldier in the 36th Division later wrote, "I was scared for 23 months. I saw the best troops in the world cut down and replaced 3 or 4 times." Simply surviving exacted a price. As an old paratrooper from the 504th Parachute Infantry Regiment said almost 60 years after the war, I hate the smell of anything dead. It reminds me of Salerno. Was the flame worth the candle? Alexander thought so. He later wrote, "Any estimate of the value of the campaign must be expressed not in terms of the ground gained, but in terms of its effect on the war as a whole." By his tally, when Rome fell, 6 of Kesselring's 9 excellent mobile divisions had been severely mauled, and 55 German divisions were tied down in the Mediterranean by the Allied threat, actual or potential. As the combined chiefs commanded, Italy had been knocked from the Axis coalition, and hundreds of thousands of Hitler's troops had been sucked into the vortex of defeat, in the glum phrase of a senior German general in Berlin. Churchill later wrote, "The principal task of our armies has been to draw off and contain the greatest possible number of Germans. This had been admirably fulfilled." Yet the Allied strategy in Italy seemed designed not to win, but to endure. General W.G.F. Jackson later observed, "There's little doubt that Alexander fulfilled his strategic mission, but there is less certainty about the correctness of that mission." 2 distinguished British military historians would voice similar skepticism. John Keegan saw the campaign as a strategic diversion on the maritime flank of a continental enemy, while Michael Howard believed the Mediterranean strategy reflected Churchill's desire to divert American combat power from the Pacific. The British, Howard concluded, never really knew where they were going in the Mediterranean. Others would be even harsher. The Mediterranean was a cul-de-sac, wrote the historian Corelli Barnett, mere byplay in the conclusion of a war that had been won in mass battles on the eastern and western fronts. Another British eminence, J.F.C. Fuller, in 1948 would call Italy tactically the most absurd and strategically the most senseless campaign of the whole war. True enough, all of it, but perhaps not the whole truth. If to advance is to conquer, in Frederick the Great's adage, then the Allies continued to conquer in the Mediterranean, albeit slowly. When Rome fell, only 11 German U-boats still operated in the entire Mediterranean, and no Allied merchantmen would be sunk there for the rest of the war. Controlling the Middle Sea proved vital in liberating Europe and in guaranteeing another route for Lend-Lease materiel to Russia via Persia. The bomber offensive continued apace from Italian fields that crept ever closer to the Reich. As the historian Douglas Porch wrote, "One must not lose from view the Mediterranean's importance in breaking the offensive power of German arms and forcing the Reich onto the defensive, after which any hope of victory eluded them." Moreover, all criticism of the Italian strategy butts against an inconvenient riposte. If not Italy, where? Martin Blumenson, who spent a professional lifetime pondering the Mediterranean campaign, wrote, "Events generate their own momentum, impose their own force, and exert their own influence on the will of man. We went into Sicily and Italy because we had been in North Africa. Also, no ocean-going fleet was available to move 500,000 men from the African littoral to England or anywhere else. Moscow would not have tolerated an idling of Allied armies during the 10 months between the conquest of Sicily and the Normandy invasion, a 10-month respite the Germans badly needed." The Italian campaign, wrote the naval historian Samuel Eliot Morrison, was fought because it had to be fought. Historical tautology may be suspect, and opportunism lacks the panache of grand strategy. From beginning to end, Allied war-making in the Mediterranean tended to be improvisational. The decision to continue pounding north after the capture of Rome remains especially difficult to justify. Yet the American commander-in-chief had grown comfortable with a campaign that in Italy, more than in any other theater, resembled the grinding inelegance of World War I. "Our war of attrition is doing its work," Franklin Roosevelt had said a week after the invasion of Sicily, and he never renounced that strategy. Certainly lessons learned in Sicily and southern Italy paid dividends later in the war, notably the expertise gained in complex amphibious operations and in fighting as a large multinational coalition. Many other lessons were prosaic but sterling, such as the realization that the truck hauling ammunition to the front was no less vital than the gun firing it. For the U.S. Army, which would shoulder the heaviest burden in Western Europe for the balance of the war, there was also the priceless conviction that American soldiers could slug it out with the best German troops, division by division, and prevail. Albert Kesselring continued to command German forces in Italy until October 1944, when he was badly injured in a collision between a staff car and a mobile gun. Hospitalized for months, he would eventually take command of the faltering Western Front in an hour when catastrophic defeat loomed ever closer for the Reich. General Harold Alexander received a field marshal's baton for the capture of Rome, and a few months later succeeded Wilson as Supreme Commander in the Mediterranean, with responsibility for Italy, Greece, and the Balkans. His shrewd Chief of Staff, John Harding, observed, "The limitations of his ability began to appear when the forces under his command became so huge that their manipulation required weeks and months of forethought, not hours or days." Elevated to the peerage as a Viscount after the war, Alexander would serve for years as the Governor-General of Canada. Jeffrey Keyes continued to command Second Corps, receiving his third star in April 1945, and eventually serving as the post-war Allied High Commissioner for Austria. Bill Darby's life remained a compelling blend of the felicitous and the star-crossed. After a stint as a staff officer in the War Department, he returned to Italy as assistant commander of the 10th Mountain Division, only to be killed near Lake Garda by a German artillery shell on April 30, 1945. Among the last casualties of the long campaign, Darby was posthumously promoted to brigadier general. He was 34. In an exchange of letters with Sarah after the fall of Rome, Lucian Truscott was astonished to find her unaware that he had commanded the Anzio beachhead. "I tried to tell you in every way I could," he wrote on June 15th. "What in the world did you think I was doing?" He lamented being far removed from the softening touch of woman and home, and he added, "I'm a bit on edge. It is my belief that much hard fighting lies before us." He was right. Truscott would lead his Sixth Corps through southern France to the Vosges Mountains before succeeding Clark as the Fifth Army commander in December 1944. In post-war Germany, he would serve as the military governor of Bavaria. Mark Clark also felt on edge. In letters to Rennie, he complained about her failure to send a congratulatory telegram after he captured Rome, then confessed that he was badly in need of a rest, never needed one more. An intestinal infection had caused him to lose weight until he was nearly skeletal, despite a bracing regimen of sulfa drugs. Worse yet, on June 10th, he was nearly killed when his Piper Grasshopper collided 1,000 feet up with a barrage balloon cable. Clark wrote, "It wrapped around the wing and we couldn't get loose. Finally, in spiraling the third time, losing altitude rapidly, the cable became disengaged, although it tore the wing and ripped open the gas tank. We miraculously got down into a cornfield. I never had a worse experience." On July 4th, he wrote Rennie, "You ask the question, what after Italy? Perhaps you can tell me." Italy would be with him for the rest of the war and beyond. He succeeded Alexander as commander of the Army Group and received his fourth star in March 1945 at age 48, becoming by far the youngest of the 13 U.S. officers to wear that rank during World War II. After the war, Clark would precede Keyes as High Commissioner in Austria before commanding United Nations forces in Korea and eventually serving as President of the Citadel in Charleston, South Carolina. He would remain among the war's most controversial commanders, a man whose very name more than a half-century later could cause brows to knit and lips to purse. If his admirers considered him clairvoyant and energetic, in the phrase of General Juin, Malden spoke for many in the lower ranks in observing of Clark, "He had his limitations, but I think a lot of the criticism of him occurred because he was associated with a bad time." Those who fought and suffered in Italy, that tough old gut, as Ernie Pyle called it, were left to extract from the bad time what redemption they could. Few of us can ever conjure up any truly fond memories of the Italian campaign, Pyle wrote in Brave Men in late 1944. The enemy had been hard, and so had the elements. There was little solace for those who had suffered, and none at all for those who had died. Pyle continued, I look at it this way. If by having only a small army in Italy we had been able to build up more powerful forces in England, and if by sacrificing a few thousand lives that winter we would save 500,000 lives in Europe, if those things were true, then it was best as it was. I wasn't sure they were true. I only knew I had to look at it that way or else I couldn't bear to think of it at all. Somewhere north of Rome, the U.S. officer Glenn Gray wrote in his diary, I watched a full moon sail through a cloudy sky. I felt again the aching beauty of this incomparable land. I remembered everything that I had ever been and was. It was painful and glorious. Another day passed, and another night. The circling stars glided on their courses. The poets and the dreamers again struck their tents and shouldered their rifles to begin that long, last march.